Yo, y'all got. Come on, Freestyle Wednesday, Martin. Yeah, I got fucking listen, running a little bit late and all that, bruh. All that. Yeah. So, oh, I couldn't even pick a question of the day. I couldn't even, you hear me? Couldn't even slap a tune on or nothing. Man is running super late. Yo, Matic. Let's go anyway, man. Big up all the people, them. United G Blockery. Hmm. Yo, time my G Block gang, man. Come on. Big up. But you man have to jump in today, yeah? Like the unholy spirit and the unholy son. Yeah, we need you in the building today, B. You get me? Man. Alright. To the you one sec, yeah, and I'll push the link out there. Alright. Yes, my G.
Is that my brother?
Well, go on, man. Yeah, I couldn't even get done.
No, I got a flight in like 20-30 minutes. Well, I got to start getting ready in like 20 minutes and then fly out. But I'll be back later on in the afternoon. Still, I'll try to hold it down when I get back.
Yeah. Alright, you know, man.
But yeah,
Go, man. I ain't even got a question of the day today, bruv. Like, man's running late, cause like.
Doctor's got one in the chat still. I think it's good following on from yesterday. Still, it's what is a sellout and who/how? Sorry, how/who qualifies? It's a decent question still.
Yeah. You know why? Yeah. You know why that's a good question? Yeah. Like when the American blacks are cheering for their USA and so and so, no one will call them no sellout. But if you see a black in the UK talking about UK, raw, man, they're gonna call him a million sellout.
Yeah, 100. You know what it is, yeah? You see, when I got back in last night, I got back in late, yeah? And I have to listen to things before I go to sleep. So I put on your stream in it, like from when I flew out and like see what had happened. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to listen in. And fucking and brother, I couldn't sleep. You're trying to listen to some nonsense waffle and it helps you sleep. But I couldn't, yeah, because Jordan must have jumped on, yeah. And I was like, ooh, because him and Shaka like Shaka's saying he won't debate him on anywhere but COE. Jordan says he won't go on COE. Shaka says he's ducking from him. Jordan says he's ducking from him. So they finally bucked up for the first time, yeah, on your panel the other day.
Yeah, mate.
And all I'm hearing is man just chatting shit, like Issa doing his weird, like this one's a batty man and all that. Not for saying Jordan's not allowed to respond to him. No, you're not allowed to do that over here. Like this is some fucking black fundamentalist channel or something, yeah. It's bare waffle, and the two men that really need to have it out didn't get to waffle, bro. It pissed me off. I was like, I don't want it, but I've heard everything I need to hear about Sunnism. I don't care anymore at all.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. That goes though.
They ruined it though. Still, I'm not even gonna lie because I know. Say like both Shaka and Jordan, they're not the type to like want to buck each other.
Man. They're not gonna shout over anyone or whatever. So,
But that's what I'm saying. Like Issa Bear wants support because he's all bigging up nines and that. But he bear wants support for black man to now. Like, but you're the same one that would be cussing out like calling melanated a coon and this one a coon. Like you can't really have your cake and eat it like that. You know what I mean?
But. Yeah, you know what? Like I was saying as well, yeah. sometimes I don't think man realizes about the insults man puts in with what man's saying. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he, you know, like I said it to Ziria once, yeah. Do you know how I think about Issa? Issa's like he's like a T200. You know Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was sent from the future, and he was built with the sole purpose of destroying Sunnis. He's not really good at other shit. Right? Do you get it? Like certain G block dons are like T800s and that. You know, like man's got that Ali something alloy. You know that. You know that.
Get me? The aluminium.
You get me?
Yeah.
His thing's real basic, like Sunni, and then any other discussion. Because you see what it is, he tried front like he's bedrooms with Dark, but I try to show him like you might be bedrooms in your head, but you're still disrespecting the man, you know, every time you chat to him, bro. Like you can't just say that you're someone's friend, but like disrespect them and then and then not disrespect another person. Like I said anyway, man, it just looks bad, innit? At the end of the day, it looks bad, especially when like you're claiming all this other stuff. And, bruv, you know another thing, yeah, that pissed me off, yeah? What Shaka came on to defend was, bruv, this ain't America, you know. The Nation of Islam ain't fucking freeing us from anything, bruv.
Yeah, I hate, man.
This ain't no like big up anyone that's doing anything for anyone else, yeah. But like when I first googled Leo Muhammad, yeah, some of the YouTube clips that come up was him doing fucking comedy sets at the Apollo and shit, bro.
Yeah. That's what you say. That man can't be a comedian and know about what's going on.
Yeah, but it's just not a great. It's not the best look for the thing, is it? It's not the best. It's not. But I'm keeping it true. Like it's not the best look. Number one, and number two, I said this already to Shaka one time, and Bear Man got hush and shook. Yeah, because I was like, it's the same with Ras. It's the same with Jedi. Do you not see how people in their comments and that criticize them? They say you're doing all this black activist stuff for a record deal. I don't agree with that. But it's a bad look, innit? It doesn't look amazing. Like when you got a pastor, yeah, or a lawyer, or somebody who takes their work helping people on a massive scale, it kind of makes sense, innit? You know, like a lot of politicians are lawyers previously. That was their previous trade, innit? Because they're fighting for citizens' rights, and now they're fighting for citizens' rights on a large scale, innit?
Yeah, but like you're saying, bruv, imagine my man's coming to some knowledge at a later stage. I don't know, he's backed up with a couple man or man them started giving him certain things that were correlating with how he was feeling, and then like he's just like started to take more of a center stage role in the activism thing, and yeah, he's just on that mode now.
Yeah,
so that can work out.
Yeah. I'm not saying he can't, bro. I'm saying watch your mouth about he represents all black man. Like who you talking to, bro? If I want to say fuck the Nation of Islam, yeah, I'm not saying fuck all black people. So if a white guy wants to say he's got a disagreement with the Nation of Islam, then what the fuck has that got to do with me?
Yeah. So when you heard Shaka and Isa explain, when you heard Shaka explain what happened at the thing, don't you think that was there? Did any man have a point? Was any man like? You know what I'm saying, like when they would say "rah," it seemed a bit like man's talking about one thing, and then you trying to tell man like, why are you wearing English people's clothes then or something? Why you wearing the white man's clothes or something?
You know what the worst part about this is, Belly. I remember you were there for the specific reason, yeah, that before that we were having another kind of conversation. Do you remember when Jordan M jumped on Dan a while ago, and we actually like I was the one violating him? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like I was the one sticking it on him, and I remember clearly what he said because I said to him, I was trying to troll him because I didn't know who he was at the time. I didn't really like him or dislike him, and I said to him,
Yeah.
"So what are you saying? Would you say that you have a bit of a white messiah complex? Like, you know, you're telling people essentially like, you know, you think that you think that you know what's best in this situation for certain and certain man." And he said, "I don't know, maybe." And I was like, to be fair to man, what more? What do you want him to do? Do you want him to turn into a Shia and start beating himself in front? What do you want?
No, man.
What more can this man give you, bro? He's told you he agrees with white privilege. He told you he agrees with all these things. I don't even agree with some of the shit he agrees with, blood. So, and then he's saying he was trolling my man. That's what he said, innit? To us. He said he was trolling the Leo guy. So like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to like Jordan, like, bro. I fuck up. I disrespect Jordan every day, G. So it's not like I'm trying to help him out. But he said, he's saying that his issue is my man saying that white people are inherently the devil. Their issue is he cleared that up. I'm saying he can still have a problem with the original statement, you know. Like if you tell me suck my mum and then you tell me sorry, can I not still have a problem with you because you can't tell me suck my mum?
Yeah. But you know what? The other thing, I think what the man then was sort of complaining about was that right after it's been cleared up, man's gone like on a trip, on a black trip around all the black people that you could sort of share a panel with or have a say with. Do you think all white people are inherently evil? Do you think all white people are the devil? Do you think on some sub story trip like I hear what man's saying. Yeah, I hear what man say. Yeah, but like I hear that side as well, innit? Like, man went round on a sub story trip, fam. Like, rah. Imagine, I don't know, man. So, like, say when Saeed done called Raspect's mum a nigger. Imagine he went round to every single channel and said, do you think that should racism in Islam be bad? Should you be allowed to call? Should he be cast out from the Islamic circles now because he's called my mama so and so? Nah, he just done his own shows about it, and people were jumping on and chiming in about it. You get me?
Everyone, I 1,000,000% agree with that. No problem at all. Like, if you're saying that the man's emotional, the man's a Muslim. Of course, you get me. Of course, he's going to be emotional. If that, we all have talking points and agendas on this. If you're inferring from one of his agendas being pointed out the racism in the Nation of Islam, for example, I would agree. I've noticed that pattern of behavior, 100%. However, I don't know, man. I don't think it speaks of, in my opinion, I don't think it speaks of some implicit racism. I think it more speaks of he's got fundamental ideological differences with the nation. He's trying to prove they're kafirs, right? That's what most Muslims want to do to the nation. I lie.
Yeah.
Even the other one, the other Isa, the black Isa, I've seen him debating the Leo Muhammad, right? It was a respectful debate, but they've got ideological differences in it straight up. Then on top of that, a lot of white people, and listen, you know what I think about Jordan already, about his right-wing views. A lot of these right-wingers, a lot of their argument, the basis for their argument is, we don't mind accepting there's racism as long as you accept there's racism too. You know what I mean? Right. That's a lot of what their argument is. So his one is, because the Nation of Islam, that is some fucking, that is like some, in my opinion, like a clear definition type of racism. Like, you were born the devil, you know, like. So his thing is, I guess I would imagine, this is my opinion, right? To ascertain whether or not the people he's speaking to are on a level, he's going, do you think this is racist? Okay, you know, like that kind of thing, which is again emotional and it's proving the insecurity, if you like. but it's not the same. It's not the same as what Issa's saying, which is he's doing that because he's trying to antagonize black people or insult us. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's based on his own sort of political outlook and his own ideological outlook. He's trying to gauge like where you fall on the spectrum by asking you a question which he believes reflects badly in some black people, and I think it reflects really badly in Shakara. I'll be honest with you. Some of the stuff I heard last night is just embarrassing. I don't have to answer this white person. I don't have to answer no question to no white person. Because the sadness is, is if we spend all our time arguing that a lot of the biological distinctions amongst human beings are illogical, and inaccurate, we're doing their work for them by going, white man is this, the white man is that, the white man is that. Because guess what that allows a white person to do? The black man is stupid. Look at society. The black, look at all the metrics in which we fail at. The black man is dumb. The black man is whatever. Do you get it?
But you know what, James? There's a lot of black people that don't agree with the Nation of Islam or that don't so and so. So like, although they might support their causes, they might not agree with that, with this. Like saying that, right? Me, for instance, I don't believe that there is such thing as a fucking devil. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but like, I can understand the points where man's saying, right, this and this has happened. So is man inherently evil, or do you know what I'm saying? Like trying to.
This is what I'm saying. You could. The problem with this, like, I got love for Shaka. Yeah, Shaka's a G. Like, he's a real smart guy. But this is the problem with these sort of, like, he said to me one time, there's no white man in the world that could have ever done more for black people than me or something. Remember, some shit like that, something stupid like that. And it's like, you obviously know the implications of saying something as stupid as someone is the devil, because you know the connotations for a word like devil. But you're, in so many words, you are saying that, bro. You are agreeing with that. And you make it complicated, because now when I try to argue, biological inconsistencies with previously held scientific positions, you kind of give credit and weight to these things. Because how the fuck are you going to argue that a certain human being, which isn't even biologically distinct from you, is inherently evil? Like, what kind of fucking illogical, superstitious, supernatural bullshit explanation for being hard done by a different tribe of people? What kind of dumb way of explaining it is that these people are inherently evil? Like, there was a time.
Yeah, that's super dumb. I can't lie. But back in the day, that was like a relevant term to be used.
Yeah. Pause. Can't pause, man. My man was talking, you know. Yeah.
No,
he took a break. Yeah. He took a break to say, and then go to the next again. You can't just quickly jump.
Yeah, but you let me on the panel. You don't even say hello. You just carry on chatting. That's rude.
that was a G move though. Still, I can't lie. That was a G move still. But obviously, you know how the thing goes. Obviously, man can't.
On other platforms, when they let you on the panel, they say hello to you.
Yeah, of course we say hello to people when they come on the panel, but not in the middle of a
man. I'll never get a fucking hello.
Hello, Carl.
Yo, fuck Carl.
Yeah, I like the way you lot call Jordan M the white man, but when it comes to Nation of Islam, it's like they're the man them. Like, come on, bro. You're an atheist.
Who says that on
Really? He's calling Nation of Islam the man them.
Who?
Really?
When?
He's an atheist. He's calling Nation of Islam man them.
When did he say that?
A minute ago.
No, he's talking about Shaq and them, man, bro.
I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
Don't worry about Khan, man. You know, he's been running from me anyway, man. I'm gonna have to bust him up a little bit later still, but
Hey, man, listen, I'll get you in a headlock, bro, if you don't know me.
You're getting nothing with no headlock, bro.
Anyway, but yeah, just to finish off, I like the way. First of all, Esau, like, I don't know, man. Someone needs to put him on the timeout, because he moves. No, Esau. He moves. It's like, bruv, he's been chatting since he jumped on, and then Jordan comes on and Shaka's there. Why is this the time for you to insult Jordan? Like, man come on and didn't address you, but you're gonna cuss him out. That's shocking. Like that, I don't like that stuff. It's proper immature. I don't know how old he is, but that's proper immature, yeah. And then everyone else ganging up on Jordan, for him to say his piece with Shaka when they needed to speak. That was just embarrassing. Like that, it just very bad optics. And then Shaka had some weird response where he's like, I don't need. He's like, if a white, I don't know. He said something straight, something I didn't agree with. Something like I'll never explain
myself
to a black man why he should speak to a white man or something like that. I was thinking, bro.
What Shaka's saying is there's nothing one black man can say about a white man that I will have issue with that black man.
Yes.
If I do have a problem with him, then that's between me and him. Behind the scenes, I'll never like expose it in front of the white man or like show division, basically.
No,
but that's acceptable. Shaka's got the right to say that.
Don't like to show you like extreme tribalism.
No, it's just showing unity.
Yeah.
That's showing unity.
Stop, calm 1 second. You know what? Sorry, Veli, what's your opinion? No disrespect, calm, but what's your opinion on that? Because I want to ask Veli a question.
I want to hear as well.
Yeah, what's your opinion on that? There's nothing. Say that again, Khan. So you're a G for
There's nothing a black man could say about a white man that's going to make me fall out with that black man as a fellow black man. That's what Shaka said.
Wait, fall out?
But he quoted someone.
Hold on, fall out or disagree with someone?
Well, disagree, whatever. Yeah, contradict him, disagree with him.
See that? That's illogical. That's illogical, man. And Veli's not answering, but the reason it's interesting is because that means anyway, and I won't say nothing about his life personal, but
I ain't got no issue with him having that stance.
I don't think that's a positive. I don't think it's a good stance, man. I don't think it's a good stance at all.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you as a fellow.
Problem, man. I think this is the problem.
As a fellow non-black man.
No, but I think, and this is what I was trying to say to Issa the other day. Dark Magician works. He it resolves like benefit disputes for the disabled. Yeah.
Big up Dark Magician for
so
that.
There is many times, and I imagine he's working like in some form of pro bono work, like be it his company or whatever. Yeah. And he told me that he's only recently like sort of got into this new career path. So he told me like on live that there was a period where he what do you call that? Like he was like a dog's body, if you like. What's that word? Like intern almost, isn't it? So there was people he was helping for, I imagine, little to no cost at all, no charge at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
If one of those people that he was helping was black, he's helping the black community, whether you like it or not. If three or four. No, let me rephrase that. I phrased that. I made that too broad. As in, he's helping black people, so arguably he could be doing more than certain, in air quotes, community activists. The ratio, the improvement that he's given to one person's life can be more than the aggregate of all of the people that were helped by a speech that you gave.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. You don't have to. That's my opinion, and it's what I'm positing. Cool. And if he
You wanted to ask a question still, but I had to go mute out of the phone pool.
Yeah, no, go on, ask it, Con.
What was I asking?
We'll say what the thing that Shaka said.
Oh yeah. So what Shaka said was, there's nothing that he would have objection to. Like if a black man said something to a white man, as a fellow black man, he would not object to or fall out or dispute that black man over it. So he would show unity. And if he had the issue, he'll raise it behind the scenes, like between them. That's Shaka's position. So I see he's saying as a default position.
I don't even disagree with that, yeah? Because what that means is that, man's not just gonna, instead of putting it on you in public, man might tell you your mistake in private. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all,
100.
I don't know if man's just gonna keep doing that, but man will just at least start off with saying, yo, blah 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 behind the scenes, you might have handled my man a little bit wrong there, blah blah blah, this, that and the other. Try to do it like this, or try to take another route, or blah blah blah.
I don't agree with none of that shit.
See why I agree with Veli on this one, James, yeah? As a Sunni Muslim, as an Orthodox
I don't want to hear this shit, man.
If somebody is saying something about Nation of Islam, I'm going to be telling him, shut up, bro. The man standing up speaking about fucking black oppression, and you find it now is the opportunity to start pulling him up and quoting hadiths, bruv. Shut up, innit?
No.
That's my position.
Listen. If you've got a white Muslim, or if you've got a white brethren, or whatever, and you've also got a black brethren or a random black person on the street who disrespects your white brethren because they're white, what are you gonna be like? And your brethren's gonna look at you like that was disrespectful. You're gonna go, I don't know. Ooh, I don't know. You're a dickhead or something.
No, that's different though. You explained it different. Hey, James, you explained that different though, bro.
No, I didn't.
That's what, yo, James. You gotta be fair, brother. That's not what happened though. It's not like Shakara and Jordan are brethren.
No, forget Jordan. Belly. Forget Jordan.
Yeah, but,
there's a statement. There's a statement you made.
Yeah, in that scenario, that's a different scenario though.
No, it's not. It's the same scenario.
If you're with your brethren and this brother's you brought this person to this place and he's being disrespected by someone that you know that's a black person just for being white or whatnot, of course you need to say something there and then.
No, you're not thinking. You're not thinking, Belly. Listen, what Khan? Say it to him one more time and tell me that doesn't fit my criteria. That fit the criteria. Go on.
Well, so Shaka's saying, as a black man, he will not dispute, fall out with, contradict another black man for anything he's got to say about the white man.
So is my what I just said, that scenario, does that not fit into that context? What would Shaka do in that scenario, in your opinion, Khan?
So you need to do his back brother.
So he wouldn't. And you know what Shaka would respond to that with, Veli? This is the difference between you and Shaka. He would say, I don't have no white friends. Yeah, this is exactly listen, that's what I said. He ain't got no white friends. He ain't got no white friends though. Exactly. So sometimes
that's what I'm trying to say. So he wouldn't ever be in that scenario.
So why would you?
No, he's saying a white man could never be my brethren because he's a white man.
So why would you disagree? That's what I'm saying. So why would you agree with him, bro? How could you agree with him then? Because I have white friends.
Agree with what?
You said I won't even disagree with Shaka. No, that's a stupid statement to make. Do you know how many black people?
Nah, bro. I'm saying because like you were saying, the way you was explaining it, was a total different scenario. Like I might say something in that situation. Now I'm not just gonna fucking sit down. Imagine you're out with your white brethren, and he brings you somewhere, and his brethren starts calling you a million niggas and disrespecting you, and he's standing there going,
Roses are red.
That's
bullshit, bro.
Belly. Then you disagree.
That can happen.
Wait, hold on. But then you disagree with Shaka. Then this is what I'm trying to show you, bro. Then you would have to disagree with him.
Bro, this is what I was trying to say, cuz I was saying that in the situation, the two scenarios that you gave was two different scenarios, James. It wasn't like one was.
Explain how. Belly, explain how.
Let me finish. Let me tell you how. Because the scenario that Shaka and Jordan and Leo Mohammed was in. Jordan doesn't know Shaka or Leo Mohammed. Shaka and Leo Mohammed know each other. So whatever mistakes them two make, they're gonna reprimand each other in private about that. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's not about Belly. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah.
It's not the same though, G.
Listen to what I'm saying. So hear me. It's not about the same or not. He made a statement outside of this scenario, just saying X. He just said what he said. What Khan told you is a statement he made in isolation. He just said that. So I'm saying, no, I don't agree with that statement. You know why? Because I've got love for white people.
Right. I get you now. Yeah, now you're saying you don't agree with that statement.
No,
that makes sense. That's different then, isn't it?
Yeah.
The way I was hearing it was that wait, listen. The way I was hearing it was that he was talking about the actual situation that happened with the two. No. Yeah? So you're not talking about that situation. You're just talking about
Severely answer the question.
I'm not. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, because like you're saying, I've already not done that. I've already done the opposite of that in certain situations, because if anyone's made a statement that's wrong and the other person, whether they're white, black, Chinese, or whatever, has made a statement that's right, I'm going to go with the person that's made a statement that's right and say, right, that person's right.
That's it. That's a fact. There's bare black. Can I just say this to all the people cussing me out in the chat? There is bare black people that I don't want nowhere fucking near me, bruv. I don't want you nowhere near me. So if you chat some shit about, let alone a disagreement, I might knock you out for something you said to my white friend. So I don't do none of that stuff that, because you're black, you get some extra pass. No, you might get more of a cachet. Let's be honest. Let's have it right. Because you're black, you might get more of a cachet with me because you've been through a similar struggle to me in the world, yeah? But that don't mean you're fucking impugned from any type of, you get me, or you're impervious to criticism from me, blood. No way. You could get criticized same way. And I'm not respect or anyone. I believe that black people can be racist, bro. I don't believe in prejudice plus power. I do to an extent. It is a rational argument, but I also believe in just the clear-cut definition of racism, bro. So if there's a group of black people discriminating against a white youth because of some shit his ancestor did, even though he himself is not a bad person, then yeah, you're a racist, innit? Would you like? What? That's the word that describes that type of behavior, bro. Simple, innit? So, get me?
Wow, James, you said a lot, man.
It's a fact, innit, brother? It's dumb, and it's dumb because, bruv, the way the world is moving, it's unlikely that you're gonna forge some black separatist state anywhere in the world. Do you get what I mean? It's more likely that the more liberalized society gets and the more egalitarian it is, we actually all become equals. That's more likely than this black power concept. It's unfortunate, but this is just more likely. That's more likely to be what happens. So why not seek to alienate the people that dislike black people and oppress black people, and bring together or come together with the ones that actually want equality? Do you know what I mean? Why not? Why don't you try to bridge the gap? It's dumb to just like all this. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, James.
Go on. I got like 5 minutes. I've told Veli he's such a snake for jumping off. Go on.
When someone says they believe in this concept of, let's say, Britain first, or a black person says I'm pro-black, yeah. To me, the only way you can put one man ahead of another man is to push another man down. So, like, we're all equal whether we like it or not, innit? That's our default position as humans. Like, for me to put someone above you, I must have to put someone else in a lower position. So, to me, someone says I'm pro-black, based on your definition of what is pro-black, or I'm Britain first, or make America great again, and all these things, to me is racist. It's racist, bro. Like, you're basically saying I want carte blanche to put this fucking whole race of people down. To put that by putting them down, or everyone down, apart from these guys, I'm putting these guys indirectly, I'm putting them up. You get me? Like, that's racist, bro. To me, that's racist. That's the definition of racism. No matter what your reason is,
to a degree, yeah. From because they have so, for example, because if someone already has the authoritative, the executive, the sort of the oppressor, for example, yeah. If you want if you're promoting like I say supremacist, but a black supremacist movement from a deficit position, yeah, then it's not the same as wanting Britain first or being white supremacist, white nationalist, dominant.
No, that's I agree.
Do you know what I mean? But having said that, it depends to what extent you're talking, because when you take phrases like shackers out of context, they look bad, bro. It looks really, really bad. Because what do you mean? Are you telling me that based on some kind of classification, some kind of taxonomy that you've decided, or actually technically that the quote-unquote white man has decided for you, that there is no ideological similarities you can have with a white person that will give them any preferential treatment over a black person? That's fucking retarded. So that means the most self-hating liability to your cause deserves more respect than a white person who actually gives a shit about your cause and your people. That's fucking
shit. That's the equivalent of what I've heard some people say about the worst Muslim is better than
the best atheist.
Yeah, that's directly equivalent.
It's stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously.
Yo. What about you? So what point did we get to, man?
Huh?
What point did we get to, man? We was having a little chat, so.
Khan just got a quick point, but I listen, yeah, I'm gonna have to fly out anyway. I gotta get ready, boys, yeah. So I listen, Veli, I'll be back in like the afternoon or something, my brother. I'll be listening in though.
Yeah.
Alright, done.
So what was the point that you were making, Khan?
Well, you know how I don't know how correct it is, but I've heard some Muslims saying that the worst Muslim is better than the best. Now, the worst Muslim is better than any kafir. So, like, so if someone said to you, "Oh, there's a serial killer and he's a Muslim," you say, okay, by being a Muslim, he's closer to redemption or salvation than a kafir who hasn't actually done anything, but he's just not aware of the road to salvation or whatever. So by default, it's saying the worst Muslim is better than like any kafir. So I'm saying to James, like, that's sort of like an equivalent position to someone like taking Shaka's position and taking it to an extreme, where you're saying, I don't give a fuck if he's a serial killer, a rapist, a drug dealer. If he's black, I'm standing with him. You get me? Over anyone that's white. But I don't think that is actually.
I don't think that's actually right though. Still, I don't feel like a rapist. I don't feel like a man will stand up with a rapist over someone that's not a rapist and trying to. I don't.
So what then I said to James. The reason why I said that to James is because I said to him, do you think being pro-black or saying Britain first or these sort of things where you're putting one group of people above another is racist? And he's saying, yeah, but obviously with black people, if you look at it, they're starting from a default position that whether they put their people above anyone else or not, like they're still in a default position. So it's not the same. So I said to him, yeah, I agree with you. It's not the same as a British person who's in their country and he's already the majority and he's already ahead of everyone saying, yeah, let's put Britain first and fuck everyone else. Get me? But idealistically, it's the same position as what, for example, DC Brad was coming to me saying, I'm a pro-black person. I put black people above everyone else. If like I had my head on, if I was standing on two people's heads and they were both drowning and one of them was white and one of them was black, I would take my foot off the one who was black and stand on the white man's head and let him drown. And like he was saying these things like this was DC Brad from about like let's say 3 months ago. So he's changed now. He's not like on that no more. But like at the time he was saying sort of things like, oh, as a black man, I can be the equivalent of Adolf Hitler was for his people, and to me that's still justified. And I said to him, but wait a minute, what about the genocide? And he was saying, all right, apart from the genocide, leave the genocide bit out, I wouldn't genocide anyone. He goes, but I would be as extreme as Adolf Hitler if it felt like it was benefiting my people. So I was saying to him, yeah, but that's being racist. You get me? But he wasn't saying what James is saying. Well, I agree. I'm going dark side, I'm going racist, but I'm in a default position and I've got to pull out all the stops and I can't be, emotional about this. He wasn't saying that. He was saying, no, that's not racist. I'm just doing what other people do. This is the name of the game, basically. It's justified in that way. So I'm saying to me personally, you can choose to do something wrong or take a position that's a bad position to further your goals or your achieve your goal, let's say. But to then say that it's in them circumstances is right to do that, to me that's completely wrong. Like myself personally, I would say if you're in a bad position and need to catch up, or you need to take over, or you need to do whatever you need to do, whatever your goal is. Yeah, you're saying we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna do this by any means necessary. Yeah. All right, fair enough. Do that, innit? But for them to turn around and say, no, right is good, right is wrong, and good is bad, yeah, to me is bad. That's like, basically, once you come out of that situation, how are you going to then drop that mindset or drop that that miscalculation of good and bad or right and wrong? That's going to be stuck with you, innit? And that's going to be your ultimate downfall, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. So, like when I hear people talking about pro-black these days, I'm trying to investigate into how far are they taking this pro-black thing, and what does it mean, and is it or can it be racist? So if what James is saying is correct, that he believes that black people can be racist, yeah, because when you're telling a black person, no, you can't be racist because you're not in a position of power. His natural position over a period of time is going to be, but wait a minute, in certain situations, I do have power. And I will exert that power. And then I can be racist if I want. And then I want to be equal with you. If you can be racist, then I can be racist. And I'm equal on that.
saying is that name calling stuff. The name calling racism, yeah, that's like low level. Like anyone can participate in that. Yeah? I feel like the racism that black communities are complaining about is the holding back,
Institutionalized.
yeah, the institutional sort of stuff, rather than the name calling and all them sort of things. There, like if the things were sorted out and everyone's business was running how it was supposed to be and blah blah blah, like yeah, the name calling thing will die out because obviously there's reasons that you have to show man respect in it. Like right, if I've got my business so and so, you can't come in there and say, yeah nigga, I wanna buy 20 fucking cars, you dirty nigga, I've got cash. You know what I'm saying? Like cool stuff. How you have to tell you to get the fuck out of my shop with them shit, you get me? Like, but
Yeah.
yeah. Still.
Yeah, so for you to even say that, like you're saying, someone saying that just comes down to name calling. You're saying that that's not their actual political position. Like he's not actually thinking low of you or putting himself up. He's just using a word without understanding the connotation of it. He's just saying it as a hurtful or derogatory statement. But the thing
But
is,
obviously, I don't know if how any person understands what language they're using. I can't say that. You know what I mean? I could just say that when anyone's using name calling as a way of being racist or whatever, like that's the lowest level of racism.
yeah, I understand what you're saying because you're saying you're calling me this thing, but I'm not that thing. You get me? So it's just name calling.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what you really. That's your position.
No, I'm saying it's the lowest level of racism. Like, so really,
like
the
the first
highest
rung on the ladder.
is the institutional racism, isn't it? Like the stuff where you can't, where the countries are colonized and they can't work for themselves for the betterment of their own people and shit like that. That's the shit that's really causing the pain and strife. Realistically, you know what I'm saying? That yeah, if the home countries but
the way how I
themselves
see it, like
have
going
their
back
own,
to
and have their own societies, yeah, that are working for the betterment of the people of the land and shit, and there's opportunities there, then none of the people would be going to any of the European countries. Why would they go there? Why would you leave Turkey to go to England if Turkey's industry was working for Turks?
Yeah. So like, yeah, good point. What I'm saying is like, I'm not here to put the world to rights in it. Like, obviously, there's things that I'm learning for myself and being brought to my attention on a daily basis that I have to kind of like go and look into and research. Yeah. So I'm not here trying to say, oh, you know, you lot are wrong. What I'm saying is, yeah, within every community, if you think about it as a bubble, yeah, and inside that bubble is all the people of that community. One side's always going to be polarized to the right, and one side's always going to be polarized to the left, and the majority is always going to be in the middle. Some people are going to flip between right and left. Some people are just going to float in the middle the whole time. Yeah. Now every community is like that. Yeah. So if I'm looking at the black community and I can see some right-wing elements within it. Yeah. Now, if I'm a non-black pro-white, I'm a non-black pro-black person. Yeah. It's not my job to start dividing up the black community and saying, well, I can align myself with the side that wants to align with me, yeah, and I will reject the side that rejects me, yeah. If you're going to go inside the community, you got to accept that there's going to be people on all sides, and it's not your job to start dividing them up. You got to accept the community as a whole, innit? And unity is part of that. So what Shakara is saying, I will stand by that. And even if it's a point of, okay, you're a Muslim and Nation of Islam.
Let me cut in there for a second, yeah. Sorry to cut you, bro, but let me just cut in there, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
He was saying yeah, he wasn't saying, yeah, whether the thing was right, wrong, or whatever, yeah. He was saying that he's not gonna say nothing at that time, innit? If he thought
Right.
something was wrong, he would say it
Yes.
behind closed doors or at a different
Right.
time when it's him and Leo. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he
But
said.
that
You know what I'm
James's
saying? But wait.
explanation was
Another
an
point that I
extreme.
wanted to make, yeah. Another point I
Yeah.
wanted to make, yeah, is that it only seems like in the so-called black community is anytime anyone, we have to always explain ourselves. Why do we always have to? It's like a big. Now we're going on an explanation tour of why Jordan was treated so bad. Like, fuck Jordan, man. Why do we have to explain? That's why I agree with Chakra on some points. That it's like, bro,
Yeah, of
why do we have
course.
to go on some big explanation tour to say, that was so wrong of how he was treated, and rah 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 rah. Let the person who made the mistake go and confront him about it and talk to him.
Right.
You ain't got a fucking sense. All of us don't have to explain nothing else about it. So that was the point. So I agree with you, man. Like, bro, you don't, because someone else said something to you, yeah? You don't have no right to come up to me and say, So, like, if Tony Blair said something, yeah, do I have to go to Jordan and say, Tony Blair said so-and-so? Yeah, now, do you think all black people are so-and-so? Now you have to explain yourself, and now we have to do a 10-hour show with panel guests and members explaining why we don't think the fucking white man is the devil, or why we don't believe in devils, or this, that, and the other. Like, I agree with the fuck all that, cuz man's a big man, bro. Fully grown man with views and business and them things there. The fuck explaining yourself to anyone like that? Fuck
100. I agree with you.
Yeah, man. But like,
I agree with you,
I hear
bro.
what man's saying. That right. If I was with my wait, listen. Imagine I was in out in general, yeah. Me and my white brethren gone to a rave or whatever, yeah. And a black dude's just violating. You get me? What am I gonna fucking wait until or pull the black guy to the side and say, I don't want to talk to you in front of my white brethren, but you can't talk to him like that, or you can't treat him like that. Nah, cool stuff, man.
This is what I'm saying. James's example.
That's different. But wait, that's two different scenarios, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, it's a different scenario for each case is on its own merit. You know what I'm saying? That because it's not just one case is gonna solve every sort of issue. It don't work like that, bro. It's different scenarios for different things, man. Yo, you still there?
Yo,
I'll go on, Becky.
what's up? You did?
Yeah, man.
Some heavy chatter for this time in the morning, huh?
Yeah, man. Now we do. We got the artists out here, you get me? So, yeah, man. We go with them hard subjects every day. You get me?
Greetings to all again.
Yeah, big up man, I got Jacob.
What's good? Empress Becca and Valley, Carnito.
So what do you think about the scenario? So do black people always have to explain themselves and actions of other black people all the time? It seems like that to me. That right, every time, say one black person does something, now the whole so-called community that's linked to this one person has to say, I agree, I disagree. I agree on this point and I disagree on this point because of so and so, like some little bitches. You get me? That's
I get you. That's crazy to me sometimes, man. And like I said, I think Shaka Rock is intelligent enough to explain his stance on why he does what he does. And I get it. And it's hard for me because sometimes when we say pro-black, that's looked as a negative to us, but it's really not, in my opinion. And for what Shakira did, I think that's kind of being on code. That's how we all should be. Okay, say like me and you going at it, Belly, right? And and I'm fucked up. I'm in the wrong, but you're gonna deal with me differently on some other kind of shit. You probably go behind the scenes and like, yo, let me talk to you on the side. Cause I might not see it at the time. You be like, yo, bro, you wilding out. Like da 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 da. And I be like, all right, cause sometimes I won't see the shit. Cause I could turn up with you in 0 to 60 in a minute. I'm right there with you. We can get it in, and that'll be what it is. But you might be like, yo, B, calm the fuck down. You know what I'm saying? That's on some cold shit, because you don't want to be, because all we gonna do is turn on each other. Then you be like, man, and I'm gonna look at you like, yo, you caping for this motherfucker? And you know how we get, because we know each other, right? As black men. So you're gonna be like, yo, let me pull my dude to the side and tell him what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I think Shaka Rod, when he said he would talk to his brother offline on the side, whatever, man, that's being on code to me. And
right.
And I don't even care. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes, man, we like, for instance, Veli, man, 1998, I'm in Split, Croatia, right? Me and a couple of other brothers. We in another whole other country, and we see some guys from Africa, I think. They was from Africa, right? And these white boys out there beating the shit out of these black dudes, right? It was about 3 of them and a whole bunch of white guys giving them boys to work. Veli, we know these black dudes. We don't know them from shit. But our spirit is with them. So what do? We go even that shit the fuck up. And we all on their ass. That's being on code. We don't even know these other black guys. They don't speak our language. We just see them getting their ass whooped, and we be like, hell the fuck no. So we goes over there and we putting in work now. And that's that spirit we have with each other. They looking at us like, who the fuck is y'all? But they understood. You get what I'm saying? So we was moving furniture and kicking ass and taking names, but I was at our younger days. So that's being on code to me. And we've seen other guys from our own ship, white boys, get over there, getting their ass whooped. We'll walk right past there. We were like, well, shit, they deserve whatever ass whooping they get, they deserve that shit. I mean, it's probably fucked up, but that's how we looked at it. You get what I'm saying? But we see other black guys from another country getting their ass whooped, and we in that shit. We were like, fuck that shit. We in this.
So what? Hey, Brother Jacob, let me ask you a question, guys. Like, so any of the white dons that you get on with in your sailor crew, if you and the man then was walking past and that don's getting his ass whooped by some black dons, you wouldn't step in to make him.
Oh yeah, we help him. No, we helping him too. You know what I'm saying? But it's some people we just know that motherfucker deserved this ass whooping. Man, we ain't helping him. But like, if
you mean specific bastards that you want them to get beat up anyway?
Nah, we don't want him to get beat up. He earned that ass whooping. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he did, he did. So, but I'm gonna keep it 100. We got white friends that they used to roll with us and kick with us, and if he got into some shit, we was popping off with him. But it's some shit you can't say. Like we'll get out there and be like, yo, bro, don't be out here saying that nigga shit, da 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 da, and he'll say some dumbass shit trying to be black with the black guys. We be like, don't be black because you're around black guys. Be you, right?
Yeah.
And he'll get out there and try to be hip hop. We were like, dude, that shit. I mean, that shit working around us, but when you get out here, like it is gonna be what it is. And he'll say some stupid shit at one of these bars, and we get to fight, and then we got to fight for him. You fight with him, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll talk to him offline, be like, yo, bro, like you can't be doing that shit. We can't fuck with you if you're gonna keep going out there doing this bullshit just because you with a whole group of black guys. You can't get comfortable like that. So
yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I said, we didn't scrap with some white guys, but we scrap out of because he's our homeboy or whatever. But we be looking like this motherfucking idiot. So we just stopped fucking with him after that. Like, yo, we can't keep going out with this cat. But if you roll with us, we gonna rock with you. You get what I'm saying? That's our mentality. If you roll with us, something go down, everybody swinging, regardless if you white, black. But after that day, we ain't fucking with you no more.
Yeah, like if you're popping shit all the time, yeah. Right. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's just common sense though, bro. It's common sense, isn't it?
And then we've got to go on some apology tour now around the fucking world. Oh, we don't think all white people are devils. Oh, yeah, I've got a white friend. All this sort of shit, bro. It's like, bro, fuck all that, man. If man wants to, let man say what he wants to say, bro. If you want to get an explanation from man, you need to chat to the man that made the comment and get the explanation from him about it. Like, if you want other people's opinion, that's cool, yeah. You're entitled to ask anyone else's opinion. I hear that still. But like, if you want me to fucking go on some big explaining tour because so and so said this, like, bruh, imagine James said something nuts, yeah? Now I gotta go on a 10-hour explaining tour just because James said so and so. That's what I said from the start. I don't give a fuck about what anyone said. Yeah. Man, them used to try to do that to me on Reels channel as well, you know. Yeah, but I used to go on Reels channel. They used to go, oh, so and so said this. So and so said this about mixed race people. Oh, what do you think about that? Yeah, like, so don't fucking ask them about it. Don't ask me about anything anyone else says. Ask them to explain. I ain't explaining for no one or apologizing, or they're entitled to their opinion, isn't it? Like, so
yeah, but Veli, what I'm saying is this: in every community, there's going to be people like you, and in every community, there's going to be people that do offer explanations. You're just saying, I'm not that guy. Don't come to me for the explanation. Go to Aspect. He will sit down with you for 1 hour and explain it to you.
No. I ain't even, no. I'm not saying go to Aspect, bro. I'm saying
you're not saying that, but indirectly.
That made the, no. Let me say what I'm saying, yeah, and then you can go on after that, bro. I'm saying go to the person that made the blood clot comment and talk to them about it and get them to explain. Yeah, if you would need an explanation about anything, you need to go to the person that you was disgruntled with first of all to find out.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is every community has its spokesperson, isn't it? The one that puts out the PR, the one that does all the talking. You get me? Like, it's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just that role that person takes on, and every community's got one. Get me? Like, it doesn't matter whether you're saying I'm black or I'm Turkish or I'm Muslim. Every community's got people that ain't got time to give explanation.
Bruv, listen, there ain't a spokesperson. There is not one spokesperson that speaks for the whole black community. Not one.
No, obviously. Because
all man can speak for is for how he thinks man might feel.
Obviously.
I can't speak for the whole community. I'm saying, forget about trying to reprimand the whole community and make everyone explain. Go to the person directly and talk to them about it. Don't fucking come to me and ask me about it, because I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you go by my explanation of how every community is like a little bubble, and inside every bubble, you got the side that polarizes to the right and the ones that polarize to the left. If you have these sort of groups within groups, you realize that, you know, every single group of people have these sort of internal organs that they're like the organs of the human body that they all have to work together for that whole group to move forward. Get me? So one group's like the head, one group's the heart, one group's like the fighting aspect of it, one group's the cross community bridge, let's say. Yeah, all these organs are contained within all communities. Like, whether you be black, whether you be white, whatever. Get me? Like, you're gonna have like the warrior class. You're gonna have the politicians. Like, every group of people needs to have these organs. It's like a human body, innit? If you take the heart out, there's no point having lungs. You get me? Like, you might say the heart's more important than the lungs, but really every part's important, innit? So you don't go in and start dissecting up a group and saying, let's separate the head from the heart. No, bro. They're a group, innit? They got to work together. So if Shakara say it, yeah, go.
Yeah, in a sec, yeah. I need to jump off still, yeah.
Khan, I still hear you, Khan. I'm listening. You making some valid points, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, if someone like Shakara, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
No, you got to stay with.
I'm gonna be in the meeting for a little while, innit? Still, and I'm not gonna be able to add anyone still. So anyone that wants to jump on, gonna need to jump on now. Still, I've got a long meeting.
Yeah, man. Everyone jump on now, innit? Come on, just in case some of us want to leave.
Jump on.
In other words, Khan's got engagements elsewhere, so he needs to kick himself in a bit.
Easy, the mind reader, the Jedi. Mind control. I like it.
Big up man like Shakara, my age. Come on.
But yeah, see what I'm saying is,
I keep it
someone like Shakara, yeah.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying to God Jacob, yeah. If someone's saying this is my default position, yeah, that doesn't mean that man can't break that or man can't go outside of that. If I'm saying my default position is Sunni Islam, traditional Orthodox Islam, that doesn't mean I can't then switch and become someone else for a second. You get me? Like, that's just my default.
But Khan, check this out. Check this out, Khan. If I'm wilding out, or if I'm saying something out of pocket, I would want Shaka Ra to bring me to the side, then rebuke me in front of you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when James is
that's
explaining,
right there,
when
love.
Yeah, so that's like family, innit? So when James is explaining, he's taken what Shaka's saying out of context, because to make it controversial, to make it extreme, you need to take it from the point where it was said and put it right in the opposite environment and see if that argument still stands. And what James has done is he's done that, and he's shown that he doesn't agree with that statement. Yeah, that he would like stand by somebody and deal with them differently.
But James is allowed to disagree.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, he's allowed to disagree first and foremost. But secondly, he's missed out the most important part, that you're like what God Jacob just said. You're going to let it slide in front of everyone, but behind the scenes, you're still going to go and say to that person, bro, next time don't do that, or, you know, you need to think about this, or whatever it might be. Yeah, there is still that.
What it was, yeah, is James's scenario was a bit different, innit, to the actual scenario of.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Of the thing
of what Shaka was saying.
Because he was saying sort of thing. He was saying this sort of thing like, "Rah, imagine you and your don in a place, and someone just violates him. And you're not just gonna pull the black guy to the side and say, oh,
yeah,
do you know what I'm saying? That you're gonna say something. You're probably gonna say something there and then, innit? But Shaka Ra's never really gonna be in that position, yeah, because he's never gonna be in a fucking rave with his white brethren. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so
yeah, of course.
He's never going to be in that position. So that's what I was trying to say, fam. I might get in that position. Yeah. James might get in that position or something. Get me?
Yeah. But the thing is, though, Shaka, 1 minute, Veli, yeah, we can easily take Shaka's statement as an isolated statement and stretch it any direction we want to disprove it. It don't mean that it's right to do that, because what I'm saying is, what he's saying is, he's saying this is my default position. He's not saying that I will stick to this position as if it's a core principle or a core tenet of my belief. He's just saying, in general, this is where you're going to catch me. I'm going to be on this side. You get me? So I'll give you an example, the opposite of what James is saying, but the same principle. Let's say, for example, Veli, you went to meet the Queen of England and put forward a case to her why, you know, she needs to treat black people differently, for example. And you got one of your underlings with you, and he starts embarrassing you, going up to the Queen and going to her, you're a fucking white bitch. Yeah, right. But you're there to get the job done, innit? For you to turn around and tell him, listen, bruv, fucking fall back right now, yeah? Because we're not here for this fucking name-calling shit. We're here to, like, fucking put a serious case forward that's going to affect the lives of millions of people. At that particular point, yeah, you're not going against blackness, you're just going against one person who's been a dickhead, and you're just saying to him, listen, calm down right now. So I can imagine Shaka doing that. That doesn't mean he's coming away from his position, his default position, like, and you're saying, oh, you're a hypocrite now, we stretched your point as far as we could stretch it, and it went to breaking point, and now you had to change your position, so therefore you're a hypocrite. It's not like that, bro. Man's not putting forward a core belief. He's saying, this is my default. You get me? It's like, this is where you're going to catch me magnetized to this end of the spectrum in general. But I can move, innit? I can go and stretch all around my community. I can go and hang out with militant right-wing people. I can be with the left-wing people. I can be in the center. You get me? Like, I'm like a free radical. I can go everywhere. But my default position where you're going to catch me is here. But James is taking that as a core principle, and he's trying to say, well, if that's your core principle, I'm going to put you in a position where you're going to have to go against your core principle, so it's not worth having that core principle. What I'm saying is, it's not like that.
His default position is brotherhood, and that's what he displayed.
Exactly.
And that was beautiful.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the guy said. He's saying, unity is my priority. That's it.
You get what I'm saying? So, like I said, I would expect him to handle me differently. if me and you, he might cannot agree with nothing I'm saying, but I don't want him to say it right there.
That's right.
In
But
front
I
of
agree
you.
with that. I agree with that. I will stand with that. Like, that's not a problem for me. I wouldn't be saying, oh, you know, Jordan M didn't understand about this White Devils thing, so now we've got to sit down and explain it to him for 3 hours. Nah, brother, Jordan, if you want to be involved in these things, you better pattern up in it. Pick up the pace, learn yourself, and find out, ask questions, get involved. And that's what he did. So credit to Jordan as well, isn't it? Like, he's saying, wait a minute, by becoming a Muslim, I'm getting involved in these other things, and I'm coming into contact with these other people, and I'm hearing things that I never heard in my whole life. That there's these people out there that believe that we're born devils, yeah. So then, initially, he's shocked by that. He's like, "Wow, I never knew that."
Well, he
So then
never knew. He never knew of the devil sentiments. He never knew that.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't
Of
know
course you know
that.
about that,
Nation
man.
of Islam.
That's
Funny,
devil.
man.
That's devil, right? That's devilish right there. If to tell me you had no meaning of what the concept devil is being a devil.
No, I'm not saying what a devil is.
You can say you don't like it, but
Brother Jacob, what I'm saying is he might not have known, or been exposed to the fact that there's a group out there like Nation of Islam that's referring to people as white devils. He might not have known that.
But what?
He might not have seen someone like Leo Muhammad standing up in his face telling him, "Shut up, you devil." Yeah.
Farrakhan been calling people the devil for 50 years. Now you mean to tell me Malcolm X has been calling people the devil?
You don't understand. In the UK, like, they don't let people like Farrakhan in even.
That don't mean he ain't heard of him.
You can't guarantee.
I gotta jump off now, yeah. I can't jump on for a little while now, though, yeah. Nah, yeah.
Alright, cool. Yeah. So you can't tell somebody what they've heard of or what they ain't heard of, bro.
He heard of it. He heard of it.
Yeah, but that to me, that's ignorant. Like, you're saying, I'm just gonna decide for myself that you've heard of it or you ain't heard of it. I'm saying is,
I'm 90% sure that he heard of the concept of double coming out of the nation, and to act surprised and to act hurt is disingenuous.
That is a possibility. I'm not saying it's not possible, but what I'm saying is, if it's the first time he's dealing with it in a public space, yeah, him as well. You got to allow him to learn. Anyway, I've got to go as well.
Proverbs 28:1. What's going on, Becca? What's your take on all this?
Well, it's too early in the morning.
It's a good little conversation to get to get the day jumping off.
Like, I don't understand all that. I haven't been about too tough to find out what Shaka has apparently said or done or whatever. But I met Shaka in the park once before, and he's very respectful. Do you know what I'm saying? So I have no issues with Shaka, right? And I'm sure whatever he done, he did it with good intentions. So, and that's all I'm really gonna say upon it. So.
But look, the nation calls black people the devil too. You get what I'm saying? They are fair when they call people the devil. So just to categorize,
it's just like this whole white devil thing. Obviously, yeah, it is offensive or whatever, but it's just something we've got to kind of get used to. There's a lot of Hebrew Israelites coming out of the woodworks now, like finding out their heritage, and they call us white devils. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's just something you're just gonna have to take with a pinch of salt, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. It seems like it's manufactured outrage, and that's what get me. Like, not all of us are devils, and they always explain that, we know every white person ain't the devil, but we can't do the individual thing. I know it's unfair, but we sometimes have to classify or use the term white devil as a deterrent sometimes. Meaning, until we get to find you out or get to know you, historically, I have to call you a white devil until otherwise, and to prove me wrong. You ain't got to prove nothing to me, but hey, like I said, I've got white associates that I've dealt with on the ship throughout my career and in business today. You get what I'm saying? And we get along good. We do business, we talk about a few things, and we go about our merry ways. So It is what it is. So I mean, this whole I'm surprised. How dare you call me white? You earned that. You earned that title. You worked hard for it. But I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. I get it. Like,
I know you might not like it, but shit, it is what it is. Right?
like, I can't really say anything because, to be fair, like, I always said, and I get quite a lot of stick for saying it, like, we haven't got the best history, have we? So
exactly. So you can't come to me and talk about, but I'm one of the good ones. I'll be like, shit, get the fuck away from me. Shit.
I mean, I'm all for not painting everyone with the same brush. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I'm all for that because that's just me in general. I don't like painting everyone with the same brush. But at the end of the day, like, you've got to see it from the black people's point of view. Do you get what I'm saying? They're gonna be skeptical of white people purely because of the history.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't hate all white people. I just hate 99.9% of them. So there's a glimmer of hope. Like I said, I got some cool white dudes, man. They cool as all out those. They treat me better than my brother. But if my brother was hanging off a cliff and that white guy who treats me better than my brother, I got to pull my brother up and hope that white guy wish him farewell wherever he's going. Now, if it was two white guys hanging off the cliff and the one that treats me the best, or who I had a relationship with, I pull that brother up, and but I don't know. I'm built like that. Experience has taught me to be careful around you guys.
No, I get it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even need to explain it to me, but I get it, innit? Like, I've had many conversations with many different people, like, you know what I'm saying? And I get it. You're gonna be skeptical of white people. It's just the way it is. Our history ain't great. Do you know what I'm saying? And still today, they're like, our history still isn't 100% great. So what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of them tough situations, man. Because Becky, you know the history of, and I'm not even trying to shit on you because I know you support some of the doctrine that we put out there. And I don't really go, like, in my younger days, I used to be right out there calling white people the devil, and because it was fun to me. You know what I'm saying? But now I approach the situation differently. I try to show them through scripture instead of my own, my own ego. You devil, you devil. I still might throw out a join a gym, and all that type of shit. But as you mature, you switch up your tactics in a sense. So, but yeah.
But yo, listen. I got like another 10 minutes. I can quickly add anyone that needs to jump in still. So, yo, people, them. If you want the show to stay up and keep running, jump in, man, because obviously we need panel members to keep the show running still.
Yeah, come get some input. We need some input, a different input, because this is a good segment.
We need people that disagree with what man is saying to come on and say, give their points of view, man. Yeah, man. We need some different points of view still. So
yeah, I just don't like the Shakara, how they come at Shakara angle. And because I think he explained his position clear. And I'm not tracking that one, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Obviously, for the purposes of having a good convo, it's good to have people on both sides of the conversation, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like I say, man, in reality, that without the YouTube thing, just in real life, if someone come up to me and said, so and so said something on the telly, what do you think about it? Like, so fuck off. I told you to fuck off, man. Asking me and think about what you're asking me about, man. Get out of here, man. Is it? But yeah, man. So get up in there, B.
Yeah, it's a great topic right now before it switches to something different. Yeah, man. Hey, you got a brother, right? Say like your brother. Somebody came up to your brother and was like, Leon said this. You be like, man, you got a grown ass man. But
so what, man?
Yeah, so what?
Well, basically, it's not what people won't go to say. They'll go to Leon and say, Veli said so and so.
Other way around.
Yeah. They're gonna try and go to my little bro and ask him about what I said or something. You just say, well, you have to ask him about it, innit?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, just ask him about it, man.
Now, Leon might say, but if you try some bullshit, now both of us gonna be upside your fucking head.
Yeah, of course, obviously. It's broski, innit, man? Like, but yeah, man. Just getting man to just explain themselves every 2 seconds. Jokes and still. Yeah, yo, Khan, I can add you back if you want to jump in still. So, all the people them that want to jump in and chattings and them thing that come through, man. Come in, man.
Come through, because I'm up too. I gotta prepare my day a little bit too. But I jumped on for the dead spots. You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, man. Okay, obviously, like in like another 5 minutes still, I'm gonna be out for about. I can't even listen still because I'm gonna be in a fucking meeting, man. So I'm trying to add people in and see if we could get a little show popping off, and then I can jump back in once that what's it called done. You know what I mean? Like once the show's done. Once the meeting's done.
Yeah, but all James has some valid points, man. I won't knock James totally, but you know.
Come on.
But I mean, like,
Honestly, in this, the scenario that James is giving, is more like a scenario that would happen with someone like me or James. You get me? Like, right, man's got some of my brethren are white. So you get me? Like, so if I was in a spot with one of my white brethren, and me and him's there, and then there's some other dudes that I don't know from nowhere.
Yeah.
Just dissing my man and whatever. Of course, I'm gonna be with my brethren, innit? Like, right,
exactly. I've been in those situations.
You can't diss my brethren. You get me? Right? He's with me, fam. Fuck that. Yeah, man. But like, if it's just like in Speaker's Corner and Leo Muhammad's giving a speech about how much the white man's the devil and shit,
that's his stick. You know what I'm saying? You gotta just take that.
That's
what he do.
A bit different.
That's what I'm saying, Brother Jacob. Like, as a Sunni Orthodox Muslim, I would not take it upon myself to start criticizing Leo Muhammad at that point, because I already understand. Like, if Jordan didn't understand and he not fucked up, but he like made a mistake, that's for him to learn, innit? But myself personally in that position, I wouldn't have said nothing, because Leo Muhammad gave a beautiful speech about how white people, like the white man's oppressing everyone. Like, he's not talking about just black people. He's talking for everyone, isn't it? So we all just shut up and listen, bro. And there's not the point for me to jump in and start saying, "Oh, Nation of Islam, we don't agree with your version of Islam." That's not the time for that.
Hold on a sec here. Let me answer Urban Analysis' question, because obviously I've got to jump off in a sec here. Then everyone on the panel can have a go at the question, fine, like we're saying, and it's a good point, and it's something that we're saying, can you be a friend of the black man without changing your culture? Of course, that's probably the best friends that you're gonna sort of be in. Right. Someone that's gonna be their real self, that's not trying to pretend to be like, right. If imagine your brethren is just pretending to be a black guy or whatever, that's like, what the fuck? That's mad still.
He just likes the music, or he likes the girls, or whatever.
Be yourself all the time. Be you, man. You get me? Then you'll be the truest friend, innit? Yeah, because if we don't get along, then we're not supposed to get along, innit? But if you're just faking and pretending to be you agree with all the points I say, you don't ever challenge nothing and yeah, man, it's different, man. You get me? But definitely, I'll let everyone on the panel have a goal. You get me? Big up Nines in the building. Old type Becky, old type Carney, old big up God of Jacob. You get me? Like
Yeah,
I got to
see the
jump off now
goddess in the
still,
building.
man.
Yes.
Man.
Big
Like,
up,
big up
Biggie.
everyone
Bless
still.
yourself, man.
Big up.
Not there for tower too long. So sorry to just quickly butt in, family, but I ain't got too much time. But Khan, I heard you and your friend having a nice little dialogue this morning, and I
What you
heard,
mean, James Jones?
yeah, that boy there, yeah, him.
Okay.
And so I want to understand, because I heard you say that being pro-black is being what? Is racist. Is that what I heard you
That's
say?
what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm now in the process of investigating what it means to be pro-black. Obviously, I'm talking to people that I know.
Hold on. So you're investigating what it means to be pro-black, but in the meantime, you're saying that being pro-black is being racist, bab.
No, I'm not saying that. You're making that like I'm slandering the entire community. What are you trying, 94? Don't even try that.
Don't backpedal,
Carl. What did you say? I thought I heard you and James agreeing, and then he kind of reversed a little bit. And then you made started making analogies between a bad Muslim and a bad Kafir or whatever. So let's reverse a bit. Is being pro-black being racist, Con?
Possibly.
How so, please?
Okay, so if you're saying that for you to be pro-black gives you carte blanche to put everybody else down, yeah.
Whoa. Where did you get that from, bub?
DC Brad.
DC Brad.
Yeah.
So you've heard DC Brad say that, and then you come back and then you say, generally,
but this was like,
being pro-black. Hold on, young man. Hold on, big man. Sorry, I saw your wrinkles. So you're saying that he said that now, that means anyone that's pro-black is racist. Is that what you're saying, bab?
No.
Oh no. So what are you saying?
What I said already.
Which is
I'm asking people, what does it mean to be pro-black? And I'm getting their explanation. So really, I could ask you right now, in your opinion,
not what I heard you say,
what
brother.
does it mean to be pro-black?
I didn't hear you say that. I heard you say being pro-black is basically tantamount to being racist, and that being pro-black subjugates.
Yeah,
Who are we subjugating?
What you're saying.
Who do pro-black people subjugate?
According to what DC Brad was saying, he's saying that.
Leave DC Brad out of it. Yeah, I'm tired of talking to people
that it's okay.
and people bringing in other people.
You can't tell me how to
I'm
speak.
talking to you and what your interpretation is. You understand me? Because I know you don't listen to DC Brad. So why you listen to DC Brad now?
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
I'm listening.
Whether it be pro-black or Britain first or let's make America great again, or whatever it is, one sec about let's just get to what I'm saying first, and then you can speak, innit? So what I'm saying is, when I'm hearing this phrase,
I want to, Carl. Listen, only if I want it to
let me speak or what?
Let's not get it twisted. But go on, bub.
All right, cool. All right, please allow me. Yeah.
There you go.
Because my intention wasn't what you're portraying. Let me put it forward. What I'm hearing is this saying, this phrase, this label called pro-black, and it's being portrayed to me in many different ways. Yeah. So when I'm using the word pro-black, I'm saying I've heard, I know it to be a positive thing, but I've heard it being used in a negative way. So I'm now trying to understand if this movement has gone in a different direction and I've been left behind and I need to catch up and find out what's going on and carry out investigations.
Wait. What do you mean? And you've been left behind? What do you mean?
So my understanding of it has been left behind. It needs to be updated.
Sorry?
My understanding of it has been left behind and it needs to be updated. Because movements, by the definition of what they are, move, innit? That's why it's called a movement, because it moves, innit? So sometimes something can move in a direction that you maybe took your eye off the ball and you weren't watching it, and it's gone off on its own thing, and you ain't kept tabs on it, and now you need to update and catch up and say, well, wait a minute, what have you lot done? You gone over there with it, yeah? Okay. So now I know where you stand, innit? I need to know where you stand. So when someone says I'm pro-black, I need to understand what they mean, because it don't mean what it used to mean.
All this, hold on. For ages and ages and ages and ages and ages, I've been hearing you say you're amongst the black community. You're great, whatever.
Never you heard that.
Yeah.
Never you heard.
And now you're. I thought man like you would have definitely. What are you saying, Babs?
What does that mean? Amongst.
Sorry.
What does amongst mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? What do you think it means?
Like, it doesn't add anything to that. To what degree is amongst? You could be married to a black woman and have black kids, and then you're amongst. Or you could just be saying hello to your neighbor and you're amongst. Amongst doesn't really give enough of an explanation. What does amongst mean?
Oh,
I'm living in London. There's black people around me. I'm amongst black people.
Con, you are always banging on that you're amongst the people. And don't start this bollocks now. You understand? No bother with that.
I'm asking
so the point that I am making is that as a man that says he's amongst the community, I thought you would have had an understanding already. You understand me? But from you now telling me I've got to go and investigate this, that, and the other, then calm, I understand what I want in it. But pro-black being a movement, I don't know. Pro-black is just being. You understand? It's just being. Yeah.
Damn
but
right.
I want to know, what do you think you're getting left behind? Like, what do you mean left behind? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Not being left behind, but my understanding of something might need to be updated, isn't it?
Okay. Well, that may be true. You know what I mean? That could definitely be true. And just be careful who you're, you know what I mean, receiving information from. You understand me? But I take great offense, you understand me? Because I did hear what you said about someone being pro-black is being racist. I take great offense to that. You understand me?
That wasn't a blanket statement. That wasn't a blanket statement. No. But what I'm saying is, within the black community, there could be militant elements that might identify themselves as pro-black, but to extreme level.
So why? Hold on, wait.
Now you have these elements within all communities.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Word, sound, and power. Why is a pro-black person then militant?
No, I'm saying there could be a militant wing of it.
A militant wing of it.
Right. So, for example, if you draw a circle. Let me explain, man. So if you draw a circle and you say this is the black community.
What was that?
I'm saying, if you draw a circle,
so
if you draw a circle,
I gotta go soon,
hold on, let me explain.
Listen, no. Listen. I know 1 and 2 Turkish people, Khan. Yeah, are Turkish people pro-Turkish, Khan?
Yeah,
I've been there, Khan.
Is
I
that
can tell
racist?
you about Turkey.
Yeah, some of them racist, of course.
So because they're pro-Turkish, they're racist.
No, that's the part where you're making a mistake.
But hold on, you do have pro-Turkish people that are Turkish, right?
Yeah.
Are they racist?
Yeah, some of them are.
So I've been to Thessaloniki. They all racist.
Why are they racist?
Hell.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Why are they racist?
There's 2 things that you said, and you're trying to make them into one thing.
Why are they racist? Let's just go one.
I don't know why they're racist, bruv. They're racist,
racist, fam. So you must know why they're racist.
Because they're racist, innit? Like they're racist. There's racist people in this world, innit? Where are you gonna find them? You're gonna find them on the left or the right. Hold on.
You said,
babe, you're not letting me explain. You're asking me for explanation, but you're not letting me explain.
Go on, try a thing. All right,
thank you. So what I'm saying is, if you draw a circle and you say this is a community, you got the left and you got the right, innit? Yeah? I'm not educating. I'm just saying my perception. You're free to correct me. This is my perception. So every community has people that polarize to the left or to the right. Yeah. If I'm gonna find racist people, they're not gonna be in the fucking left wing of the bubble. They're gonna be on the right wing. It doesn't matter what community you're talking about.
Right,
yeah.
So I don't know where you're going. But as a woman, I'm gonna try and keep you on track. You understand? I know man them like to veer off, start dreaming of other things. So I asked you a question. Yeah. Are Turkish people pro-Turkish? Your answer was
Yeah.
Right. Does that make them racist? Your answer is
No.
no. Right. So a person can be
But
pro-Turkish.
But if I was looking for the racist one, I know where to look.
So a person can be pro-Turkish, but not be racist. But a black person who's pro-black is racist.
No.
How does that work now? Go on.
No. What I'm saying to you is, I didn't say black people were racist. I don't know what you're talking about. How are you trying to make me trip up and say that I ever said that black people are racist? I'm not saying that.
You said being pro-black is tantamount to being racist. Don't let me rewind the thing, you know. Don't let me rewind the thing.
Imagine we're talking about a group
there's
of
no
people.
Imagining. Are you saying you made a mistake?
If we're I'm saying if I'm looking for racist black people, am I going to be looking in the pro-black?
We're not going to do all of this, mate. Yeah, let's just stick to the point.
You're having a laugh.
I'm not laughing yet. Funny. I might bust out in a little bit, but I'm not laughing yet. So,
you're funny.
Are pro-black people racist?
No, not all of them.
Oh, you know what? We'll leave it there. All right, we're done talk. So you're retracting your statement, then, yes?
No, but what I'm saying is when I'm using this label,
are you retracting that statement? Yes or no?
If I made that statement in a conversation,
yes, you did. Yes, you did. You made that statement.
Right,
yes, you did.
All right, then I'm retracting it.
All right, then. All right. Good vibes.
But I wasn't able to fully explain.
That's it. I'll come back in a bit, but that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Who, Kyle, you were sweating up there, brother. She had you on the witness stand.
Yeah, she's not easy. She's not easy.
You should have took this fifth.
But what I'm saying, God of Jacob, that's irrelevant. Like what I'm saying is, if you draw a diagram, yeah, as a circle, and you put every community's name on it, and every community has, for example, a body, yeah, and it has organs inside it. It's going to have the left side. It's going to have the right side. It's going to have the center. It's going to have the militant wing. It's going to have the racist part. That all comes within your community. You get me? And every community has got all those elements. Let's not get it twisted. No matter what community we're talking about, there's going to be racist and non-racist, left wing and right wing. These people are all constituent parts of a community. Like as foreign people living in the UK, we're never going to imagine that we could turn this country 100% not racist. There's always going to be racist people out there. The fact is, we just don't want them to be the majority or have enough power to influence the majority.
Khan, I have been to your country. I have been to Thessaloniki damn near 100 times. And that place is racist. We used to pull in that port, Khan, and say, everybody ready? We put all our Timberland boots on because we know once we hit the beach, it's on and popping, and it never failed. The women loved us, but you carnitos, it was game on.
Yeah,
and you know that. That's one of the major ports, shipping ports in there.
I've never been to that place.
You should go check it out.
Confused because Thessalonica is in Greece, not in Turkey.
No, I mean Istanbul. Right. That's what it is. Istanbul, Turkey. And we used to always say, everybody suited up, everybody ready, let's go get it.
Hold on. Istanbul is a capital, well, it used to be the capital city.
I don't give a damn what it is. I know the people in there.
Hold on, bro. Istanbul, yeah, like most capital cities, is a majority made up of immigrants. So
don't give me that shit.
Hold on. If you're trying to understand Turkish people, yeah, it's like you're trying to understand English people. When you get a picture of what it means to be English, yeah, you're not really going to get that from London because London's got its own flavor. Same as Istanbul, it's got its own way of doing things.
They didn't know when we showed up. Yeah. It was like the whole city was against the black brothers, and we was with it too.
Well, that's your experience, isn't it? So I can't judge that.
Okay.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe you're confusing Kurds for Turks. maybe you don't know what quarter or what part of Istanbul you was even in. And you're saying that all these people in Istanbul, they're all Turks. Yeah, but that's not the case.
So now you separate them. So there's an extremist element,
bro. You got a community of Greeks that live in Istanbul. So I don't know what part of Istanbul you went to, and I'm sure you don't know either.
I've been there plenty of times to know they were Turks.
So yeah, so they're Turks the same way as we're all British.
Nah, don't give me that shit. You trying to create a loophole to say it wasn't the Turks, it was the immigrants.
I'm saying, do you know for a fact that people were Turks?
I know for a fact in Istanbul they didn't like black people. That's a fact.
So why do all the top football players that play for Galatasaray and places like that, they're all black and they're all dating supermodels and they're all walking around Turkey like they own the place and no one's saying nothing to them.
Business.
But you, being an American GI, turn up there and people have been horrible to you and you're like, it's because I'm black. No, mate, it's because you're American. It's because you're an American.
No,
and it's because you're military. Listen, let me tell you something.
You know how I know it's not just America? Because the white. Hold on, Khan. Listen. You know how? After this, I'm gonna be quiet. You know how I know it just wasn't about being in America? Because the white guys was walking up and down that street with liberty. Nobody was fucking with them. Nobody was doing nothing. The black brothers had to roll 10 to 15 deep just in case shit popped off. So it wasn't because it was a GI thing. The white GIs, as you call it, were walking in any place they wanted to, shopping freely. But the black GIs, as you call it, we had to roll 10 deep for when shit popped off, and it eventually did. And we did what black GIs do. We took ass and took names.
Anyway, so to come back to what Nanifa was asking me, are there racist Turkish people? Yes, there are. So I'm not really contradicting myself.
I hear you, Khan. You can't con me, Khan. You can't con me, Khan. I've been all over this globe, Khan.
You don't sound like the kind of guy that could get conned easily, bro. But like, what I'm saying is, I ain't defending people where I ain't even from there. I ain't never stepped foot in Istanbul for me to be defending the Istanbul population. For all I know,
I'll take that.
They could be racist. Get me? For all I know, hold on, brother. For all I know, yeah, they could be racist. For all you know, yeah, I could be sitting here looking as black as you. Because I'm saying I'm Turkish, you're judging my color, saying, oh, you're a certain color, yeah? You're the average Turkish look, yeah? You look, you got that, that Turkish look. But that might not even be the case. You get me, God the Jacob? Because you're making judgments as well. For all you know.
I'm bringing up an experience.
No, but you're judging me as well. You're saying to me, where you're from, people who are like you are treating me like this. And I'm saying, no, wait, number one, I'm not from there. Yeah, and where we're from, the ethnic mix is different.
Cool.
Where we're from, we got black mixed in with us. So we're not really going to be racist to black people for a start. Secondly, some of my relatives, look black. So if I'm going to Istanbul, as a Turkish person from a different part of Turkey or a different part of, let's say even Cyprus, which ain't even part of Turkey.
Cyprus is another racist spot too, but go ahead.
Yeah, but it depends what part. There's two Cypruses, isn't it? What part do you mean?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, all right. So what I'm saying is, if people from my area, where we're from, or my ethnic mix went to Istanbul, we might be getting racism as well.
I'll buy that car just for the conversation's sake. But what I'm saying is, you grew up in what, London, right? Or you're a British guy, right? So had you come up in the Istanbul culture, you would have probably been like them, right?
Well, this is what I'm saying to you. You're assuming that I can take their culture because you're saying ethnically you're the same as them. You just grown up in a different part. What I'm saying to you, which I said to you 2 seconds ago, is where I'm from, the ethnic mix is different. Do you understand? So we're not the same as them anyway. Like
I hear you looking for a loophole to try to put yourself in this black shit.
Ain't Ain't a loophole. I'll show you a photograph on my wall of my grandmother, and she's black as you.
Man,
Like, I might
I
not
don't
be
care
black,
what you show me. It's what's
bro,
in you.
whatever.
It's the
That's what I'm
spirit.
saying. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
And you
you're
have the
judging me
spirit
because
of
I'm saying,
Istanbul.
okay, out of look, man. I've never heard of a place where you could say that place is 100% racist, and it seems to me that that's what you're trying to say. And I would object. I would object to that, and I would say that me being a human being, forget
I
being
expect you
Turkish,
to
being
object to
black.
that.
No. There's no such place where everyone is racist. And that's what you're saying. And that don't make sense.
I'm saying
Especially
Istanbul
a
is
capital
racist
city.
towards black people.
Yeah, but that's your own personal experience.
That's the experience of shit. 300 other black people that walked off that ship.
Well, I'll take the word for it, innit? That maybe that is the case, yeah. But I find it hard to believe. But I'll take your word for it, innit?
Look,
Yeah,
you
they're
can't
racist.
be look, Khan, you can't be lukewarm in this shit. Like if your
it
people
don't matter
fucked
to
up,
me.
you gotta call it out.
It don't matter. It don't matter to me that they're racist.
You know why you
because
scary,
I'm not from
Khan?
there.
Khan, here's why you so scary. Well, not scary as far as strictly, but dangerous. Because you try to play both sides of the fence. You can't be lukewarm around me. You either gonna be this or that.
I'm not.
That middle line shit, I can't fuck with you on that. Because the shit hit the fan. About? I'm saying you too lukewarm. It wasn't all my people. I have a picture of a black woman. It wasn't all my people. No, pick a side. I don't do lukewarm. Because lukewarm will get you fucked up.
Bro, I'm telling you, I ain't from there. I'm not representing them people. They're not even ethnically the same as me. And you're trying to tell me that they are.
Just like them. Is that your picture on this YouTube thing?
That's fucking Al Pacino, man.
Oh, well, you look like he look like them too. Shit. All you motherfuckers looking like to me.
Color's only skin deep, bro.
You put a picture of your grandma up there, right? You said put a picture of Carnito, and I can tell you if you part of them people. You won't do that.
Color's only skin deep, yeah.
Well, he's trying to say that it is, so yeah.
Okay.
Not in the way what you're saying, Ananifa. I know what you're trying to say.
I've not said nothing, fam. How come you always know what I'm gonna say? Yo, Benji.
Because you're always got the negative.
Stop it.
Listen.
Stop thinking that you know what I'm gonna say that I'm thinking. Stop it. Stop it. Okay? Just stop it.
Okay.
Next, you'll be saying that I'm indirect and I make inferences. Go on, say it.
I've never said that about you.
I dare ya.
I've never said that about you. I always thought you was very direct.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
And
as do I.
Even when you
they tried to fit me
even
up,
when you were saying, yeah, they were trying to fit you up. It happens. It does happen. People try to fit people up. It happens a lot.
Oh, sure, all the time, man. But it just shows that the 9 is real. You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
So, what did you think about the debate last night? I mean,
well, I missed it, man. I was on Jedi's. We were doing that thing, innit? Extremely balanced advice show.
Oh, because I think I woke up and I heard you on the after show.
Yeah.
So what was you adding to the after show now?
Nothing, man. I just went on there and it was just like, trying to keep it going, like keep it moving. Keep it like,
Who was on there with you?
Let me think. Oh shit. It was me, Buddha, Reggie, and Respect.
Scheme.
So really I was having a conversation with Reggie because Reggie's like, he's a Christian, innit? Like, and he tries to kind of like be involved in political things and racial things, and really he don't really have a view on none of them things there. His point of view is from a Christian point of view, really. Like in essence, that is where he stands, like in Christianity. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's his position, isn't it? He's a Nigerian
nothing
guy
wrong with Christianity.
living in, so he's a Nigerian guy living in London, Yeah, and like to him, he's not involved in like this pro-black movement or black politics or being politically black, or he's not for black people per se. He's not.
And
Like
you know this because
of things that come out of his mouth. Like he kind of like sees himself as, you know, a guy who's from a particular tribe. Don't think of himself as black until he maybe come to London. He's surrounded by white people, and then he's like, okay, so obviously now I'm black, innit? But like where he grew up, he didn't have the identity of being black. Get me? So when he comes to London now, it's sort of like forced upon him to assume this stance of I'm black. Get me? But really, can we expect that of him? That somebody who's come from a country.
Who can who?
We as people, like, can we expect someone who hasn't been raised within an identity to then all of a sudden, once he's been through his formative years and he's an adult, to then all of a sudden be able to assume an identity that's been given to him inadvertently by other people, saying to me, by the way, when you step off the plane,
from Reggie? Hold on a minute. Who is expecting all of this from Reggie, Bab?
People in general, no one specifically. But
like
in general,
who? Like who?
Like me.
Like you.
I'm a person. I interact with Reggie. The fact that Reggie is black, I can't assume.
You care. Hold on a minute. You care as to how Reggie identifies himself.
Of course.
Is that what you're saying to me?
How am I going to interface with him if I don't know what his position is?
But you just said what his position is.
I'm saying after speaking to him for so long, yeah, I've come to the personal understanding that Reggie is a Christian. That's his identity.
Everyone knows Reggie's a Christian. You didn't know, you get me? So I don't know what kind of investigation you've done, but everyone knows that. Next.
Obviously, you ain't that interested.
What? I'm not that interested in what, Con?
In delving deeper into what makes up a person. Because he's not really opposing you.
He's told you that he's a hold on. He's told you he's a Christian. He's told you that he's tribal. Sorry?
He ain't opposing you. You got no reason to start delving deep into the makeup of Reggie's psychology.
He's not opposing you. So how is so Reggie's opposing? Okay, hold on. So Reggie is opposing you.
Yeah.
Why is he opposing you?
Because I'm a Muslim.
Okay, so he's opposing your ideology.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So because of that, you're what, checking his blackness? No.
I'm interested in what elements constitute his psychological framework of who he is as a person.
What elements? Say that again.
What parts, yeah, of his personality come from where? So when I'm dealing with him, yeah, I need to understand when he's coming at me, is he coming at me from what original position? What is he coming at me from? And I can now see that with Reggie, whatever he's saying is solely based on, which is very hard to find, someone whose identity is solely based on one particular thing, and that thing is Christianity. So
that's a lie.
It's hard to find.
Most people stop lying on the youth, because you've heard the youth say you just said that the youth said he's tribal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you mean? His whole thing is not just based on Christianity. His thing is you yourself have just said that you know that he's tribal. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that he doesn't necessarily deal with blackness, but he's tribal. So obviously he comes from an African tribe. So it could be argued by default, then he is of himself, innit? He's of his tribe, innit?
Yeah.
So what more do you need to investigate? Are you of your tribe?
That part of his tribe, that part of his persona, the tribal element, he's not bringing it to the forefront, and it doesn't come into play.
Who gives a
Exists.
fuck? Who does he need to?
I give a fuck because the
his
guy's coming at
tribalism
me.
to? Huh?
No, you don't understand.
No,
He's
I
coming at
do
me
understand.
as a person that I would deem as an Islamophobe. So I need to understand, where is this fear of Muslims or hate of Muslims coming from? So what I'm saying is he might be a tribal person, but being in England, his tribalism doesn't come into play. It's not used in any kind of
listen to me, yeah. Listen, man.
It's not
All you do
weaponized.
is speak to Reggie online. You understand me? You're not you're not amongst him in the day, the night, the evening, or whatever. You understand me? He probably speaks his own language. You understand? His own food.
With who? He's here on his own. He's here on his own. He's got no one to speak his language to. What's he speaking on his phone to people back home, you mean?
What are you saying, that he has no family in England, man?
Right, that's what I'm saying to you. I've carried out investigations. When I'm dealing with people, I like to find out about them, innit?
You know what?
He ain't got no one here. He lives in a predominantly white area, like Twickenham or wherever he lives.
I'm scared. You know what? Say no more, man. Because I've heard you use this word investigation about 5 times, fam. And I'm not with it. You get me? Because I know there's a whole heap of investigating. We're probably being taped. Tutu's, I'm gonna be watching the screen and seeing my fucking name.
But what to me, what I mean by investigate, what I mean by investigate means I don't really form a concrete.
Listen, my done talk. This conversation is over. Yeah. From your talk about investigation. Yeah, it's only police and blood cleat reporters I know investigate. My done talk.
My mind's investigative. I've got an investigative mind.
All right, you go and investigate. Do not come and investigate me, you know. I do not want no investigations. I don't want no tapings. Nothing, you know. Because I'm not.
Maybe I want to delve a bit.
You get me? Mean? No, I don't want no one delving into my shit. No,
you don't want no one delving. What about probing?
I'm good.
You don't like probing?
I'm good.
You're good for probing.
Me ain't of them something there. You see me? I say.
So you don't want to get investigated.
Me ain't of them something there. So this conversation is over, man. You get me? I'm starting to get digi, to be honest. I'm feeling hot. I'm not gonna lie.
Kai got a wire.
So,
Kai got a wire.
Again, I'm going again.
All right, cool. Yeah. So what was you saying?
You were saying you were saying you had a wire on.
Yeah, of course. So God of Jacob, what I'm saying is, play. Sometimes you got to play the game. Sometimes you got to play the person, innit? So when you're dealing with strategy, when someone's coming at you, the more information you got, the better, innit? So whatever you can learn about that person, especially me being a people person, it's quite easy for me to find out about you, your mindset, where you're from, why you say the things you say, and is it real, or are you just bullshit? Like, are you really about what you're saying you're about, innit? Like, if you're saying I'm, for example, a white nationalist, I want to know, are you really a white nationalist? Are you fake? Because there's a lot of, in every camp, they got fake people.
If a man tells me he's a white nationalist, I believe it.
Yeah, I believe it, but I'm saying is like, how hardcore is it?
I need no further investigation.
Yeah, fine. But what I'm saying is there's people out there that they're just white nationalists these days because it's fashion, or they get views and likes. To be an Islamophobe and open up a YouTube channel, you're going to get likes all day, innit?
Kai, I have a question for you, bro.
Get views.
What must black people do to make you cease your investigation? What do you need to know? How can you close the case? You said you're doing an investigation.
Hold on, bro. Like, what you're saying there is a massive assumption. Like, you think I'm just going to skip over that? What do you mean? What must black people do? Like, what does that mean? You're suggesting that I'm carrying out investigations solely on black people, or are you suggesting that I'm carrying out investigations on all black people?
I'm repeating what you said. You said pro-black. You investigating it. How can we close the case?
The term. I'm investigating the term, not the people.
Well, let's speak of the term. What do you need to do? What are you looking for? How can we close this case on the term? What is suffice?
I spoke to one person, namely James Jones, and we cross-referenced our terms. So when we're talking about pro-black, I was asking him, if he agrees with me that being pro-black could be seen as racist if X amount of criteria was met. That was the conversation, and he agreed.
What's the criteria? Hold on. What's the criteria?
Feeling that you can basically put other people down, and that is equal to putting your people up. So really, someone like Shakira, for example, he's working in black betterment. He's putting his own people up. Yeah. Now that's opposite position from someone like DC Brad, who probably doesn't really do that much community work, and he's not really in the business of putting people up. But for him, he's saying, well, I can easily put my energy into putting other people down, and that somehow becomes the same. Oh, me putting my people up is equal to me putting other people down. So inadvertently, you fall into the trap of being racist.
So to be for my people is racist?
No, it can be racist.
All right. Should I be for your people?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So
how can you be for my people?
If I say I want my people to be on top, that's pro-racist. I mean that's racist. I'm trying to track.
You want your people. You want to be
me personally. I would like to see black people.
No. That wasn't the situation. What we established, and what James Jones was saying, is that if you see black people as being in a deficit, does that justify them being or taking on strategies of like behavior that you might deem a little bit what's the word?
Well, why you focus on that word? What is behavior? What is the behavior that triggers, oh, they're pro-black? What is that behavior?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you say these people are pro-black, you're looking at basically a camp of people, and within that camp of people, there will be factions. So there will be some that are racist. There will be some that aren't racist. So what we're trying to do is determine is if they are all racist, and if racism is a pivotal part of that movement, which it doesn't seem to be at the moment. But this is the question that I'm asking. So it's obviously it's about my own personal learning and understanding and investigating and discovering. This is like my own thought process that I'm talking to James
about. So the black people that you grew up amongst in North London, did you consider them pro-black, or did you just consider them, you know what I mean, just like
I honestly consider myself to be. I honestly consider myself to be pro-black.
So does that make you racist?
This is what I'm saying. If there's a faction or a part of this pro-black section of people,
wait. Let's just deal with that. Wait. You consider yourself to be pro-black, yeah? All right, then, cool. Does that make you racist?
No.
So then, why was the statement made in the first place? And why do we have to be having this reasoning or this discussion?
No, but you're holding me to account. You're asking me questions, and I'm giving you answers.
No, I'm actually asking questions to the statements that you're making. You understand me? So me now, I'm pro-black in it.
I never made no statement.
Yeah, but I'm not racist. Yeah, and we don't try to subjugate anyone else. So then, if you know that, why do you think that there needs to be a discussion?
But that's you and your people. I'm saying, is there other people that are in the same group as you that don't have that opinion?
So who do you think? Who do you think may be pro-black and racist?
All right, let me say something to you. No offense, yeah, but there was something that you said that initially, at face value, sounded racist.
Like, which was?
Yeah? Which was when you said only a black woman can produce a black child.
How is that racist, Colin? Like, seriously, are you really?
I'm not saying. Hold on, we're talking.
Are you saying that a non-black woman? So hold on a minute, because I'm gonna have to put on my earphones. Are you saying that a non-black woman can produce a black child?
You're skipping to the end of the conversation.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking you the question.
I'm saying
you can't think that a non-black woman No, Khan, I ain't got time, man. You don't take too long, man. Do you
mean we're here all day?
Black, I ain't got all day. Do you think that a non-black woman can have a black child, Khan? A black child.
This is
I didn't
what
say
I'm saying.
mixed. I didn't say a dual mixed.
I had to. No, but I'm saying is you raised the subject that never even crossed my mind. So I had to think about it, innit? So I had to investigate and think about it in my mind. What is she saying? It sounds racist, but I know she's not racist. So if she's not racist, why is she saying something that sounded racist? Yeah. So I had to think about it. I had to digest it.
Okay. So all right, cool. Wait. So wait, man. So hold on. So when you heard me say that a non-black woman cannot have a black child, you considered that to be a racist statement?
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I said,
what did you consider it to be?
At face value, the initial reaction to your statement was something that could be deemed racist. In other words, I'm not going to jump to say that's racist, but I need to at least look at it and think, wait a minute.
But it is that statement.
I need to decide,
okay. But it was that statement that you
racist or not.
But it was that statement that you was relating to, yeah?
Yeah, it was questionable. It was like, is this racist or not?
Okay, cool.
Do you understand?
And after have you finished your investigations on that statement yet, Bab? Or is that work in progress?
Like only a couple of days ago. Like I come to the realization.
Completed. So what was what was the conclusion of that investigation, please?
That you wasn't racist.
Excellent.
And it's not a racist statement.
Any further findings or recommendations for myself, Bab, before I go?
Don't give up your day job because the comedy thing ain't working for you.
I'm on my way right now, so I'll take that into consideration, Bab. Thank you very much. Okay.
All right, babe. Have a lovely day.
Kai, you a character, bro.
You too.
Hey, Kai.
So
go ahead. You got it. You an interesting character. Cool. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is we're just talking, innit? Like this is just like people should be free to talk, innit? Like if someone wants to criticize me, if someone wants to judge me or criticize me, I'm here for that. Do you know what I mean? If people want to start saying Khan's this and Khan's that and Khan's yeah, feel free to do that, but just know that it don't really affect me that much, like what you think of me, because I'm all about
vice versa.
So by the time you make a decision about who I am, I've probably changed. I'll probably evolve or become a better person by the time you decide to pigeonhole me and work out, oh, he's this guy. Yeah. That by the time you work that out, I'll probably already change from that position and move forward.
Carl, that's your problem. You change too much. You change too much for me.
That's fine as long as you say for me.
When you want to be black, you throw up Granny's picture.
I want to be black, bro. I want to be a color. Why would I want to be black? Why would I want to be any color?
Granny is like, yo, it's a spade. Bam, you smack it on the table like Granny Black.
Yeah, my grandmother was Ethiopian. Like, what do you want me to do about it?
I'm just saying, you use that card as if it's a way into this blackness.
No,
and I say no.
I don't care if your granny is black. How can it be? No, but you're making two assumptions. Yeah, but you're making two assumptions. Number one, you're making out like as if I see any value in being a color, which I don't. And the second assumption you're making is I'm somehow saying that I'm playing a card, which I'm not. So
brother,
null and void.
You said there's no value in color. Well, there was a lot of money made off black people in slavery. So color did have a value. Can we agree about that, Carl?
Yeah, but you're missing out the conversation, the part where I said I I don't see any value in color. I can't operate on eyes. And snipping it. Yeah, well, that's your problem, innit? Like, I'm giving you a statement and you're snipping it up with your little scissors, and you're like, okay, we can piece these things together. Yeah, but if I give you a newspaper and a pair of scissors, you can make the Magna Carta. You get me? That's it's irrelevant.
But it sounded good, I guess.
Yeah, it did sound good.
Yeah. So what's your stand? Is doing your investigations, what did you come up with the Nation of Islam? Or is that still an active
Yeah, so when this Leo, I don't know if you watched the video, yeah, about Leo, this very good speech that Leo Muhammad gave at Speaker's Corner, yeah. But everything what he said in that speech, I agreed with, and I was thinking, these don't really sound like the American branch of Nation Islam, where he's coming at it from a different angle, Leo Muhammad, yeah.
Mhm.
And when people questioned him about the statement of saying the white devil, he explained it very well. He said that if a man is a Muslim, then he's my Muslim brother.
Mhm.
Then regardless of him being white or not, he's my brother.
And faith.
My,
Everybody always leave that last portion out. He said, "You're my brother in faith," meaning he
but that's not what he
prioritized.
said.
He did.
That's
Leo
not what he
Muhammad
said, though.
He said, "You can be my brother in faith."
No, you asked me what he said. I'm telling you what he said. I'm not telling you what he missed out. That's what you're telling me right now.
Oh, that's what he said. I saw that video
No.
in the Hyde Park, right?
Hmm.
He said, "You can be my brother in faith," meaning he still prioritizes the flesh.
What he said, which I agree with, regardless of your skin color, when you're talking about the white man or the man, yeah, and then you're talking about, on the other hand, a Muslim, yeah, or a brother in faith, those two things are not the same, and there's no crossover.
Exactly.
There's a distinct line. So if you're a Muslim, you can't be part of the establishment and be the man or the white man.
The Talek is a Muslim, and he still ballyhoos pro-black, and that's why I never really try to argue with that brother, because he's a Muslim, he's in his faith, but he will go hard for black people. So if you say he can't be that, then I say, for an example, look at the Talek. He's a Muslim, he's deep in his faith, but he understands this black experience, and he don't go along with the narrative of I see no color, and that's what I respect about that brother's makeup. So when you say is he not a Muslim? Because I like his version of Muslim because he go hard for black people. So when you say as a Muslim they're not supposed to, well, I say, well, hold on, the black Talek is my dude. I like his position.
I don't know what part of what I'm saying that you're not understanding, but what you
try to say Muslim is not a color.
I never said that. I said that Leo Muhammad's statement drew a distinction between somebody who is the man or the white man, and a distinction between that and somebody who is his brother in faith. So where he's drawing the line, that distinction is showing that them two things can't be one thing. There's no crossover. So you can't be a white Muslim and at the same time simultaneously be aligned with white power or white supremacy or white superiority or white subjugation of non-white people. He's saying, if you're a Muslim, then you're on my side. Yeah. If you're not a Muslim and you're white, then you're part of the problem. You're part of the.
So basically, hold on, let me squeeze in real quick. So basically, Leo identified two types of white men: the man and the white Muslim in faith. But I guarantee you, and this is in my opinion, that Leo still looks at that brother in faith as the man.
Right. So this is what I'm asking, based on that lecture that he gave. Yeah, I'm asking: is he now doing taqiyya? In other words, is he lying, to hide his true feelings in order to seem more politically correct, or is he like doing public relations?
I don't know. You probably would want to investigate that. Make that open that case up and let that go active. You might want to investigate.
Well, yeah. Well, when I'm saying investigating, what I mean is I'm not going to rush to no concrete judgment or conclusion. It's still
investigation is not a rush. Just investigate.
Still open. Yeah. Well, like if you don't have an investigative mind and you rush to concrete judgments, you might feel solid in your position because you surrounded yourself with a lot of concrete.
Mm-hmm.
So
But in my
That's all
opinion,
good.
I
But
believe
I'm,
he
I'm
is
off a
two white
fluid.
men the same.
I'm off. Yeah. So I agree with you. I agree with you that that is a possibility that he's basically saying you're my brother in faith, but you always have the potential to revert to your type and go back to where you
He
come
has
from
that. He
originally.
has that potential to convert to his nature, evil,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
wicked,
But
the devil.
yeah, so right. So but we're giving people the
He's
we're
giving him the
giving
benefit of
people
the doubt.
the benefit of the doubt that they can transcend or evolve or grow out of their original position. So we have to give people that room to grow in it. You start hedging people in and saying, well, you're in this group and he's in that group and there's no room for growth, then what we're saying about people, we're basically limiting people, marginalizing people. Get me?
Brother,
And
I'm gonna
if
say
we take on
at this rate, you're gonna have a lot of open, active pro-black cases at this rate you're going. That you're gonna investigate everything about the black man. So you're gonna need to hire new staff
not about
and
no
investigate
no no
all these pro-black cases. Some of them might go
no. What
cold,
you
turn
trying
into
to you
cold
trying to
cases.
make me out to be some sort of infiltrating force, like some sort of an agent? Like I think that's a really
No,
bit of an
I'm making
insult.
out your
And
statements. That's all I'm
obviously you
doing.
don't know me, and you're coming on here
Thanks,
chatting,
God.
and it's all like I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're talking to me on a level, but really what you're doing is indirectly you're tarnishing me. Why would I
No, no,
waste
no.
my time? Why would I waste my time talking to you?
I don't know, but you can
You
feel free to do You can do Carnito's way anytime you want to.
yeah, nice film as
Carnito's way.
well. Isn't
Yeah, I enjoyed
it?
it. You can do
Yeah,
Carnito,
that's what I'm
but
doing, bro.
it was a good conversation,
Dancing.
though. It was a
Yeah,
good
it's cool.
conversation.
It was.
So, what else we got to talk about, Carnito?
Why don't you talk for a little while? You might be getting tired of
Nah,
interrogating me.
nah. I love to hear the other side talk. You learn a lot of stuff. That's
Other
why
side. Why am I on the other side?
I told you lukewarm in the beginning.
You don't know me. You're assuming I'm lukewarm. You don't know
I'm
me.
assuming. Correction. I'll rephrase. I'm assuming you're lukewarm
Based on what though?
based on your own statements, brother.
So based on you saying that, I can make a judgment on you now, which is that you're a person that rushes to conclude very
I wouldn't be
quickly.
mad at it. I was like, hey, that's your opinion, Carnito.
You're a bit judgmental. You're saying.
I'm a lot judgmental when it comes to the other side.
How does that serve you though? Being like so quick to judge.
It has served
Is
me
that a
well.
benefit?
It has
Yeah.
served me well.
Yeah.
Because to me, my disdain, I wouldn't say hatred for people, is a deterrent for me. I can't walk in kumbaya. My father, God rest his soul, used to always tell me, brother, you have to have that dislike for white people, so you won't set yourself up for failure. So my dislike is a deterrent. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the way I operated in life. Even with white people that I've gotten along with, I still had my fence up. Because history, their record on this earth is atrocious. And that's just the way I operate.
Yeah.
So I mean,
what you're saying indirectly,
when people ask me if I am a racist, I say
what that
yes.
is, but looking at it from a non-biased scientific point of view, all you're doing is you're saying, when I'm dealing.
Perform that? I don't think you can, but go ahead.
All right, cool. Let me try. So what I'm saying is, what you're doing is you're using words to describe something, but really we could use different words and describe the same thing and say, when I'm dealing with these people, I like to keep a critical eye on their behavior or how they move. Like I have to do that in order to protect myself. I have to be critical of them or maintain a level of critical thinking.
Right. And I have to do that. I have to do that because of what, Carnito?
You tell me.
Because of their atrocities on this earth. I have to do critical thinking. I have to
Right.
keep a critical eye. I have to do all these things you just mentioned because the white man is the number one killer on this earth, the number one deceiver on this earth. I have to do that, Carnito.
I
And
agree with you.
running in second place is the turkey man.
You can say that if you want, but let's say the Turks are on the rise, bro. Get me? And soon, God willing, the United what's it called? The American Air Base they got there. Get me? Won't need to be there no more.
Yeah, they on the rise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked with many a Turkish military members.
Mm-hmm.
And they on a slow rise.
That's right. You know, they kept us down for a long time.
Oh, now it's us. You said us. Now, 30 minutes ago, you wasn't them. But when the military rises, you is us. You lukewarm, Carnita.
No,
you can't call me Carnita. When the military
couldn't have
on the rise,
hold on 1 second. They couldn't have sold the world this lie about militant Islam if they didn't subjugate the normal Muslim.
You got to address that point. Now, 45 minutes ago, you were saying I'm not them. But when we talk in terms of dominance via military, you're with them. The devil is a liar. I said you are lukewarm and you are dangerous, Carnito.
No, my brother, you're getting it wrong.
Carnito, you won't have your way right here, Carnito.
1 minute. You got it wrong because the military comes above the nation. So when we're going up, obviously in that direction, there's greater organizations that like umbrella organizations that unify and solidify the things what come below. So obviously when we go into a military conversation,
it's we.
Then it's we. But when we come down into the street level,
45 minutes ago.
Yeah, but when we come down into street level, and we're talking about the difference between Istanbul and Izmir, and the difference between Izmir and Antalya, we're talking about ethnicities, isn't it? We're talking about groups of people that make up them towns and cities, and they all have their individual flavor. They have their individual ethnicity. They have their individual culture. So the more we move up, the more we're looking at, umbrella organizations that bring small groups together. That's their purpose. The military protects the whole country. It doesn't protect just Istanbul.
It protects your country, right? But I can vividly remember you saying,
not just my country. When there was ethnic cleansing in Europe, don't think that the Turkish army.
I want to focus on what you said.
When we're talking about the Bosnian War, when you're looking at what happened in Bosnia, that's outside of our borders, isn't it? When you're looking at what happened in Cyprus, ethnic cleansing of Muslims in Cyprus, the Turkish army had a lot to say about that. That's outside of their borders. They actually had to enter into British waters, British airspace. They had to enter into British territory to ensure that their population wasn't ethnically cleansed. They've done the same thing in Sarajevo. They sent troops to Sarajevo and places like Bosnia to stop the ethnic cleansing of the people there.
We're not saying about a military. I want to address what you just said. 45 minutes ago, it was, I am British, I am this, I am that. You disassociated yourself with Turkey. But when we start talking about Turkey's military rise, you start including yourself in the we.
You said to me, you're born in Britain, you're British, aren't you? And I said, yeah, I'm born in Britain, I am British.
Right, and you pretty much disassociate yourself with Turkey because I brought up the experience of racism.
If I said to a Jamaican, are you African? And he said, yeah, I'm an African. Does that mean he's less of a Jamaican?
Carnito, no. you on any side that's winning. That's what you sound like.
Bro, our side ain't winning. How are we winning? We're up against you lot. We're up against. But you're with America though.
I was born and raised in America. That's all I know.
So you're representing the man.
I represent the only thing I know.
You're representing global imperialism is what you're representing.
It could be. I wouldn't disagree, but that's the only thing I know.
So you're not in a position.
You know Turkey,
Yeah.
and you know Britain. You are lukewarm.
No, you're not in a position to say that to me, considering who you are.
I am in a position. I'm saying it.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't. Because you're trying to come on here like you're an average black man, but you ain't.
I am an
You're a
average
military
black
man. No, you ain't.
Is there a different
No,
type
you
of
ain't.
black man?
No, you ain't. You ain't no average guy.
What
Don't
is
make
the
out like you're average.
what is an average black man? Like, explain that shit.
A black man who is first and foremost black. And I know that you're not. You're an American military man. Your first and foremost allegiance is to your flag and to your nation. So don't make out like.
Am I black?
You just happen to be black.
I just happen to be black.
Yeah, you know that you're patriotic.
Is me and Velly black?
We've had conversations. Me and you have had conversations.
Me and Velly black.
Velly's blacker than you.
What you mean blacker than me?
He's blacker than you.
Explain blacker. Are we talking about skin tone or what? You gotta explain that. Because there is different shades of black. So when you say blacker than me, what do you mean by blacker than me?
That's silly because I haven't seen you.
Right, it's a silly statement.
No, hold on. I haven't seen you. I don't know your complexion.
Look at the photo right there. Look at that. Hold on. Look at that photo right there. I've been on various other platforms with my camera on. I used to come on it with it all the time. But look at the base. Let's base it on this photo that you see right now.
Yeah.
Am I black? Right?
Yeah.
It's very black.
Yeah.
So now explain blacker than me.
Obviously, I'm not talking about skin tone.
I want you to explain. That's what I'm asking.
What I'm saying to you is your allegiance is first and foremost to your flag and to your nation, America.
So that's blacker than me. That is your definition of blacker than me.
That makes you less than Velly.
Less. I'm saying how? Because
your allegiance is to the global elite and the global imperialist white man.
Who should my allegiance be to? Turkey?
I don't know about should. I'm stating fact. No, but I'm not using the word should. I'm saying what is actually is. You are a patriotic American, and your first and foremost allegiance is to your flag and to your country.
Where should it be?
So I don't know who you think you are
I'm pointing
the finger. But you're not in a position. You're not in a position to be pointing the finger at me.
I'm in a great position. I am in a
lovely. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Hold on. Listen. No, where should my allegiance be to?
No, you're not.
I'm asking you. Where should my allegiance be to?
I don't know where it should be. I'm just saying what it is.
What it is, right? Where should it be?
Oh no! What do you mean? You're asking me what is the alternate? I don't deal with what should be. I don't deal with what should be. I deal with what is facts, innit? What it is what it is.
Yeah, the fact
you are
I was born in America.
You are a patriotic American. Yeah. And that is your identity first and foremost. Is you are an American. When you go abroad, you're representing America. When you're on here talking to me, you're telling me that when I met black people abroad and they were calling me brother, I didn't feel no kinship with them. I didn't feel that they were my brothers. I didn't know why they were calling me brother because I'm an American, is what you said.
And I based it
a minute ago, when you was talking, hold on, brother, because a minute ago you was talking with Velly. You was talking with Velly, telling him some next story about how you rushed in to help some black guys that you'd never met before. So don't tell me about big block. Don't be telling me.
Culturally, we were different. Culturally, we were different. Then I said spiritually, when I saw those guys when we saw those guys getting whooped on, our spirit brought us together. Culturally, I said I couldn't live over there because I am an American. Our culture is different. But spiritually, you wouldn't understand that because you're not a black man. When you see another black man getting attacked, hold on. You see another black man getting attacked, whatever cultural difference you're going to have, is going to go out the window because spiritually, you understand what that black man is going through. And spiritually, you're going to react whether you know him or not. But culturally, raised in America, we had no connection. That's what I was saying. But spiritually,
That's funny. It's funny you say that because
you understand that.
It's funny you say that, my brother, because I remember hearing a speech by Richard Pryor who said
I'm not
he went
Richard
to
Pryor.
Yeah, but Richard Pryor is a black American, and you're saying that black Americans are raised a certain way. And I'm saying to you, he also as a black American went to Africa, and he said how proud he was to see
Richard
when
Pryor.
he got on the plane.
I'm not Richard
When he
Pryor.
got on the plane, hold on. When he got on the plane, the pilot was black. When he went into the office, the store clerk was black. Everyone was black. He was so proud, and he felt a connection and a kinship with Africans. And you're saying
That's Richard Pryor.
No, but you're saying the opposite of what Richard Pryor said. But you're saying it's because you was raised American. I'm saying no, it's because you are a nationalistic, patriotic person who just happens to be
I am me,
black.
and Richard Pryor is Richard Pryor.
If you was raised in England, you would have joined the English army. If you was raised in Turkey, you would have joined the Turkish army. You're just a nationalist. Wherever I put you in the world, you could have been raised in China.
Nationalist.
No. You're a nationalist You're a nationalist who happens to be black.
No, I'm a black person first. That's what you don't like.
But that's not what you've been portraying in your.
What have I been betraying? What have I been betraying?
The opposite. You said that your nation comes above. 2 seconds ago, you said my identity is an American. I've been raised as an American. My allegiance is to America.
Listen how stupid you sound. I did not say that, but listen how stupid you sound. I am a Hebrew Israelite who goes on the street corners. Well, in my heyday, in my younger days, and used to call everybody the goddamn devil, the white man and everybody. I don't think you understand my position.
No, I don't understand your position. I'm just going by the portrayal. I'm going by the portrayal of your position.
You said you said this because I am in a black America, a GI. I have no allegiance to black people. Is that what I'm getting at? But yet I tell you, I am part of one of the groups that are considered one of the hate groups in America. Make that make sense, Carlito? Is not an answer.
If I'm looking at the photograph that you're showing me right now, and you're telling me that was you, I'm gonna say that was you maybe about 20 years ago.
I take you. I thank you, but that's 2 years ago. Black don't crack, Carlito.
Wow. That's 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
2 years ago, Carlito.
Wow. So you look 18, but you sound like 48.
Nah, I just a black man and we age gracefully, Carlito.
So you're saying you're a lot older in that picture than what you look?
I am a young, handsome man right there.
All right, my brother.
Yeah.
You have to jump through a lot of hoops right there.
You would have had a point.
You're very agile. I'll give you that. You're agile.
No, I'm very concise and clear.
So what's agile?
Flexible. I can move in different types of ways. Carlito, we read over here, black man. We read. We went to school.
Yeah.
We graduated. Yeah. We know what terms mean. We all of that. So we are an awake people, Carlito, and there's no more con games.
Tell me about this Hebrew Israelite thing. Like, what's that about? I have very limited knowledge. Would you like to introduce?
You have limited knowledge, but it's not in Hebrew Israelite. You know all about the Hebrew Israelite.
No, I don't. I heard that there's a difference between the Hebrew Israelite and the Israelite.
If it is, you would have to talk to Schiffer about that because he that's his stance, and you would have to add Schiffer, and I think he explained that many a times. So, but Israelite, Hebrew Israelite, whatever prefix you want to put in front of it, knock yourself out.
Okay.
But I
Okay,
think
that's good.
our doctrine is almost the same. Even with some of the Israelites on here who come on the panel, like Ezra, Chemo, we are Israelites, but doctrinally we may disagree on some shit. Put it like that. But
Right.
if you called Chemo or Ezra Israelite, I don't think they would have a problem with you. If you called them Hebrew Israelite, I don't think they would have a problem with it. But that's not the.
Is his name Chemo or Chemo?
You would have to ask him.
All right. Okay.
I don't know how he actually pronounces it, but yeah. But our thing is the doctrine. Now you can call us what you want to, but we are centered around the doctrine. And sometimes, you know, we go left or right, depending on which train of thought or which school we was brought up in. So, but I think you have a clear understanding of what Hebrew Israelite is. Cognito.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, yeah. Was Sammy Davis Jr. a Hebrew Israelite?
No, Sammy Davis Jr. been around as a Jewish because he hung around with a lot of Jewish people, the Rat Pack.
Oh, okay.
So he claimed himself to be Jewish. Ish to us is something totally different.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's like it's good, man. It's all good. So
yes,
what do you think about Islam and Muslims? You have a problem with them?
No, my brother is a Muslim, and we go back and forth on it all the time. He's a Muslim when he goes to jail. When he gets out, he's a Hebrew Israelite.
Oh.
Yeah, I said the same thing. My reaction was just as yours. Oh, you're an Israelite again. But when you go to jail, you're a Muslim.
You're a Muslim.
Ain't that? You know, so I look at it. I look at it as a false religion, a jailhouse religion on this side, and there's some good in it because it does clean the brothers up over here. It can be useful, but it ain't my cup of tea. And I think that the Islam religion pretty much just stole from the Bible and created their own spin on it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think you already knew that, Cognito. Yeah.
In your opinion, is the God of the Bible the same God?
No. Because the God of our Bible says, if you go to Joel 2:27, I am in the midst of Israel. None else. So our scriptures can back up what we're saying, our records. You get what I'm saying? Oftentimes I'll hear Muslims or whoever say the Quran came to confirm the Bible. Confirm what? Confirm what?
What do you mean? The Bible. The Bible.
Confirm what in the Bible? What did it come to confirm? Exactly.
The message of the Bible.
Who was the message of the Bible for?
The message of the Bible was for Israel.
Exactly. So how can another people confirm what was never given to them? You get what I'm saying? How can another people? How can something
be
let me get this off.
By the same people?
Let me get this off. In our Bible, Psalms 147, 19 and 20, it says he showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He has not done so with any nation.
You said you're adding your own words into the end of every sentence. You're saying God said, "I am amidst the Israel," and then you added in "and no other." Now
I'll read it. I was trying to summarize it in summary, but
yeah, but you're saying "and no other." You're adding that part in. Now, when you just made
listen. I'm going to read it, so there will be no adding in.
I can tell by the tone of your voice when you add
it. I'm going to read it. And the first time I did it, I was kind of summarizing. But since you said I added in, I'm just going to read it. This is Joel 2 and 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed.
All right. So when he says and none else, it means you should know that I am God and no one else. I'm definitely God.
Right. He's in the midst of who?
Israel.
Right. So what's the hang up? And then
The hang up is when you added in and no else, you made out as if God is only with Israel.
he is only
When
with Israel.
he's saying, no, I am God, know me as God. So
No,
you
that's
use the word and none else.
That's what you're saying. But watch this. Let's go to Psalms 147, 19 and 20. I'm going to read. He
Good.
showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. Verse 20. He have not dealt so with any nation. And for his judgments, he have not dealt so with any nation, that's including you, Turk. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord.
That's right.
So,
up until that point in time,
it don't say
that
up
had never
until that point
before.
nowhere in his Bible.
Read it again.
It says, listen, he showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. Verse 20.
Yep.
He have not dealt so with any nation, you Turk. And as for his judgment,
have not dealt with
he
up
have
until
not,
now.
I'm going to read it. Listen, I'll read it slower. He have not dealt so with any nation. It doesn't say up until now. He have not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord. It doesn't say up until no point. That's you added in it.
No.
Shall I read it again?
You can read it again, but it's
But
going to sound the same to me.
Right. It's going to sound like he only gave his word to Jacob.
He's saying, what I'm giving to Jacob, I've never given to anyone else before.
It don't say before. Shall I read it again?
But read it again, bro.
Listen up, Turk. It says, Psalms 147, 19 and 20. He showeth his word unto Jacob.
Yep.
His statutes and his judgments unto Israel. Verse 20.
Right.
He have not dealt so with any nation. And as
so what does that? 1 minute. He have not done so with any nation.
He has not
that
dealt.
Sentence, yeah.
He has not dealt.
So when he says has, he's talking about the past, isn't it?
He has not dealt.
This hasn't happened before.
He's telling you he has not dealt so with any nation.
Right.
He hasn't dealt.
So he hasn't. So this is the first time this is happening. It's special. It's a special thing that's happening. That's never happened
special
before.
People. I agree. He has not dealt so with any nation.
So read the next line.
And as for his judgments, they have not known them. That's you, Turk.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you don't know the statutes of God, then how can you know his judgment?
You don't know his judgments. Israel does. Yeah. I'm gonna read another verse to you. Watch this, Turk. This is Amos, another Israelite prophet. 3, and I'll start at verse 1. It says, hear this word that the Lord hath spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I have brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for your iniquities. He only knows which family.
The word there is have. Have I known. So he's saying, up until now, looking at the past, this is the first time this is happening, and it never happened before now.
Does God change?
No.
Exactly. Next. No, you tracking?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
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 So far, like you ain't said nothing that I don't know already.
I know you don't.
You ain't showing me nothing really, because you're trying to show me.
I'm showing you that this Bible is for Israelites.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Agreed.
Right. So what's your problem?
I'm telling you what it is.
All right, cool. So where I'm saying is where you're going wrong is you're saying that the Quran claims to come to confirm the Bible, and you're saying, how can someone other than who the Bible was sent to confirm the Bible? And I'm
Right.
saying you obviously
If
don't understand.
Right.
You don't understand the meaning of the word.
If the Most High said he only showed his word. Hold on, listen, before you get into it. Keep in mind what you just said. Hold on, I'm gonna make a statement and then let you finish line. If the Most High said he only showing his word unto Jacob, and then you're gonna tell
Never
me
said that. Where did he say that? Never read that.
Psalms 147,
Up
19,
until
20.
now,
It doesn't say up until
no one
now.
has
If you
received this level of guidance
show me where it says up until now.
by saying have. You read
Show
out the
me
word
in the
have.
scriptures where it says up until now.
I showed it to you as you was reading
I'll go
it.
back to it. And I want to see up until now. Psalms 147, and I want to see up until now. Psalms 147, 19 and 20. Now I'm going to wait for up until now. And when you hear up until now, stop me. Psalms 147, 19 and 20. He showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. Verse 20. He have not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. I didn't hear up until now. So I finished that whole thing, and you didn't stop me because you didn't.
Unto, yeah,
right.
Is up until now, but for an individual.
Can you did you show me up until now?
When I do something unto you, yeah, it's a momentary thing. It's something in time. Understand? I'm doing it unto you. That means that at that moment,
that's you adding to the word.
No,
it's
you
not in
obviously
there.
Don't understand English.
This is my book. I understand my book.
But it's written in English, though.
Yes, it says with stammering lips, what? I will speak to these people, what? You know my book, right?
Well,
exactly.
You read the thing is, you're reading something out, and I can hear what it's saying, and you can't hear what it's saying, yet you're claiming that it was revealed to you. That's quite strange.
It's not quite strange. The Bible says he showeth his word unto who? He have not dealt so with any nation. I didn't see up until now. You added that, didn't you?
Oh, if I said,
you added that in there.
No, I'm not adding it in. I'm saying to you,
then can you show me up until now?
Tafsir. I'm giving you tafsir. I'm explaining to you.
You can explain this Bible because it wasn't given to you.
What do you mean? I explained it just now.
No, you added in a word as devils do.
No, I didn't add in a word. I'm adding in a
I didn't see up until now. You can't tafsir the house of David, brother. You do that in your book. We don't tafsir over here. We do this. I'm going to tell you what we do. This is Isaiah 8 and 20. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it's because there's no light in them. There's no truth in you. You got to come from this book. You can't tafsir this. This is the house of David.
Yeah.
What you
thought?
What
you mean? You're saying, that
the Bible is saying, not
was
me.
Copied from the Bible, but the scripture that you just referred to now, the part of the Bible that you just referred to, says that unless something is taken from the Bible, then it contains no light in it. You're saying the same thing. That's disproving your own. You're disproving your own argument.
No, you threw out a whole bunch of sentences that don't make sense.
Quran
I'll let you ramble on.
Fake. No, but hold on. You're saying that the Quran isn't true, and we know it's not true because it was just copied from the Bible. But the scripture you just read said, unless something is taken from this book, then it has no light in it. That's contradictory, brother.
It's not contradictory. It's you not understanding these scriptures because it was never addressed to you. Isaiah 8 and 20, to the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is because, listen, it's because there is no light in them. You have no light in them.
What does according? Let's look at the English word according. When things are in accordance with each other, what does that mean?
What's written. According to
what does it mean to be in accordance with?
It means according to the scriptures that was given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
But you can't use the word to describe the word. When I ask you, what does it mean?
You're saying I can't use the word.
You're using the word according. You can't use the word according to describe the word according. you have to give a different word.
What are you talking about? You're talking yourself.
I'm asking you.
I'll read it again.
For
To the
to be
law,
according
it's not
to
that
this
complex.
book,
According
it's
to
not.
this word,
in accord with.
listen to the law and to the testimony. If they speak not, which you're not doing, according to this word, not the Quran, it is because.
Are you saying?
It is because. Hold on,
the teaching of the
don't
Quran
interrupt this
is
scripture,
not in
brother.
accordance with the teaching of the Bible?
This
Are
what
you
you ain't
saying
gonna
that?
do. Hey, when these scriptures come out, you're gonna shut your damn mouth. It is because there is no light in them.
Bring it.
Now go
Bring
ahead.
it.
Now finish.
I'll ask you a simple question and you can answer it.
I didn't hear you because you were speaking over my book. Go ahead.
Okay. So are you saying that the teaching of the Quran is not in accordance with the teaching of the Bible? Is that your statement?
Exactly.
Are you saying that?
Exactly.
But a minute ago, you were saying that the teaching of the Quran was taken from the Bible, copied from it, you said.
Some of the characters, like, and I'll give an example.
Right.
Listen. I'll give an example. Are you listening?
I'm listening now.
Can you name me 5 prophets that's not mentioned in these records from the Quran?
My particular skill set isn't in that field, so no, I can't. I personally can't.
You can't give me 5 prophets that's not mentioned in the records of David. Can you do that? Now here's the problem. There's not
in the records of David
in the Bible.
Okay, I personally can't, and not only can I not do that, I can't really even point to the relevance of that. But I'm sure you're going to enlighten me now. So
yeah, but here's the relevance of that. Now, if I just said name me 5 prophets, guess what you would have said? You would have said Moses. You would have said Isaiah. You would have named all the Israelite prophets. Abraham. You would have said all these people out of this Bible. But when I say name me 5 prophets that's not mentioned in this book, you wouldn't have. You can't do it. That's my point.
Meaning what?
Meaning that in order for your Bible, your book, whatever you call your doctrine to live, it must reference us. You won't have a Quran if it ain't for the house of David. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, I've talked to a Muslim guy before. He said there's 120 something thousand prophets, and I said, well, go ahead and start naming some. He will start with Moses, Isaiah, all of them coming 120 something thousand. I think that's what he told me one time, and he was mentioning everyone that was in the Bible. So, like I said, you took our bloodline and inserted it in your bloodline.
No.
Yes. Well, then name me 5 prophets that's not mentioned in the Bible. And then.
No, but one minute. There's no bloodline.
According to who? According to who?
This is what I'm saying. That we're not asking you to live by our standard. We're saying that in our religion, yeah, bloodline isn't important. Who is the father of Jesus?
And that's good for you.
Or yeah. So you're now what you're doing is you're asking me to show you a bloodline, yeah. But the bloodline don't mean nothing to me because the bloodline only applies to you.
It means something to our book. Our book says it does.
Yeah, to you. It means something to
the
you.
Book. That's biblically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Otherwise, if there was a bloodline from your book to our book, we wouldn't need our book. We would have kept your book better than you.
You can't keep our book because it wasn't given to you.
Exactly. So there's no bloodline.
It's a bloodline in our book. What you do with your book is one thing. I could care less. But our book says we are a bloodline.
Okay. So what's that got to do with me?
So it has nothing to do with you. That's the point.
Right, I agree with that.
Exactly. So your book and our book is totally different. What your book tried to do was usurp our book. You tried to take our family members and insert in your book to validate this guy called Muhammad.
Not really.
Yes, really. So when I ask you to name me 5 prophets that's not mentioned in our book,
wouldn't it have it would have been easier for Muhammad to start from himself. Like, he don't need to go back to Moses.
Name any prophet that's not in this book. Name 5 of them.
I don't know what you mean. I could just come up with 5 names. You wouldn't know them. I
Just
could say,
I'll write them down and research them later, and then I'll see what their prophecies was. I take notes.
Matthew. I could say Matthew, Mark, Luke, John,
Those are
Mary.
Israelites. I said name 5.
But they're not in your book. They're not in your book, though.
They are in our book.
No, they're not in the Old Testament. They're not in the Old Testament.
You're making my point. Who was
not all of them were? Hold on. Not all of them were Israelites. Some of them were Greeks.
They were Israelites. You don't understand our Bible.
Some of them were Greek. Some of them were Greek. Not all of them. Not all of them were Israel. Not all of them was Israel. Simon was Israel. Luke wasn't Greek. Luke was a Greek.
Luke was a Levite. You don't understand our book, brother.
Maybe not Luke then.
See, just be quiet because you don't know. Like I said, anything. Yeah. Look at the names. Look at the names you're naming. Where are they coming from? This Bible. Now I'm asking you to name somebody that's not in this Bible. That's a prophet. Name me 5.
John.
Don't come to this Bible. Don't come to this Bible.
Okay.
Don't come to this.
All right. Who was a prophet? Muhammad was a prophet. Name 1.
Yeah, I said name 5.
Why do I need to name 5? I name 1.
Name me 5.
I name 1.
Name me 5. You know why you
Why
stuck?
do you need 5?
Because you gotta run back to this book and start naming us.
I don't understand what your point is. Like, what is the relevance of
my point. My point was you guys tried to usurp our book by using our people to validate Muhammad. That's what I'm sticking with. And when I asked you, name 5 prophets that's not mentioned in these records, you said John, Mary. You start naming people from the same book.
No, I didn't. I didn't name them. I said I could name them.
That's not in this book.
Name them. Yeah, they're not in the Old Testament.
I don't care about the book. It says I come in the volume of the book. So name me 5 people, prophets, not mentioned in this Bible. I don't care if it's old or new. Old or new.
There's a couple. There's a couple. There's a couple of prophets that's not named in your book.
What I'm saying, name 5 prophets, brother, that's not mentioned in either side, the left or the right side of the Bible. Take the Bible out of it and name me 5 of them.
Okay, that's easy to do, man. You're making it
like if it's so easy, spit it out.
Easy. All right, cool. Hold
on. Get your Google fingers.
I got them. You got your book, I got my book.
Get your spirit fingers on.
I don't do spirit fingers, man.
Use your spirit fingers.
All right, cool. So,
did you mute your mic or did your keyboard get stuck?
I'm here, man.
Oh, okay.
Prophets in the Quran.
Google. What page is that? First page of Google?
Not in the Bible. Watch this now.
I don't know their names. I know you don't know their names.
Yeah. List of both Bible and Quran. No.
Let's just move on to something. Yeah. You looking garbage out here. And today is garbage day. I'm gonna have to take you out.
I don't know the names of these cats.
I know you though.
They exist though.
Oh no, they do, but you just can't name them because the point I'm trying to make, you're not skilled enough. Maybe I'm pretty. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Hold on.
I got the name. I got them.
No, we done with that. I'm about to make a point.
I found it.
I'm pretty sure.
Muhammad,
Canito.
Saleh.
Canito.
Number 3. Shulab. Number 3. Number 4. Al-Qadir. Number 5. And Luqman. Number 6. There's 6. Right.
And I'm pretty sure somebody in the chat probably gave you that shit or you.
Where do you find
Somebody probably in the chat made that. But here's my friend trying to make Khalil. Let me get this off.
But in the Quran,
Listen. I'm trying to show you that
no
you even. Hold on, listen.
Hold on.
Listen,
in the Quran, there's no mention of Hosea, Malachi, Jude. These people are not
Israelites. Those are
Obadiah, Esther.
Israelites.
Yeah, they're not mentioned. They're not mentioned in the Quran.
In our book.
Yeah, but they're not mentioned in the Quran.
I said, name me 5 prophets that's not mentioned in our book.
I named them. I named you 5 that are mentioned in the Quran that are not mentioned in the Bible, and I also named you people who are named in the Bible who are not mentioned. Who are not mentioned in the Quran.
Did you just say Malachi? Is Malachi in our book?
No, I said to you, Malachi is not mentioned in the Quran.
Listen, I said name 5 prophets.
I mentioned them before. Are you not listening?
Canito, you talk too much. Listen, name 5 prophets that's not mentioned in our book.
Okay, hold up your hand. Look at your fingers. I'm going to name 5.
Okay.
Number 1, Saleh. Number 2, Hud. Number 3, Shu'ab. Number 4, Qadir. Number 5, Luqman.
Cool. That's all you had to do. That's all you had to do.
All right. The time I mentioned Malachi is I'm saying to you, there are people who are not mentioned in the Quran, like Hosea and Malachi, and people like this. So if you're saying, oh, the Quran's a copy of the Bible, then it's not very good copy because it mostly talks about Moses.
I agree. Why is Moses in your book?
What do you mean? Because he's a descendant of Abraham, who's our forefather.
You really want to do that?
Yeah.
Who was Ishmael born unto?
Abraham.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Pull that verse for me real quick.
I ain't got time, bro. You know it's true.
Are you sure?
100.
Can I go on my book and show you that Ishmael was not born unto Abraham?
All right, cool. You can do that when you tell me how can you prove that your book is the same book that it's supposed to be.
Say again?
How can you prove to me that the book that you're reading right now is a book that it says it is? Like what it says on the cover is, you know, when it writes the Bible, when you look on the cover, it says this book is, it tells you what's inside the book. Yeah. How can you prove to me that that's that same book from the time of Moses? From Moses to Jesus alone is over 1,000 years. Right. How are you going to prove to me that that book is the same book?
Prophecy. I'll leave it at that. Now, yeah, prophecy. That's easy.
Okay, cool. All right.
Just to answer your question, that's how I will prove it. Prophecy. But like I was saying, in our book, Ishmael was not born into Abraham. Just keep it 100. Yeah, but yeah, you know those prophets you name, right? How come we never hear about it? Tell me some of the stuff about those prophets, those 5 prophets you name. Tell me a little bit about one of them.
Bro, this ain't Quran lessons.
I'm just curious.
You're curious. Go and do your own. Let me use a word that you don't like. Go and do your own investigation. Go and do your own investigation.
You could ask me. You just asked me a previous question. How can I do this, that, and I said prophecy. And I'm asking you a question in return. Tell me something. Can you tell me about one of those prophets you named?
1 minute. Veli, if you're there and you can hear me, Veli, there's people that want to come on.
Look at this.
I think that Issa's there. I think there's a few people like, to be fair to people, like they need their airtime, innit? Like, ain't all about me.
Oh God, boy, you funny. Funny guy.
Yeah, so there's people that want to come on, Veli. You're there. I know Veli's listening. He's probably laughing.
I can respect the Tillet and what's her name? Samira, I think. Because I would have asked them, name me 5 prophets, and they would have just run that shit off, blah, 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 blah. But you
Yeah,
don't
so
know
you don't
enough.
respect me, no?
Exactly. I know that you don't know.
Okay, that's cool. That's
That's
cool.
that's
As
the
long as
point
you
I'm
don't,
trying to make.
I'm not asking for your respect. I'm just saying if you're disrespecting me or not.
I disrespect you too.
Oh, why is that though? Why would you do that?
Because I think you don't have a clue.
If you can't,
Hold on, listen. You asked me a question why I disrespect you all the time. Or I won't say disrespect, why I have no respect for you all the time. Because you butt your nose in black people business too much for me. You try to speak on, yes, you. Not me. I'm black. You butt your nose into black. You know what I'm saying? You try to speak on our behalf too much. You get what I'm saying? That's I'm like, why would he shut the fuck up? He ain't black. I don't care how, That's my problem.
I never said I was black.
Yeah, but you try to come off like you with the struggle, and I can understand. No, you can never understand. You get what I'm saying? And to me, you try to associate yourself with us too much. You get what I'm saying? And that's for all. Yeah. So I have a problem with that. I don't know why it rubs me the wrong way. It just does.
That's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
That's why I don't respect you. I'm like, with Khan, shut the fuck up. Every time some black shit come up, he got to throw his goddamn mouth in there. Go talk about Turkey. Go talk about Istanbul. Shit, them motherfuckers over there is terrible.
It's true. But obviously to someone like you or to black people in general, what I'm saying doesn't matter. I'm not speaking to you or for you. I'm speaking to other people that aren't of you that need to hear that, what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to them. Why would I try to talk to you about your problems?
Why would you comment?
Why are you assuming? Because there's people out there, because you're in my land, in this country, in Britain, you're a minority.
We don't need to be our spokesperson, Khan. God damn.
No, but I'm saying that there's people out there, that are on my wavelength or understand what I'm saying, and they need to hear it from me. Because when you say it, they're like,
we need to hear from you.
He just moaning, he just whinging about his situation. Like, why can't they just forget about slavery? Why are they still talking about it now?
We need you to represent us at all. What we
You don't need it.
You
don't need it. But there's people that
we have stronger people out there who can we can represent us better than you can, Khan.
100%.
What we need you to do is shut the fuck up sometimes. But you won't do that.
But you don't understand, bro. If you're drawing a line and you're saying there's a problem that exists, there was an injustice that was done, and you have to be of a certain skin color to understand it or be on the right side of that argument, then you're wrong. You're wrong for saying that.
I'm not wrong. If I say Khan.
Yeah. You're saying I can't be on the right side of this argument because of my skin color. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying you can't speak for us because you're not black.
I'm not speaking for you. You're straw manning me, and you're saying I'm trying to speak for you, but I'm not trying to speak for you. You're just saying that to undermine me. You're just trying to undermine me, which is fair enough. You could do that, but you have to lie to do that. And
I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to stop you from undermining us. That's the problem.
God is my witness.
Nah, I ain't your witness. So listen,
you're saying that there's an injustice that's been done, and the only people that can be on the right side of this argument are the people that suffered that injustice. That's what you're saying. So basically, you're saying you have to have a certain skin color to be righteous. That's what you're saying. To be a righteous person and stand on the right side of being. Hold on. You're saying that to stand on the right side of being right, you have to be a certain skin color. Is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is Khan need to shut the fuck up when black people are talking. That's what I'm saying.
Well, when black people are speaking,
we are intelligent enough to speak for ourselves.
Bro,
we don't need.
The thing is, you cannot identify. Hold on. One sec. You cannot identify the times when I'm not speaking because obviously I'm not speaking. So how can you know that I'm not speaking? I can show you times where I'm not speaking. No, it does make sense. It does make sense if you listen, but you can't listen because you just want to talk. So if you listen, I'm saying you cannot say, "Oh, I need you to shut up," because when I'm actually shut up, you don't know. How can you know that I'm shut up because I'm not speaking?
Man, shut
So
up.
what I'm saying to you is, so what I'm saying to you is, when black people are talking to each other about black issues, you never hear me involved ever, never, unless they're talking about Muslims, which on this channel mostly they're talking about Muslims. 90% of the time, it's to do with either someone being a black Muslim or someone being a Muslim.
But with
the times where
90%, the 10% when there's a black dialogue going on, here comes Khan.
I'm not involved. No, that's lies.
We don't let you involved.
That's lies. All right, you stop talking about Islam. You stop speaking about Islam.
I don't.
All right, you're the only one though.
I don't know enough about it, and I will truly say that I don't know enough about it. That's why when Issa come on, I listen. And my brother, who's a Muslim, he don't know shit about it, so he can't. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I spend a lot of time listening to Issa. I listen to you. Yeah, you're claiming that you listen, but then you're telling me I don't listen.
You don't.
Okay. Bro.
You investigate.
If you say so.
That's all I'm saying. But you asked me a question like, why, do I have a problem with you in a disrespectful way in a sense? It's because you stick your nose in our business so much. You try to be the spokesperson. You try to be the Turkish Al Sharpton. Like, sit the fuck down somewhere. Like, go read a book. Go read your Quran. Go read your Quran, because obviously you know nothing about it. Shit.
Bro, you don't seem to understand that in this country called Britain, there is a situation right now. There is a problem. And it's an injustice, and it needs to be faced, and it needs to be spoken about. And they're trying to say, there's no such thing as racism anymore. Racism's been stamped out. There's no such thing as racism. You understand? This is the agenda that's being pushed now.
Pushed by who?
By the fucking far right whitey. You're trying to tell us that racism doesn't exist. It's all in our imagination.
Big up new people. I gotta take a break. I was trying to hold it down, Belly.
Yo, big up everyone.
We done all right. We done all right, man. Big up.
Got a Jacob. You're my brother. I love you still. I love the word you're preaching. But you see, Carnito is my brother as well, man. Love it.
I don't give a goddamn about Carnito being your brother.
Serious.
Big up.
Yeah, what I got, Issa?
Issa, this man is trying to say that Ishmael is not the son of Abraham. Have you ever heard such nonsense?
Yes. That's actually why I jumped on here. Got a Jacob. I need to be scored on this one. Please help me out.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I need to know like how. That's the first time I've ever heard that as well. I'm a Christian.
That's why. That's your problem. That's problem number one. Go ahead.
All right. So I just want to learn. I just want to learn how is Ishmael not Abraham's son. I'm
going to show you. Right. So if you go to this coming from the Bible, you're a Christian, right? So you do subscribe to the Bible, right?
That's right.
Right. Let's go to Genesis 16:16.
Genesis 15:16, yeah?
Genesis 16:16.
16:16, okay.
Read that when you get a chance.
Hold on, let me just grab the Bible. 1 second. Okay, so Genesis.
Right.
16 verse 16. All right. I'm there.
KJV, what you coming out of?
New Jerusalem Bible.
Well, I'll read it because your shit. I don't know what the hell that shit is. This is Genesis 16:16 KJV, and it says, "And Abram, Abram, was 86 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram." If you go to Genesis 21, and I think it's 3, it's going to say, "And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah had bare Isaac." So Ishmael was born outside of covenant name change, yes, purposely.
Yeah, but God changed Abraham's name though.
Exactly. I asked you, who was Ishmael born under?
Oh, I see what you're doing now. Okay.
He was born outside of the covenant name change, because in chapter 17, Abraham gets his name changed, Sarah gets his name changed. And if
Her name changed. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
So
he wasn't
indirectly, you're
born.
saying
So
Ishmael was born first. So you admit that Ishmael was the first born.
God damn, you can't see this.
Ishmael was the
Another black
firstborn.
people coming in, and here come Canito.
So Ishmael was the firstborn, yeah?
He was the firstborn under who?
Ishmael was the firstborn, yes or no?
Under whom? You got to be specific.
No, but Jacob, he was still
of
born
the
by
flesh.
the same man.
Huh?
By the same man. He's still born by the same man.
In God's eyes, who was Abraham's first son?
Ishmael.
False. He's of the flesh.
All right, let me just deal with this. Let me deal with this. Hold on one sec. Go to Jacob.
I see where you're coming from.
To the good ones on the panel and in the comments. Yeah, go to Jacob. Do you agree?
But Ishmael was still Abraham's son, though.
Do you agree?
You won't get to say that.
Go to Jacob. One sec. Do you agree one of the most memorable aspects of the covenant is circumcision? Yes or no?
Yeah, circumcision of the flesh, right.
Hold on. Do you agree that the most memorable aspect of the covenant, so the covenants that he had with the person called Avram or Abraham,
though. You're right. Like, there's a lot of these white people trying to talk about racism is dead, and that's not on. So we can't.
Hold on, one sec. Go, Jacob.
Yes. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. No. I was referring to what Khan said before, about racism in the UK.
Man, boy, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Can Bat Boy hear me?
I love my brother Khan.
I don't think so.
You don't think that they're trying to cover it?
Tell Bat Boy I'm talking.
I think he's on the call, sir. Just talking there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go to Jacob. So what you have is simply this.
Right.
The covenant, which is the everlasting covenant.
Jacob, did you say that you don't think they're trying to cover it up?
Hold on. Bat Boy, you can't hear me, right? Go to Jacob. Ask Bank Boy if he can hear me.
What is his name?
Bank Boy.
Bank Boy, can you hear us?
I can't really hear you. Maybe I need to go back and come back in.
Yeah. Beautiful. Because Issa can't hear you as well.
No, he can't hear me. Right. So what I was saying, go to Jacob. Simply this, my brother. The covenant, that's the everlasting covenant of circumcision, was Ishmael circumcised? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So, was he recognized as being Abraham, the person we know as Abraham, under the name Abram? Was he recognized as being his son when he circumcised Ishmael?
No.
He wasn't recognized as being his son, no?
And I'll explain.
Hold on. Was he recognized? Okay. Another question. Who was Hagar to Abraham? What relationship did they have?
She was Sarah's handmaid who he gave to Abraham to bear Ishmael.
Yeah. So I asked you, who was she to Abraham?
She would be his wife.
Oh, good. Can you tell me the difference between a wife and a concubine, please?
But you got to understand Hebrew culture first. Sex is marriage. That's what wife means.
And the concubine is what then? Because you're still having sex with a concubine.
Right. Sex is still marriage. It is his wife.
Listen to what I'm saying is there's distinctions in your book throughout the whole of the Old Testament between wives and concubines.
Right.
There's distinctions. So if you're having sex with both, clearly God is still making a distinction.
Correct.
Yeah? Exactly. So don't pretend that sex is making you the wife, because they remain concubines after they even have children with them. So getting back to now, Hagar, is she referred to specifically as being Abraham's wife? Wife.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So therefore, do you agree the child born from them is a legitimate son of Abraham? Yes or no?
No.
So I mean, it's fine you saying no, but how has he become illegitimate?
I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because the covenant that you like to bring up, right, is to Abraham and his seed, not as in many, but as in one. Who is the seed of Abraham in this book?
One sec, guys. Veli, if you can hear me, let Bank Boy back on, please, Veli. Yeah. He's there.
Safe, my G.
Okay, I'll explain to you this, right?
Hold on. Answer my question.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
And I want to quote the Bible for you, right? God answered that Ishmael has been blessed, and he will make him fruitful and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. What is the purpose of God telling Abraham this?
Now, what I want you to do is finish reading.
I'm reading that bit that was there.
Read the next verse. Read the next.
I don't have the next verse. I'm quoting what was there, bro.
I'll help you out. And you went to. I'm pretty sure I know what it's Genesis the 17th chapter, because this is where y'all typically go. Was it? Let me see.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah, and it says right. Hold on. I'll help you out. Remember, you ain't got the book, right? It's Genesis 17:20.
Yeah.
And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him. It will make him a fruitful and multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation, large in stature, lots of people. But this is where y'all stop at right here. And then you ask me what you just asked me. But if you keep reading, 21, but my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this time, at this set time next year. So Muslims typically will read 20 and then stop.
Stop. You're getting confused between whether he's his son and the covenant. Step by step, brother. Step by step.
I answered. I said no, because the covenant was between Abraham and his seed, not seed as in many, but as in one.
Bruv, listen to what I'm saying. You're not getting the point.
No, you're not getting the Bible.
Hold on. If you have already agreed that the circumcision is part of the covenant, and he circumcised Ishmael before Isaac was even born, that would mean that Ishmael was part of the covenant. Yes or no?
No.
Bruv, what's wrong with your head? All right, go to the verse which says Ishmael was circumcised. I'm going
to go to it. But here's your stumbling block. The covenant was between Abraham and his seed.
Brother,
Hold on. That is your stumbling block. You can't get around that. Yes,
there's no stumbling block. I break blocks, bro. That's what I do. I break the blocks into pieces.
Everybody in Abraham's house was circumcised. And they were not. They were not accepted as well.
No, this is what I'm saying to you. This thing, right? So check this. Let me read it for you. So it's chapter 17, 26. Abraham and his son. You said he wasn't his son, so God says he's his son. Ishmael was circumcised on the same day, and his son Ishmael was 13.
Right,
and Isaac wasn't even born.
Of the flesh. You don't know the Bible. Go ahead.
Hold on. You want to say?
Hold on. We gotta share this conversation because I'm gonna go in the Bible too. Let's go.
Yeah, that's fine. But the problem you're having, you first said he wasn't his son. God has refuted you with your own book, telling you.
You said he has refuted me with my own book. You haven't showed me.
You said he wasn't. I'll say it again. You said he wasn't his son. And I'll read it for you again. Abraham and his son were circumcised on the same day. Is that son Ishmael or is it Isaac?
Listen, he was a son of the flesh.
So hold on. Let me ask you a question. Was Isaac produced from the flesh of Abraham, his seed, or not?
Yes.
Hold on. So he's the son of the flesh too, correct?
Who? No, he's the son of the spirit. That's what you don't understand.
So he was made of vapor and energy, correct?
No, you don't understand the book.
Big up, Lady Divine. Big up, Lady Divine.
When your stumbling block, as I keep saying, the covenant was between Abraham and his seed, singular, not plural. That's why. But let me ask you this: who is the seed of Abraham according to this Bible?
The seed, according to that sentence there, well, it's both of them. You can't change that. It's both of them, obviously.
Let's see what the Bible says. Should we do that?
Well, you can see what your corrupt book says, but I'm just showing you the truth.
That was corrupt, right? This is Isaiah 41:8. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. The seed of Abraham is Jacob. Abraham,
Of course,
Isaac, and Jacob.
Of course, you're gonna write that and make it say that. You know what I mean? But
And
that's not,
if you go to Romans 9 and 7, it says, hold on, let me go to it so y'all won't say I'm fucking it up. And I'm going to take you to Romans 9 and 7, right? And it says, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That's what you're not understanding. If you go to Galatians, it's going to say the child of the bondwoman, which was Hagar, shall not inherit that of the free woman. And I'm summarizing in a sense.
no,
So
I understand. What I'm saying to you is all of that is what you lot have changed for your own benefit.
So when you can't beat the Bible, we change it.
No. When you find a contradiction, that's where you know you lot have changed
No,
it.
your ignorance of the Bible is not contradiction. It means that the Lord ain't working with you. And
No, excuse me. Simple question. When it says, "For thou hast not withheld thine only son, Isaac," how many sons did Abraham have?
He had 8.
He had 8 sons.
He had 8 of the flesh, 1 of the spirit.
So where did this 8 come from when he was going to allegedly sacrifice Isaac?
What chapter was that?
You should know. It's your book.
You telling me?
But so you don't know it's there? Is that what you're saying?
I know what I said. I want you to tell me,
Bruv, no. Listen to the question. Regardless of the chapter, you know what I'm talking about. So stick with the subject.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I'm trying to set you up for a cut. No, I'm setting you up for the cut.
You ain't setting them nothing but yourself, bruv. You done cut yourself. Circumcision, that's the only cut you're getting. But anyway, as I was saying, so it says, thou hast not withheld thine only son, Isaac. This is how we know that you lot have changed it.
Right.
Because at the point in time when he had Isaac, he already had a son called Ishmael. So at the time when those words were said, it could only be referring to Ishmael saying, for thou hast not withheld thine only son, Ishmael. Very simple, very straightforward. We know you changed it, and that's it.
Referring to the only
right. Here's the problem. Hold on. It's in Genesis, the 22nd chapter, if you want to go research. But when he said, let's look at it from your angle. If he says thy only son, in chapter 22, was Ishmael there?
Was what?
In Genesis, the 22nd chapter, which you pulling this from, and it says thy only son. Let's just play it from your angle. Genesis, the 22nd chapter, and the second verse, when he gives his spiel, and he says thy only son, was Ishmael present at that time?
As far as I know, he was sent out. But right. That's in your book. In your book.
Of course it's not.
What I'm saying to you is you've rearranged the whole story, right? But it's got contradictions in it.
No, so, your ignorance doesn't constitute contradiction.
Oh, we'll see about that, bro. I'll tell you what. Hold on. We're getting into the actual subject matter of which I'm gonna annihilate you in a proper debate. So
I hear you. Talk about it. Don't talk about it.
Yeah, let's leave it there until it's time for you to really get that work. Where's Carnito? Is Carnito gone? You know what? I've been waiting to come on here and deal with Mr. Carnito because damn, Sister 9 Aoife roasted him like she made jerk turkey. I heard a jerk chicken, but she made jerk turkey this morning and roasted the hell out of him, boy. Damn. 9 Aoife gone, man. Come back, 9 Aoife, and deal with him another time. Ask Isa about Uthman and the Quran. Kima bin Israel. Yeah, what about Uthman and the Quran, bro? Don't forget it was
Isa, brother, black man. Hey, I gotta get off for a couple minutes. You want to DJ the party?
I got myself. I only came on to deal with that makes up mental gymnastics to bring Ishmael into God's chosen race. He's honest about Uthman, Ali in the Quran. Chemo cracks me up with this. Let's somebody else said something a while back. Hold on. Carnito sneaked out of there, boy. He sneaked out. Assalamu alaikum, C time. Assalamu alaikum, counter 708. Damn, man. You see, we got stinking PC Jordan M in the thing, bro. He said the Black Telek is starting a white betterment group with Jada and Ralph to combat Sunnism. No, monkey.
He said, I wanted to say something. You keep on saying that we keep on. Walter.
How the hell you get in here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
pretty
go on,
bad.
go on, go on.
Yes,
Listen,
sir. I'm here, brother.
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
here.
Asa, you keep on saying that it was Abraham had a second child. Had the first child. We understand that Abraham had Ishmael.
Yo.
That's not the point. The point is that God said to Abraham
Yeah.
that
Oh, shit.
Sarah would carry a child.
Yeah, you
But
go on, you guys
Sarah
go on, man.
went
I'm listening,
against
man. Come on, this is
Sarah
interesting.
went against God's wishes, therefore making Ishmael illegitimate to God's prophecy.
So
That's
hold on,
the
Sarah
problem.
went against. Hold on, so Sarah went against.
God.
Sarah went against God. Really?
Right, because God said to Abraham, your wife will bear a child, and with this child I will make a covenant with thee.
No, I know all of that. No,
Now,
hold on.
Sarah says to Abraham, "What are you crazy? God's nuts."
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I'm not
hold
gonna.
on.
I can't
Wait,
have kids.
Walter. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They both said it. Abraham even said it as well. So stop. It's not
Okay,
just Sarah.
so they went against God. They went against God. God made a prophecy that this would be the child, but they did not listen.
Walter, listen.
I
You're
can't
having a
even hear
spasm
Walter.
attack. Listen
I can't hear Walter, so I need to jump across and jump back.
Walter, listen to what I'm saying to you. Very simple. This is very straightforward and simple, Walter. Right? What I'm saying to you is,
but to God it's not.
Hold on. And witness, I didn't lose to God of Jacob. We're supposed to be having a debate on whether the covenant is with Isaac or Ishmael. And I'm
We having a
saying,
discussion. I don't do debates with black people.
hold on. What I'm saying, discussion, debate, whatever. The point is, at the end of it, Esau the Black Telek is going to prove that it was with Ishmael. So the point is, Mr. Witness out there.
Not this Bible you want.
Hold on, calm down. You not having these blooming spasm attacks of what's that damn thing where people keep talking out of line. Anyway, so as I was saying, the simple thing is this. I don't have
Tourette's
to. I
syndrome.
should have. Tourette's. There you go. Hebrew Tourette's or biblical Tourette syndrome. Right. So witness the information I intend to use to refute them. They shall not know beforehand. So all of a sudden, see, God of Jacob before agreed to a debate. Now he realized the angle I'm going. He said, not a debate, a discussion. I understand the fear, and it's not a problem. That's fine.
We'll debate that.
So,
we're going to debate. I was just trying to be cordial to you. That's all.
Yeah, cordial, bro.
This
That's what I'm saying. The body slam is going to be so funny. But anyway, I dealt with you. You lot easy work. You're easy work. So, Mr. Walter, I want to ask, are you black, sir?
No, sir.
What are you?
Well, I'm Caucasian to shift, and so most people white, Portuguese, let's say.
Are you serious? I cannot believe these people, man.
But I don't understand. We can't. Belly's channel is not for white people.
We can. No, we can.
Maybe I'm making a mistake.
No. We can talk on any subject you want. It's just that when I've heard you speaking on certain things when we're talking about black and so on, it's good for you
I
to
usually don't get into those subjects. But.
Well, you've got when it became religious and black. I've heard your big mouth all up in the conversation.
Well, Christianity, and I know religion is usually for all people, not just for one certain race.
Christianity has been the slave damn religion.
But even Muslims, even Islam is for both races, no?
Sunniism and Christianity are slave religions. Simple as that.
Okay, let me ask you: is Islam for all races? Simple question.
The Islam of the Quran, yeah, yes.
So that means a white person could be Islamic, yes.
A Muslim, yeah, that's right.
So then why are we trying to divide here, black and white, when we're speaking about God? When we talk God, everybody's involved. All humanity. You want to talk politics? Then you can play with the black and white.
Don't try it, because when you devils were teaching us about the curse seed of Ham to tell us that we're inferior.
I wasn't teaching anybody about.
Hold on. When you devils were teaching black people that the reason why we're black is
how can you be teaching about the curse?
Don't interrupt me.
How can you be teaching about the curse of Ham if Ethiopia is full of Christianity?
Stop talking.
You're making up stories.
Then you speak. Stop interrupting. Right.
Yes,
so as I was saying, when you savages were telling black people that we are black because we are the cursed seed of Ham, it became a religious, political situation that we were in, which is still lasting now. So you and your slave religion are political.
All right, let me say something.
I
Let me
don't
say
know.
something real quick.
You keep on bringing that up because you want to win the argument
Walter, let me
against.
say something
You
real
want to
quick.
win the
Let me say
argument
something
against
real quick.
Christianity.
No, I
But
just showed you why.
we know for a fact. We know for a fact that Christ never said anything about
Walter, that's
splitting
fine. That's
races.
fine. Walter, wait.
That's you coming up with stuff.
Walter, that's historical
Walter.
fact. Don't interrupt.
Now, the historical fact might be that some idiot decided to use that verse in a bad way. That's historical. Could be a historical fact, but it still doesn't mean it was right.
Go and research before you talk, brother. Bank.
Listen. You listening to you keep on listening to man's words, but you never listen to God's words.
Well, you ain't got God's words because you're the devil. You're a devil, and that's
so Christ then is a devil too.
Walter, let me
You're
say
a devil.
Let me say something.
So Christ is a devil too. Because if I'm a devil, then Christ is a devil.
I keep hearing people get at Carnito, and saying that he can't involve himself in black problems because he's not black, First and foremost, I don't agree with that. You see, I love Kanye. You know why? Khan's got love in his heart, innit? He's a true brother. He actually's got love in his heart. And he actually cares about the black plight. Now, two, go to Jacob, you're American. So you should know about the Underground Railroad, And in that Underground Railroad, business, there were so many non-black people, i.e. white people, that made it possible for the Underground Railroad to be a success. So you can't say that there aren't people because they're not black should not involve themselves in black plights. That's just rubbish. Do you understand?
That's all I'm gonna say. Bank boy, that's not quite true. I would suggest that when it comes to Carnito, there's been a pattern of him trying to jump against pro-black people, using other black people's legitimacy. I mean, watch him a bit closer, and you'll see the pattern.
Maybe I haven't heard that, but from what I've heard when he come on, he seems to me to be truly interested in the black plight.
I thought so too. I really thought so at the beginning too. I really thought he was sincere, but boy,
after a while, you always get, as soon as you heard that was a Sunni, you hated me.
No, rubbish. I knew you was a Sunni from the beginning. I didn't know you was anything else. What are you talking about, you idiot? What a lie, you bloody clown.
How you gonna know I was a Sunni?
Because you was on Jedi's channel speaking. I thought this guy's pretty interesting. He's a Sunni, but he goes into other stuff as well. And then afterwards you revealed yourself to be a punk and a devil. So that's fine. That's all right. It's not a problem.
Issa reminds me of the hornet's nest, Sir Faz. Every time you say something, it's like all of a sudden the insults come out. Hey, shut up, you're this, like I'm about to hit it. I'm putting on my glasses. You're gonna go from my eyes.
Why do you think your white Jesus concept would benefit black people?
What white Jesus? What are you talking about? Jesus was a Jewish person.
Listen to the question. Walter, listen to the question. Why?
Just because somebody drew a picture and made him white doesn't mean nothing.
Okay.
When you go into the literature, when you go into the scripture, there is actually no description of our Lord. So
really? Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if there's no description. Wait. Let's see if there's any description. Does it say his feet was like burnt brass baked in the oven? Yes or no?
That's in Revelations. That has absolutely nothing to do with how he looked in the time of Drew. He would have looked like the people of that time.
Listen
he would have looked like the line of King David.
Stop. So he came white and he's coming back black. Is that what
I don't know. What are you talking about? Are you saying that the people in Jerusalem time 2,000 years ago were all black? Is that what you're saying?
You damn, apart from you Romans and you crazy ass monkeys, you were.
Okay, so all of Israel was black, and the 12 apostles moved in, came in, went into the world preaching the word of God, and they were all black, and the Romans were all black too? I don't understand.
The Romans were white. Are you deaf? I said you Romans and stuff were white. Are you deaf?
So that means that there's no such thing as olive-skinned people. They don't exist.
Have you never seen black olives, mate? Shut the hell up. What, they green? I've seen two types of olives.
So we're going to say black olive.
Have you never seen black olive?
I really don't understand.
Hold on.
Is that all you have? Is skin color?
There's two types of olive, green and black.
Is that your
best
way
green?
of winning an argument? Skin color?
You
said olive
so much for the philosophy of Christ. You're going to the skin color of Christ. I thought we were going with the philosophy. Isn't it like 2,000 years later, and you're still bringing up the skin color of a human being instead of the philosophy of a man?
I'm telling you what.
Love and forgiveness.
Walter.
And all you want to talk about is hate.
Walter, shut the hell up, man.
That's what you love, man. You love hate. Like Muhammad loved hate.
I hate devils.
Muhammad, kill.
Bruv, there's no one killed more than you pecker with monkeys. Get out of here with your devil talk.
Muhammad was the master killer. He knew how to
kill. No one killed more than you.
You're Portuguese. You slaved more people than anyone. What are you chatting about?
Again. So what? If I go back 5,000 years ago, maybe I was eating monkeys. I don't know, and fucking and eating their heads. What does that mean? We grow. We
you haven't grown though, because you're just as devil.
Yeah, you're still holding all the money.
But there you go again. You guys always want to go to past sins. Like somehow we don't learn from experiences in life. That
you haven't learned. You're still trying to.
You haven't learned. What have you learned? What have you learned?
All you guys learned to.
Where's the evidence for you learning?
So what
Where's the apology? Where's the apology? Where's the
apology?
Money? Where's all the money gone, bro?
So take
speaking of apology, yeah.
Take your money.
Speaking of apology,
is this how you? Yeah. Is this what Muhammad teaches you? Take money.
Yeah. That's what Muhammad.
There you go. Just to show you, Christ is one philosophy about love and forgiveness, and you guys teach go grab money and kill.
Yeah, you teach love and forgiveness. We teach justice.
Maybe that's where the Christians got it. And when they got it from Muhammad, they said, you know what? Let's go with Muhammad's way first, and then we'll come back to Christianity.
Yeah. Why are you even talking about Muhammad?
Because Muhammad is the warmonger who went around creating wars to everybody and taking over lands.
Muhammad never stepped foot out of his own country.
What are you talking about? Are you serious?
He was in Arabia the whole time.
Are you serious? What did one man all of a sudden go into the? I was always constantly he even had scripture on what you do with the slaves that you capture.
Yeah.
Isn't that a guy who was going to war?
You know what, Walter, you're a waste of time. Walter, let's ignore Walter. He's a waste of time. Bank boy, what you say, brother?
Was the perfect.
No, I just wanted to say something real quick. This is off topic still. Khan, speaking of apologies, I'm getting some heat. Like people are telling me I don't really know you. And when Lady Divine tells me like something like that, bro, you need to apologize to Lady Divine. You know, I don't know what you done to her. You need to apologize because that's my baby. You feel me? Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, if Lady Divine wants to come and get her apology in person, I'm more than happy to give it to her. Obviously, I mean online. I don't mean in person in real life.
Say no more. Say no more. I'll tell her. You guys go on. Walter, allow the argument though, man. Serious.
Yeah, but Walter can't control himself, bro.
I know it's not a question of allowing an argument. It's a question of people who don't understand what they're talking about talking. People have to understand what they're saying before, like wait a minute. Oh, you're a white Jesus. Oh, how is that even a debate? Like, what are we talking about? Color of skin here? We're talking about a philosophy in the book. How Christ preached the philosophy of love and forgiveness and go out into the world and bring people to God. And these guys are talking about what color of skin.
All right, Walter, what would you want us to do?
What the hell does that have to do with it?
Walter, wait. If we said
even Muhammad wasn't even talking about color of skin. Well, actually, he did call some people raisins, but that's just a different story.
Walter, shut the hell up. What would you want us to do if we said, Walter, you know what? Thanks for bringing us the message. What would you want us to do? Tell us now. What would you? I
don't want you guys to do anything. I want you, when you're talking about Christianity, at least understand what you're talking about.
Is this a joke? I was a Christian.
You want to talk about Islam? Go right ahead. Talk about your great religion of like, eye for an eye, destruction, take over people, bring women down. Go right ahead. I don't mind that. But don't come in after and say, Christianity, the book's a lie. All the Bible's a lie. You changed it. Oh, you guys made it so bad. This is what you're saying.
We can say what we want.
There you go. So I could say what I want. And God could say what he wants. And everybody could say what they want.
That's why we're having a civilized discussion until you.
No, you're not having a civilized. The minute it becomes civilized, you start calling people's names. You were the one who started calling people's names.
Exactly, because you.
Have I called you anything? I don't remember calling you a name.
I don't give a damn. You disrespected me.
I don't remember insulting you. I didn't insult you.
You did. You insulted me by cutting me off and speaking over me. So there you go. So I'll call you a name.
Okay. You're the greatest. I forgot. Okay. Bye.
Good. I'm glad you know that. So don't forget it. And now, don't forget it. And when I speak, you be quiet. It's as simple as that. Now, as I was saying, since you've had the opportunity to give us information, I've said to you, what do you want us to do? Then you said nothing. Then you said not to speak about Christianity, etc. So even you're confused about your own objective when you come on here amongst black people. You're confused as hell. So obviously, we understand that you being a Portuguese enslaver of blacks, a Portuguese devil that would like us to worship a white Jesus, therefore worship and follow your ideas. Well, that's not something we're buying into. Thank you very much. So you can take that back to Portugal and wherever else, whoever else will accept it. Thank you very much, Mr. What's his name again? Mr. Devil Peckerwood. There you go. Now, Brother Bank Boy,
Yeah.
are you a Christian or Hebrew Israelite, or what's your position right now?
I'm a Christian, bro.
Okay. Would that be a church Christian, or
what do you mean by church Christian?
Like, do you go to church, or is it like you're just a Christian by birth and culture?
Christian by birth, culture, and I go to church. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Do you think that Christianity is something which the Most High God actually wants black people to follow?
I believe in Jesus Christ, if that's what you're asking. So, if Jesus Christ is what I follow, that's all I really care about. You feel me? You know, I follow the teachings of the Most High and His Son, Jesus Christ.
Okay, so would you agree that if we're born into something, just because we're born into it, it doesn't make it true? You agree?
True.
Do you agree that at a certain stage in our life, maybe after puberty, 18, 19, etc., we should be responsible for researching and studying and questioning what we've been raised to believe is the true religion, correct?
100%. And I did that. I actually rebelled against the church from when I was about 16, 17, you know, but I found my way right back. You feel me?
Did you find your way back through study or through guilt and fear?
Through study.
Okay. So in your research and study, did you find that, do you say the Messiah is God
and spiritual conviction, I would say as well.
Yeah. Do you find that that Jesus is God himself as well in the Trinity, or not?
No, Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, so he's not God for sure, right?
He's not God. You know, I don't worship Jesus, but I make my prayers through Jesus.
Let me just shout out to Chemo Ben Israel. I'm not running from the question regarding Uthman and the Quran, bro. That's an easy thing for me, as you should know, bro. Come on now. I deal with the Sunni pagan Kafir monkeys all day, all night. So, yeah, as I was saying, so would you say, are you Jehovah's Witness then?
No, I'm not Jehovah's Witness.
Does your church that you go to believe that Jesus is not God?
Yeah, we don't believe Jesus is God. We believe Jesus is the Son of God.
What church is this?
It's a Pentecostal church.
Is it a Pentecostal church that doesn't believe in the Trinity?
Bro, we believe Jesus is the Son of God. We don't worship Jesus as God.
Do they believe Jesus is God?
No, we believe Jesus is the Son of God. I've said that a few times.
No. Listen, there are those that you keep saying you don't worship Jesus, right? I'm trying to get to a point where there may be some people say they don't worship Jesus, but they believe he's part of the. All right, do you believe in the Trinity or not?
Yeah, I do believe in the Trinity.
Yo, let me ask a question.
I just managed to get him. He said yes, he does believe in the Trinity, right? I can't believe this, but you know.
Let me ask a question.
God the Son, God the Father.
Question. Hold on. Let me ask a question. Isa, is there anything that Allah can't do?
Yes.
What kind of do?
He cannot create another Allah.
Allah can't create another Allah.
Nope.
But he can create a representative on earth, though.
Well, yeah, like a human being, you mean? Yeah.
Like Jesus.
Yeah, you could say that, but not in the way that you lot believe. That's the problem.
You can't tell me the way I believe because you don't know what I believe, cuz.
No, you've just said you said the Trinity, Son of God, Then you said like Jesus. So obviously, in what you just said,
I believe in the Trinity as, you know, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Yeah, Jesus, though, as his person on earth, he came in the person as the Son of God.
That's fine. Okay, Bank Boy, do you believe that Jesus is black?
I believe he was not white.
Are you black yourself, right?
That's right.
Okay. So you believe he's not white, but he was not black, right?
I don't know whether he was black. I can't tell you whether he was black or whatnot, but I know definitely that he was not white.
Okay, good. So what I found is a corresponding thing where if somebody doesn't believe Jesus is black, there's generally a corresponding thing that they lean towards white supremacy in their way of seeing Jesus and Christianity, etc. Do you agree that Jesus was a revolutionary?
100%.
100%.
Is that political and religious?
And spiritual. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you agree?
Obviously,
really?
he came. Obviously, he came to challenge the political setting at the time, which was the Romans.
Mm-hmm.
So he was clearly political.
And obviously, he taught the Pharisees a thing or two.
Exactly.
Dark magician, do you believe in flying horses? Dark magician, get out of here. Yeah, back. He's funny. Back boy. Okay, back boy.
So what? So, oh yeah, you don't believe Muhammad went to the moon on the horse? You believe that it was like
to the moon?
Say that again.
Went to the moon on the horse. Oh, Jesus X. I like that. Jesus X. One sec. Veli, one sec. I'm gonna deal with Bank Boy. Just one. Flip. What was the thing I was gonna ask him? Oh, la. Bank Boy.
Yeah.
As a black man.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's right for black people to follow an ideology which was made up by Romans for the purpose of suppressing the black Hebrews?
No, but I think certain things were stolen. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Jesus's philosophy was necessarily like Roman.
What? No. I'm not saying. Hold on. I'm not saying his philosophy was Roman. So, what I mean by that is this: if you have the Messiah coming, he's doing his work
thing
of spiritual and political revolution and reformation. The Romans do not find this particular idea to be of their liking, because when he's teaching the Hebrews liberation, they will unite and kick away the pagan Romans, right? So obviously it's not in the interest of the Romans to promote the real teachings of the Messiah Jesus or Yeshua, etc. So what you have is the end result of the Roman teachings, do you not, with Paul?
I hear you. Go on.
Okay. So if Paul is doing the work of the Romans, why would you follow the book of the Romans, which is designed to kind of stay close to the true teachings of Jesus, but to gradually bend you left or right towards something other than what the Messiah was actually teaching?
I don't really follow Paul like that. You know what I'm saying? There were other apostles in the book. There was John, and I believe in a lot of the things that John himself said, or was trying to teach us. So when it comes to the Paul side of things, I'm a bit so I told you I did my studies as well. So I'm a bit iffy on the side of Paul.
Okay.
That's what you should know.
Okay, my brother. Well, all right. What stopped you from becoming a Muslim?
I don't believe in Muhammad. I don't believe. Yeah, go on.
No, Veli, get out of it. Veli's always trying to interrupt pro-black.
No, man, I ain't interrupting. Bruv. I'm gonna ask a question from the chat in it, because people then ask the question in it, and I don't know about it still. So ask him about the talking narrations from a donkey. Is there Shia talking narrations hadiths from a donkey?
I think so. I think that's what Sunnis have told me, but I don't know.
Because obviously that's you know why I had to ask you that, innit? Because that sounds nuts, cuz.
A lot of this stuff I hear from Sunnis, bro. Like Sunnis crack me up when they're talking. I mean, they say that in the chain of narration there's a donkey. I don't know. Anyway, so this
what, like Shrek and donkey? Yeah, donkey.
Bro, I don't know. What can I say when the Sunnis will find anything, bro? I tell you, they make me laugh. But anyway, brother Backboy. So you said, what was it? Your reason why you didn't become Muslim? Something about Prophet Muhammad. What was that? Sorry.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Prophet Muhammad. I don't believe in none of that.
Why not, though? I mean, what is wrong with the Prophet Muhammad's teaching? What's going on?
I don't know enough about it to say, wrong or right kind of thing. But I just don't feel like I follow Jesus, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have anything against the Prophet Muhammad's teachings, but seeing as I already believe and follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, that's where I stay. That's where I put my stand.
Okay. Would you agree that the Messiah Jesus was following the Old Testament, the law and the prophets? Do you agree?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Do you follow the law and the prophets?
Yeah.
I mean, can you? Do you think you can live the law and the prophets in the modern age?
Yep, you can. You know,
Really?
you see, I don't buy. You see, it's like Israelites say they don't, follow the new book, and some Christians say they don't really follow the old book. I am not of that way of thinking. You feel me? I follow both books. I take the old and the new, and try to make something out of it in my own understanding. If that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting. I think. Okay, so do you know that in the time of the Messiah Jesus, that there was the prophecy of a prophet? So they was waiting for Elijah, the Christ, and that prophet. Would you agree if the Bible is telling you to follow Prophet Muhammad that you should follow Prophet Muhammad? Would you agree?
I wouldn't say the Bible is clearly telling me to follow Prophet Muhammad.
No, say if it is.
If the Bible was telling me to follow him.
Yeah.
If I would have to consider it.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If you found in research that it's definitely only pointing to Prophet Muhammad, would you then say that you should? Would you follow Prophet Muhammad?
I would consider it. I would add him to my repertoire of teachers.
Okay. So let me put this to you then. So the Jews and scribes sent Levites and so priests to ask him. This is talking about Elijah. Who art thou? Art thou Elijah? He says he isn't. Art thou the Christ? He said no. Art thou that prophet? And he said no again. So they were waiting for 3 people. We know that the Messiah said, they said to him, how sayest thou that Elijah must come first? And the Messiah says, he has come first, and thou hast done unto him whatsoever thou wilt. So we know Elijah was John the Baptist. We know that Jesus is the Christ. So who is that prophet?
Who's the third prophet? Is that what you're asking?
Well, who's the third person they were looking for? Because we know Elijah is one, John the Baptist. We know the Christ is Jesus. So who is that prophet? Still waiting for.
Hey, let me ask a question after.
Hold on.
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you, but I'm guessing you're going to tell me it's Muhammad.
Well, I'm suggesting to you, if you look at the chronology after the Messiah, you do not find anyone else that has such a claim and made such a demonstration that also links to the prophecy in the Old Testament, where God said, behold, Ishmael, I will make him a great nation. Ishmael's line never became a great nation until Prophet Muhammad. So you have so many different prophecies that merge into one person throughout your whole book. You get what I'm saying? So there's more to it than that too.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask you a question, Lisa. Yeah. So
yeah, you have to pay me though. You have to pay me.
What do you mean? I'm not that sure.
You come out the loft. You come out the loft with your dusty head. Get
Listen, yeah. So I was saying that how how have you come to the conclusion that Prophet Muhammad is a better prophet than Jesus for the Christians? Like, because obviously, what does Prophet Muhammad have? Is Prophet Muhammad a better prophet or a better person or a better role model than Jesus Christ?
I would say because of the role. So, for instance, you could say they're all righteous, but if one person, i.e. Jesus, is only coming for the children of Israel at that time, and then he's also saying, well, the man who you have to follow after me is Prophet Muhammad, then obviously that's the situation we're in now. Do you get what I'm saying? So because I respect the Messiah and I was following the Messiah, he said to me, all right, you don't follow me now. This time period, you follow Prophet Muhammad.
I don't think he said you don't follow me now. I think he said he's the way, the truth, and the light, and no one goes unto the Father except through him.
Okay, and that's in the context of him saying, I'm not sent except unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So everything he has to say about teachings after that is only to the children of Israel. There you go. See, everything has a context.
Yeah, but so that means for. But I'm saying, how so obviously you didn't even answer the question then. So is Prophet Muhammad a better role model man or whatever than Jesus?
Okay, yeah. Okay, specifically yes, because Jesus is only a role model for the children of Israel in that time. So 100%.
Would you consider Muslims to be part of the children of Israel if they're coming from Abraham as well?
No, but wait, what?
I have
another question after
that. Hebrew Israelite. That's a standard thing for me. Being Hebrew Israelite.
That was a start-off question, isn't it? Yeah. So if you're saying that he's a better role model or better football player, what has he done? What's Prophet Muhammad done that Jesus never done? That why Christians should forget about Jesus and follow Prophet Muhammad, or not even forget about Jesus, or why they should say Jesus was talking about following Prophet Muhammad? What has happened since then? That why should the Christians follow Islam instead? Why should they do that?
Christianity only has these little Friday, Saturday, and Sunday religious teachings all garbled up. So one minute the Christian wants to tell you you're supposed to follow the law and the prophets. Next minute they're quoting something else from Paul that's telling you not to follow the law and the prophets. So Christianity is all over the place. And the words and example of the Messiah, even though it was to the children of Israel, that's lost. We don't have generally what he was saying, the holistic life of Jesus. We don't have it. We have edited versions of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which generally, it's all over the place. But we do have gems and diamonds in it, and we make the most of them. But you can't make a whole system of life from the sunnah of the Messiah with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
You see what I would say, yeah, in regards to following Prophet Muhammad, I wouldn't necessarily follow Prophet Muhammad, but I could take on some of his teachings if they, make me a better person, sort of thing. Does that make sense? I'll still follow Christ, though, 100%.
I hear that. From what I get, you're saying you've got more of an emotional and spiritual attachment to the Messiah, but you can still have an intellectual attachment to other teachers. I think that's what you're saying, which is fine.
But my question was, why should any Christians leave Christianity differently if they've already got this message here that was supposed to be from God or whatever? Why should they forget that message and go into this new message that come? Personally, it looks like Islam is a remix of Christianity. It's just it's a remix.
Of course, if you're ignorant and you don't understand things, you're going to make statements like that which don't make sense. So I'll say it again: you don't have the full life story or the sunnah, the examples of the Messiah. You have several speeches on mountains and by the sea and all kinds of stuff and a bunch of miracles, but you don't have the liberation ideology of the Messiah. It's holistic. You don't have a whole system of life, which is what you have in Prophet Muhammad and the 12 Imams. You get what I'm saying? So that's the difference here. I mean, you have the supreme wisdom of the Quran. You have the Torah and the Old Testament, which is outdated. It is not for this time period. It's back for the desert when they were when we were running around and being crazy and disobeying. Right now is the period of time of Prophet Muhammad and following the Islam of the Quran.
No, but what is the? But the same that your Islam was created a few hundred years after Christianity, so that's from the desert and outdated and created by people. Them man didn't even know that the Earth that you know what I'm saying? Like they think that the Earth rotates around us. You know what I mean? Like
no. That's what you think, and that's what you're saying based upon ignorance. So as I'll say to you again, okay, the difference is, despite them both being made in the desert, the wisdom of the Quran supersedes all of it. So for instance, I could admit that even the Torah, the Old Testament, does have supreme wisdom in it that could be used to govern today. But the problem is the law is so rigid, it's only for the desert, whereas the Islamic Quranic law is adaptable according to time and place. So that's the big difference that we have between.
What's the laws that's adaptable, that worked in whatever years? 600. Remember, what years was Prophet Muhammad alive? In 600, these 600 years, yeah. We're in 2020 right now. What advancements, has reading the Quran or sticking to any of the laws in the Quran. I'm not talking about anything else that people have done outside of the Quran. I'm talking about anything from the Quran. What have any of these men that have learned the Quran and been reading the Quran, what difference has that made to anyone's life in 2020? Like what improvements? What improvements can it make? Or how's it forwarded their living?
I'm gonna tell you. You have things called writing down contracts when it comes to inheritance, writing down contracts when it comes to business, giving women certain rights in lifestyle. What's it say? He says a sheep, he needs to be told step by step what to do. Get out of here. Yeah, so there's a lot of things in regards to psychology, sociology, politics that Islam has helped and is superior even under the system you're living under, Belly.
It can't be superior because a lot of the things you're mentioning.
Give an example. Give an example.
Yeah? Let me say this. You can't be superior because a lot of the things you're mentioning relates to the world and the flesh. And we are so much more than that as spiritual beings. So we can't be superior to anything spiritual.
Hold on. No, but remember the question he asked me. I have to respond to him. So, what question would you ask me? Forget Veli's question.
No. Pause on that, bro, because you need to answer that first question, because this is. Don't you think? If you no, but wait, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, yeah. So if you can give like an actual reason or like this happens, that the people, the Muslims do this, or the Quran tells us to do this, and this is improving our lives, and these people that don't do that, their lives are not being improved. Like what is? Can you give at least one thing like that sort of thing? So that makes your point more better, doesn't it?
Okay, no, but bruv, because the whole thing is this teaching, right? I'm talking about the teaching, and if it's followed, when it's followed, then it makes society better. For instance, polygamy, okay? Or actually, a good example is temporary timed marriage, right? For instance. So in normal other societies, for instance, in the biblical society, you had having wives and you had concubines. Now, these concubines in the biblical time, they didn't have much rights. Even the wives didn't have much rights. For instance, in the Bible, it says, if you suspect your wife of committing adultery, you must put this mixture of all kinds of garbage and poison together and make her drink the damn thing. And if she's alive, then that means she hasn't. And if she dies, then that means she's supposed to be guilty. Now, what kind of garbage is that people are going to use in the Old Testament and poison a woman, where if she dies, it's just because you bloody poisoned her, isn't it?
So what's the wait, hold on. So what's the method to find out the truth in the Quran then? If someone's telling the truth, if your wife's been cheating on you,
I'll tell you, you have to bring 4 witnesses to make sure your allegation. This is the general rule, right? But if you have CCTV or some sort of camera evidence, I'm sure you don't have to bring 4 witnesses. The point I'm making is, you're not going to use some ridiculous thing of pouring poison down her bloody throat to tell you whether the woman's guilty of adultery or not. You see what I'm saying? So the very simple thing is that we have in Islam civilization, right? We have a way of judging certain things in society where we have something called justice, and unfortunately you all don't have that.
So a lot of things, once again, you've mentioned are things that pertain to living life in the world. And there's nothing wrong with that. But being a spiritual being, I need things that edify my spirit. And I'm not.
I don't need that. I need things that's tangible for human beings today and tomorrow. I don't need no spiritual that's going to be better for us in the next life, because I'm alive today. Yeah, and my youths are alive
spiritual
today.
beings.
Their youths are going to be on this earth, and then their youths are going to be on this earth. So,
and that's fine. But we are not.
Wait. Let me finish, cuz I didn't cut you when you said you want your spiritual thing. Because I'm saying I don't care about no spiritual stuff, bro. I'm talking about stuff that can actually be tangible in our lives, in this lifetime, in my children's lifetime, in their children's lifetime, and them sort of things. Anything that's going to improve their lives and be able to make them say whatever, have more free time and enjoy their lives and less stress and worries. Yeah, if there's anything that can be implemented to help that, that's what I'll follow. Anything that's going to help you in your second other life, what we don't even know about until we die and all that. I don't give a shit about that. You can keep that. You can tell me about whatever that later on. I'm talking about tell me stuff in your even in the Bible or in the Quran, what's going to help us today and tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, but Belly, the problem is you don't understand what it means by the spiritual too. But I mean, that's fine. I could give you the political, the psychological, social, and economic. In fact, the economic system of Islam is the best in the world. The amount of people that have said this too. No interest, right? That's another thing. We have the best economic system for the whole planet. That no one who's into economics can disagree with that. What's the other stuff? Yeah, we just have the best system of life on planet Earth. Brother Bankboy, please remember that was the question I was asked. So if Brother Bankboy can ask me any questions regarding spirit, and let's go from there. I'll deal with that as well.
All right.
Yeah, so I fully heard of all that, and I do agree to an extent about the lifestyle points that Islam does offer the world. Yeah, but yeah, can you tell me something about the spirit?
Okay, so in regards to the elevation of the spirit, the first thing that you really need is the psychological and physical logical foundation, i.e., your belief system has to be in line with logic, reason, and rationality. We do find that anyone that believes that Jesus is God and came down and killed himself, committed suicide, etc., like a Sunni commits a suicide bombing, etc., doesn't make sense. So we would have to say that spirituality is not devoid, is not separate from the physical world, the physical understanding, and the physical dealings. It must always be intertwined with it. So what you have in Islam, you have first and foremost the psychological teachings that make sense in relation to the human world that we observe and live in. And built upon that, we then have the spiritual teachings of the elevations of your consciousness so that you can stop yourself from being unjust to other people and yourself. This is the basic principle of Islam. Whereas in your religion, you basically have no laws. In Christianity, what are the laws? What's right? What's wrong? What's sin? What's that? You have no blooming idea. So obviously, we have the guidance from the Most High God, Allah.
I'm going to say in Christianity, we don't have no laws. We do have the 10 Commandments, just to mention that one, but go on.
Where are these laws in Christianity? Where's the 10 Commandments in Christianity?
Well, Jesus said, follow my commandments, innit? And he came to, kind of further the laws of old. So do you feel me? So if he's saying, give reverence to the laws of old, which I would suggest or take as the laws of Moses, he's saying, stand on that and go from there as well. Do you feel me? So they are laws.
Yeah. No, I kind of get you. I would suggest that the problem is with 10 commandments is there's like 613 commandments or laws, right?
Yeah, I heard that. And
they make things very difficult if you try and follow all of them. So I don't know. It's problematic.
So how many laws are in the Quran?
Oh, that's a good point. We don't have them listed like yours, like you have, thou shalt not, and one after the other. We don't have it like so. We have some here, some over there, and I haven't seen them counted up. That's a good point. I think maybe I'm sure someone has probably counted them up somewhere, but we don't have them.
Would you say would it be easy to follow all of them?
Yeah. It's very easy to follow them because they've been reduced. So there's a lot of laws which you've had which we don't need to practice. I mean, you have things like the Nazarite vow, and you've got to wear certain clothes that has certain tassels or something. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things which you have in the Old Testament that you have to follow, which has been done over with. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I would say the 613 you're talking about has been condensed down to the 10. But yeah.
But that wasn't the case at all because the 10 came before the others. That's the thing. But let me just answer. Let me just give Banksy Style live an answer. Mr. Banksy Style, you say, I love how Muslims sit in the land of the kuffar, talking about how Islam is better system of life. People can see where you are, right? So, Mr. Banksy, number one, I'm a black man. Number two, I'm a convert. Number 3, I have a free thinking mind. So I'm not going to go to your land of Iran, where you Iranian racists, whether Sunni or Shia or whatever, are anti-black. I'm not going to go to Iraq or any other country where they're not practicing Islam. We're having a conversation regarding what's written down on paper. So please understand the difference, that I can very simply compare ideologies. Just like they do in university. They don't have to live it out or live in. When you go to university, they can write a thesis on which system is better, what's wrong with this system, etc. Banksy. So learn your lesson from E to the Black to Lek. When I give you the teaching, in fact, when I start up something, give me a GoFundMe for the teaching that I'm giving you, Mr. Banksy. You need to learn the difference. You need to learn the difference between when somebody is studying, researching, and expressing what they found in comparing different ideologies. Okay, Mr. Banksy, thank you very. In fact, Banksy, I'm born here, and you the goddamn immigrant. So keep that bloody monkey garbage to yourself.
Good morning, good
Alaikum,
afternoon. Wa alaikum salam to everyone in the panel. I hope everyone is doing
Big
good.
up, brother Malik.
Big up, Banksy. I hope everyone is doing good. I wish the best for everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Bank boy. Yo, you got money like that?
Huh?
Well, you never know, do you?
Okay, because I need some money right now, bank boy.
Say no more.
Oh, I see. That's true. Why do you call yourself bank boy? What's that about? You got money, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I want money. You know
Hold on. Are you them? What's that group that's making? What's that bloody group called? There's a group of black people getting people to get loans out and stuff on younger people's name. What's that damn group called? You on all over YouTube? This what you called, man? You know what the group's called, man?
No, I think I know what you're talking about. I can't remember their name, but no, I'm not part of them now.
And make it. They call it producing seed or something like that. Yeah, making money.
Yeah, something like that. But no, I have nothing to do with them.
Yeah, you got your own type. Religion.
I got my own thing going on.
You got your bank boy, yeah. All right. You got the Bank of Jesus, yeah. I hear that. The Bank of Jesus, the Holy Bank.
I like that one. I'll use that one later.
See what I mean? Damn.
Woo! But yeah, getting back to the conversation though, I'm. It's really interesting. Like, you know, I would say I will never sway off the teachings of Christ. I would love to live my life as closely to how Christ himself lived his life, which is probably impossible. But at the same time, I'm not like you know, I won't learn more, if that makes any sense. I'm not against learning more and things that can edify my life, my physical, worldly life here on earth, as well as my spiritual life.
So, sorry, let me just say the thing's called SPAC Nation. Thank you, Torok, Brother Torok. It's called SPAC Nation.
Okay.
Yeah, so the problem you have with what you said is this. If you try to follow Jesus, the first thing you need to do is be born by a virgin mother, i.e., you are not born through the sexual act, which does have some effect on you and the desirous natures of human beings. So that's your first problem in following the Messiah. Number 2, you're not going to ride anywhere on a donkey, whether Jerusalem or Bethlehem. Number 3, you're not going to turn water into wine. Number 4, you're not going to walk on water. You're not going to do any of these things that Jesus did, apart from maybe go up a hill and a mountain and give speeches. You're not going to die and resurrect on a cross. There's hardly anything you can do to follow Jesus. This is the problem.
Well,
you know
when
how
I
many
say
things
follow Jesus, I mean like living life in the sense of loving everyone,
right?
Equally.
Doing what? Loving God,
loving everyone, and the Most High, but loving people equally, helping you know, my brothers whenever I can.
Let me just give you a quotation from Jesus, and let's see how loving he was. He says, "It is not right to take the children's bread and cast it unto the dogs." Can you show me the love in there, please?
Say that again. It is not right to take the children's bread and cast it onto the dogs.
That's correct.
It is not right.
It is not correct.
Yeah.
To take the okay. So what happened was, a woman came unto Jesus. This is in Matthew 15:24. And you know, or before then, 20, 22, 23, 24. A woman came from the land of what, Canaan or something, and said, Master, Master, my daughter is grievously vexed with a devil, meaning it is possessed by a Sunni evil spirit. And Jesus and the disciples walked away. She carried on. The disciple said, Master, send her away because she keeps following us. And he said, I'm only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And she persisted. And Jesus said, it is not right to take the children's bread and cast it unto the Sunni dogs. She said, even the dogs get the crumbs from the master's table.
And what happened after that?
So he is this. So he said, your faith will be as you've asked because of your faith. You always go to what happened after. Hold on. You always jump to what happened after that. So let me teach you how.
No, because you have to get the full picture, though. You know what I'm saying? Because that may have been his first, you know, inclination. Like, you know, I'm not here
brother,
for
hold
you
on,
like that.
brother.
But because of her faith,
brother, listen to so if she didn't hold on, listen to what I'm saying. What if we're talking about Jesus's character based upon what you've just said, brother? You're basically saying that he is demonstrating racism where somebody else has to put in more work and be subjected to his insults before he even decides to help her out. She hasn't nowhere does he say, oh, she spat on him, she called him names, there's something wrong with the daughter. No, all she did was she was not part of the children of Israel. That's it. And he's calling her a dog. Thank you very much.
But he still helped her out in the end, right?
All right, I'll tell you what we'll do, yeah? When you see old ladies walking down the street and they ask you for help or whatever, helping cross the street, call them a dog first, do all of that insults, and then after they say, okay, I'm a dog, can you still help me cross the street? Would you do that, Mr. Bank Boy?
Would you take food from your daughter's or son's mouth and give it to your dog?
Answer the question, please.
I think it's just trying to preach injustice.
No.
That's what I think.
Here's the point. Here's the point I'm making. When he said, "Would you take from your daughters?" Remember, he's talking about the miracles, right? So when he says it's not right to take the children's bread and cast it unto the dogs, the first point you're making is he's calling another human being a dog based upon her not being from the children of Israel.
Well, like I said, in the end, the end result is what we always have to be after, innit? What was the end?
No, that's not true. Because
what you're doing is you're sticking on the first thing he said and saying that defines Jesus.
No, bro.
That doesn't define him.
Brother, hold on.
Is actually what he does.
Brother, I want you to understand something. Here's an example. There can be something in the shop that we both want. Now you, following the Christians, you go in and steal it. Now I, Issa the Black Telect, I take both have the same product, right? But how we got it. So I'm saying to you.
So why would you say the Christians have to steal it?
Because the Christians have been stealing from black people. Even now they're bloody stealing. The flipping colonization, that was all wicked Christians that were doing that to us. But anyway, as I was saying, the point is not always the end result. It's also the process. As you know, from school, they will say, show you're working. Do you get what I'm saying? So my point is, if we're going to look at the examples of the Messiah, does he not call the others snakes and vipers? Yes or no?
Maybe.
Bro, have you read the Bible?
Do you think everything in the Bible is literal?
Exactly. You feel me? Like a lot of things he's speaking in parables, he's speaking in metaphors, and that's the way of expression at the time. He can only use what
that's a nice try
at the time. You feel me?
That's a nice try, but the problem is, Malik, let me help you out. When he's speaking in parables, he actually gives you the whole parable and he gives you the metaphor. However, when it's recounting history, that is telling you this is someone else's recount of his movements and him going from A to B, and this is the experience. So please stop trying to hoodwink the people listening. We know the difference between historical events and the recounting of historical events and metaphors, similes, similitudes, parables.
So the person that was recounting the event is still quoting what Jesus said in it. And as we know, Jesus himself liked to talk in parables and metaphors. So
even the person quoting Jesus might also speak in parables. I don't really condemn people. Some things are mistakes and some things are just
Hold on.
misinterpretation.
Malik.
Yeah.
What is the metaphor in saying she's a dog? Her and her daughter are dogs. Tell me that.
Yeah, a dog could be just like female call all men. They say all men are dog. You know, it's not saying all men are dog. It's just saying we tend to act wicked. So he might be saying don't do injustice by giving your children giving their food away to wicked people.
To the
Or
wicked.
something.
Have you read it? Hold on, Malik. Have you read it?
No, I just go by reading it and try to see how the character of the people that's saying the word.
Listen, no.
Because I believe
That. Listen to my question.
I believe
No. Listen to my question. Stop. Have you read what I'm talking about? Have you read it yourself? That verse.
no. You just read it. You just read it.
That's
So I'm
fine.
going by
That's fine.
I'm going by what you read, and I'm going by judging the character of the person in quote. So if I'm going by the character of Jesus, I know he wouldn't literally condemn someone to their face. He might
Thank you,
he
Brother
might
Malik.
he might try to scold someone in some type of way, but not to make the person feel so down to a point where it looks like racism or just blaming someone in front of everyone.
Thank you,
Okay,
Malik. You said it better than I.
Okay, brilliant. So unfortunately, he said it better than you, but he's gonna get clapped better than you too. So let's deal with the reality right here, Brother Malik.
Right.
Do you agree, Brother Malik, that the Messiah said, "I'm not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel"?
If he said that, yes. If he says that, then we have to look at the meaning of what he was trying to convey to the people.
No. Listen to what I just said. When he
Yes,
says, "I'm
lost
not
sheep.
sent," hold on, no. Stop, bruv. Stop playing games. We're talking about this, the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Do you agree?
Right.
Not everyone on the planet Earth is part of the children of Israel. Yes or no?
Yes, not everybody.
Exactly. So do you agree the reason why he was not engaging with this woman at first is because she was not from the house of Israel? Yes or no?
He wasn't there.
Oh.
He can only speculate.
Oh, here we go. You know what? This is why Belly. Who the hell keep letting this blast in?
Are you mad, bro? Hear what I'm saying?
Oh,
I'm one third of the unholy trinity. You must be mad, bro. This is my home. Okay.
Yeah, well, your rent is late. Your rent is late, devil.
But anyway, what's up, Ultra?
Yeah, what God.
Brother.
Malik.
Yeah,
We're going by what is said in the book. That's all we're doing, right? We're not going by telepathy. We're not going by time machine. We're going by what's in the book. Now, the book is saying he's only sent to the lost of Israel, and that's his reason for ignoring the woman. And it's after that he says it's not right to take the children, meaning the lost sheep of the house of Israel, the children of Israel, the children's bread, and cast it unto the dogs, meaning the woman who is asking, who's not part of the children of Israel. There's no metaphor there. He's explaining that you're not part of our people. And I'm saying if you follow the sunnah of the Messiah according to the Bible, you would be a damn racist. And you would be disrespecting innocent women and children according to your book, the Bible. Do you understand my point now?
If I would interpret the meaning of the lost sheep, I would simply interpret it being the people who is doing, injustice. So, good morning, Mr. Davis.
Bro,
for instance,
if you the house of Israel, why do you keep missing out the rest of it? There's a group of people he's come to, right? The Bible says he will be called Jesus. He will save his people, the Israelites. That's it. Okay, that's it. He's come to his people. This woman who's not Israelite comes to him. He's calling her and her daughter dogs. So I'm saying if we follow the sunnah of the Messiah according to the Bible, we're going to be very racist and disrespectful. That's the whole bloody point I'm making.
Well, I understand what you're saying. That's why I said certain things are mistakes and certain things are just misinterpretation.
Well, how's that a mistake?
I wouldn't go by how they say what people have those who wrote the Bible. I wouldn't go totally by what they wrote, since he himself wouldn't curse at people. So that would have been it could be a mistake from the scribe, or it could be a metaphor from the scribe.
Stop. You're going all over the place. When we're having a discussion based upon what's already there, right? So the discussion with Bank Boy is what's there. You're taking it, well, it could be people rewrote it, people could have added it all. No, we're discussing what's currently there to somebody that believes in what's currently there. That's another separate conversation and topic you're trying to take it into. But anyway, so the point is, if we were to follow Jesus according to the Bible, you would have to be racist. You would have to be insulting, because in Matthew 12 and 34, it says, "O generation of vipers, how can ye, being evil, i.e. Sunni, speak good things? For out of the abundance of heart, the mouth speaketh." See, so already he's got people.
So are you saying generation of vipers? Now he's cussing a certain sect of people as well, being racist.
There's not even people. We should go by snakes, since vipers are snakes.
No. I'm saying he calls
whole generation of snakes.
Hold on. I'm saying he says vipers. He says serpents. He calls people wicked. He says, "Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do, for he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning."
I would take that as he was speaking to the Pharisees in that particular quote.
Indeed he was, but I'm saying he's also given an example. This is the whole point I'm making when you're talking about following Jesus. This is what you said.
I will follow Jesus till I die, brother. There's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, people have said that before. I've heard people say they're never going to convert to Islam, and they convert. I mean, my point is, that's fine, brother. All I'm doing is just sharing information.
I'm never going to convert.
Yeah, but you're already retarded, so
okay.
You know what I mean, we don't need retards up in here. But anyway, as I was saying, my brother, Bank Boy. Yeah.
What do you mean? What part of me is retarded? I'm fairly knowledgeable.
Yeah, I'm listening.
And quite coherent in my thoughts.
Nah, forget it. You ain't coherent as hell.
That's a horrible thing to say about me.
Yeah, well,
no, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. I hope you reflect on the words you just used against.
I can't hear Ultra. Ultra, I can't hear you. Let me jump off and come back on.
No, don't jump out for me. I'm not worth it. Don't jump out for me. I'm not worth it, bro.
You don't need to hear nothing he's got to say. There's nothing he's got to say which is going to help you.
Oh, fucking hell.
Hold on, look at this. So Walter says, "I can't talk to defend my faith, but he can put it down. Thanks, Veli." You damn right, Walter. Go on YouTube, and you're going to find loads of people putting down your stupid slave faith.
No, to be fair, Walter.
Even Muslims are becoming Christian also. Everybody's becoming everything.
Nah, bro, you have to remember the reason why people are converting. You know what I mean? There's a difference between converting because you believe something true, or because you need to be amongst people like you like the way things are rolling. It doesn't mean they actually believe in a religion. There's loads of people from the Middle East. Hold on, there's loads of people from the Middle East that are converting to Christianity. Lots, especially women, because it's their way out of oppression. It's not because they care about Jesus being part of the Trinity and dying for their sins. They don't give a damn about that.
What about Muslims who's also converting to Christianity?
I just gave you that example, brother. I'll say it again. From the Middle East, a lot of women are converting, and a lot of men too, because they want the freedom that Christianity gives them. They feel,
I'm not being oppressed. That's why I'm not converting to anyone's made-up fantasy god.
You oppress yourself. This is the problem when someone's brain.
No, but I'm really not oppressed, bro. I can't stress this enough. I'm literally enjoying my life, floating through, getting on, and you know what? I love this shit.
Bruv, at the end of the day, what happened to you is you took one pill too many, and it just keeps repeating that.
What do you mean? I don't do drugs, bro. What are you talking about?
No, in your raving days, you took too many.
Really.
LSD is stuck in your system, bro.
Yeah.
Your system replicates.
Valley. Someone get Valley.
Your system replicates LSD, bro. That's it. Simple as that.
No, man. Listen, I'm the hardest.
Veli, bring Bank Boy back up in here. I'm gonna have to go on mute and do something for a little while anyway. Big up to the panel. I'm muting for a little while. Malik, take over, brother.
Yeah, all right. Just quickly before Issa goes, yeah. Nobody listens to Issa. Let me tell you why. Because what I've noticed about these God, man, none of them are really happy unless you listen to them. As soon as you don't listen to them, they get mad. Do you know why? Because they know it's made up.
Hello, melanated. Valley, we have
Yo,
Melanated and Bank Boy trying to get on the panel.
it's made up. That's why, yeah, the minute you talk against them, or you go against their narrative, or you don't believe in their prophet, their book, they get mad. Do you know why? Because it's all made up emotional bullshit. And if you do anything to interfere with that or point it out, they've got no other option but to either put it down or get mad. They get angry.
Not
They get
everybody
angry.
get mad. I don't
They get
get mad for
angry.
people. I don't get mad for people not joining Islam or Christianity or any religion.
All right,
It's
you get mad
free.
when someone says it's made up garbage.
Yeah, that's emotion. I
Yeah,
don't
but
control
if
my.
if your thing is true, should you get angry?
No, I don't get me personally. I don't get angry. I just believe hey, there's
And
time for everything.
that's why I respect you, bro.
There's time for
That's why I
everything.
got time for you.
If you understand it, you take it. It's on you. I can't. I speak for myself, and I can't suffer for somebody else.
That's why I got
I
time
go
for
with
you,
my
bro.
flow.
That's
How
why I
your
got time
family
for you.
doing?
Oh man, yeah, everything's alright, man. We had a scan yesterday. Baby's heartbeat's nice and strong. She's growing nicely. The other kids are doing well. My wife's getting on. She's getting big. But when you look at her from behind, you actually can't tell that she's pregnant.
Yeah, it goes for a lot of women.
Yeah, but I like big girls. Innit? I like big
So you
girls.
like big girls?
I
Why?
don't know. I just like me. I'm a real man.
Oh,
And none
okay.
of this vegan garbage.
Wait, when you say big, you mean tall and
I know.
got
I
meat
mean
on,
meat.
or just
Yeah, meat. Meat.
okay, cool. 'Cause over here, women get upset when you call them fat. So, yeah, they will. I'm telling you, they will bite your neck.
Mm. So if you really want to
Yo,
hurt an American woman to call her fat, yeah?
oh man, when I first came to America, that was the first thing I learned. Don't call a woman. She was like, "Oh, so you calling me? You need to." Yo, she almost beat me up.
Yeah. Okay. So rule number one:
So she
come to
started
America,
she started
don't call them
teaching
fat.
me, at least you could say I'm thick. I said, "You're not thick. You fat."
No, but Malik, in the UK, if you call someone
Yeah.
thick, that means you're calling them insanely stupid.
Oh, wow.
So I'm saying
See,
if
everybody.
you call a woman thick in the UK, she'll box
So
you up.
what? So what do you say? I like big women.
We call them meaty.
What?
Meaty.
Oh, meaty. Okay, okay,
Mm.
okay. That's fair. What about the ones that don't got meat on?
Yeah, I'm not really into that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like big hips, big thighs, big bum. Mm.
Valley. When you get a chance, people trying to jump on.
Yeah, man. So what was the conversation before I jumped on and ruined
Nah, I was just trying to defend my Christian brother who Esau was trying to, because he said he would follow everything that Jesus, basically he was trying to say he would follow the ways of Jesus Christ. Righteousness, doing good, don't hurt nobody. Simple basic things that people supposed to live by. Simple basic rules.
it?
So Esau was trying to come at him through the Bible, which I understand where Esau's coming from, but I also wanted to justify that. I see the Bible like hadith. It's contained certain things that is true and certain things is just miswritten
No,
or
no, certain, just say it,
misinterpreted.
man. Certain things that are just patently insane and false.
Right. Okay. Like, I don't want to do that, but let me put it that way anyway.
But I won't lie to you. If you wanted to live like Jesus, I think you'd do good, because when everyone was gonna bust up that hole, and he said,
Yeah.
if you've got no sin, throw the first stone. And you see how, in the end, when they took and realized and reflected,
Yeah.
nobody threw a stone. And for me,
Well,
that's important.
if I would really kind of break down what he said, I would term it to be, if you have anybody here that's never committed adultery or whatever the lady did, then you know, throw the stone. And everybody that was present felt like, hey, you know, I just did something, and everybody just did something, so nobody was able to do it. But if we talk about sin,
and you know what,
melanated,
we was literally just talking about meaty princesses, you know, and then you popped up.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, because I look like SpongeBob. I'm skinny.
She said SpongeBob.
What the fuck?
Well, go ahead,
hang on a second. Shifon, didn't I tell you, don't come back onto this panel until you've got Marvel downloaded? Didn't I tell you that?
Alright, cuz, do you know what? I'll be honest with you, yeah? I've been having mad serious issues to deal with, man. So, I've been out of work for 2 days ain't a long time, but
You got too much wind.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, no, I've been having car troubles, man. I've got a guy just sorting out my bloody car now. So, yeah, I've kind of had more important issues to deal with, Ultra. Unfortunately.
No, sorry, bro. No, dead excuse, bro. Dead excuse. Sorry, bro. Red card.
That's a big man excuse. A big man excuse, that.
So they got you walking.
No, the guy's over there. I'm in the car park. He's in the car park doing them. He's doing the flipping. I had to change my brake calipers and do a stupidness still. The brake started seizing up and that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not safe.
Do they do inspection over there?
What's that?
Inspection. Like, you got to put a tag on your car, and after all that.
Yeah, we call it MOT.
Yeah, the MOT. Cool. Yeah, we do that. Oh, do you know what? Is anyone a Muslim on the panel? Is there any Muslims in the room?
Yeah, only Malik and confused.
No, Malik.
And Sunni Isa. And Sunni Isa.
Yeah.
Or Isa, anyone.
Yeah.
Sunni Isa. Yes, Sunni Isa. Sunni Isa.
I'm hoping one of you can answer my question still.
What is the question? If I can, I'll answer it.
I prefer to get an answer from one of the Muslim members of the room.
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Oh, you are? All right, say nothing. So basically, yeah, like, I've been reading this Quran, yeah, but I don't. Yeah. Where does Muhammad say that he's a prophet? And how do you why is it that? How do we establish him as a prophet? I don't understand it.
Well, I hear this question sometimes, and I can't really give you a definite answer. But I guess from his revelation,
is that Malik?
Malik talking. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Go on. Talk to me. What is the?
I can't really give you a good answer. Let me not even beat around the bush.
What about who's the other Muslim? The one that says one Sunni finger something.
Oh no, that's Shia.
No, that's Sunni Isa.
Oh, Isa. Can you give me an answer?
He said, "Hold on."
So
let me ask Ultra a question while we wait for Isa to come back.
Come on, baby, talk to me, sister, my queen. Well, not my queen, hey, queen, talk to me.
If you had to pick a spiritual system, right, to adopt, right, to start practicing, which one is more in line with like who you are as a person?
Ifa.
Ifa?
You know why? Yeah,
Nah, he's more of a
because
Buddhist, man.
I'm
He's more of a
into.
Buddhist.
I don't
He's a bit of a
mind.
macho, man.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind deifying nature, man, because if you understand nature and its different aspects, different properties, I can understand why you would deify these things, right? But when you start telling me, boy,
I'm back.
You have to sleep. You can't. You have to eat certain. You can't eat shellfish. There's an authoritative figure who wants you to behave in a specific way and in group and out group and all this stupid fuckery. Yeah, but my limited and general understanding of Ifa is just the deification and appreciation for nature, and I don't mind that.
All right.
It's Taylor.
You know, that's funny. I think that would be the one that I would end up choosing also.
Do you know what, Melanie? You're lucky I can't have two wives, you know.
What are you talking about? You
Yeah,
don't even know what. Listen. That's my brother right there. Because he don't even know what I look like.
That doesn't matter. I know you got them hips. I know you got them hips. I know you got a bum. So, and
that's it.
That's it.
You can hear it in my voice. You can hear it in my voice.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
You got like special ears.
That's right, I do.
Shifra, how do you the same question you asked me, if someone was to ask you, what would be your answer according to Jesus and Moses and other prophets that came before Jesus? Oh, he's probably busy. Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Malik, somebody in the chat said that nature is temporary and God is not. My response to that is grow up, you big child. I'm temporary also, so you're not making a good case for yourself.
I don't really get that. Nature is temporary.
Nature is what?
Yes, because this person needs an
When
eternal
has there not
dictatorship.
been when there has there not been nature? Like when has there not been something natural?
Ask this person, because for them, that point they made was really poignant. But obviously, to everyone else who's got a brain, it's not.
Wow. But that's
it's just a way of saying, my shit's better than your shit. That's basically what it is.
Right, and I think like I think if your God encourages you to do that stupidness, like gangbang on God, then what the hell's wrong with your God? Why is your God a gangbanger, man? What the hell?
Yeah,
why is your God? Why is your God going like?
You're making a good point.
Why is your God like nanny boo boo? I'm better than you. Why is your God like that?
We don't do gang banging. We do corrections and in the loving way.
If you got,
we don't do gang bang.
Yes, you do. You don't say we. You can't speak for everybody.
I don't. Okay, I don't. Let me say I don't. The God that I worship don't do gang banging. He do correction in a loving and merciful way.
The moment you tell somebody their stuff is wrong and yours is right, it's gang banging. You can't electric slide up out of that one.
Yes, you can.
I'm telling you. No, you can. You can't change it. If you telling someone their stuff is wrong, yours is right. Yeah. You out of pocket. You out of line. I say you out of pocket.
It's not. If when you say something is wrong, it's having a conversation of why it's wrong.
No, you can't. It's not having a conversation. Who are you to tell somebody their stuff is wrong? You're just a man. Who are you to tell somebody their stuff is wrong? You're just a man. That's the problem. People don't have humility. They don't have humility to say, you know what? That's not my place. Let the Most High bring you. No, you want to be like with your pride, like let me tell you and let me tell you what's wrong. Who is you? That's your opinion.
Tell him,
that
Queen.
shit.
Tell him, Queen. Come on.
Killing people unjustly is wrong.
I'm talking about a belief system. Now you switching it. I'm saying you telling somebody that their belief system is wrong, is out of pocket. That's what I said. I'm not talking about killing someone and, you know, should you lie and all this other stuff. Like those are different specific things that have more to deal with your moral compass and your character. I'm talking about literally saying, you know, if you go up to a Buddhist and say your belief system is wrong, you go up, you know, to Ifa practitioner and say your belief system, you just out of line, straight up and down.
No, but that's the thing, melanated. Most of these God man, yeah, like what you just said is not true. Because their thing is right, melanated. So it doesn't matter how you try to rationalize it, or how you try to justify it, or how you approach it in a rational and emotionless, grown-up adult way. It won't kill you because Nina, my thing's better than yours. That's it, Melanie. Nina, my thing's better than yours, and it doesn't matter what you say. Nina. I think it's Nina. Is it Nina in the UK? In the US?
We say nanny.
Nanny.
Nanny boo boo. We say nanny boo boo. nanny boo boo. He said Nina.
Nina.
Y'all stuff is all crazy in the UK, man.
I know. That's what I'm hoping for, man. I'm hoping as soon as I open my mouth, I'll be like, "Are you from the UK?" And I'll be like, "Yes." Can you help me find my hotel, please? They'll be like, "Yeah, it's on Collins Avenue." And I'll be like, "Why are you wearing a lot of clothes?" They'll be like, "Well, that's what we wear in Miami, Florida." I'll be like, "Okay. Where are you guys partying this weekend?" "Well, we're going to the boat party on the yacht, all white." And I was like, "Listen, I just bought my stretchy white jeans and some white pumps. I've got
I'm mad. I'm done with you, stretchy white pants. What the hell?
When it's raining.
Stretchy white jeans. Oh my goodness.
Well, I know I'm definitely gonna be in 2021. I don't know about 2020.
Come on, October 2021. Come on.
October 20. Listen. I want to do October 2021. I would love to do February of 2021 too, in Trinidad. I don't know.
No, I'm busy that day. That day in February, I'm busy. But 2021 October is on. Like, Carnival, come on.
He said that day in February. The whole month of February, you're gonna be busy.
Yeah, I'm busy that day. Yeah.
Whatever. Listen, I'm just telling you.
I'm washing my hair that day. I'm washing my hair that day in February.
I'm so tempted to like not make my locks get any longer, but then it's a part of me that wants them to like grow all the way to like my waist.
Yeah, that's funny. That's what.
I'm ready.
You keep up that the boot, man. You have to keep doing squats, man. It's important. Squat. Like squats, women, listen to me. Squats. They are your friend. They are your friend. And then once you finish doing the squats, you fling on some leggings and some high heels, laughing.
Leggings and high heels. You and this freaking leggings and high heels.
Yeah.
Well, push-ups are a man's best friend.
Yeah, but what if you got a bad wrist?
You could do push-ups against the wall. Did you know that? It's a stop sign. What the hell? Y'all have a stop sign. What the fuck? I'm sorry, you guys. You didn't
Oh,
hear
yeah,
that.
man, like Triluminati live in the building. Come on, my brother Jedi. I'll see you over there, my broski. Come on.
Big up Jedi.
I don't know if Jedi's coming 2021, you know. He hasn't really said nothing. But I'm just going to keep saying it, innit? 2021.
Oh, you told him about it? Told him
Listen,
about it?
Melody, be honest. Is there anyone I haven't told about it?
Man,
oh, come on.
it's going to be lit, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be lit.
No, Memorial Weekend is going to be May. Alright, listen, I'm coming to find out. I'm going to find out, A, if Norwegian Airlines is worth it, and B,
Man, I should just drive down there. I'm joking. That'll take too
I
long.
want to see how popular my accent is in the US.
Yeah, what?
I want to find out how popular my accent is in the US. Because apparently, like, people in the US just like the British accent, which is strange to me because I love the American accent.
It's so funny when I went to Canada, I ended up meeting a guy who lived right in my area. I was like, what the hell? I went all the way to Canada to meet somebody that live out here.
It's a small world.
It's really not. It's actually really big. That's why it's difficult to sense the curvature of the earth. Shots fired, by the way.
No, what are you talking about, Ultra? The earth is flat, man. You better cut that out.
Don't make me cancel something.
Ultra, listen.
Don't make me cancel something.
You ain't never seen. You're not in no ball, Ultra Funky. Earth is flat.
Yo, Melody,
you're trying to piss me off.
Yesterday about the guy who's trying to who built his rocket.
He did what?
Melanated. He built his personal rocket and he made his rocket. He said he was trying to go up to the space, and when he took off, his parachute came off, and then I think he died though. I didn't see it, but I know he was gonna die.
Wait, how you laughing?
You
laughing and gonna be like he died? What kind of mess is that?
Cause it's funny how you keep trying to.
You see, it's funny that he died. That's funny.
No, not funny that he died. What he was trying to do, you should see the scene. He made his rocket a little personal rocket, and then he was trying to go up to the sky, to the space, and then after he lifted off, not more than like 2-3 seconds, his parachute actually came off the rocket, and when he got off, like after 10 seconds, the thing flipped over, and he was coming back down, and I think he crashed.
Well, maybe he didn't die.
Yeah, maybe I didn't watch the whole news, but I was watching what was it, something edition, and I didn't finish watching it, but I know he probably was dead, and they said he tried it before. They tried it before. He hurt his spinal cord or whatever, and he tried it again, and this time he was worse. So I'll probably Google it and see.
Where is everybody else? Because I gotta go. I just arrived to work. People be trying to say, y'all ain't got no job. Y'all ain't got no job. Yes, I do, boo.
Yeah, I'm trying to go get coffee also.
Getting ready to go save the world, impact our young Black youth and help them be better people.
That's what you do?
Yeah, give back to my I work with people who are criminally offended.
Oh, okay. So you're doing dawa.
Work with felons and stuff. Yeah, see, I'm doing dawa. All right,
dawa.
I'm gonna check with y'all on my lunch break.
Right, cool. I'm
right,
trying to go get coffee also. Okay. I think Wednesdays are always quiet. What's yeah, Enoch, if you could get on the show and help me out, I'll be very, very glad because I'm also trying to go get coffee. Anybody trying to get on the panel, please. The Earthers went out in a bang. Who's this? Empress Becca. Veli. Okay, cool. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, Empress.
How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Well, go on.
Well, go on, Funky.
Boy, I'm at work. You know how Campbell goes.
Yeah.
What's everyone saying?
Nothing, man. I've just jumped. I was on earlier, but I had to go do something. But I'm back now.
What's the question of the day?
There isn't one. It's I think
that's...
Veli's just doing open conversation today, isn't it?
All right, let's talk about
I saw something about
the benefits.
Freestyle chatting.
The benefits of a really strong vagina.
Oh God, really?
No, wait. No, I said vagina, so it wasn't like vulgar and that, innit? Like, because what I'm saying is, like, if it's strong, and I don't mean the smell, I mean its strength. Yeah, that's enough to save any relationship. Like, because, like, if you know what you're doing and it's strong, you can keep a man, and he'll be like, "I'm not leaving you ever," and I don't want another wife either. What do you think of that? What do you think about that theory?
I think it's all down to the man, innit? Because certain man like certain vagina. So you know, down to the man, innit?
Malik, do you think there's a vagina out there that could turn you out?
Yeah, if it stinks, that's it.
Yeah.
I had a bad experience before, so I don't feel like going back to such type of experience.
Yo, Malik, what happened to Issa? He ran away.
Nah, his brother's busy. He probably coming back.
I'll give him a.
Yeah, but I was asking you a question, Shifa. I said the same question you was asking me. What if somebody poses a question to you about other prophets before Muhammad?
Oh, but I can tell you.
Finish now? Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, basically, yeah. You either got some kind of miracles, or you got to have some kind of like new information. So it's not new information. How do you consider this guy a prophet? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Hey, Shifa, have you downloaded the thing yet? Because I'm getting tired of you running for people.
We got Buddha.
I'm getting tired of you, you know.
I'm sorry, man. I'm running. I am running, though. I'm not going to lie. I ain't saying I'm not running. I be hiding. Shit.
No, don't hide, bro. Just come hold this meeting, and I'll let you go. You know what I mean? I'll leave you be.
Yo, Ultra, slow down, man. If I get shot, come bash up in the fucking street, if I allow it, man.
Bro, Shahid couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. Morning. Yeah, big up, Buddha. Anyway, listen, I gotta do some work, man. Yeah, you're right on time. Listen, let me do my job. I'll speak to you later. Yes, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. I hope you're fine. I didn't. Yes, you did.
I ain't gonna lie, I think Ultra will make a wicked Uber driver. You know, one of the long journeys, like, it'll keep you entertained. What's going on, Reebok? You good?
Well, go on, Buddha. You good, yeah?
Kicking over me, I was trying to play. Kicking over.
I hear that.
Yeah.
But it's my daughter's birthday next week, but
How old is she gonna be?
Okay.
she's going to be 10.
Oh, bless
What's that?
her. What are you gonna
March. March
You know
3rd?
what? You know, she's asked for a desk for her bedroom.
get? Oh, okay.
So yeah, so that's all she really wanted. She just said she wants a desk for her bedroom. So I was like, all right, cool. So I bought her a desk. I'm buying her like little accessories, like a little like a desk light and bits and pieces you put on the
Okay.
desk.
Did you buy her a laptop to go on the desk?
Bro, now fucking laptops and tablets this child has had, bro. I ain't doing it no more, brother. Nah, I ain't doing it, bro. Like until she starts learning how to look after her things and not smash it up. No, I'm not paying out that big money, man.
She keeps smashing up even with the pad on it.
Mate, she's had laptops, she's had phones, she's had tablets, and every single time the screen gets smashed. So, well, I'm not gonna keep wasting my money.
Do you know what? I bought this phone. I upgraded my phone. Yeah. I bought one of these Galaxy Fold phones.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man! This thing is just a joke. You know, like I'll be having a conversation. The thing will just randomly start googling shit without me asking it. And reading it out. You know, I was actually on this. I was actually on this show yesterday, and we were talking about temples. But I was speaking on my other phone, and this thing googled it and started reading out what temples are. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, you gotta go in the it's called I forgot, but it's in the settings though. If you go in the settings, you need to work on it. Since it's a new phone, it's always like that. Until you get to go in the settings and try to put things to normal the way you want it. It's
And the maddest thing is, I'm an iPhone guy. I've had iPhone for the best part of
oh,
20
that's
years.
why I don't like iPhones.
iPhones are so dead.
Yeah, iPhone's whack.
I
No, but you know, all my music's on my iPhone. So like when I'm on the tube or whatever, I've got to listen to the music. So I'm using my iPhone, and then for everything else, it's the other one.
Yeah, I prefer my Android.
Yeah, Android's definitely better.
Whose voice is that?
It's me.
It's me, you know. I like your voice. You got a nice voice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it gripes on you though, man. You know when you're hearing it all the time talking about
Shut
this,
up,
that,
Shut up, fam.
Haters. Don't make me laugh. Now you got a nice voice, man.
Thank you.
Have you got one of those telephone kind of jobs?
No.
No, you should do, because I'd like speaking to you. It wouldn't get on my nerves at all.
Like this is just my normal voice. I've actually, you got a telephone voice. I actually have a telephone voice. So.
Okay, let's hear your telephone voice.
Buddha, fuck off.
Come on, man. Let's hear the telephone voice. You're here fussing about your fucking telephone voice. Let's hear it already.
I can't just put it on like that.
Just fucking put it on. Imagine, I don't know, Usher is calling you. Yeah, so go ahead. Usher.
Usher, bro. If Usher was calling me, I wouldn't be talking with my telephone voice, fam.
You're gonna be talking with your Israelite voice, yeah? Go on. So let's hear the telephone. Can't hear.
I can't hear Carnito. Yo, Carnito, how come you're so silent in the background, brother?
He's been getting it this morning, though.
Oh, I'm gonna allow it, bro. Allow it.
My man's been getting it this morning, where he got it from Nines, he got it from God of Jacob. He was getting it this morning.
Oh, God of Jacob. I ain't heard him for time.
He's on the panel
here,
now.
yeah?
He's on the panel now. Yeah.
Where?
He's right next to you.
Oh, yeah.
Jacob. What's going on, Navy man? Can't hear you, brother. Yeah, these men are gone to sleep on the panel, you know, like that.
Oh, Carnita just laughing in the back chat. He's obviously can't talk right now.
Okay, one of those ones. Now I know it's like we get like that when you're at work and stuff. Certain times you have to take a little breaks. So how's your day been, Becky?
Yeah, it's been good. I've been chilling today, really. So I ain't got nothing to do till tomorrow, and tomorrow I've got a busy day. So
what does chilling consist of for you?
Normal motherly stuff, cleaning the house.
Man, I saw you on Tinder this morning. Don't try it.
Huh?
Ignore that.
Buddha's just a hater, fam.
Hey, Buddha, why are you called Buddha anyway? You're Buddhist.
No, his actual name is Buddha.
Yeah.
Oh, his name's Buddha.
Oh, as well as being a Buddhist. Yeah.
As well as being a Buddhist. So you what? Are you Chinese?
No, I'm not. No.
How you end up with that name then, cuz? Talk to me.
I was an atheist to begin with, and as you do, go through life, you get to a certain age, and I became a Buddhist. Long story, but yeah.
Why a Buddhist though? I don't really know much about this Buddhist stuff. Why a Buddhist? What attracted you to it?
Because it doesn't have a specific deity that we worship. So there's no God in Buddhism.
But isn't Buddha a Hindu?
Isn't Buddhism what?
Wasn't Buddha a Hindu though?
He was indeed, yeah. He was. He brought up a Hindu, but he evolved his spirituality through the journey of life. So, yeah.
Okay. So he decided not to be a Hindu and just became Buddha.
Yeah. So Buddha is a terminology given to someone who's enlightened. So anyone can become a Buddha so long as they're enlightened.
What are you saying? I'm a Buddha then, yeah? Because I'm enlightened right now.
It depends what you understand by the word enlightened, isn't it? So, there's been many iterations. There's been many iterations of the Buddha. So, yeah, a lot of people think there's only one Buddha. That's not true.
Okay. I learned something new today.
Mm-hmm.
So do you do that? Do you do meditating stuff and that? Yeah.
I do. Yes. Meditate. Practice mindfulness.
So the Buddhas do the chakras and all of that.
Certain schools of Buddhism do different things. I mean, if you look at Zen Buddhism, which was founded by Bodhidharma. If you've heard of Bodhidharma, he's the one that taught the Shaolin monks Kung Fu. Well, taught him yoga. Turned into Tai Chi and then turned into Kung Fu.
So what are you saying? You're a Kung Fu man, yeah?
No, I'm not. I used to be a boxer. Still do that kind of thing. Some taekwondo, Muay Thai. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. How about yourself? Tell us about you.
I'm just an Israelite, no Hebrew involved, just Israelite. I don't believe that any Israelite people in history or in the past ever spoke the language they call Hebrew. I believe they spoke a language that was, it was the same language, but they weren't calling it Hebrew, basically. That's my honest belief, and I believe in the one God kind of thing. Obviously, I believe in, the Jesus, the prophets, Moses, and such people. I've been trying to find out about Muhammad today still because, I've been hearing that Muhammad's a prophet, but after reading the Quran, I've not found anywhere where Muhammad himself professes to be a prophet. So it kind of confused me a bit, to be honest.
Well, that's interesting. What would you take as evidence of him being a prophet?
Say that again.
What would you take as evidence of him being a prophet?
Well, from what I know about the word prophet, yeah, a prophet has to come with prophecy, yeah, and prophecy is basically, all right, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a bit of a breakdown of the way I break it. So prophecy comes either through revelation or like divine intervention and stuff like that. So you have to be, you know, someone who speaks to the divine, to the creator. You know, they might have been spoken to by angels on behalf of the creator, and given us some kind of revelation, or maybe they performed miracles or something along those lines. As far as Muhammad is concerned, I can't find any real revelation coming from Muhammad. I've looked into some of Muhammad's so-called prophecies that he made, but from what I've read, his prophecies, as in, you know, when someone makes a prediction of the future kind of thing, all of his predictions come true, which kind of makes me a bit like suspicious there. And then, you know, it's the fact that, for instance, if you look at Moses was a prophet. He came with the 10 commandments, but no one before Moses had come with 10 commandments. You can go back into like things like Maya and you can find more than 10 commandments, but you can't find 10 commandments in the way that Moses has put them across, you know. So I'd say that to that extent, you know, there's some of these prophecies and prophets, you know, there's questions to be answered in regard to them, especially, like I said, Muhammad, in the sense that I don't see any real prophecy there in the sense of revelation or performing miracles. Yeah, he was a warlord, he won battles, but then does that make Alexander the Great a prophet? You know, like that.
So I think, from my limited understanding of Islam, I believe that the dictation of the Quran itself was a miracle. So I think Muslims view the Quran as a miracle itself. So him meeting the angel in the cave and getting that, would you not consider that some sort of communication with God? No.
I'm hearing where you're coming from, but then, you know, there's communication with God and then there's prophecy, isn't there? You know, like that, because
I believe he's had some sort of prophecies. I can't quote them at this moment in time because I'm not too clear on them, but I'm sure he's I'm not sure if it's himself. Well, it has to be himself because he narrated the Quran, so there are some prophecies within the Quran, if I'm not mistaken. I know the Shia.
This is my problem with that. Yeah,
Good.
The Quran is the same as the Bible, so I can't really consider something to be prophecy when it was already there, if that makes sense.
When you're saying the same as the Bible, in what do you mean? Like
in the sense of Muhammad was bringing to the table, and he incorporated a lot of you know, Christian and, you know, we can call it
biblical,
call it, or
agreed.
biblical.
Yeah, there is a lot of Christianity within the Quran that I can see anyway.
That's what confuses me though, because my understanding of the prophet is you have to bring something new to the table, and I don't see what he's brought new to the table unless someone else can help me there. You know, as far as that, for instance, you got things in the Quran, that hadith and stuff like that, that's not in the Bible. But from what I understand of hadith, you know, these aren't actually Muhammad bringing these hadiths. So, you know, the Muslims say that Muhammad is the last prophet. So where did the hadiths come from? And if these people ain't prophets, then why are they there? I don't get it.
So hadiths are something different outside of the Quran. So they're observations. So let's say so you got this weak hadith and strong hadith type thing.
Really?
Yeah. So there's many hadiths that are not taken as strong hadiths. So there's a form of they have to have a chain of narration. So if someone like Sahih Bukhari says the Prophet sat on this chair and spoke about this subject, there has to be verifications of that. And if there is, say, 4 or 5 verifications, then that's considered a strong hadith. If there's a hadith whereby only one person saw it and that person is not a trustworthy witness, then that's considered a weak or false hadith.
So then would it be fair to say that these hadiths are the words of men, not the words of God? Because I'm a bit confused.
They are the words of men, but they're the words of men that have been verified through different sources. about the prophet.
Yeah, I've got so they're words about the prophet, but they're not from the prophet, so they're not really. Then
Well, no, they can be. So if the prophet says, "Don't," I don't know. Let's say the prophet says, "Don't wash yourself in sand." So that's the prophet giving something, giving some sort of a instruction. So
it's more common sense then, is what you're saying.
Well, no, it has to come specifically from the prophet. So if the prophet Muhammad said, "Don't wash yourself in sand," it's making up something here, and there's 4 people that verified that he did say that, then that becomes canon, basically.
So
again,
if Muhammad didn't consider himself a prophet, like how do we, like who establishes him as a prophet? Who comes up with this word prophet and applies it to him? Because like I've been going through this Quran, I'm trying to find where Muhammad professes to being a prophet. You know, like Moses, when Moses came with the word of God.
If I can remember correctly, I think the word they use is Nabi, which is messenger.
Okay.
So I believe he classes himself as a messenger. I think I'm not. Again, that's the question. I feel like maybe Khan can answer. You'd have to ask a Muslim, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to get a Muslim to answer me because I don't understand it. Like if he's coming with, like, for instance, yeah, if I'm calling myself a prophet, Khan. So Khan, I'm trying to ask this question and get an answer to this question. I've not got one as yet. Where does Muhammad call himself a prophet, and how do we come to the conclusion that he is a prophet?
Yeah, the thing is, you got to realize that what you're reading ain't a Quran; it's a translation of a Quran. So, like Buddha said, when it refers to the messenger, is referring to Muhammad as the prophet.
So someone else is referring to him as a prophet.
Yeah, so God's saying that this is my messenger. I send him to my nation, well, to the people of the whole world, basically. So God calls him his messenger. He said, "He's my messenger."
So God calls him the messenger.
Yeah.
And where does God call him the messenger? Where do I find that in the Quran? I'm trying to.
What, in the Quran? I must find it for you. Oh, I'll find it while you talk.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Don't worry, I'm not trying to start a debate or catch no one out. I'm a bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. I just I know that Jesus, you know, he said he was the son of the Most High, but he also said we're all sons of the Most High. But then Jesus also performed miracles, and he turned certain parts of the law into commandment, in the sense of, like, I was having, well, not a debate, I was having a discussion with this guy in the park, and he was saying, well, Jesus never brought commandments, and, you know, in the Bible, Jesus specifically says, follow my commandment and stuff like that. And his commandment, according to Jesus, one of his commandments is to love your neighbor like you love yourself. So as far as Jesus being a prophet and bringing something new to the table, I'd say that's quite new, because, you know, love your neighbor as you love yourself before that was only considered to be a statute.
I've got to say, what should I call you, my brother?
Shifa.
Shifa. I got to say, you got to be the calmest Israelite I've ever spoken to.
Come on, I'm the real Israelite, man. Like, you see all of this angry stuff, and, you know, this hatred for people. Like, if you read your Bible and you read about Israelites, like, they have to be accepting of other nations. They have to be, you know, accommodating to other people as well. So, you know, all these guys that promote this hatred narrative, you know, that's what I'd be explaining to them if we did get into a dialogue, and letting them know, you know, at the end of the day, maybe I agree on certain points they make, but as far as the hatred stuff, like, I think that goes a long way against what we're trying to promote, and, you know, being righteous and, you know, being men of the Most High or women of the Most High.
I feel like I did speak to some Israelites a few years ago on here from America.
Yeah.
And it then transpires that I am actually, in fact, an Israelite. Would you believe it? They they asked me a whole heap of questions, and they said, yeah, you're an Israelite, man. I was like, raw. Okay.
Well, Israelites were nomadic people. They lived everywhere. So, like Brother Torok, he can give you a bit of dialogue on this more than I can, but I know the language of the ancient Americas was very similar to what we know today as being called Hebrew, which is why I don't call that language Hebrew, because those people didn't call it Hebrew, but their language is very similar. And when you find evidence of those writings on the continent of Africa, then maybe in Egypt, Dead Sea Scrolls or whatever, nowhere in those writings do those people profess to be in Hebrews. Israelite is the term that would be used. So, I'd imagine that.
What these guys done was they asked me a whole heap of questions about my ancestry, and from that they determined that I am an Israelite.
Yeah.
So
I think some of these Israelites are confused as well, because they say things like, for instance, I'll give you an Israelite narrative. They say the seed comes from the father. So you are what your father is, and your mother is basically, her DNA doesn't count. And I think that's a bit, it's a bit misguided, to be honest. But obviously it's their narrative.
When I asked them, they said to me, if your ancestors were in captivity, then that makes you an Israelite, or words to that effect.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that as well, because in the Bible it does talk about the Israelites being in captivity, not just on one occasion, neither on more than one occasion. For instance, you've got like the Assyrians, like King Hezekiah, and certain people who captured Israelites, was mutilating them and doing such things to them. So they've been through quite a bit of captivity. The one captivity that we can't find evidence of is the one in Egypt, or what we know today as Egypt, which we know was originally called Kemet. But looking on that continent and looking at those pyramids, looking at the history that those people left behind, I've not managed to find any evidence of any dark-skinned people ever being enslaved in that place. So there may be some controversy surrounding that. And then also in Egypt, we can't find anyone called Moses in Egypt, in their history, but we can find a Tutmos. So, there's a possibility that, someone got confused. I'm not going to say that, men don't get confused sometimes, or, people like to rewrite things or not necessarily rewrite, but just narrate things in a way which accommodates themselves,
So would you classify someone of Egyptian heritage as an Israelite?
Well, technically, if Moses was an Egyptian, to some extent, then I'd imagine that there was more Israelites within the place of Egypt also. And, we can say that, who is it? It's Joseph, isn't it? Yes, Joseph, who was sold into captivity by his brothers, and then later on became the second hand of the Pharaoh of Egypt, and then brought his family into Egypt. So, to that extent, I'd say, yeah, we could say that some of these Egyptians would have been Israelites. Yeah.
Okay. Some of them, but not all of them.
So in the Quran, 33:40, it says, Muhammad is not the father of any man among you, but he is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets, and Allah is ever aware of all things. Offers couple of translations.
And who actually said that though, Khan? Who's the person?
That's the word of God. So that's the Quran is the word of God. So it's God speaking through the angel. The angel carries the message, but it's God speaking.
When the angel carried that message, who was the one writing it down? Who was the angel speaking to at that point?
No, they didn't write it down. It was memorized. It was recited.
So who memorized? Was this Muhammad who said this? Is this Muhammad who memorized that?
Yeah.
So Muhammad himself said that he is a prophet. Then is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, no. He's receiving revelation.
So Muhammad received a revelation and then told the people that he was a prophet.
Yeah, and then the people memorized it.
Okay. So Muhammad himself used the words that I am a messenger of God. Long story short.
No, he never used the word I. Like, he's not talking as himself. So it's like he goes to the mountain or wherever he meditates. The angels reveal chapters to him of the Quran, and then he comes back and conveys that to the people. Said like, you know, I was at the thing. The angel come to me and he revealed a couple of chapters to me, and they're like, all right, so what did the angel say? And then he'll just recite them, and then the people would take it verbatim, like word for word, and commit it to their memory. So then every single part of the Quran was memorized. So that's the meaning of the word Quran, is recitation. So they would recite it, you know, like repeatedly say it over and over again, like reciting it as the word of God.
To that extent, the words that Muhammad was reciting, is this the part of the Quran that is very similar to the Bible in that effect, or is it does that include the hadiths and, you know, the other parts of the Quran?
No, the hadiths aren't part of the Quran. That's a separate book.
So when we say Quran, when you say Quran, which what is the actual Quran? Because I'm of the understanding, from what you said, like I'm gonna tell you.
Read it, bro. Read it.
No, I have read the Quran. I have read it, but like you said, I've read the
so
translation.
in the Quran, it's God speaking.
Yeah. But the deduction that I'm taking from what you're saying is the part that is the actual Quran is the part that is very similar to what's in the Bible and in maybe the Septuagint, and, you know, parts are in the Torah also.
Shalom.
I don't think God speaks in the Bible. God don't speak unless it's he's speaking to an individual person. Like if you can point to some things in the Bible that Jesus might have said.
Yeah.
You know, they can quote Jesus and say Jesus said this and Jesus said that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
but
in a way, the Bible's written in a different kind of style. It's written in a different style. Yeah. So
the question I'm really trying to ask and trying to establish an answer for is the part of the Quran that is the actual Quran, is that the part that is very similar
the whole of the Quran is the actual Quran.
All right, so the whole of the Quran is the actual Quran, but you said that the hadith and stuff is not part of the Quran.
Yeah, that's a separate thing altogether.
All right, and what about surahs? Is that part of the Quran?
Yeah, surahs is like chapters.
So surahs is chapters. So surahs, that's part of the Quran as well, then.
Yeah.
And was that also recited by Muhammad?
Oh no. What it is that the Quran is the word of God, and the hadiths is the people making a record of what the Prophet did and what he said.
Okay.
So the hadith is the actions and the deeds and the stories of the Prophet. So that's similar to the Bible in that way.
In the sense of Jesus' story, and I kind of get.
So hadith is similar to that.
So then, in that sense, then is it? Can I take from what you said then that the Quran is, you know, for instance, the Old Testament, the parts of the New Testament, as far as up to Jesus, then, and then obviously surahs. But then you said that the surahs were not recited by Muhammad. So how do they come into it?
Yeah. So what it is, the Quran is the actual word of God. It's God speaking. Yeah.
Muhammad.
No, to Muhammad.
To Muhammad, and Muhammad is reciting.
Yeah. So then the people learn the Quran from Muhammad.
But then how does the surahs get involved if Muhammad, if that
surahs are the chapters of the Quran, so it's revealed in pieces. It's like over a period of time.
Okay, so surah just means chapters, as in, so you know, like for instance, Moses, is that a surah then? The story of Moses is a surah.
So 1 minute. surahs might mean verses. So there's chapters and verses, isn't it?
Okay.
So
I think I'm still a bit confused, but we're getting somewhere. At least you're trying to give me some kind of answers, which I'm getting a better understanding, because I just don't want to be misled, if that makes sense, and be misinterpreting something, because I've got respect for everyone's belief system, which is the only reason I'm going to be reading the Quran in the first place, because I just want to know how this book can help me. Is it actually the word of God? Is Muhammad a prophet? How do I substantiate it? Such things, so it's not really a debate. It's just more that I just wanted some answers to some of these questions. So as far as the surahs are concerned, Moses, would Moses be considered, the story of Moses, would that be considered?
Surah is a verse. No, sorry, one minute. Surah is divided into ayah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So surahs would be chapters and ayahs would be verses.
I've got you. So the story of Moses would be an ayah, which includes surahs.
There are 114 surahs in the Quran, each divided into ayahs or verses.
So the story of Moses, what would
Moses would be a surah.
And it would be divided into ayahs.
Yeah.
I've got you. Now I've got a better understanding, because I just don't want to misinterpret it. So as far as surahs are concerned, those are chapters, ayahs are verses. And where does Muhammad's recitation end? Does it end with the Old Testament? Does it end at where does it end? Talk to me.
Ends with the one where he speaks before he dies.
And what does
just before he dies, he gives his last recitation, like his last revelation.
When you say revelation, though, like, this is the main word I have a concern with, because if we got the same understanding of what revelation means, then I'd assume that you couldn't really use the term revelation. So what I'd just like to ask you, what is your understanding of the word revelation?
Okay. So the reason why it's a revelation is because Muhammad didn't just sit there making it up, or he didn't sit there saying, I'm being inspired by God to do certain things. He's actually hearing the voice of God speaking through an angel. So the angel is speaking to him and he's saying, God said this, and he's revealing it to him. So then he receives a revelation, meaning that someone's passing a message to him that he's just at that moment discovering or being made aware of. So it's revealed to him.
Can I tell you the controversy surrounding the word revelation in the way you've just interpreted it? Is that okay? So if I look in, say, for instance, the Cambridge Dictionary at the word revelation and the meaning, it means the act of making something known that was secret, or a fact that is made known. So it has to be something that nobody knew before. Now, obviously, for instance, the story of Moses,
it ain't that nobody knew it. No, it ain't that nobody knew it before. It's the person that's receiving it never knew it before.
Okay, but he's revealing it to people that already know the story of Moses, though.
Who?
How does that work?
They didn't know the story of Moses.
How do we establish that they didn't know? Because if the story of Moses was already around before Muhammad, then how do we establish
but they never had Wikipedia back then. Innit?
I think I kind of understand where you're coming from.
They were isolated. These people were isolated where they were living.
So
we know what they knew and what they didn't know. They didn't know about Moses.
So you're saying those people in that region of the world didn't know. So his revelation is a revelation just for those people in that region.
Yeah, and even if they did know, like they wouldn't have known it in detail.
Okay.
They might have, because don't forget, like from time of Moses to the time of Muhammad is a long period of time. Because from Moses to Jesus is over 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Get me? And then from Jesus to Muhammad is even longer.
Okay. So as far as obviously him having these revelations to those people, you're talking about the people who used to circle the Kaaba and they used to worship like different idols and stuff like that. You're talking about those people, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
All right. So as far as Muhammad is concerned, in Muhammad's life, before Muhammad gives these revelations, are you saying Muhammad had no knowledge of Christianity, what we know today as Judaism or the Israelite faith, or any of these other teachings? He had no knowledge of them prior to him revealing these things.
I can't answer that question, bro. Like, as far as I know, Muhammad was illiterate. He couldn't read or write. So how could he know about the Bible? Like, he wouldn't have been sitting there reading the Bible.
Well, that's an easy question to answer, to be fair, because the same way, you know, he was told something by the Most High, as you've explained, and then, you know, he just reiterated the information. Then, you know, he could have been told by the Christians or told by Israel.
I think there's the thing here, the whole Khadijah link. I think that's where a lot of the Christianity comes in, to be honest with you, from my understanding anyway. So
hold on, wait a second. There is a Christianity link then, is that what you're saying? So
when the prophet was given the first revelation, he didn't understand what that was, what had happened to him. And he went to his wife at the time, Khadijah, who had a uncle, I believe it was an uncle or cousin, I can't remember. And he was no, it's not. It's what's his name? Khan, you got his name? I forget his name.
I don't know, man. You're making me work today.
Of course, my brother. You see what it is, yeah? You see me. You see, if I'm going to do this knowledge thing and I'm going to learn something, I'm going to learn it properly. So I just want to make sure that I've got all of the schematics down so then I can make a justified decision on it. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, I don't believe in just making, like, you know, I don't believe in just taking on a faith and not having a strong faith. Like, you know, I'm not even sure about it kind of thing. So I just want to make sure that anything I'm reading, I'm sure about. And I don't want to misinterpret people, or, you know, I'm not into this religion bashing and, you know, my one's better than yours kind of stuff neither. So, you know, I want to give them I want to give Muhammad.
Mohib, what are you playing, bruv? That's like the Asian Justin Bieber there. What's going on there? What is that?
Before you get into that, let me just finish my conversation with Khan, because I've learned a lot in this last 10 minutes.
So Khadijah was the wife of the Prophet, and she had a relative who was learned within biblical studies. It's not clear. It's a form. I don't know if it's a form of Catholicism or Christianity, but it's a form. It was some sort of biblical thing. And
so, is it possible that Muhammad could have heard this guy speaking from a Bible?
No. Listen. So basically, when the Prophet spoke to Khadijah and said, "This has happened to me, but I don't know where it is," I believe Khadijah said, "Okay, let's go and see my uncle. My uncle will tell you what that is because he's learned within Christianity." And they went to him, and he said, "Oh, well, the person you spoke to was the angel Gabriel." So all of this,
person,
thing, Buddha. The person's name is Waraka ibn Nawfal.
Okay, yeah, I've read of Warika in the Quran as well. So, all right, from what I've read in the Quran, yeah, Muhammad was he was upset with the people, with, you know, their idol gods or whatever. So he left the place where they were, which is now called Mecca, I believe. And where did he go?
Where did the Meccans go?
No, where did Muhammad go when he left? Before he came with the Quran, the prophecy of the Quran, he left those people and went off. But where did he go to? Because I'll be honest, I've been asking a few people this. I've had a Christian tell me that Muhammad went off and he met with Christians. He met with Saint Augustine, and I can't substantiate that. I can't find any evidence of that myself. But I've heard a Christian say that. I've also heard this narrative of, there was. I didn't know it was his uncle, but there was someone who was learned in the Christian faith, or what we know as Christian. Maybe he was just learned in Israelite faith. But at some point, Muhammad has communicated with people who did know, about Moses and
What?
certain...
I would say something really controversial. Yeah.
Go ahead.
And it's a personal opinion of mine. Okay. But I am on the strong belief that at some point within the Prophet's life, he was a Christian. And the reason I say this is Khadijah was of the Christian faith, and the Prophet was married to her. Now, the marriage of Khadijah and the Prophet
did he marry her before he became a prophet?
Exactly. So the marriage predates the foundation of Islam, i.e., the whole incident in the cave. So if they were married, in what form did that marriage take? Was it a marriage within the Christian tradition? I would assume yes, it was. So he would have to have engaged in some sort of Christian, go to a church and get married, basically.
So is it fair to say then? Is it fair to say then? Obviously, I've heard the Carnito's narrative in the sense that Muhammad was illiterate, so he couldn't read. But as we know, there are many people today who can't read, but we have things like audio books. And, when we were kids, our mums, when we couldn't read, they would read us bedtime stories. And, some of us have got good memories. We can still remember those bedtime stories word for word, etc. Like, even if you watch a film, I still remember Friday, the first Friday. I remember it word for word. So I would just, I'm not saying that this is what happened. I'm just saying, is it a possibility that, Muhammad could have remembered some of this stuff from somewhere other than, being just told by the angel Jibreel?
When you say this stuff, what do you mean? You mean the Quran?
Yeah.
I think he's.
I think you're never going to get a Muslim to agree to what you're saying, because what you're saying is.
He's specifically speaking, I believe, about the mention of Christianity within the Quran. So when we talk about Christianity in the Quran, we're talking about Miriam, the mention of Isa, etc., etc. So where did that knowledge come from? Now, Khan's right. I think the Quran in itself is narrated by God, not by the Prophet's knowledge. So I don't think he's right. You won't get a Muslim agreeing.
You see what you just said there, yeah? The Quran is narrated by God, not by the Prophet's knowledge. But the narrations that Muhammad gets from God, are they not identical to the knowledge of Christianity, or the things
in some part? Again, in some parts, I would say yes. I mean, for instance, I've had this conversation before. So there's many religions at that time. There's Hinduism, there's Judaism, there's Zoroastrianism, but we don't hear stories or surahs about Shiva or Ganesh inside the Quran. But we do hear.
Well, we don't hear them in the Bible neither.
Okay, but I'm saying in the Quran specifically. So in the Bible you won't hear about Muhammad or Islam or anything like that. So, but within the Quran you do hear about other religion being Christianity. Icons from there, so Miriam, Mary, Jesus, etc. So,
which you said, this is what you said. You said it's not entirely the same. So, which parts of the Quran are different from, the stories which predate it within the Bible and within the so-called Torah XYZ?
So when
what I would say, Shifa.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Audible books that you just listen to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get the Quran on Audible and listen to it, right? Because reading it in English translation doesn't do it justice at all. Get me? So what you can do is you can listen to it in Arabic, yeah, And you can obviously have a translation where you know what you're actually hearing because it's written in front of you. But when you hear it, yeah, you'll get the message much better. And I
You
think
just
a
brought
lot
me
of
to my
people
next.
don't do. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people get a translation of the Quran. They try to read it, and it's really a hard read. It's really difficult.
You know what?
Get me?
You just
Because
brought me to my next question, because my next question is this: does Arabic have a mother language that Arabic comes from, or parent languages that it comes from? Because if Arabic then has parent languages, which is something that I've also been told, I've been told you have, you know, Aramaic, and I can't make that. I've been told there's another language which predates that one. So having these languages that predate Arabic, would Arabic not also qualify as a translation?
I think the better question is this, you know, did the Prophet speak Arabic?
Good question. Did he?
yeah, most of what we know as Arabic today, like modern Arabic, is all comes from Quranic Arabic. So before the Quran was revealed, there was different like dialects of Arabic and like slightly different variations and that. So one thing what the Quran did when it was revealed is kind of standardized it. So even when it was revealed, it had to Prophet Muhammad recited the Quran in different dialects as well, like 4 different dialects,
I didn't know that.
to make sure that everyone got the message. But then they sort of become uniform.
I didn't know that
And
at all.
modern language, like modern Arabic, is based on the grammar and the thing that the Quran brought, like because it raised it to a higher level, raised Arabic to a higher level.
So, Khan, what language the Quraysh tribe speak?
Arabic. It would have been a dialect of Arabic.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been exactly the same. So can you understand where I'm coming from in the sense of saying, you know, Arabic could then also qualify as some type of a translation? Because, for instance, if I was to use a dialect of English here and I was to say,
No.
Go on.
The language that the Quran was revealed in became the standard, and all the other dialects then changed, and they had to raise their level to match it.
The standard. Okay. Can you prove that? Prove how it became the standard. I'm curious about that.
Because now all these dialects that no longer are used, have become standardized, and the Quran is the standard that they go by.
So basically, you have no proof that it became the standard. You have an opinion.
Cool. Well, yeah, the proof is that those other dialects don't exist. So that's the proof. So, for instance, you know, you may go to Manchester or Liverpool and they've got their own kind of dialect or...
Yeah, and we got our own dialect. If I said something's a Mazza, unless you understand the dialect and understand, you know, like that, or if I said something's a mad thing, unless you understand what mad, you might think is a crazy person or something. I don't know. But, you know, like we said, dialects evolve in language. They do evolve through many languages.
Then what happens is, okay, but that dialect that you're speaking, like a Mazza, has a root word as in mad. Yeah, so the actual crux of what you're speaking on is the word mad. That's the actual. So in years to come, like I remember they used to say, what we used to say when we was young, yeah, that thing's dead, you know. It's dead.
Yeah.
Nobody really uses that word, but the actual connotation of the word still exists, as in it has a different word, so wicked or sick or whatever, meaning the same thing but different word. So the Arabic. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, sorry, my bad. Do you know, I'm still with the mechanic. He's literally just finishing my break, so I was just talking to him quickly. But I think that, I'll be honest, this has been a really interesting conversation. I think everyone listening has learned a lot today. So thank you, Khan, man, because, you know, sometimes we just need honest answers. And, you know, sometimes like even being at Speaker's Corner, you know, I did speak to a few people, but I find that it seems that people have got agendas and there's a lot of vanity involved with some people when it comes to their religion. And I'm glad to see that you're a brother. You're just talking it how it is, rather than giving us what you want us to hear, kind of thing. That I respect that a lot.
Cheers, man. So in this explanation, I found this.
What car is it?
What car is it?
Go on.
Yeah,
It
what
says
car is
Vauxhall Insignia. Vauxhall Insignia. I've got a couple of cars though. I got this one. I got a little Audi thing. I got a Golf thing, but I fucked up the Golf the other day, so I'm using this one for work right now.
Okay. So go on.
In this explanation, I found it said some people regard Arabic as a mother language, and some people saying that it's actually the first language that God taught to people. And this other explanation here, it's saying that Arabic is only 2,000 years old, and it's saying that it's part of the Semitic language family, the same family as Hebrew and Ethiopian,
Aramaic,
and Amharic.
Yeah, that's the one I heard.
Haric.
So Amharic still today, with more Eritrea than Ethiopia.
Okay, that's so interesting, man.
No problem.
Yeah, so Semitic is described as Arabic is Semitic language and therefore shares similarities with other languages such as Aramaic and Hebrew.
Yo, Khan, you know what Reebok was saying earlier on? He's pissed that you never got a Valentine's Day card, man.
Oh no, man.
She was like, Valentine's Day, she was at home and
Furthermore, none of you bought me a Valentine's card, so don't try and pull it on, Khan.
I bought you chocolates, I bought you fucking Valentine's Day.
Bro. What, they got lost in the post, yeah?
Huh? No.
They got lost in the post, huh?
Oh, I was gonna book you a nice meal and shit, and you weren't on it. You was like, no, I'm staying at home. I've got shit to do. I've got like loads of POF messages to reply to and shit. So no, yeah.
You're such a ticket.
You know what I done yesterday? I done pancakes, innit? And
yeah, I'm not celebrating none of them pagan holidays there, bro.
Trust me.
So I done what do you call it? With my girlfriend's initials in it. And she was like, "Oh wow, how did you do that?" It was quite interesting. The conversation involved in something fucked up.
Yo, everybody went to sleep?
No, we're still here.
Still here, man. Still here. I'm just literally going to the cash point.
Work it out.
You know what?
Everyone's learned something today.
According to Wikipedia, in the Jewish tradition, the language spoken by Adam and Eve in the garden is actually recorded.
Oh, you believe Wikipedia for real?
It's called the Midrashim.
Okay.
I wouldn't believe anything that comes off of Wikipedia, sorry.
Hold on, wait. And where was that language spoken, Tom? You say?
It says Midrash, Hebrew, a biblical exegesis by ancient Judaic authorities used as a mode of interpretation prominent in the Talmud. The word itself means
the Talmud. You can cut it right there.
Yeah, it's the Talmud, you know.
Midrash is specifically from the 400 to 1200 CE. So 400 CE is Common Era. CE is Common Era.
All right, but hold on, wait, because that will give us an indication as to where the Garden of Eden was. So if the Garden of Eden was in the Semitic land, in the Valley.
I don't know. Like, it would appear to be so.
I don't buy that, bro.
Lies
They
are
could just
tell.
they could just be lying.
Like that's why I don't rely on Wikipedia, because people can actually edit that shit. Don't rely on that.
What's Beloved saying? Beloved, what you saying, bro? No microphone. Yes, you know.
Oh, we got baby duties.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man.
He literally is babysitting, like literally babysitting.
Literally.
I hope that's your baby. You ain't kidnapped nobody. Yeah, damn it. Waiting on that ransom, huh?
So Jacob, how come you don't got the lines then no more, man? Like, what happened? Man? I don't see you at all, bro. You come off with the
Take
thing
the mic
and
out your mouth, and then we might be able to hear you.
What?
What?
Yo, you weren't saying that last night, girl.
Oh, okay. Let me
Hey, you're the
mute. That's
wrong color.
private.
You
That's
know this
private.
already, Bled. Like, don't go there.
So Jacob, I'm saying, how come you don't go on the lines then no more? You used to be on there on the regular. What happened, man?
Man, it turned into something different, man. Like, you know, that's still my little kinfolk, but it was passion in the beginning. Now it just turned into a soap opera almost, you know. And it used to get crazy, man, and then I just couldn't track it. But much success. I hope it grows and grows.
The other guy, the what's his name? Train. Yeah, come in.
Man, is you taking your head is in water or something?
What?
Yeah, you muffled, big dog.
Is Carnito still there?
Yeah, man.
My brother, you see what you said, yeah? I just want to make sure that I've not misinterpreted what you said. You said that Muhammad came with the words of the Quran for a specific region of the planet or a specific region of people, yeah? Does that mean it's not for everyone then?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you said he revealed it to a specific people then.
The revelation was given to certain people, but it was for the benefit of mankind.
But if it was only given to those people, how do we know it was for mankind and not
It
specifically?
wasn't only given to those people, otherwise we wouldn't have it now.
But then you see when you say this now, yeah, because for instance, a lot of what's in the Quran, I can get from a Torah, from a Bible, or a Septuagint, X, Y, Z. So is it necessary for me to hear it from a Quran if I can get it from another book?
That's right.
Yeah, well, you know, I personally can't really advise you on that, innit? It's like
that's a good
the way I would say it is this: Windows 7, yeah, stops giving out updates. You better download Windows 10, innit?
I say that. You know what? That was a good answer as well. I'm gonna I like Carnito's answers today. So big up Carnito, big up Belly Vision, big up everyone on the panel. Like big up yourself, big up your chest. You know, the people hopefully have learned something at home. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Tune into all the other channels that's bringing in knowledge to the people. You know, tune into my boy Panero's Mind. Not my boy, my guy, one of my close compadres. Yeah, because he's bringing great knowledge as well. And hopefully Carnito's got a channel, because Carnito's that you done a job today. I'm gonna give you that.
Nah, man. I ain't got no channel. It's too much hard work, man.
I hear you still.
Yeah.
I'm going on mute for a minute. I hate this guy.
Go on mute, man. Don't worry.
You forgot all the latest education and intellectual debates. And, you know?
Say that again, Buddha.
I said they didn't mention Reebok's channel for all the latest education and intellectual debate. I mean,
You're right, man. Empress, tell us about your channel. What's it called again?
Exactly what my name says, isn't it?
Empress Becca.
It says
Yeah,
you're my.
I don't really do it too often that much anymore, but I've started doing a domestic violence show, innit?
Oh, how's that going?
I've done one so far. Torek came through. He was on there with me for a little bit, but obviously there was loads of people streaming at the same time. But I did say in that video, if anyone wants to comment like what days and times is convenient for them, for obviously, then I could try and work around other people, because I'm giving out quite a lot of information. I put a paper together, and I've been researching in domestic violence myself, done my own research and stuff.
So hold on, where you do this? On Hangout?
On my channel.
The YouTube channel. Am I subscribed to your channel?
I don't know. Are you?
What do you always get trouble receiving notifications?
You
obviously already subscribed.
Do you know what it is? I don't get notifications, is it? Like,
you gotta press the bell.
But yeah, no, I do that. But obviously, I just don't get notifications or something. It's only by luck that I go on to YouTube and I see certain people's lives. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, you just got to type the thing in. Type the channel name. Sometimes I can't find Lions Den. It don't come up. I just type it in. And then I see it there and it's live and I'm like, okay. I've got to look for it sometimes. I don't notify you. Like, I don't know what it is. YouTube is a bit like fucking suspect to me, bro. I don't trust it, man.
YouTube, I hate it. That's what it is.
Yeah, but Carl, we need to talk differently though, bro. I need man's advice still. Oh my lord.
What have you done now?
Huh?
What have you done now?
I've made acquaintance with a lady, right?
Again?
Well,
after the last time?
No. There's this lady, right, that I've met randomly, yeah, and we got chatting and that. It now transpires that this lady is a porn star. Like legit porn star. You can go on Pornhub and see her film.
What's her stage name?
You know what? I'm gonna DM it to you. I don't really want to say it out on here.
Cool, do that. What's the dilemma?
Would you date a porn star?
No, I wouldn't date a prostitute. I wouldn't date a prostitute, a stripper, a porn star. I have them as a friend. I wouldn't date them.
But what if they're an ex-stripper or an ex-porn star?
Still.
Yeah. Would you bang a porn star?
I wouldn't. To be honest, at my age, I wouldn't bang someone I'm not looking to have a relationship with. So I'd have to say no. But in my younger days, yeah, definitely I would.
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. As soon as she done it on the sly one, yeah.
Yeah, but it's good that she's actually even told you though.
She didn't though. That's the thing. But she
through
her Twitter thing, yeah. Because
yeah.
she got the fake boobs and all that, yeah. But she's going through her Twitter and she's going to, oh, my Twitter, this, that, and the other. And then when I looked at her on her Twitter account, I see a whole heap of fuckery. I was like, no. And then anyway, fuck it, bro. But she's actually a cool person, though. That's the maddest thing. She's quite a cool person.
Yeah. It depends on where you are, like spiritually. You know, if you're a kind of person that you're at the level where you can just have fun with her. You know, it's like, for example, me pulling up outside your house in a Ferrari and going to you, Buddha, yeah, man, take it for the day, innit? And you're just going to tear it around town and drop it back to me. Get me?
No, do you know what it is? I don't know, like, if you see the fuckery, all right, so she done one for a company called Bazza. There's a company called, like a production company, porn production company called Bazza.
They usually, these companies usually specialize in a certain type of porn, innit? They have their niche.
Right. And it's some mad shit. Like, I personally could not bang a girl that had her shit all over, literally her shit all over me. That's mad.
Might want to skip that one.
Well, go on, man.
Yeah.
You see how Benny jumped on?
You hear me, yeah?
And he's like,
Okay.
yeah.
You hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let me do a quick announcement, yeah? Like,
Go on.
Yeah, big up everyone.
Things there, yeah. But let's do each other a favor, yeah. On the people's channel that you're on, we promote their channel, innit? When you go onto someone else's channel that's doing a live stream, don't say, come onto their channel, say, so-and-so's live over here, rah, rah, rah. All go over to there. I'm just going to fucking ban your account, innit? Because it's getting on my nerves now, man. I'm obviously, man, just trying to fucking grow the platform. And I want people to stay tuned in and listen, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? So anyone just to say, come over to this spot, come over to that spot. You're definitely going to get timed out. And if you keep doing it, I'm just going to put you in the bar thing, innit?
Oh, what's that?
It's long. Yeah, come on, man.
Joe Smith, like, I don't go on someone else's channel
and start saying, yeah, come over to my channel because it's popular. I've never done that, cuz. Yeah, man, that's some bullshit.
But anyway.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is someone doing that in the chat or on the panel?
No, in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit cheeky, man. Shouldn't do that.
Mic check. Check
one.
Oh.
Yo, y'all go. Yeah, man.
Oh, just making sure I'm still live.
Listen, yeah. My fucking clothes are wet through to the bone, mate. Yeah, I'm sick to sleep. Underneath this
Would you carry spare clothes? Do you carry next clothes with you to change into? In the van, have you got other clothes to change into?
You ain't got the gym bag?
No.
Stand by?
I put the heating on in the van. The heating's on full blast right now.
I wouldn't even do that. I'll go and buy some clothes, man. Go and buy something. Buy a t-shirt. £1 t-shirt.
Nah, man, don't waste no money. Just get dry.
I'll get ill. If that was me, I'll get ill. By the time I get dry, I'll be ill.
Kanita, you ain't built like us, baby.
That's true. That's true as well.
Been telling you that all morning.
It's been an eventful day. Let's put it that way.
It has. But Kanita, you still invited to the barbecue, brother. You can come back and get you a plate, but you got to haul ass after that.
I hear that.
Yeah, it's the barbecue meat though, halal. That's the thing. Is it going to be halal, Jacob?
The man's name's got the J. It's going to be kosher.
What you say, brother?
I said,
is it eating pig?
Buddha. Repeat that.
Halal at the barbecue.
Oh, that's beef. We can't eat no pork. You don't do the pork thing. Yeah, I mean. You'll get you some good lamb chops. You know what I mean?
I love a lamb
So
chop.
Jacob, listen, Deontay Wilder, you buying that whole shit about him wearing the mask and it was too heavy, fucked up his feet. Like,
nah, he just got his ass whooped. Nah, I ain't buying that shit. Some days you win some, you lose some. He just got fucked up that day.
Hey, you seen Dillian White's interview?
I ain't seen it. What's he saying?
I've seen a few interviews. Which one's Dillian White?
Dillian White, the Jamaican don from UK, innit?
He's a brick on you.
What are you talking about?
He saying he been chasing. He's saying he wants to fight for. He's been trying to fight my man for time, innit? And he
Oh,
was like,
right. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. Is he Jamaican?
Yeah, he's Jamaican, man.
Can he box?
Oh, yeah.
He's a good boxer, man.
He got a chance.
Yeah, he's a good boxer, man. Anthony Joshua beat him, though.
But you know what I'm gonna say?
Did he beat him or did he whoop that tail? That's the difference.
He beat him still. He didn't whoop his ass.
Okay.
That's the thing. Joshua ain't really whooped no one, to be real. Like, who's he really busted up bad? I reckon
but he wins.
Yeah, he wins. Yeah, get to him. But I think Dylan White and Tyson Fury will be a better fight than they do.
He busted up that New Zealand done. He fucked him up, man. What's his name? Tony something.
Yeah, he weren't on point though. That New Zealand guy though. He weren't really. If you look at him in his other fights, he was coming with different energy.
If you can't box, you ain't gonna beat that big white boy Fury. You ain't gonna beat him. He too big and he can box.
Yeah.
I was saying this to my friend the other day. I feel like if every white person in England was like Fury, man, this country would be a better place still.
No, not necessarily. There's a difference between boxing and fighting.
No, I'm talking about the guy, the person, Tyson Fury. He's actually a really cool guy.
No, you know I can't go that far, Buddha. He's still a white man. He's still a white man.
Yeah, you carry that fucking madness with you, bro. I don't get that.
Carry it all day long.
Yeah, that's some mad shit right there.
How's that mad, Buddha?
Because that don't make no sense to me, man. Because the guy's white, you can't get on with the guy. I don't know.
Okay, Buddha. I guess we different worlds.
Definitely. Different views.
Yeah. You from the love everybody cloth, huh?
Indeed I am.
Okay. That's all right.
Hatred's a bad thing. Ultimately, hatred will only destroy yourself.
Hatred is a good thing.
Yeah. Listen, if I hate a piece of stone, yeah, do you think the stone cares that I'm fucking hating it? Who does the hatred? If you hate a stone, yeah,
a stone,
yeah, a rock or a stone. If you hate a stone or a rock or something like this, ultimately, who is the hate affecting? The stone or the person that's had the hate?
I hate the white people who stone my people.
Okay, and who's that? Who's talking about? Which white people? Where?
All of them.
All of them.
Check the history. Check the history of the Earth, Buddha.
Brother, you don't need to tell me the history of the Earth, but this is.
I thought you forgot or something. You got amnesia today.
I ain't forgot shit, but
okay.
You can't.
Just check.
You can't blame every single white person for deeds that were done. You understand? That's my belief.
A lie. Oh, okay.
It made no fucking sense at all.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, man. We're back in the game, babe. You get me? G-Block in this bitch. Just how we do. Come on, man. Fuck it out. We're going to have a good question of the day tomorrow, yeah? It was literally today. I had a question of the day, yeah, but I had a meeting that I had to be at for like fucking 8 o'clock. And then I had another place I had to be at for 9:30. So I didn't have time to type out the question in it. So I just had to do freestyle set up, chatting on the way to. What
was the question?
Nah, we will do it tomorrow, man. Yeah, we don't reveal the question until the day. You get me? Yeah, and then like the good thing about having the question of the day, yeah, is see like in times when it starts to rear off into arguments or whatever, we can always come back to ask anyone new on the panel to answer the question of the day. You get me?
Yeah, I've been loving the question of the day, bro. Really works. Yeah,
it works out, man. So
yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Work that proper.
Hey,
You got my
Con.
YG. You get me? My
Yes,
top
family.
shotter. Yes,
Come on.
my G.
Come on.
Yeah.
You get me? The G block underboss. You get what I'm trying to say?
JJ,
You mean?
JJ, you
Yeah.
come to stick the boot in as well.
No, I swear on my life, hand on my heart. I heard Nanifa stay up on you. I want to know why, how, what happened? Was it bad?
Naniva reckons that I said being pro-black means that you're racist, but I didn't say that. She said that. That's what me and you were saying.
Nah,
don't
bring my name.
Apparently you started. Apparently you
Yeah,
started backtracking.
You're right. I heard James say that though. James did say that. He actually tweeted it. He wrote it down and said that and tweeted it. So yeah, James, shame on you.
Who, me? Khan, innit? Buddha. Khan.
No, I heard James Jones say that and tweet it. That's terrible, James. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Buddha's trolling.
Hey,
Buddha,
shit. Hey, yo, I've made it, B. I've got a show account. I made it, B. Come on.
Serious?
What do you mean?
It's Afghan. It's probably Afghan.
I ain't gonna lie. I used to have bare troll accounts back in the day on Reels. No one does it on the G block. They know.
I had one. I think it was Ali Khan. Someone said to me it was Ali Khan.
You've had a bag of them, actually. To be honest. You've had there.
Every
time you've changed your name, you've had one. Like, you know what I mean?
They're following me.
Yeah, people are onto you. So, but
we've been on it too long, James. Me and you, innit?
Trust me, I'm coming up on like 7-8 months now.
Wow,
mad thing. But listen, what was I gonna say? So yeah, so she said, so basic, yeah, like, and then, brother, you're a pussy as well, bro. Why? How you letting this Issa guy chat bare shit about you and you're not arguing with him about it?
What do you mean? What was he saying? Was I sleeping at that point?
Bro, no, he was saying to my man, don't trust this Khan guy. Like you ain't had experience with him.
Bro, the brother was getting phone calls from Lady Divine telling him, why are you sticking up for Khan? You don't know him like that. And he's like,
yeah, what?
Okay.
Yeah,
Lady Divine. Get me?
Yeah. But why is
it? And there's me all sticking up for her when people telling stories about her having one night stands with guys who left their jewelry in her house and rare. There's me all sticking up for her.
Let's leave Lady.
No.
Let's leave her out of this. But anyway,
I can't believe that.
Yeah, okay. But back to you, yeah. But why does everyone think you're a racist, bro? You know what I think you're a racist, but that's like between me and you. That's personal, yeah. Why? What's everyone else's reason?
Well, people can think I'm racist. That's fine. It's just got the Jacobs trying to make me out to be some infiltrator. He's like, yeah, you're carrying out investigations on people. I'm like, no, I'm carrying out investigations, meaning I haven't come to any concrete decisions on things that I'm exploring in my mind. It's like, oh, you're carrying out investigations on black people. I'm like, okay, bro, if you want to say that, that's fine. Like, anyone who's not black is a threat. And he's like somehow an infiltrator that we need to get rid of. Like, come away with that mentality, bro.
Yeah, you need to call. You know what you need to do, like, to get Issa's respect. Yeah, you need to like say all black people are niggers among. You know, that kind of stuff. Like, if you want,
yeah.
If you want Issa to respect you, yeah, you got.
Oh yeah, you need to be like Wendy. Like, we've seen it, James. We've seen it. We've seen like 4 or 5 people chatting to Wendy like she's the Queen of England. Do you get me, Wendy? Why do you think the things that you do, Wendy?
Man hit him up with the deep trigger yesterday. Yeah, I was actually fucking about, but I just wanted to stick the needle in. And he was like, I think he either asked me why, or I just offered my opinion why. And my why was because you seek approval from white people.
Was that off the cuff? Was that off the cuff one?
Yeah, but you know what, I was gonna go. I didn't get into it because he started. I don't know, it changed. But I
really started hurting him.
Yeah, as I was speaking, I was like trying to rationalize it in my mind because it was off the cuff. Like, I didn't really have a plan.
Yeah.
And I was like, when he was like, he gave me quite a good counter example. Like, why do I do this? If I do this, doesn't that disprove your point? And I thought the illest theory, yeah, while I was on mute, but I never.
They're the best ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say to him, because when you chat to white people that actually got love for black people, you realize that you're not special to them. But when you make friends with a when you make friends with a racist white person, you turn into a special Negro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you become a special, like you become that house nigga that they tell you that you're different to all the other niggas. Like, yeah, you're a special nigga. You're special. That's
You know
right.
that there's a dark corner in your heart where evil lives, yeah. But I like it. I like it though.
It's probably true though. That's the saddest part about it. It's probably true.
I don't know. Like Easter has to answer that one, boy. Let him answer that.
Yeah, look, just engaging in this conversation, you're gonna be a racist for this. Like, someone's gonna hear this.
Yeah. I just changed my profile and come back. They won't know who I am.
Oh, mate. But yeah, man. Fucking. So yeah, what's we saying? Where's Shifa with Yahawashai blood? That is my favorite word.
It's like it gets longer and longer.
Yeah,
from Isa to Jesus to Yahashashawashai.
Man, like Yahawashai. You get me?
Yahawashai. How many syllables, bro? Keeps growing.
What have I got? I got it as.
That's very disrespectful, you know.
What? Ooh,
I thought he made it up. Did he not make it up?
No, that's very disrespectful.
In that case, I apologize. It was just banter.
You know, at Christmas, do they say "Baby Yahawashai"?
Becky, do you have Christmas, Becky?
We don't celebrate Christmas now.
Is that because you're Jewish?
Becky, stop funny with that bullshit like you're a Hebrew Israelite. Stop it.
Becky, allow it, Becky, man. Becky, he gone.
Yo, if I ever
Becky, he gone
on fucking in the corner of fucking Oxford Circus preaching, fam, I will wile up them black dons, fam. Do you preach, Beck? Hey.
What?
I said, do you preach with them?
I'm not preaching. I'm a woman. I can't preach in it. So I'm the same. Like that. There's kind of disrespectful because if it was me cussing or mocking the prophets, it'll be a different story, wouldn't it?
Oh, but you know why you can't do that?
What? Mock the prophet?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because you're shook, innit? A man's not shook. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm not sure the fuck
No, it's not about being shook. It's about being respectful.
I'm being respectful. Yeah, how was yeah.
Good. That's the Most High making you choke on your words. Good.
Sorry, can I try? Let me try it one more time.
Wait, before you say it, get your mouth in the right position before you start.
Yeah. How was I?
Yawa Yashahai.
Imagine Motley trying to say Yahweh. Fucking hell, that would be hilarious. Yeah. It's
like you know when Americans try to say Worcester sauce and go Worcester sauce.
Well, saying warriors. Have you seen them retarded motherfuckers trying to say what? They sound like 5-year-olds. The warriors. The warriors.
The what?
The warriors.
What's warrior?
Listen to them say warriors. Yeah. And listen to America say warriors, and I don't know. There's something to do with their R's, man. They like roll their R's or whatever.
Yeah, they got impediment.
Yeah,
impeded. Yeah. They can't.
Big up Yahweh Shai. You get me? He died for our sins and that. So big up Yahweh Shai, innit? My brother.
Yeah.
No, but you know what's funny? Like I've heard is it Yeshua?
Yeah.
That's
what I thought it was. Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
It's either Schiffer's taking the absolute piss.
Yeah. That's what I thought though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how I laugh about it. Because one time he was like, yo, you see, you like, what did he say? He said, I got Yahweh Shai in my heart or some shit like that. Yeah, and I was like, what's he talking about? Who's he got in his heart? What man is in his heart?
What?
But Becky's a Hebrew Israelite. That's mad. Still, I thought how can you be a Hebrew Israelite if you're the devil?
Did I say I was a Hebrew Israelite?
Oh, you not?
I practice the Hebrew Israelite ways. There's a difference.
Okay. So no, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see the difference. Explain
Because I can't be unless I find out something in my ancestry. But
okay.
I can't be a Hebrew Israelite according to the scriptures.
Doctrine. So you're let's be honest, because you're a damn devil, right? Because you're a devil, right?
What?
Because you're a devil.
Not necessarily a devil, but like different people, like different Israelites have different doctrines. This is what I keep trying to tell people. So,
okay. Is there any way you're not a devil?
The thing is, it's about finding out my ancestry, isn't it? I don't even really know my ancestry, to be fair.
No, but should I? You know
but
what?
Like, I've had some Hebrew Israelites say it's not about your ancestry, it's about your spirit. So, I mean, different people have different. So.
Sorry.
I'm not like a geneticist, but I know you definitely had some Hebrew Israelite DNA, innit? Sorry,
left inside you still.
Sorry, yeah. That's my one and only. That's the only one I'll do. So, now big up Becky though, man. Like, you know I rate
no,
you.
but Becky, are you Jewish on your dad's side or your mum's side?
As far as I'm aware, we're not Jewish at all. My nan on my mother's side, she was a Catholic. She was brought up Catholic.
Okay.
Well, your name's Rebecca, so you're kind of a Jew.
Yeah, my name is Rebecca, yeah.
Do you know what it is though, Becky?
So what you're saying is that you're from the East End. You're from the East End and you've got no Jew blood in you. That's a bit hard to believe. I think if you get a test
my mum and dad originally come from South, so.
Oh, that says
hold
a lot.
Hold on. Yeah. You know I rate you, yeah, because that is the realest humility I've ever seen, like in my life. Like you'll never be most likely you won't be accepted by most Hebrew Israelites. Like their literal doctrine preaches that you are the devil. You can't join. You most likely won't go to heaven because you're an evil person. Yeah? Heaven. It's the heaven for devils, isn't it? you don't got real heaven, you got heaven. No, in all seriousness though, yeah. Like, but you're still like soldiering through even, and just like continuing to practice, even though you know you'll never see the benefits of the religion. Even, like, for example, if it is true, you are fucked, but you still believe.
Not really. Like, it depends because it's down to the Most High. So because I'm choosing the path, like I kind of get a little bit of like less of a punishment, so to speak.
Oh, so you're like one of the smartest white people on planet Earth. No, but you clocked that them man there's thing is the truth, and all white people are actually pissed. But you're smart enough to like see the writing on the wall and be like, or writing in the weed smoke scented Hebrew Israelite Bible, yeah. And you're like, you know what? That is the truth, and I'm gonna follow it irrespective of the fact that there's a likelihood I'm probably gonna be condemned to the ninth circle of hell. That's G'd up shit, man. That's dedication. I mean, it's retarded in my opinion because they're all wafflers.
But the thing is, I'm also doing not only do it because I believe in it. It's because of my children also. So, because you got to think my children are mixed race, isn't they? So.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I've got that. My children mixed Caribbean in it, so.
Congratulations. Sorry, I'm joking. But actually, congratulations that you actually get healthy children. But in all seriousness, though, yeah, you're employed, right?
Pardon?
You're like, I remember you talking one time about your job. You got a job, like you're employed, isn't it?
At the moment, I'm training, but yeah, like, I used to work in the nursery before.
Yeah, that's another reason why you can't be a Hebrew Israelite.
What? Because I work in a nursery.
Because you've got or had a other than selling shit weed. Why don't all Hebrew Israelites smoke mush? Like, why?
It's a legitimate question. It's a good question.
They all smoke cess and mush, and they all smoke burn, even if they had money for cigarettes. Oh man, I've just got 20 minutes to kill. It's time to troll, man. All the trolling. I was gonna, if I was at my yard, I would have jumped on and backed you, G.
I know.
Not because I like you or anything, but just because what's right is right. Do you get what I mean?
Some days it goes that way though, man. It's like it's part of being a gladiator.
If these lot knew what you had said to me, yeah, my God, imagine the evidence they're using to call you a racist. But if they like I'm not calling you a racist, how dare they?
Exactly. But you got to remember, this is 2020. All the words have been redefined. You know, like if you talk to Rob, he'll tell you the real definition of the word racist. Get me? All the words have been redefined now. You got people like Jupiter going around saying, "I'm not racist."
No, but
I
don't know why.
What is racist? Like, who is racist?
No,
Get me?
But all bullshit aside, I don't know why you lot are so gung ho with Rob, because, in my opinion, no, I'm being honest though. Like, in my opinion, all of that stuff that didn't even prove, because I honestly hadn't, all jokes aside, I don't believe you're a racist person. I believe there's things you said I've reflected upon you and said, you know how that sounds, you know how that looks in this context, and I even said to you, there's things people might say that you said that, in my opinion, doesn't make you a racist. Do you get it?
Okay.
Like a one statement, like you if someone calling someone the N-word is less worse, in my opinion, than someone
less worse.
It is not as worse, is attenuated, in comparison to something like someone saying white people, it's statistically proven that white people are smarter than black people. That's far more racist belief.
That's a big statement.
Yeah, but it's far more racist to hold that view than to say you're an N-word. Does that make sense?
I think I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah. So if someone's telling, oh, Khan said that he called someone an N-word, let alone without the context of it. So he just used the N-word, for example. Yeah.
Okay.
That don't set off alarm bells as much as someone arguing for why racial genetic groupings are accurate and why IQ tests are accurate. That's far more worrying.
When it comes to Khan, because me and Khan haven't really got into it really too tough, but I think sometimes he just doesn't word things like properly in a sort of like, do you know what I'm saying? That he just comes out with a statement and then later on he has to explain it because he's not really, because it comes off like a blanket sort of a statement. So I think that's where Khan goes wrong, because he don't really word himself properly.
Yeah.
And I think that's all it is, to be fair. Because like the only time me and you really got into it, but not that deep, was the whole grooming scenario. I won't go into it, but like, and I was like, bruv, you can't say that shit, bruv. Do you know how that comes across? You know how that sounds? Do you know what I'm saying? So I think it's just a matter of with you sometimes, Kanye. I don't think you mean any intent at all. I don't think you mean that at all.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I remember when Becky told me that story about attacking that black woman because she didn't like the color of her skin. Do you remember that story? You're
chatting shit, James. Fuck off.
I was like, why? Like, obviously, I was like, why, Becky? Like, why would you do that? Like, she was just like, fuck them niggas.
You're such a liar.
No, but yeah, no, that's all of like, yeah. Anyway, all of this stuff about Rob calling this one a Somali, it was funny. It was funny to hear it, but I don't know, man. I don't, because if you're in the middle of arguing and you say some stupid shit to someone and you offend them, I don't do it, me personally, but I have definitely done it in the past. So if someone pulled out some recording of you calling, like, let's say you or Becky calling someone an N-word, or me using the P word historically, or even recently, for example, in anger, or using it as part of telling a joke. Like there's some context surrounding it. I don't think that's as much as a damning indictment as like certain views people hold. And Rob maybe is a racist, for example. Maybe he is. I'm not saying he's not. But the way people act as if it's been confirmed.
No, I'm not saying that Rob's a racist in a conventional sense of the word, but someone who's been raised and brought up in this racist regime, it's going to be difficult for him to not be affected by that. So what I'm looking for when I'm dealing with him is subconscious racism that shows itself in the form of avoiding colorism and going straight to supremacy. And with Rob, sometimes I get that vibe. And I'm not saying that there's any evidence for it, but I'm just saying there's only so much I can put on the side, on the scales. There's only so much I can put on the side of, oh well, he's South African. Do you know what I mean? He's got to take responsibility for some of his views at some point.
Yeah, but it goes back to what I was saying about Jordan M, what I say about you, what I say about everyone that's not of your quote unquote race. Like, there are certain defining characteristics and qualities and properties of these individual races. So to point out sort of, and then you have to tie them in with intrinsic beliefs that human beings hold, like be it tribalism, be it this sort of survival mechanism of a sort of competitive belief, like a competitive yearning for superiority or dominance. You get what I mean? So all of them manifest in the racial context, maybe in a situation of sticking with your own. The sticking with your own necessarily imply that you're racist, not in every context. You know what I'm saying? Like there's bare levels or nuances or subtleties to this whole argument. So when you take a Jordan M, a Khan, a someone, you can't point to some weird implicit form of tribalism and say, therefore, that person is a racist, they're against us. I'm not comfortable with any of them, and especially with the Jordan thing, because it's like no one's calling black people devils, but ain't no motherfucker gonna talk about no black people are inherently are born retarded, then qualify it and say all the black people I've met are retarded. This statement means this because of this. But in my response to being mugged several times by black people, therefore I think this. And then me go, well, everyone's explained it to you, so now you should know. Like, no, bro, I'm still gonna think that guy's a cunt for saying what he said about black people being retarded. So if white people are the devil and he qualifies his statement, my man can still be upset with the initial claim. He can still, why does he have to stop being upset about that? He don't. It's like he shouldn't keep repeating it. He shouldn't. What they call it, a black Torah or some shit. Yeah.
Well, it's like for example, a Greek person or an Armenian person coming up to me and going, "You Turkish so and so," and I'm like, "Why are you saying that?" And he's going, "Oh, because your ancestors done this, that, and the other, and took this country and this land and raped these people, and therefore, to me, I've got the right to hate all your people." Now, you can't expect me to sit there and take that, bro.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm gonna say to him that, like, I don't care what your reasons are. Get me? You're still
at the very least, you like whether or not you can even like correct him or whatever insults you have the right to say or not. You can think his statement is fundamentally wrong, which is what I don't like. Everyone, like someone said, was it Shaka or someone today? Someone said, man's got a right to ask. I can't remember how they phrased it. I'm bad. My memory's getting bad. But someone said something like, as in basically, no, it was Shaka yesterday saying we don't have to keep explaining this or something. Or maybe it was Veli that, I don't know. Someone said we don't have to keep explaining it. Yeah. Someone said we don't have to keep explaining this. But the fact that you chose to explain it once for me is kind of a bit of an issue, Because it's like I that's what I keep saying about the Nation of Islam and who the fuck are they to me? Like, it's not the same as America. It's not the same as the Nation of Islam in America, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I don't know.
It isn't.
Yeah, it's not for me.
There's two Nation of Islams in the UK. One of them's linked to the American.
I didn't even know that. I know Leo Muhammad. Like, anyway, I won't say that. It'll trigger Veli. Will get upset again. Yeah, I'm joking. But the fact that you chose to explain it the first time, it was unnecessary anyway. Someone saying that making that statement, unless that is a statement that you agree with, why the fuck are you? Why would you defend it even the first time? Like what? The only rational or logical question in surrounding that is somebody asking me, "Oh, do you also share that belief?" Me saying yes, and then explaining my answer. This is why I believe in that belief. This is why it's okay for Leo Muhammad to say that. Or the second part is no, and that's it. Full stop. Do you agree with that? No. And I have to admit, it's true. Jordan was going on some kind of emotional, sensitive empathy tour.
But Jordan, to be fair to him, said he only spoke to 2 people.
No, but this is what you forget. I actually had a conversation with a few months ago now about the same thing, and it was about a 2-hour discussion when it needed to be about 5 minutes.
Okay.
It's a quick one, and he does belabor the point. I won't like that. I will be honest with whoever's
dealing with him.
The fact that whoever dislikes the fact that he's brought up on multiple occasions. That is a fair assessment or characterization. But obviously that's his agenda, isn't it? Everyone has agendas.
But the thing is, like with Jordan, like he's never actually added anything to the beef. Like he said, okay, you're saying this. Why are you saying this? I'm not happy to hear it. So explain it. Now, for someone to say, well, I ain't got time to explain it to you, it's all well and good. But then he's just going to get his explanation from somewhere else. So to me, I ain't got time to explain things. Yeah, that's just you as an individual. But as a community, there has to be some sort of explanation somewhere. So when he's found his explanation now, Jordan ain't turning around and saying, oh, it's racist. They're racist. No, he's not saying that. He's just saying, I don't like it.
But it doesn't, because fundamentally, them guys don't represent no community. They represent the nation of Islam, bro. So go ask some either A, Muslims, if you consider them Muslims, or B, NOI members. Why would you have to ask regular people? And people like Shaka, what they like, and I don't really like how he does this, because he, on the one hand, I don't think he identifies as part of the organization. But on the other hand, he's defending their right to say whatever they're saying. So I'm saying, like,
but I agree with. But that's the thing. I agree with him.
Or specifically to hold that specific position, where it's like, to be honest, it almost makes it appear to be that it normalizes that position, as if to say, I'm not part of this organization, but I am black, therefore I agree with thing. No, you agree with it because you've got some affiliation with them specific people. Not because that is the default black position. That's not default black. No, of course it's not. So it's the unfortunate nature of this idea of a black culture, because there is so much individualistic culture, and not only that, but what's even more sad is this black culture seems to be exacerbated in the diaspora, right? So it's more prevalent here than, let's say, in the continent where most black people originate from. So what you have is black. You have black through the paradigm or in the perspective of the black and white dichotomy.
Contrast.
That's really where black exists the most, or to use an oxymoron, where black is the brightest. Yeah, black is in the diaspora around white. So the white seems to eliminate the black. So in that context, I feel like it's illogical to constantly redefine terms to make them fit for purpose and use these kind of sociological redefinitions. I don't think that's good. I think let's stick to the letter of it, and by definition that white devil statement is racist, and irrespective of the completely different sort of histories of both races, the fact that we regard certain groups as evil as a result of their racist oppressive policies, the fact that we have imbibed said policies and now we are essentially using similar tactics in some way of like regaining control is actually worse for us, because we're the main critics of these kind of behaviors from these other people. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're the ones saying that there's no justification for racism, yet we justify our own racism. Logically, like, what would logically follow from that is we need to just show bare mad props to the white people because they was racist first and they batted us up with it. If we're going to be racist as a means to an end, as a tool, and it's somehow beneficial for us, then shouldn't we show them all the deference and reverence in the world for them using racism first and being so successful at it? you see what I'm saying? Like it's
I see what you're saying.
It's a dangerous road to embark upon, rather than be a principled person and say this is wrong. It's wrong if anybody does it. It's wrong if you do it. It's wrong if I do it. Redressing the balance does not require me to be a racist. It does not require for me to be pseudo scientific and prejudicial. It doesn't require that.
Yeah. Go to Jacob. Are you hearing all this? Oh, it's a shame, man. Yeah, it's not usually the case, James, that someone like you from your background is going to come out and say what you just said. So, like, props to you, man. That's a big thing what you just said. Like, to actually come on this platform and say it with your chest. Yeah, I got so much respect for you, bro. You know that, because I actually now believe that you actually care about the truth, or about what is true. Get me?
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, but listen,
you know, like, for a while I was worried about you there. I thought like he's just a little prankster. He just like he's got that little devilish side to him that he just likes to win no matter what. Like, but at the end of the day, I don't think that is enough of a driving force to keep someone in this thing as long as you've been in it. You get me?
Yeah, 100%.
That would have got boring real quick.
But you listening, Kanye? All bullshit aside, like it's not about being intellectual or caring about the truth, in as much as when I brought up that statement to you, I remember when I heard it last night, I remember thinking to myself, so he's saying if I'm with my white brethren and there's a black person and that person is disrespecting my white brethren, I'm meant to do one of them solidarity ones and pull him to the side when I don't even like this motherfucker just because of the color of his skin. And then, you know, from then you start thinking about how many people you actually hate with a passion, who are the same color, same country, are from the same place as you. And you're like, I hate that motherfucker. And then you think about all the people that you actually do fuck with that are not from the same country as you, not from the same color, not the same culture. And you're like, blood, am I dumb? Like, then the second I do that, then I am literally part of an apartheid regime. If I ever assume any kind of control, I would be the apartheid regime.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's simple. So when even that's how, bruv, like I was lost with Velik. I didn't want to mention it, but if you have another color partner, are you gonna let someone disrespect your partner?
So that's now that is a dilemma. That is a dilemma.
Bro, fuck the black person or white person. Are you dumb, bro? You're talking about. I'm talking about arguments and debates and all this highfalutin. No, I'll beat you. If someone attacks my white,
like if I'm out in Asda's with my missus and someone calls her a white bitch, she comes up to me, babe, that woman called me a white bitch. I'll be like, babe, you're white for a start. And, sorry to break it to you, but you're a bitch. So allow it, innit, babe?
No, but that's one thing, yeah. But then going. Like if it's a black person that said it to you, be like, but don't ever call my missus a bitch. But then it's a Turkish woman, a black woman, but it's a Turkish woman that said it and go, no, babe, I can't say nothing. She's Turkish. Do you get it? Like, whoa.
No, let's stop breaking it down, guy. But babe, there is like this, like she's calling you that, but it doesn't really mean that. It kind of like has a historical context back to when, like, we was warring with them, and we use this word to describe that historically has meaning.
Now that will seem to anyone.
You'll be like, I don't give a fuck. You're on the sofa, motherfucker.
But anyone that's on this fake outrage bullshit will look at you now, saying, number one, you're being racist, and number two, you're trivializing the struggle of black people. But at what stage, bro? At what stage do you practically approach any of these fucking dilemmas, bro? At what stage do you do it? You can't always forever be in this zone of like, everything I assert is true because I have an experience that you don't share. Fine, but there are some fucking commonalities, bro, that we can approach together. There are some things we can approach together. So if I'm in a setting where it is a majority black people, of course, the racism I may face amongst those black people may be instantaneous, or maybe may last a short period of time, real ephemeral racism, and then that still large group of black people are still the minority with respect to the whole city, so they may face a more sustained period of racism. You don't have to, they're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to deny one to accept the other, or vice versa. Like, you can say that you group of black people were racist towards this individual white person, but on average, you face far more racism than he will ever face in his life.
Right.
It's a simple statement to make.
Yeah.
It's like, but people make it like you've given in, like you, or like you're caping for one side if you accept that for one moment a black person could have been racist. Like, it's dumb, bro. It's proper stupid because, like I said anyway, I'm repeating myself now. It's a justification for a process. If anyone that wants to go on them thing there, yeah, and go on with that attitude, that NOI, all that bullshit, remember, first things you got to do is show white people a disproportionate level of respect. And not only that, you have to remember then, if you're a religious person as well, yeah, that was the way that God intended. So in essence, you're proving that you're proving the theory for them that white people are just smarter and better than you anyway. Because you just worked out this racism thing the other day, bruv. They've been knowing it, like they've been smashing it.
Good points you're making, James, man. Yeah, so you guys, like, it's easy to take a stance, but once you actually, look at the long-term effect of having that position, where it's going to end up, not just for you, but for a population of people, you can see that the flaws start to show. Get me, in having a position. So it's all well and good standing there and saying something, because it's easy, like, for Shaka to say that. This is what I was saying. My point was, what Shaka said is not a core belief. It's a default position. So he's saying, under normal circumstances, I will not side with a white man over a black man. But that doesn't mean that it will be applied to every eventuality. So where he's saying, I would prefer to speak to someone behind the scenes, yeah, there might not be an opportunity to do that. And you might have to speak up and say, well, excuse me, bro, but, this bitch here, she's with me. You get me? Like, it might have to happen.
No,
so what I'm saying is, he's not representing it as a core belief. That when you catch him slipping on it, you can catch him out and say, "Oh, he's been a hypocrite."
White people can't be pro-black. That, like, me and him have had numerous discussions on this. He said, "Why?" It's not like, I don't. To be honest, I'm not saying he may know more than me. I'm not saying I'm right and he's wrong. I'm just saying
I'm not defending him. I'm not defending him. What I'm saying is, I actually agree with him taking that position.
But I just think it's too dogmatic, man. I think that's way too dogmatic, in my opinion.
This is what I'm saying. He's not representing it as a core belief or central to his foundation. He's just saying, this is my default status. If you know me, this is where you're going to find me. I'm polarizing around this particular vibe. You're going to catch me here. You get me? So don't be surprised if I'm with you and someone says something and you're looking at me like you're expecting me to speak. I just want you to know from the get-go that's what I'm about.
That was an anti-caping protocol, that statement. Yeah, that was some shade to anyone that capes, essentially. Yeah, which is fair. Like, but that's what I'm saying. If you address all of them directly, like what Veli was saying, like, if this specific scenario, that's what that quote relates to, then yeah, that I even agree with that too. But I ain't gonna.
Here's the thing. If I was at the speech, yeah, I'm a Sunni Muslim, yeah, Orthodox Sunni Muslim. If I was at the speech that Leo Muhammad gave, I wouldn't have said a single word. I would have listened to it, and I would have listened to it in context, and I would have understood what he was saying, and I would have even approached him after, and I would have said to him, Leo, I know when you're talking about the white man, I know you ain't talking about me, bro. You get me? And that's how the conversation would have started from there, and he would have ended up saying the same thing what he said to them, that this is my definition or my explanation for why this terminology is used, and this is my justification for it. Done.
He had that discussion, He had that discussion with, I think it was Zabida and a couple other people still. Because they were saying, right, when you're saying the white man's the devil, I know you're not talking about me, like the same shit like you're saying. You get me?
Yeah.
But that's an edict thing, anyway, because we are talking about people like you as well, innit? You Arab.
You're not, though.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. But Arab, Ottomans, all them people, like, that, when man talk about anti-black agenda, if you're being serious, bro, it may be white people that are the top, but everybody in between white and black is also oppressing black people by virtue of the fact that they are not uplifting black people. And there's instances.
No,
hold on.
They're not being oppressed. They're not being oppressed with the same oppression. But you can't say that every single person is oppressing.
No, so I'm saying, so when the British are doing deals with the Arabs and undermining the Arabs' sovereignty and economy, yeah, you could say that the British are superior or are dominant over the Arabs, right? But in exactly the same period, the Arabs are dominant then, let's say, over the sub-Saharans and are oppressing sub-Saharan Africans. So, irrespective of the fact that they are facing less oppression, they are also oppressing. So, as far as the Africans concerned, they've got two problems to deal with. They've got Arab problem and white problem to deal with. So, all these people in this distinction, like you accepting,
Arab.
No, but white people are the devil, but Arabs are not the devil. Why? Why?
I don't think he never said. I don't think he never said that though. I'm not sure what he said still. But I'm just saying that he had a conversation with them about that or whatever. You get me? About that.
So no, he would though, really, innit? Because you know it's the Muslim.
So, but minute, really, like, James has raised the question. James has raised the question as why is it that we can say the white man's the devil? You can't say that about the Chinese or the Turks or the fucking Russians. Sorry, not the Russian. Leave the Russians. Where would the Russians stand in it as well?
No. I'm saying, all I was saying is, well, no, Russians are more. They're white anyway, but Russians are more our friends than anyone in it, like than any.
But when we're saying the white man, does the Russians come under that though?
I mean, do you know it's funny? We had this argument with Ralph, and Ralph, Ralph with his statistic gives some bullshit explanation as. Like when it comes to this census, when Russians realize that white people are going to become the minority race, quote unquote race in the world, he said that they will join together. Whitey will join together, Russian and American. They'll put aside their ideological differences. But
now you're moving. I'm gonna park.
What'd you say?
No. Some ladies doing a funny maneuver, man. I'm trying to park up in it.
Okay.
I can't carry on.
But yeah, no. But no, I wasn't even saying that, can't know. Like that is a fair, like it's an interesting topic. But I was saying specifically, he can't mollify. He can't, huh?
We'll save that argument for another day.
Yeah, no, you can't even. I was saying that
of the white man.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the white man said. I'm saying just on him speaking to Zabida and that what Avelli said. I'm saying you can't placate or mollify no Zabida and them man there. Because them and there's people's just as bad. Like they can't come with that argument, like, yeah, like you don't mean us, like, because them man's people are just as bad. How you mean? Them man people have committed genocide of melanated people or indigenous Africans. So like don't come anyway, man. You know what I'm saying anyway, like that you're not excused from that, innit? Like they would be
if you're there representing your race and you're saying to him, oh no, you're not talking about us. That's completely different from someone saying to him, you're not talking about me because I don't fucking go for this white supremacy shit.
No, but they should, like someone like Leo Muhammad should be banning out Arabs as well. That's all I'm saying. Like he should be.
That's a completely different conversation from one I'm trying to have.
I know.
I'm saying to Leo Muhammad, I'll be approaching him as an individual because I know that there's people in my family or my town or my tribe that don't share my opinion, that might even be racist.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm saying, all I was saying is when you said what you said and then Belly said, yeah, that conversation's already happened. I was saying Zabida and them can't say that. No, but I'm saying
they're just on behalf of Arabs.
Yeah, because you can't. Arabs are just as bad.
I'm not saying to do that. I'm saying to approach him the same way how the answer that he gave towards what's his name, Jordan, which is saying if you're a Muslim, then I'm not talking about you.
Yeah,
that's good enough for me, bro.
That's why I don't rate. But that's why I would never even rate a Leo Muhammad in that because no. Real wicked man are more skeptical of Jordan because he is a Muslim. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Man said I went from the far right to deep Salafism.
Okay.
Like I went past what's that shit? I didn't stop at goal or whatever. But I went past goal. Like man didn't even do the training steps. Like he just straight training two wheel. He was on the two wheel cycling from the jump. Yeah, straight to Salafism. Yeah, Salafism, whatever. Wahhabis, whatever. Yeah. So people are saying that as an example of number one, extremist tendencies. Number two, the correlation between the far right or and extremist Sunni Islam, or number three, the fact that he's a fucking agent. This is what people are saying. None of these three examples bodes well for black people. If you accept any one of these, is no. So the fact that would be a redeeming quality to someone like Leo Muhammad just proves how out of touch with reality these so-called black nationalists and pro-black activists are.
But that's only the Nation of Islam, and like you're saying, really and truly, that's because their things Nation of Islam. Really, if you're talking about Shakara's gang and whatnot, they're banning out everything. You get me? Because they're not they're saying that they're banning everything because they're not saying
But then they're backing man. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying earlier. You weren't on, but
but they're only backing that. But why are they backing them? There's only one reason why they're backing them, B.
Right, because it's the black guy against the white guy.
Black, melanin. You get me? So
no. But this is what's wrong with that, in my opinion, because blood. You know, I said this the other day. You know, I was watching a movie about the IRA, yeah, and that Pat told me to watch. Yeah, big up Crimes of Britain, yeah. Another white guy, another white guy that talks too much about blacks. You know me, but no, I watched a movie that Pat showed me, and it was about how the friction or the schism started between what do you call them? You know, the two factions of the IRA, basically the IRA that wanted to sign that deal with the British, the Michael Collins deal, and the IRA guys that said no, basically no surrender, like basically the ones that accepted to be part of the British domain, and then the other ones that said no, we're not being part of the British domain, or having dominion over us, and it's weird because when I was watching it, I was like, it's true, like I was like, it's true, man, because any real struggle, the first thing your enemy is going to do is poison the well. But what do you do if one side of this conflict or one side of the resistance gets poisoned? Do you cut the head off the snake, like what, or do you try to do you negotiate with them? Do you concede? Do you settle? Do you accept the British rule in the country? Do you put down your arms because you don't want to kill another Irishman? Or do you do what eventually won them their quote-unquote true independence? I mean, they'll argue they're not truly independent. Or do you carry on fighting? And logically, based on the evidence of history, you have to carry on fighting. You have to fight through now even more adversity. Now, not only do you fight the British, you fight the Irish that are loyal to the British. That's what you have to do. So if there's a black man that's doing something wrong, no, not just because you're black, I'm going to have to fight with you. If anything, you're hurting the cause more than helping my cause. If you're enveloping white Sunni Muslims into the gang just because they're Sunni Muslims, but they might be agents working for MI5, we got to cut you, right? We got to cut you all the way out. You're even
but that boom, James. You see, by that point there, you see, and that's where Shakara could have alliances with Leo Muhammad, because Jordan M couldn't get into the Nation of Islam.
But but I hear you. But Khan's point just now, I think, if I'm correct, tell me I'm wrong. Khan's point is, if Jordan had told them man that he was a Muslim, they would have been like, "Oh, cool, then you're definitely not a devil." Is that not what you were saying, Khan?
Okay, yeah. They might have. They might. I'm not sure still, because obviously I don't really know about the.
Well, I'm going by the explanation that Leo Muhammad gave to Isa, the Sunni Isa, and he explained it to him after the speech, the lecture.
So he actually said that.
Going by that explanation, he's saying, do you believe that people are born evil? And he's gone basically by the history of these people and the position that they're in now, we can safely assume that, what we deem as evil, or how our level of evil and their level of evil is on two different levels. You get me? So they're capable of things based on their history. And he goes, well, how can you say that people are born evil? Like, how can that person then not be evil? And he goes, well, if the man's my Muslim brother and he's become a Muslim, he goes, then I don't count him as the white man anymore. He's put his whiteness aside, because what he's saying is ideologically, Islam and white supremacy can't sit in the same seat.
Yeah, that's but then, what he's saying. See, inside, again, so Shakara might not tell Leo Muhammad that he disagrees with that, why he's standing there with Khan or whatever, But then, when they have the debate on the inside, he'll be saying that those are the shits what he does disagree with. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so...
Yeah, that like in that context, I fully agree with, like I told you, like if you give me specific scenarios, like especially what happened with Jordan and that, Shaka's that, I don't have no problem with the statement he made about I won't disagree, like I ain't gonna agree, if you say something that's right but you're an op, I ain't gonna agree with you in front of my brethren. I practice that in my life. If an op says something that I'm not cool, like even though I may agree with it in principle, I'm not forced to say it unless we're in a situation where someone's asking me directly, is this true or false? Yeah, I don't need to tell you anything, but you can't apply that rule to general life, I think, because, and I know Shaka will probably say what you said, Belly, which is there ain't a scenario in general life where I don't need to apply that because I'm not rolling around with a white virgin or a white girlfriend or a white wife. You get me? But same way for people like me, like that do have white. No, you can't. I can't. That can't be a general rule. That can't be a general rule in my life. Like, oh, because you're black,
bro,
treatment. No.
James. Yeah, but man's not telling me and you to do that though, cuz. You get me? He's gonna say that's how he's doing it, and then boom. How you do your thing is how you do your thing. If we have a disagreement, so obviously us three black brothers, and we're disagreeing on what 3 different points or whatever, he's gonna wait till we're back in our black youth club or whatever, and then we're gonna debate it out about what our issues are then or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Fine. I'm not. You're right. I'm not saying he's false. I'm just giving my. Obviously, it's a panel thing. I'm just giving my opinion. Like,
yeah.
For me as well, though, Belly. Yeah. Don't. All of you, this goes to any motherfucker on here. Don't ever be scared to correct me about anything because I'm not special. Like a lot of people do what I do, but I actually take it as a compliment that someone's bothered to say you said this word wrong or you've done this thing wrong or you didn't understand this thing properly. This is what it really means, yeah. Because at the end of the day, no one really knows each other tough on here, and this isn't like you're not giving some dissertation. You're not going to get a degree after this. So it's better you learn now than embarrass yourself in front of somewhere where it really matters, isn't it? So I want to be told when I mispronounce a word, or do you get me? Like, so yeah, I'm different like that.
That's what it is, though, James. Yeah, that we got the different routes. Everyone's got the different routes on how they would like to be corrected or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like you're saying, you don't mind your one being in public, yeah. Some people don't like that though. So we might be standing there, and I might say, "Oh, you fucked up, rah 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 rah." Someone might take that wrong and be like, "Rah, yeah, but you fucked up when you done this, rah rah." And it's like, bruv, I was just trying to help you out, innit? It weren't like I was trying to reprimand you.
You're right. Still, you're right.
Yeah, man.
You're right.
So, like I was saying, James, with what Shaka said, yeah, you can't use that as a core belief that you will never deviate from, and if you did, you'd be a hypocrite. But you can see as the guy's showing you, yeah, his default position. So that's where you will find him, innit? Like if you're, like I said, if you're looking for him, you're not going to find him at the front of the crowd going, "How dare you use the word white devil?" Like he's not going to be that guy. Don't expect that from him. And he's just telling you from the get-go.
Yeah, but
there's nothing wrong with what he said, and I'll agree with him because there's bigger fish to fry. Yeah. There's literally bigger fish to fry. Like Leo Mohammed's up there talking about white oppression, and I'm a person who feels that oppression. Why am I going to pull him up on the use of the term white devil when there's much bigger problems that he's actually helping us deal with? So when Shaka says he's not part of Nation of Islam, but they put in work into his community, so he's cutting them a degree of respect, I'm with that.
Yeah, I listen to this, yeah. I've heard Shaka Ra speak, yeah. I've spoken to him. So I know the context surrounding that. In my opinion, Shaka Ra is for black people, is a good influence on black people, and generally speaking, he makes sense and is a logical guy. I don't know about this other guy, man. I don't know about this other this Leo Mohammed. I definitely don't know about Issa the Great. I like him as a person, and I think Leo Mohammed, like I don't dislike the person either. I like them both, but I don't reckon they do what they say they do on the what it says on the tin, innit? I don't. So I can easily disagree with any of them, man, any day of the week. And I don't disagree with Shaka Ra in his approach. Do you get it? So Shaka Ra's on stage with them, man. If you disrespect Shaka Ra for 90% of what he says, I reckon you have an issue with black people, generally speaking, yeah?
General, yeah.
I say 90% because there are a few questionable shit he said, and I pulled him up on it anyway. Yeah?
No, it's only human, isn't it? Come on.
Them man, they say like 75% waffle. Like this one's
yeah.
The other one's talking about white devil. The next day he's wearing a bow tie. He's talking about Islam brothers. Come on, brothers! Like all of that outdated 70s bullshit. Like get down with evolution. You want to talk sense, you know what I mean? Like start talking about science or something. But what are you gonna bring? What knowledge are you kicking to these kids when you believe in fucking? You can't say what you believe in or whatnot. So, but yeah, Shaka Ra's position on most. I don't disagree with most of what he says, man. He looks like for true. Like I don't do nearly as much as what he does in it. So I look up to him in this kind of in that kind of thing. So when someone would disrespect what the work he puts in, I would say like, yeah, clearly you've got something wrong. Like, why would you have an issue with Shaka? But with them, man, I can see why you'd have an issue with them. I can literally see it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can look at when if someone disrespects one of them NOI guys, or if someone disrespects Shia Issa, I don't look at them and think, oh, you're definitely anti-black. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do not see it like that. It's like even you see with Ras, when everyone calls Ras a racist, the ones that call Ras a racist are racists. Because what's he saying that's racist? Yeah. What is he saying that's racist on a level?
Because that's what I've struggled with that, and I've asked Jupiter that a million times. Like, what can you give a time when Raspet has come out with this cave Beckys and crackers and them? Because he don't really talk like that though. He don't even talk like that anyway. Even if he does think like, even if he thought that, he don't come out and say shit like that though. That's like Hebrew Israelites sort of talking. Exactly. You get me? And like Nation of Islam sort of talking, man.
And guess what they are as well. Well, I'm not going to say that because I got actual real love for God and Jacob and he's on the panel, so I'll keep that one to myself. But any of these Fiestons that are calling to their religion at the same time as trying to say that their religion is inextricably linked from pro-black are the real agents, if we're going to use that word. That's the real agent stuff, because you're trying to trick me into being agreeable with you based on the fact that pro-black should be a default position for all black people, and then I'm going to somehow get tricked into believing that your religion is consistent with that when we all know it's not. We all know it's not, bro. It literally enslaved our people.
What's that? Islam.
That's Islam. That's Christianity too, bro. That's Christianity too, bro.
But the way that the Islamic dons slide out of it is they say, well, it was the Arab slave trade, but it wasn't the Islamic slave trade.
But then when it's algebra, yeah, Islam gets all the credit.
Yeah. Boy. Alchemy. Yeah. All right, cool. What about slavery? No.
Bro, man.
Infamy. They've all got infamy.
Hell, slavery.
Yeah. No, man cannot talk because, and this is the sickest one. The other day, Issa was waffling about Sunnis, Sunnis making his brothers them in the 90s and that become terrorists basically, innit? Yeah. And I jumped on and I was like, bro, what are there no Shia conflicts? Like Islam itself calls for jihad, isn't it? Yeah. Islam calls for jihad, yeah. So Shia calls for jihad as well, innit? And there is conflict where people's Shia brothers are dying. There is conflict zones now. There are Sunnis that complain, even on here, that their people are being oppressed in certain places. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, there's Sunnis in Iraq that complain that the government is pro-Shia and as a result of like, you know, all the cuts and whatever and the Western collusion that they're oppressed by their Shia government. There's Shia militias in multiple countries. Just the Soleimani guy that died the other day, the Houthis fucking sending drones to Yemen and that. Obviously they're getting smashed up, but this is all examples of Shia brothers dying and Islam calling for jihad, and the fact that you could, as a Shia imam, you could, or a Shia scholar or cleric or whatever, you could convince a young Shia brother to go fight in that war, right? In some Middle Eastern countries that's got fuck all to do with Africa. So why is Sunnism and Shiaism any different? You both call for the same exact thing. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know, but one sec here. Yo, PJ.
Oi.
Who's PJ? Yeah, introduce yourself, G. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I come across this community, man. What's it about, man?
Oh my God. Is your real name BJ, or is that like some sort of innuendo?
I'm from the gambling community, innit? What's this?
From the what community?
The gambling community.
Gambia.
The gambling.
Gambling.
I bet Belly.
Gambling.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Veli, tell him what your channel's all about, Veli. Tell him what the channel's all about. People have been telling me what the channel's about. I want to hear it from Veli.
He's boomy, Belly.
Yeah. This is the godless block B. You get me? Like, right, we talk about real life issues all around there still.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have debates on, well, not really debates. Yeah, we do have debates, discussions, and chattings about whatever issues we feel. We have a question of the day.
Would you go live for 12 hours?
Question.
You go live for 12 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, gangster shit.
Yeah.
Listen. Yeah, he's booming still. I reckon he's gonna do something fucked up.
Yeah. So what you saying, PJ, man? It's
Nothing,
like everyone's
man.
waiting for you to show
Listen
your
to it,
arsehole
innit?
on the screen and shit. They're like,
I'm
rah.
listening to it, man. Yeah.
You just listening, yeah? So what do
Yeah,
you think
man.
about the conversation so far? You got anything to add?
Well, I've just come back, innit? No, I just still listening to it, man.
All right, cool, man. I'll tell you what, yeah? I'm going to put you in the rack here because I need to add someone else on the panel, yeah?
Oh, cool.
I think that's so cool.
I reckon he was definitely due to do a madness.
Yeah, someone was due to show their body hole.
Good evening. Good evening. Goddamn. Yes. So.
Hello.
Just to quickly clarify some points where these agents and anti-blacks like to deceive and lie to the populace. So, number one, yes, the default position of anyone of a learned status would have to be pro-black, considering that there is this momentum of anti-blackness to try and genocide or make us to be in a worse, a more weaker situation than what we've been in for the last 500 years. So if you identify as black, or you identified as black in the culture you're in, then obviously if you want to survive, you would have to be pro-black to defend yourself from that annihilation. And if you're not pro-black, obviously then you're a damn coon, therefore a sellout agent, etc., aka James or PC James KKK Jones. So people like that would then go on to try and pretend that, despite it has been very clearly explained that Sunniism and Islam are two different religions, they will always try and use the umbrella term. Hold on. They would try and pretend that the history of Sunni slavery is still the same as Islamic slavery, when it's been made clear that it is Sunnis who have done.
Yeah, you can't slide with that one, Issa, man. You can't slide with that one, bro. So you saying that Prophet Muhammad never had black slaves?
Bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. Don't try that foolishness there, because you. Well, show me that he did.
That one, bro. Because Prophet Muhammad had black slaves, bro.
Come on, man. Prove it to me. Hold on, wait. Veli, prove it to me. Veli, wait. Veli. Simple question. Hold on, Veli. Which hadith are you coming with when you say that? You're in trouble now. This is what I'm saying. Don't try to debate me, Veli. Which hadith are you coming with?
See? Even if he never had black slaves, did Prophet Muhammad ever have slaves? Yes or no?
Veli, wait. Listen to the question. You said, did he have black slaves? Now you're asking about slaves.
I'm saying, fuck if they're black. Did he have slaves?
Stop.
Yes or no?
Veli, stop. Don't. No. You're going too far away.
I know that he had slaves, man.
Veli, listen. If he's black and he had black slaves, what you got to say now? That's why you look stupid. Veli, you're always going to look stupid when you try this foolishness. It's not going to work for you. Stop cooning. What I'm saying to you, Veli, is we're dealing with the actual religion. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. No, because if I tell you the Prophet had white slaves, black slaves, Indian slaves, all kind of slaves, that's not the point. The point I'm saying to you is Sunniism has enslaved blacks for 1,200 years.
Isa, you want to hear a response to your question, yeah? Here's the response.
Which question?
You'll hear it from the thing. 200 years after the Prophet, yeah, people started writing hadiths, yeah? This to Veli, really. Veli, tell me if this makes sense to you.
Not true, but anyway.
200 years after the Prophet, yeah, are some of the most notable, when some of the most notable hadiths were compiled. Yeah, this compendium of work begins somewhere after 200 years after the Prophet, and it follows some chain of narration.
Put a little star above the word
Let me finish.
compiled.
Let me finish. Yeah. By Bukhari, yeah, and I'm saying there's a notable chain of narrators through that period of time, yeah. But in 200 years after the Prophet is when it's been codified in some kind of corpus, yeah.
Right.
Cool. That 200 years, yeah. They accept a Quran, yeah. So whoever was compiling these hadiths, they accepted a book. That same book is accepted by Isa today. Unless you're saying that in any kind of...
isn't you dumb rat? Are you retarded?
You have a different Quran than the Sunnis. You have a different Quran than the Sunnis.
Hold on, bruv. Listen to what you just said.
You have a different Quran than the Sunnis.
Listen to what you just said. This book, hold on. Listen to what you just said. Hold on. Listen to what you just said. 200 years. Was the Quran compiled 200 years after the Prophet?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen, you're not listening. I said, who compiled the hadiths, yeah? The man that compiled the hadiths 200 years ago, Sahih Bukhari, yeah? Bukhari, yeah? That guy, yeah? Did he have the same Quran as you?
Yes.
No.
So you have a different Quran than the Sunnis?
There's only one
Quran. Special Quran in the Sunnis, yeah?
Yeah, you got different.
So what you do is you ask questions, you get answers, then you roll. So I'm explaining how it works now. Listen very carefully.
No, and now you're saying you're not answering.
No. I want you to listen very carefully what has happened. There are between 7 and 11 recitations. They call them dialects. And there are certain groups that recite, they've got Hafs, you've got Warsh, you've got different, what they call recitation dialects of the Quran. Now,
irrelevant.
Don't get involved. Hold on. Here's an example, because you really need to take lessons.
Hey, throw some change on him. Anyone got dollar bills?
Yeah, anyway, go get a bean pie. Go get a bean pie. Hey, go to the office and get some donuts. Go to the office and get some donuts. Anyway, as I was saying, when Muslims, for instance, wash for prayer, the Quran tells you, the Quran says in clear Arabic to wipe your feet, whereas Sunnis wash their feet. These are two major things different between us in regards to what the Quran says.
It ain't been preserved. That's it then. That's it. Look quickly, because that was
that's fine. No. Your concept of preservation, again, you're trying to bring the Sunni concept of preservation into this arena. This is why I warn you, savages. This is why I warn you, damn savages, to stop trying to use Sunnism as the standard.
But this is why but can I be honest? This is why no one likes discussing this topic with you, because it comes into a lecture.
No, idiots like you don't, because you think you're
question. I'm asking you a question.
And you look stupid. That's the problem. You think they're going to come into the arena as though you're correct because you heard so.
I'm asking you a question and you're not answering it. You're still waffling.
No. Your question's premise was wrong.
Is it preserved perfectly, inherently? Is it preserved?
If I said yes, the Quran is preserved inherently. Now what?
I said perfectly, inherently.
If I said the Quran is perfectly preserved, now what?
Okay. So this is my point. My question. So then it would logically follow, based on that assertion, that 200 years after the Prophet died to right now, there would be the same Quran. There'd be continuity, wouldn't it?
No. And this is the problem, and I'll explain why. Hold on. This is the problem when you come from that angle. Hold on. If I said to you, because there are certain Shias that believe that the Quran is only perfectly preserved with the Imam, so he has the perfect Quran of the time. This is the thing where when you talk about what you're talking about, that's irrelevant, bruv. They're not putting you up.
Can I say something? Can I say something? So what you're saying? Hold on. Let me just say something quickly because of what he's just said.
Hold on. We're so far away from slavery. With all this not answering a straight question to the answer, for us to try to make a comparison to see that, listen, is your religion so much different at the time of the Prophet? So I know, but hold on. But look, all of these random questions man are asking, or simple questions, if you yes or no, then man can get to a closing statement and say, no, it is because of this. But because you make each question a fucking topic, we move so far away from the argument. The argument is
because your question's premise is wrong. So retarded idiots like you need to be corrected before you ask the question. Your premise is correct.
It's not wrong.
If I said is James Jones being white affecting his way of thinking? I would first be assuming that he's white.
Yeah,
now that's the problem with the question in and of itself.
Don't be personal. Forget personal. Forget personal.
Oh, you're not listening.
That's dumb though. Man's gonna say because man asked a couple questions that you don't like that he's white.
Veli, stop it. What I'm saying to you, Veli, is
dumb though, bro.
Veli,
that's dumb, and that's childish, bro. You know what? You shut up, man. You shut up, bro. Who you talking to? What? Shut your mouth, man.
Stick him in the back chat, Veli.
You better telling everyone to shut up every 2 seconds. Bro, shut your mouth, man. Stop telling everyone to shut up every 2 seconds, and you shut up. Bro, you're an idiot, man. Move yourself, man. Shut up, you dickhead, bro. Stop telling everyone to fucking shut up like you're some top man and no one can tell you to shut up. Stop fucking insulting anyone like no one can't tell you nothing. You're a mug, bruv. Shut up, man. Stop doing that, cuz. Because it's dumb, bruv. And it's pissing me off, cuz. It's like, bro, every time you want to say something, yeah, you're okay to call someone, you fucking idiot, rah, 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 rah. But everyone must talk to you with respect. Who the fuck are you? Fuck off, man. Don't chat to man like that, bruv. That's some waste man business, bruv. Don't do that, cuz. Come on, every time man chats to you with respect. But you want to call man this, that, and the other, and call everyone out their name. No one can't call you out your name. Shut up, man. Dickhead. You're a waste, man, cuz. Don't do that, man. You get me? How the fuck, bruv? What the fuck is all that, though? Like, man can't ask you any simple questions, a normal question, without you trying to insult, man. Is that real? Or did I overreact there, or what?
No, not
like, bruv.
You answer as well, man.
No, you were right. You were right in what you said.
You don't answer though, like if
you don't answer no questions, bruv. You never fucking answer a question. You're trying to. So you've got your own sort of Easterism, yeah, that no one else follows. There's only one real Muslim in the world, cuz, and that's Easter, cuz. You get me? Because no one else follows the shit that he follows. He's just like, rah, one off, cuz. Like, I don't know why a man can do that, fam. Like, you can't do that, fam. You get me?
Right.
At least answer the questions. Bruv, like, hey, Isa, hold on, bro. Like, be real, cuz. But real. When man are asking you questions, yeah, does man try to insult you when man tries to give you answers, or does man try to give you the answer?
You insult with the question and you insult with the answer.
See?
Right. Can I say something?
You're going to do them games, eh?
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Hold on. If I say to you, your premise is wrong. So when you come to me and say, did Muhammad have black slaves? Have you ever heard a Shia tell you that Prophet Muhammad had black slaves? Or is that in Sunni books?
You can't turn around.
I ain't really spoke to
Exactly. So I'm saying, when you ask me that, brother, when you ask me that, you are trying to impose on me. It's like if you said, did Muhammad marry a 6-year-old? That's a Sunni flipping narrative, bro. That's my point. Do you understand? So you're saying you're not disrespecting me. It is disrespect.
They're not the same thing, though. That's not the.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, though. Isa. Listen. Let me explain. Hold on a sec, James. Let me explain why it's not the same thing in the disrespect thing. Yeah, because all right, I might have asked the question and got the premise of the question wrong. Like it might have been coming from a different thingamabob. Yeah, but how does that mean that I'm a dickhead for asking you a question? And I didn't know the actual full answer. It just means that you have to give me the answer.
I didn't say you're a dickhead for that. Don't try and say that. What I said was...
Bruv, I never said it. I never, bruv, listen. I know you never said that, yeah? But I'm saying, you know when you give your answers, yeah? When you give your answers, you'll give a dig and then an answer, yeah?
No.
And people let you slide with that all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Melly, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. The dig is when somebody makes an assumption first. So they assume something that's wrong. So I have to correct the dig and then go to. So I have to correct the person's wrong thing and then go. Because people like James Jones.
But you don't correct by insulting.
Heard it explained already.
That's
so for instance, remember, James Jones gave 3 conclusions about the Quran, right? So I let him go and get it wrong. Then I came back and slammed him with what some Shia say. And I'm saying when you make these conclusions, bruv, if I came to you with someone else's narrative about you, and I kept going with the narrative about you, you're a drug dealer, you're a this, you're a that, you're a that. Wouldn't you feel disrespected every time I use that narrative and ignores you?
Forget this emotional, forget this personal shit.
Shush, I'm not talking to you, bro.
But wait, Isa. That's true though, cuz like if man's asking a question about someone that you follow, so say I thought Jay-Z was the next prophet. Yeah, you can't say nothing bad about Jay-Z. And you said something, Jay-Z's got a fucking ball patch in the back of his head. I'm like, no, you fucking ain't, you dickhead. He's growing dreadlocks. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
But hold on, bro. Listen to what you said. You tried to say that I get emotional when you disrespect the Prophet. That's not true. There's people saying all kind of stuff. The thing that I get you disrespect me about, and I've said it before, is when you use Sunniism as the premise to ask me a question as though they're correct, and then you're asking me. In other words, you didn't say to me.
You agreed. You said
you didn't say to me, Benny. In my tradition, did Muhammad have slaves or black slaves?
Hold on, Benny.
And the point was,
The moral of the story is that you're easily offended and that you can't rationalize your emotions and you have to resort to insulting people. It's the moral of your story. At the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, there is no such thing as an incorrect question. If someone's asking, they have a motive for it. Just because all the premise, it doesn't matter. Just because it doesn't align, that they cannot ask that question.
Raheem, forget it. If you don't know that a premise of a question could be wrong, then forget it.
No, it's impossible. It's wrong.
If somebody assumed that James Jones was white and they said James Jones as a white person thinks and James Jones is black, then the premise is wrong because James Jones is not white.
Belly,
Do you not know that?
I want to ask Belly a question, yeah?
Yeah, let James ask a question.
I want to make a statement to you. He literally admitted at one stage in his question, number one, I didn't make any premises. I asked you questions. And I said, is this true? Is this true? So the premise is only ratified by you or disproved by you. No, that's just a statement, yeah? You don't have to accept that. And the second thing, Belly, he actually said, he's like, what if I told you the Prophet was black and had black slaves? The reality in this instance, and the reason you can't compare it to Sunni and Shiism is because there is so much debate about the age of Aisha. There is not as much debate, or there's not as much debate that me and Belly have heard, yeah, or probably anyone else on the panel has heard about whether or not there was slavery. Is generally expected. There's a period before the schism of Shiaism and Sunniism. There was a period before the schism when slavery was generally expected to have been perpetrated by Muslims before Ali, before Abu Bakr was the Caliph. So in that period, that is Islam. That is Islam.
Where is it, bro? Show me.
Oh, you think James Jones don't know about Shiism?
I'm waiting for it. He said
James
there is a
Jones
period.
knows about Shiism, bro.
Bro, no, he doesn't. He clearly doesn't. But anyway, let's say the period before Abu Bakr.
Isa, in Shiaism, yeah?
You think you're the Messiah?
In Shiaism, yeah?
No, I just studied my religion. Unlike you can't calf for dog.
Isa.
Yeah.
In Shia Islam, yeah? Isa, let me ask you a question, cuz.
He said you think you're a Messiah or something. That's an insult, and I responded. So there you go. Yeah, go on, Veli.
Well, you ain't bringing Shia to the masses. James Jones doesn't know about
Shiism. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me ask a question. So in Shia Islam, yeah, is it true that Prophet Muhammad had black slaves and was a slave trader or whatever then? So is that the same narrative in Shia Islam?
In the Islam of the Quran, the Prophet is black, number one. In the Islam of the Quran, the Prophet had Arab slaves and Arabs were black. Do you understand the point now?
That's number two, by the way.
Hold on, Veli, I want you to respond to what I just said. This is what I'm saying. You're talking to me, Veli. I'm not a traditional cultural person like Carnito and these others. I've researched.
You said you were
a 12er. I'm coming with research. Yeah,
no, but you said you were a 12er. You said that to Ziryab in the debate. You said I am a 12er.
That's right, because I believe in 12 imams. That's what makes you a 12er, you dumb idiot. But anyway, really,
there is 12ers that don't believe the Prophet is black. So what are you talking about? There's 12ers that don't believe the Prophet is black.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with facts?
What are you
talking about? They're born into it and they follow tradition. I don't care. You can't refute me and they can't refute me. That's all that matters. Anyway, Veli, back to what I was saying.
Isa. What verse is it that tells us? Where's the verse in the Quran that tells us that Prophet Muhammad's black?
Yeah, you'll be waiting a long time, mate. You'll be waiting
a verse in the Quran. There's no verse in the Quran that tells you that the Prophet Muhammad's black because there was no need.
Islam of the Quran. So
how do we know that Prophet Muhammad's black then?
Right. So the thing called a dictionary, a thing called a tradition of the Arabs, and the continuous lineage of black Arabs, specifically the lineage of the Prophet or the descendants of the Prophet. Do you understand? So, for instance,
so where's that in the dictionary?
Let me finish. Prophet's 9 uncles, the poetry of the Prophet's 9 uncles, in fact, his father as well, which would make the 10 sons of Abdul Muttalib, were black as night and magnificent, who guarded the Kaaba. So these are him. His granddad, Abdul Muttalib, was also black.
Is that from God? Is that divine revelation?
Bro, stop! I'm talking, bro. What's wrong with this guy? So anyway, Imam Ali, his first cousin.
What about his parents? What about who's Muhammad's mum and dad? Who are they?
Abdullah is his dad. Abdullah's his dad, and Amina's his mum. But bro, listen to what I'm saying. Veli, this isn't difficult. This was already been dealt with by Wesley Muhammad. He's already proved this several times. It's just there on YouTube. It's just like a 2-hour video, bro. It's easy work. What my point to you, my brother, is simply this, Veli. That when you're coming with any narrative, if the Prophet himself is black and he's enslaving black Arabs because they were just trying to kill him, the point is that the slavery that you lot were talking about, that James Jones with his sneaky self was talking about, is not the same thing where the Prophet had people trying to kill him and he captured them. That's a difference between Sunni slavery and Christian slavery. Their slavery is different. So that's the point.
Can you?
All right, but
answer
wait.
this then?
Let me ask a question. Let me ask one more question, yeah, because I've got to jump off, yeah. Sorry, yeah, I know I'm hogging it still, yeah, but let me ask a question. I've got to jump off, yeah. But basically, yeah. So, is there any Shia hadith that says that Prophet Muhammad is black?
No, bro.
There's I don't know that any hadith that say so, because they wouldn't say that. The Arabs are known to be black. It was just something that was normal. Do you get me? So the reason we know, one of the evidences that we know the Arabs were black was because of what the Persians said and what the Byzantines said about them. So one of the rulers in Byzantium, he said, get this black. He said he was too dark. He was scared of him, right? So the emir that went up there, the general that went up there, he was saying how dark his skin was. He's never seen something so black in his life. So the Arabs were known to be jet black people, bro. That's their description. It wasn't. The Persians said the same thing. So it's not an issue.
You're using histories, yeah, which is fair. That is evidence in itself. You're using histories, but when you come and claim there's nothing in Shia Islam, if we prove, for example, from some kind of Shia hadith, or if we prove any kind of trade in slaves, you're just saying, oh, I'll quickly reject that. But you then can't use that as the criteria to say that's never happened in Shiaism because this is what I personally believe. You're either a 12er and then you follow.
What do you mean what I personally believe? Listen, all right, this is the problem you're having. The 12ers principle is that you measure the hadith by the Quran. That is not a Sunni principle. So if a 12er comes, if a 12er comes to me.
No, we ain't got to argue. Listen to the challenge then. So are you saying that if I find anybody that claims to be a 12er, like anything that claims to be part of the 12er doctrine that reinforces anything that the Sunnis
your mic's going out, James. Your mic's going out.
Like someone's making noise about. If I find anything from that doctrine that says or that corroborates any of the stories in the Sunni hadiths, be it, with slave trading or the partaking in any kind of slavery, you're saying you will accept it, or you're saying that on that criteria you can just reject the 12er hadith? So someone who claims to be a 12er and claims to be part of the 12er hadith corpus, if I find something in that, for example, are you willing to reject that, or do you have to accept it because it follows the criteria?
Listen, any hadith will be accepted and rejected based upon it being legitimate according to the Quran. It don't matter whether it's a Sunni who brings it or a Shia who bring it. It don't make no difference.
Yeah, but if a 12 has done it, then the presupposition is that because it is coming from a 12 source, then it should be in accordance with the Quran. That's your
bruv, listen to. Oh my God. Listen, we're not Sunnis. I want you to just listen to the statement. Anything. In other words, if somebody goes out there and investigates something in the bush, we measure it via the Quran. Whatever you're studying. So the hadith, in Sunnism, you've got this thing. You don't keep looking at our hadith like theirs. What I'm saying to you is, hold on. Let me just say this last bit. Regardless of the scholars, ayatollahs, it don't mean nothing. It's a different religion to Sunnism. The Quran is a criteria. Let me just say this quick bit. You can at least say maybe 10% of what certain established Shias believe is absolute garbage. So in Iran, they've got a whole.
In your opinion,
not my opinion. It's easy to prove, bruv. And other Shias say that as well. So what are you talking about? In my opinion, why do you think there's revolution going on in Iran?
Sunnis would disagree. So it is your opinion.
What do you mean? I said Shias. I said Shias.
So,
oh my God.
Sorry, Shias would. Sorry, hold on. No, Sunnis would agree that theirs is correct, right? So it's
Bro,
your
it's
opinion.
not about agreeing, it's what you can prove.
Subjective.
Oh,
No,
but,
it's
Rambo,
subjective because they could prove
Rambo,
them.
yeah,
No, but let me just ask this question. Hold on. Let me
But you're
just
letting
ask
him off
this
the hook,
question.
though. No.
Hold on, because I've been patient, man. Everybody's been speaking over, and when I've been waiting for a time. Yeah, in the only thing I'm aware of, this is going to backtrack a bit to what race Muhammad is. As far as I'm aware, there's a verse in the Quran that says that he's red-skinned with ginger hair, basically. So how is that a black man?
What in the Quran? Please.
Yeah.
Search Google. Hold on. I want you to search Google and the concordance of the Quran and find me that verse.
I will
I missed that verse.
find it.
Let's
as far as I'm aware, so how can he be that? While you are correct in what you said about Arabs being black, the period in time that Muhammad, hold on one second, the period in time that Muhammad was in was not the same period in time that the Arabs were black. They're two different periods in time.
But let's
So what's the year? Raheem, that the so-called Arabs were black, and then these so-called and then the Prophet Muhammad's time.
Ancient Greeks used to call the Arabs black because Arab comes from the Greek word Arab, which means black.
No,
so
it
he
doesn't.
is right in saying that.
Oh
yes,
my
it
God.
does. Do your etymological root search.
Oh, what do you have? You're in trouble. What's the etymological root of Arab? What is it?
It comes into Greek. Who do you think the Byzantines are?
What is the
You even said it
etymological
yourself.
root of Arab in Arabic? What is it? It's the root of the word is in Arabic. What are you saying?
Oh my
Hey,
God.
bro, you see how these things descend, yeah, and move off the central. So, right.
No, come back to you, James Jones. I ain't finished with you. Come back. James Jones, come on.
So what I'm saying is, because I'm doing you a favor by even engaging in this line of questioning. The
Forget that talk. I'm doing you a favor.
The original point still stands, yeah? That prior to the schism, we're talking about Muhammad. Muhammad didn't exist in the time of Shias and what do you call it? There were no 12 imams in the time of the Prophet because the Prophet was the imam. If the Prophet partook in any form of slavery, be him a black man or otherwise, yeah, then that is an example that ratifies Veli's earlier point that you wanted to contest. You're saying that there's no.
Yeah, but that's what.
Yeah,
even can I add on to that, James?
Go on.
Can I add on to that point? Yeah, is with a question is that can you be pro-black and have black slaves?
No, of course not.
Yes, you can. Yes. It's seriously, Billy. It's like when these people come to you. Let me explain something to you, Veli. When we sold by black people, Veli, did Sunnis? Veli, did Sunnis sell us? Yes or no?
There was, but what?
Yes or no, Veli? Did Sunnis sell us? Yes or no?
Did you not hear that? Did you?
James, Veli, I'm asking you a question because James thinks it's a joke. Remember, he's not.
That one's going down in the book of history.
That is an agent right there. That is
I know that's what you've been trying to prove all along, but you're done out here, bro. Veli, simple question. Those that sold us, Veli, are they worthy of enslavement or not?
Stuff for Allah, fam. That's actually mad.
Veli, don't run from that question, bro. Come on now.
Man said, can you be pro-black and have black slaves? Man said, yeah.
Bloody right.
He's gone,
bro. Oh shit.
But hold on, back to you, Issa. Yeah. So I'm being fair to you by offering you the 12 route because I'm saying I'll actually go do research to that effect. But the original question still stands. Yeah. Now you've answered it. So whatever happens, you're just special pleading for your prophet. You're just going to special plead it all away.
Stop all that foolishness. It's a simple thing. Hold on. If I've said to you that in this day and time, that if black Sunnis came with ISIS to the shores of the UK and they came to enslave blacks, whites, and everyone in the UK, I would take the same stinking Sunni ISIS, black dogs, white dogs, Somali dogs, Pakistani dogs, all of these Sunnis that wanted to enslave me and my people in England, I would take them as Sunni slave Kafir dogs. Now
what? You and your people, you got no people, you're one guy.
Sure, shut up, man. I'm not talking to you. So James Jones, respond to that.
That's a strange point. You're saying in times of war, I'm happy to take other people as slaves that are potentially black, but no one thinks you're pro-black anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's all right.
Irrelevant. Answer the question, James.
No, I am answering it. I'm saying, I don't think it's. I think a black person can take black people as slaves. I just don't think they can be pro-black. I'm on record as saying.
You keep taking up, man. Your mic's mashed up. I can't mute up, man.
I was on
me, bro. It's Raheem.
Me and Jedi were on record as saying, that if somebody, we're talking about Haile Selassie in particular, if somebody colludes with the British, to to bomb other Africans and other African countries and uses white people to help them do it, I don't think they're pro-black either. Or Pan-African actually was the term, and that was an argument that we were having with Raspek that spanned a few days. So I'm on record as saying what I think is an.
Hold on, let me clarify what you just said. So you're saying if somebody colludes. No, I want to clarify what you just said. So let's say Haile Selassie. You're saying if you have, let's say, the Italians trying to kill black Ethiopians.
No. If you have a rebellion in your nation, an insurrection, and you use the British in Aden, in the Yemen, the British RAF stationed in Yemen to bomb the shit out of your people that are trying to usurp the throne, then I believe that causes complications in your Pan-Africanist identity. I'm not going to rule him out completely. That is enough to take you out of the fold of Pan-Africanism until further reconsiderations. Yeah, at very least, because maybe I don't know. Maybe you did something amazing, miracle type shit for black people, and then maybe that puts you back in the fold. I don't know. Maybe you repented afterwards, so on and so forth. But picking black slaves or being comfortable with the process of black slaves takes me out. But it's okay for you in that scenario because no one in the world thinks you're pro-black anyway. So it's fine. You can take.
But they do only. But I know your whole point is to try and defend yourself based upon the age.
I'm not. Listen,
that's fine. That's James Jones because you keep repeating it. But what my point is to you is very serious. You tried to get away with pretending that both Sunni and Shia have the history of enslaving blacks. Right, that's what you first did, and when that got refuted, you then went back. You then went back to Prophet Muhammad and has he got black slaves? So it's
because you're not understanding. You're not understanding what our argument.
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to say, as long as I believe in the same Prophet Muhammad and the same Quran, and as long as that sanctions slavery, then anytime blacks have been enslaved by Muslims or other, I'm basically getting the same thing.
So what I'm going to do to you, what I'm going to do to you now is I'm going to appeal to your better judgment. So you used history to define the color of the prophet, peace be upon him. Yeah, that's what you just did earlier. So if we use history,
on many other things as well as that, but go on.
You use history to prove the color of the prophet was black, peace be upon him. If we use history to prove that in the time of the prophet, sub-Saharan Africans were being enslaved, and the whole business of slavery was being proliferated by the Arabs, in sub-Saharan Africa. Are you accepting now? Yeah, you're going to accept that historical fact or that historical information is proof that both what you regard as Shia and Sunni, so just Muslims, engaged in slavery of black people, or no? Are you still going to deny it?
Well, because I know the history, I know it's not true. So because I've already studied it, if I didn't, then I'd have to look at it.
But he's being black is true, though. We have to accept that.
Listen to what I'm saying. This was while I was Sunni. So obviously that history was something which I was majorly studying at the time when they went to Abyssinia. Bilal being really an Arab because his dad is an Arab and his mum was Ethiopian. So all that time with the Prophet and slavery, we've gone through that. So that's why it's easy for me.
There was no Arab slavery in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, until Abu Bakr was saying.
No, bruv, slavery was normal. That's, bruv, what are you, listen to it. First you say African, and then you say there was no slavery.
Yes, I'm saying,
no, stick to your premise.
Africans. Like, bruv, it's made like you make. So say everything is an argument on the minutiae.
No. You can't start your point with African enslavement. Hold on. You said African slavery. Then when I refute that, you come back with slavery in general. So stick to your first point, which is
no, because stop. Because you don't bro, it's so actually infuriating. It's like talking to a child. You're saying, I asked you a question. You said no, you outright dismiss it. I'm saying, what are you dismissing? What history? That there was slavery? I have to double check. Like,
okay. So let me show you what's being dismissed.
How far are you
said, hold on. What is being dismissed is what you said, as I described during when I was talking, which was the enslavement of Africans. That's what you put on the table. Now, in regards to slavery in general,
listen to this. This is why I'm actually being consistent. If you said yes to that second question, you refused it. And I'm saying, so what you saying that there's no Arabs in that slavery who was it then? That was going to be my next question. But this one, my point, you don't go through any kind of.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying. They enslaved Persians, they enslaved Byzantians, the Romans, they had all different kinds of slavery. Was normal. You what?
No sub-Saharans or some sub-Saharans?
There was everyone. Everyone was, the slaves were being sold and brought all through the whole area. So that doesn't mean nothing to me.
And listen to this. Look how long it took to get to this point. So literally, in your opinion, sub-Saharans were enslaved under Islam. That's it. Yes.
No. Bruv, no, you said in Arabia. Is this a joke? No, you said, hold on, you said in Arabia. This is the problem with you and what you say.
Hey guys, who's
The Prophet wasn't ruling Arabia at that time. He's only ruling in Medina. Hold on, he was only ruling in Medina. So this is the problem. Hold on, when you put your question, again, I say you need to have knowledge when you start asking questions with assumptions. The Prophet only ruled Medina for a certain time.
Don't give a shit about this.
Hold on. If slavery was going on in that area that you're talking about, the Prophet had no control of that area.
Actually, listen to what I'm saying. I don't give a shit yet about any.
Just don't answer questions, bruv.
What I'm saying. No, have you even listened? What am I saying? What do I give a shit about? What do I give a shit about?
Bro, you know what, bro? This is you know what? Just keep talking. Anyway, I come on here to make sure that when you're
I'm not in control of you. Have a good if I'm not in control of you. If you're gonna leave, you're gonna leave. I'm asking.
Yeah, no, it's not leaving. It's not leaving. Brother Malik, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
It's a bit rude. I'm still talking to you. If you don't want to speak at all, you can leave.
Go ahead.
Yeah, cool.
I'm here. I'm just listening to both of y'all.
James Jones hasn't finished.
We asked you the simplest of questions in the beginning, yeah, and that was predicated on that was based off a statement you made. So we're trying to work out in the time of the Prophet, yeah, this is meant to be a prophet from God. I mean, you've had this conversation already. Was slavery of sub-Saharan Africans condoned, endorsed, or practiced? Not exclusive. No one said anything about exclusivity. We just said in general, was it practiced? But if I like decipher all of what you said today, yeah, I'm assuming the answer to that question is a yes. So what the fuck was the point in this big argument just now? It was literally over.
I'll tell you what it was. So here's the point in the argument where you try to say Christianity and Islam in relation to us 1400 years later can directly relate our recent historical slavery to true Islam and Sunnism and Christianity. So where you're getting it wrong is in the time of the Prophet, under the rulership of the Prophet, people that were taken as slaves were people that were just fighting you or were tyrants in the community. Whereas under Sunnism, they were the ones that originated the chattel slavery, which white Christians took over. So then, as you've heard this before, but you like to lie and twist the truth. So there is a big difference between Islamic captives of war and Sunni slavery.
The only problem is, yeah, and it's funny because this is an ontological argument or even a cosmological argument you people often use. Yeah, I say you people, I mean Muslims. Yeah, not true Muslims, just Muslims in general. Yeah, about something being like something else or something coming from something begetting something from nothing and all this kind of nonsense. The reality is, all I have is evidence of Muslims. Yeah, Muslims practicing a type of slavery, a slavery that has facilitated female genital mutilation and castration of predominantly sub-Saharan Africans. So I'm not really comfortable in taking your flimsy, loosely strung together pieces of history and using that.
And you mentioned female genital mutilation, knowing that's no Shias practice that. Are you retarded or something?
What Shias? That's what I'm trying to say. Listen, you want to have a debate.
You just gave the example of female genital mutilation.
Can I finish?
Flipping hell,
You
bro.
want to have an argument with me that I'm not at all interested in. If you listen to what I'm saying rather than waiting to talk, you would have heard me say that the evidence of modern slavery, or at least what is considered to be the remnants of modern slavery, follows a chain, back to the Prophet. Your tenuously held belief. Hold on, your tenuously provided proofs and evidences. Yeah, I don't have to accept them. I'm not bound by any kind of divinely inspired authority. Yeah, for me to say yes, I believe this was from the Quran. What this says is true. This isn't consistent with the Quran. This is my criteria. All of that shit. I don't need to do none of that.
No one says you have to, but you're getting a refutation of your garbage. Don't cry about it.
I need to look at history. Yeah, I need to look at history in its entirety, and I'm saying. This group of people with this ideology practice this. This is what they claim is the source of that ideology. And even though there is some schisms and some deviant sects, those deviant sects, as far as I'm concerned, on the face of it, pretty much practice the same thing anyway. They may believe it's different, of course.
So where's the proof? This is what I'm saying. You keep saying this, but you have no damn historical proof. Your evidence is simply this. The Quran and the hadith of the Prophet from Sunnis,
No, it's not.
right? And then the fact that we believe in the same Quran.
I'll give you
Well
now.
done,
I'll
James.
give you now.
That's
I'll
the
give you now.
biggest, that's the
I'll give you
biggest
now. Hold on,
historical
hold
evidence
on.
I've ever
Can I
seen in my
give
life. You
you
should
now?
get a PhD for that, James.
Can I
Well
give you,
done.
can I give you now? Can I give you now? Do you believe there was a prophet in Arabia called Muhammad? Peace be upon him?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Do you believe there was a prophet in Arabia called Muhammad?
Yeah. We've already dealt with the existence of Prophet Muhammad the other day,
Right.
bro.
Do you believe? Alright, cool. Do you believe that all the Sahaba and the people that claim to know him, that he knew them?
Claim to know that he knew them.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes,
that they existed. Sorry, that they existed. All of those people
Yes,
that.
I definitely do. Yeah, I believe in cause and effect. But
Right.
anyway,
So all of the
the point I'm
stories in
making
the
this
Quran,
game show
all of
is
the
that
stories
you're
in the-
trying to
all of the
pretend
stories in the-
that
hold
you
on,
have a
hold on.
history
Can I
of
say-
1,200 years of Shia
Can I
slavery
finish?
when you don't. That's
Can
the
I
whole
finish?
point I'm making.
Can I just
You
finish what
don't
I'm
have 1,200 years of Shia slavery or Islamic slavery. You only have Sunni slavery of
You see what the
blacks.
problem you see what the problem you fall into is? You say you don't understand, and this is far different from what you understand. So
I
this
said
is
you don't have.
then
Not you don't
someone asks you a series of questions to try ascertain something, and on at least you won't get it past 2 questions before you just go off on a tangent and start lecturing about why that person's so stupid. Well, I'm never gonna know them, bro. Honestly,
That's not true.
I'm
Because
never-
you're the one. No. You shouldn't need to have to ask me anything if you're making the claim, because you should already have.
I'm right. I've got evidence on my side. You don't.
Hold on. You should already have the evidence that backs you up.
No, but you.
This is the problem. Hold on. Let me just finish this part. When you make the claim that you're making, you should have already had the evidence to say that Sunni and Shia slavery was the same for the last 1,000.
No, I don't need that. I don't need that. If you listen, that's what I'm saying. You don't. No disrespect.
Oh
You don't understand the case I make. You don't understand the. This is what I'm saying. You don't understand the case that was built. The first refutation that you got stung on, but because you're a zombie, you wouldn't really understand what's going on.
See. Try it again.
The first thing you got stung on is you tried to create a difference, and we're saying, all right, let's go right back to the source before there was even a break. Was slavery being practiced? That's a yes. We didn't ask. We didn't say specifically.
No, don't pretend, bruv. This is what I hate about you. You'll ask me a question and say about Africans being enslaved, and then when I deal with the question of what you ask Africans, and then you come to general slaves.
No. Shall I tell you why you had to concede that point? Because I asked you general slaves because you literally said no Africans were enslaved. Then I said general slaves.
I didn't say that. Oh my gosh, James, just forget it. Seriously. All right, I'll explain it.
If you keep going, let's forget it. I'm not being disrespectful to you, bro. So many people.
Hold on. Stop. Explain it simply for you. Right? I'll just explain it simply for you. There is a difference between people who are captives of war and kept as captives of war, and between those who have been kidnapped, living their lives like the Sunnis went to Zanzibar and kidnapped people and have a trade of continuously kidnapping more black people, which is what Sunnis had. That's very different than somebody coming to attack you and then you captivate them.
Brother, you're talking about So you're talking about self-referential sourcing, yeah? You're saying the Quran and the Hadiths that are consistent with the Quran, that accept that this guy is a prophet of God, say this is what happened. If we're looking at general history, history barely even proves the prophet existed. So, all right, fine. Let's just assume for a moment that the prophet did exist, right? Can we say that the patterns of modern day slavery, for example, are consistent with a form of Islam, be it Sunni, deviant, sect, whatever? Yes, we can. So now if we go back far enough, we can see that it's consistent among a cultural, ethnic, whatever you want to call it, group. So that's Arabs, that's Muslims, whatever. So I can say, off the face of that, I can say the fact that the Arab slavery has been dated. It's literally been, so people have dated the Arab slavery for this extensive period of time. And now you can say it's progressed, it's regressed, it was worse back then, it was better. I can refer to that block as Arab slavery, just in the same way I can refer to the original slavers in the Congo or whatever. They practiced the same slavery that we saw near the end of slavery prior to the abolition. I'll say that is the Atlantic slave trade. This is the Arab slave trade. We can make that claim comfortably, because there's enough history on our side. What you have is evidence of what's the word? Of sectarian conflict, creating differences. You have Quranic evidence as the reason for specific types of slavery. All of that is the evidence you're providing, which in the face of the reality of there's slavery going on to this day that goes back to the time of the prophet, means that all we have to really ascertain is, was there anything even similar Was there even something similar, a similar process that was going on in the time prior to Shiaism and Sunnism for us to make our case? But because you're so blinded by your readiness to insult Sunnis, you're not even seeing what.
No. Stop using that foolishness.
Anyway. But
just demonstrate it. This is what I'm saying to you. Instead of you demonstrate, you asked me the question in the time of the Prophet. So instead of going along with your blind questioning, what I did was to let you know that during the time of the Prophet, which you seem to not know, he wasn't ruling Arabia. Islam hadn't been governing Arabia for a long time. It was only in the last 2 or 3 years that the Prophet had control of Mecca and Medina. So because you didn't know this, your question.
No, but Islam starts with him, bro. Are you that naive? Islam
hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying to you is you had lawless slavery before where you could treat them anyway, which was also going on in Arabia, which is what you asked me about Arabia. Then when you asked about the Prophet Muhammad, I have to make a distinction. Why? Because you're asking me specifically in relation to me being a Muslim and black people being Muslims today and Islam. And then specifically me, who are saying I follow the Islam of the Quran as opposed to Sunnism. Now, obviously, it doesn't suit your narrative when you could only prove, when your evidence only proves Sunnism, but then you want to pretend it's sectarianism rather than two separate religions.
You come on to talk about Islam, G. I was talking when I whatever triggered you to come on was me talking about jihad and that you man had the same jihad. Then you brought up the example of slavery. Then Veli checked you on it by saying the Muhammad thing. I didn't even bring up the fucking slavery.
Not true, bro. That's not true.
So what did I say about slavery?
Hold on. Veli asked me a question, right? I dealt with your first 2 points. What was your first 2 points I dealt with?
I don't know, but I know why you come on. I got you to come on because I saw you in the chat and I started talking about fucking the jihad thing. Just to take a bit, I was just trying to trigger you.
No, that's fine. No, but I'm saying you were talking about Shakara. You were talking about Shakara and his position and what he was saying. Then you started talking about me and my position. The only reason I came on was to clarify where I'm not saying that, so you're twisting what I'm saying.
No, I spoke about jihad. I talk about your friend, rest in peace, whoever the person that you said was a terrorist that went and died because of Sunnism, and that's why you're so passionate. And I said, bruv, the reality is you also preach jihad, like your Quran also. That's what I said. I said your Quran preaches jihad, and there is examples of instances where a Shia could convince a black Muslim brother to go fight in a foreign fucking war in the name of Islam. That's what I said.
Okay, that's right. So here's the issue.
You talk about slavery and Veli checked you on the slavery thing. You said, you done.
Veli didn't check me. Veli got checked, and that's the problem because Veli realized that he got it wrong again, and he's recognized that now, and hopefully in the future he won't.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that, and that's not because he's my. I'll grill him if he's wrong. I would say if Veli's wrong.
The guy admitted that he didn't have the resource to ask the. Bruv, he made an assumption based upon what he heard from Sunni sources. He doesn't know if they're in Shia sources or in the Quran. He's got no bloody idea.
No, that's where I come in. That's where the shooter comes in because I come in.
Tell me the Shia source where it
says. I said no. I told you. I said we don't need to provide anything as long as we can support some kind of continuity in Islam, and the fact that if we accept that the Prophet took any type of slaves, prisoners of war, what have you, that were sub-Saharan Africans, that predates the schism before Sunnism and Shiism, that's our point proven, bro.
Hold on, let's talk on that. Hold on, let's
talk on that. No, but you conceded that. One sentence. You conceded that by saying, if I accept that the Prophet is black and he had black slaves, and then the analogous point about can black people be pro-black and have slaves, you've already made that concession, so don't backtrack now. You've made that.
I said, what would you say? So because he had black Arab slaves, and then Veli got stuck, and you got stuck because you're like, okay, hold on, because in you lot's head, you're thinking Arabs are not black. Hold on, let me finish. You lot are seeing it as another race enslaving blacks, and we're following the other race who enslaved blacks. So when I said Arabs, hold on, enslaving black Arabs, you were both stuck and confused and started to malfunction.
I didn't. No. Everybody focused on the black part. I didn't focus on that. If you notice, be honest, man. I'm honest with you.
All right, you didn't, but he was out as soon as I said that. But in relation, let's focus on what you're saying now. So you're saying once it's proven that, let's say Prophet Muhammad did have a black slave, a Chinese slave, a Hindu slave. He had, let's say, a black Arab. He had a Central African, right, and a Caucasian. He had 5 different types of slaves of different races. Now, how does that set the precedent for Sunnis specifically setting up a chain of slavery to black people in Central Africa?
No, but this is what you don't realize. our argument is not contingent upon the sort of the nefariousness, yeah, or the level of sort of evil emanating from either one of these camps. We're not saying that Sunni's worse, Shia is worse. All we have to do, make our proof. All we have to do is show that something you believe is consistent, consistent in the line, in the continuity.
Hold on, let me say, I didn't mention Shia. You've got to say no, because you're putting my question. I said to you, you made the point about Prophet Muhammad, because we both believe in the Prophet Muhammad, and I said, okay, let's go with the narrative that the Prophet had a rainbow of slaves. So he had a black Arab, he had a Central African, he had a white Persian, a white person, he had a Chinese, and he had whatever else, right? So he had five. He definitely had these two. So let's focus on these two that you're more or Central African and black Arab, right? Let's say that's what he had. In fact, let's deal with that. He had 5 Central Africans and 2 black Arabs, right? This is what he had. Now, the way he treated them was good and whatever else. They were people of war and they wanted to be his slaves. Let's go with that narrative, right? How does that influence now those people later on setting up slavery specifically for those people in Zanzibar who are black? Explain that one.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? The fact that he had them, as opposed to completely outlawing them, as opposed to completely restricting them, is more evidence. Because this is what I'm trying to say. The historical proofs, let's say, for example, I don't accept all of them, but let's say all I can do is accept consensus. So you say he was a prophet from God, I don't accept that. You say he existed, there's another source that corroborates that he existed. Okay, then we both accept he existed. You say there's some people that say he started off the Sunni slavery. You disagree with that, but you accept he had slaves. Okay, we can agree that he had slaves. Well, then that's all the evidence I would need to say that he is as a consequence, whatever followed him was not outlawed by him. So with Shias,
hold on, say that bit again. As a what? As a consequence of him having slaves.
So, for example, if Clement Attlee starts the NHS and as a result we end up becoming Marxist, he may have not been a Marxist, but you could argue that it's because of him that we became Marxists. Does that make sense? So we can blame him for this Marxism, even though it was the next PM that came after him, that only expounded upon what he put forward. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying. Let me respond and let me absolutely annihilate what you're saying. It would be different if the other people around the world were not enslaving each other and other people. And this is the problem you have. It is very clear that they were enslaving anyway. So the point was the Prophet. Hold on. It's just like in relation to marriage, in relation to how you treat people. He put rules and boundaries and hedges and borders around them, which is what you do in civilization. So again, you've lost in relation to you. Hold on. Because I'm saying to you very simply, what you're essentially trying to say, it seems, is what Rob was saying, which is that he should have just outlawed it.
No, I'm not. Forget, Rob. You're saying you moved too far.
That's fine. Because but you just said that just now. All right, hold on. So if that's not what you're saying, let's clarify then, James Jones.
You asked me saying that.
What are you saying he should have done? Hold on.
No, I don't have to say that. You asked me a question, I answered it. That is where that stops. Yeah, I don't know why you asked me the question. That is up to you to decide and explain to me why you asked it. All we initially had to prove is that there was some form of slavery that is equally condoned by Shia Islam. Whether or not one is worth, I'm not going to make a value judgment on who slavery was better or worse. I'm not going to make a value judgment on Arab society.
There wasn't slavery. There was no slavery. There you go. No. There's no slavery in Islam. It's called captives of war. Now what do? Where you go now?
I don't need to go. Do you know what's so funny? You're basically saying any way to win is a win. No,
it's not that. Hold on. As soon as you don't want to recognize the difference, right? As soon as you want to be ignorant and pretend there's not a difference, then I have to make sure that you're in the corner. Because every person of any integrity would make sure that they have to recognize the difference when somebody puts rules and laws in a certain way.
Yeah. Can I speak? Yeah. What I'm saying is, and this is what I've said this about you, and you've if you cared about your reputation, you've fallen into my trap many times. All you want to do is argue about the differences between Sunni and Shia. I actually listen to this, yeah.
Bro, that wasn't the argument. Stop jumping, bro.
Can I finish? But I'll let you mischaracterize.
That doesn't make no difference. The topic is very simply this. You mentioned about slavery in Islam, so this is me.
Stop. Yeah. But let me. You mischaracterized me, and I let it go. So please.
No. But you said Sunni and Shia again. This is me.
Yeah, let me say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying, please. Please, bro. I beg you, man.
Then stop lying, innit?
It was one, but I'm allowed to, bro. Do you think I believe everything you say is the truth? Come on, like
you don't need to. It's evidence, bro.
It's not though. You've never provided one bit of evidence.
But the Quran is evidence, bro.
Only evidence provided is from Zuriab, yeah. But anyway, like I said, yeah, the fact remains that this isn't the discussion that I'm engaged in, and to make a value judgment on the types of slavery. I didn't even make any claim for you to respond to about slavery. You jumped on and had that discussion with Veli. All I did was, when you tried to dismiss Veli's claim, I showed you how you yourself even believe. Now you've said it's not slavery, it's servitude. All right, fine.
No. Don't say that. In relation to you saying there's no difference. If you want to pretend
I didn't say that. Look what you just made. I didn't say that.
Oh my God.
I'm done anyway. I'm not arguing with you about nothing. I've made my claim. You literally accepted it in 3 or 4 different ways. It's taken 20.
I don't. You know what I found? Your disingenuity. You've tried it today, but that's it. From now on, you're just gonna get murked straight. I'm not even gonna pretend like we're gonna entertain. It's just gonna be straight murking all your garbage. So,
can I be honest with you? So yeah, can I be honest with you?
As it stands, there is no slavery in Islam. We have captives of war. Simple as that. So now you have slavery under James Jones and his monkeys, his Sunni slave masters, and you have captives of war in Islam. There you go. Thank you very much.
And I'll just stay on that point, because I'm not willing to engage in a whole debate on it, because it's not that interesting. But I don't agree with you. I don't agree the redefinition and distinction that you're choosing to make. But you are welcome to have that interpretation.
Where's your proof against it?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not. I just don't believe it. Innit? Do I have to believe that because you said it?
That's it. Just because you don't believe it.
I'm asking you. Do I have to believe it because you said it? Answer me that.
No, you don't. Because I've said it. Because you can't prove it. That's the problem we're having.
You're redefining. You're redefining it. So if I found it,
it's captives of war. It said, all right. What's the word for? Hold on. What's the word for slave in the Quran? There you go. You're in trouble now, boy.
Look, so you're trying. I'm not engaging.
Exactly. It's right hand possessed, meaning what you've caught with your right hand in war, the captive of war.
Why caught?
Thank you very much. Anyway.
Why caught? Why caught? Why is it something that you've caught? You said right hand.
The person tried to kill you, and you managed to capture them and tie them up. Hold on. I'll tell you why. Caught.
Is that
In war, when somebody tried to kill you and you managed to subdue them without killing them, that means you've captured them and you've tied them up.
Yeah, that's a lot of context.
Hold on, and you've got a captive of war.
But that is context. Why is there so much context? Why is there so much of an inference required in a simple statement? That's 3 words. Right?
No, you're the one that didn't understand it. If I ask somebody what is slavery, if we ask somebody about slavery, they would go to the word Slav. That wouldn't be a definition of slavery.
This is what I'm trying to say. You because you've got these pre-prepared responses, you just said something, and I'm asking you a question. But I say, why does that? Where does it imply that you've caught it in those 3 words? If my right hand possesses something, and I'm not. Listen, this isn't some patterned response. I'm just asking you a genuine question. Yeah. Where does the inference come from? Why should I know that? Why am I stupid for not knowing that?
No, because you're making a claim on Islam. And
no, I'm not.
Hold on. You've said the Quran says so, the Prophet had, so you have made many claims here. Now that you're getting mashed up.
I'll bet you money now. I said that the Quran says that there's slavery. That's what I said today.
Yes, you did. You said the Quran, the Prophet Muhammad practiced, and what else? Let me see. And several other things. So
this is what saying. We're arguing over nothing. I'm not having a meta discussion.
The real thing we want to get is the jihad, where you said something about
we'll do that. Inference. Just quickly, can you sum it? Do you know how to be concise? Why am I meant to infer? Why am I meant to infer from right hand possesses is something you caught and the prison, all that context?
No, you're not meant to infer anything. You're supposed to study before you talk. That's it.
Why did you?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, Reem. Why did you catch me out with saying, if you knew the definition of the word? So okay,
I'll tell you why. Because you said to me, you're not accepting after you telling me what the Quran says, the Prophet's practice, etc. Right? And you're trying to say the Quran condones, the Quran teaches, etc.
I didn't say that.
Hold on.
Say wallahi,
Hold on, bro. Let me finish.
Say wallahi, I said that.
After you saying all of this, I then come back and said, because you don't want to distinguish between the type of what we were calling slavery with the Prophet and afterwards, I said, well, let me just be more accurate and call it what it is. People that have been captives in war, okay? And stick to that. Then you're stuck. You're feeling like Michael Jackson. You're getting dizzy, and you're trying to throw any words and whatever else that you can. But
yeah,
that's
hold on, Bob. Let's not. All right, let's not talk past each other. I'm talking directly to you. My right hand possesses something. Why the fuck does that imply anything? Any of the context you just why? Why can't it be a slave?
What do you mean? Why can't it be a slave?
Those 3 words, yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I see what you mean. So you're saying because it's your right hand, why can't it be a slave?
Yeah, why not? So this is the inherent.
I'll tell you why. Okay, because the context is that you've been fighting your sword arm. Hold on, bro. I'm saying any words in any language are based upon the cultural context, bro. You need to wake up. This is how language works. So what it does is in the speech of those in the speech of those people, just like we have many different expressions in English, and people think, why do we say those things? But it's just how it is, bro. That's just the way of language, bro.
You just said to me, you don't know the definition. When you hear the definition, you're fucked. And the definition was right hand possesses. Why would that?
Do you not? I'm saying, how do you not know this? Even Tommy Robinson flipping knows this. The basic, racists as you call them, they know all of this. So why don't you know it?
I'm dealing with this statement in a vacuum. Yeah,
listen. The police station sends you to be amongst us. Come and get some.
Look, you're talking past me now. You're talking past me now, and I'm talking to you.
But let's get back to the jihad point because that's the most important.
Listen, look. One more time. Let's just get this clear. Are you saying that in the English language, if I was to find a direct translation of another word in another language and it said right hand possesses, that excludes slavery, and that the only implication is prisoner of war? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying in another language, it wouldn't make no sense. Hold on. I'm answering your question. Hold on. In another language, it wouldn't be important because we're talking about the Arabic of the Quran, and you are specifically referencing the Quran, Prophet Muhammad, and Muslims. So therefore, hold on. Slaves, hold on. They had slaves in Egypt amongst these people. The Turks were enslaved. They call them Mamluks, right? Which means literally slaves. So this whole thing of right hand possession directly relates to warfare.
I have to say this. You said a statement. I said, don't be offended. I don't believe your distinction. You said, oh, you're in trouble now, as if the name that you were going to say, the translation was going to imply clear servitude or something like that.
No. My gosh.
You said it confidently. I'm definitely going to have Belly replay that one just for bants, yeah? You said it with so much confidence. I was like,
I don't get what you are.
Okay, can I finish? I said, I wonder what it means. I'm actually interested to hear the translation. Maybe I'm clearly wrong. And you proceeded to say, right hand possesses. There, you're fucked. What does that mean? Well, that means that completely excludes slavery. No, it doesn't. It's
right. No. I want you to listen. The point I'm saying is, hold on, because you refuse to make a distinction. So this is why I'm gonna say you're getting smashed. Hold on. You shouldn't have extended it because you're getting smashed again. The context was, I call them captives of war. The right hand is the sword arm. Okay. So it's saying, James, don't interrupt. Hold on. I want you to understand. What it's saying is, James, calm down. What it's saying is the right arm being the sword arm. Because if it's what you're saying, then it would be both your feet, your legs, your head. It could be anything.
What am I saying?
James, don't interrupt. Hold on, man. Hold on.
What am I?
James, for flips it. Calm down. When we're dealing with the language, you have to deal with the context. Of the culture, just like any language, right? So what I'm saying to you is, within the framework of that culture, your right arm refers to your sword or your war arm. So therefore, when it says your right arm possesses, it's talking about that which you have gained and possessed through warfare.
Okay, listen, that makes sense.
When I said captives of war, Nebula, you delete that comment. That's disgusting.
Context,
Can I ask
listen,
a question? I've been sitting
but
here
last,
waiting for
I
you to
lost
talk
my
about
last point on this.
fucking toothache.
Raheem, don't get involved, please.
Hold on, let Raheem ask the question and let's go to the
No,
jihad
but
thing.
can I make my statement? Can I make my
Raheem, don't get involved. Raheem,
Hold
please
on,
don't get involved.
Stop. Can I make my closing statement really quickly?
Oh,
Contextually, that would make sense. But hold on. Contextually, that would make sense. But in isolation, which is what apparently you were clearing up for me by saying, do you know what the word means? You should have explained that it was part of a larger fucking explanation. I would have just waited for the whole explanation.
No. Just like, if you go to
let me make a closing statement, bro. This is you're gonna make it go longer. So let me make my closing statement.
Flip it out, bro.
In isolation, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Like
there is no isolation, James.
Oh man, is this Bob, on the level, man? Serious. Come on.
All right, just up, please.
In isolation, yeah. In isolation, if anything, that's more indicative of some form of ownership than it is of servitude anyway. So you should have said it's part of a larger explanation.
Why is it your right arm, James? That's what I'm saying. You're not getting the point.
I know, bro. That's context. That's I don't know if you know what that means. You're not talking about in linguistics. That's what that word means. So that is context, yeah. So cool, fair enough. I'm not trying to rewrite your religion, my brother. Yeah, you're cool, man. You don't like slavery.
Let the brother come. Raheem, please come in.
And can I say finally, do you know why people like me like I shouldn't have been rude to you the other day, but you know why I laugh at most of the insults you say.
Forget the digs, bro. Forget the digs.
Nothing you say is serious. Nothing you say is serious.
I don't know what you said, but anyway, Raheem, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So can I ask, do your prisoners of war get paid?
They get paid?
Do they?
Is that what? Sorry, can you turn up your mic? I think you said, do they get paid, right?
Yeah, I'm asking, did your prisoners of war get paid?
Yes, they got paid. You're damn right. I kept them alive, and I've had to feed them and bloody clothe them. So yes,
that's not being paid.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. If it was under certain other rules, they would have been kicked, punched, and beat to hell. So the fact that they had to be clothed and fed and given shelter and kept warm and all of that under the Prophet, that's the frigging payment. If you,
that's not payment, though, brother.
Sorry. Let me just say this. If I'm on a battlefield and somebody's just trying to kill me, it would take me so much for me to obey the Prophet and feed him and clothe him and look after him and all this crap. I'll tell you that for sure. So yes, he got paid. There you go.
No, that doesn't make sense. Then by your logic, it means that the slaves who were in the West African slave trade were paid because they were clothed and they were fed and that they were looked after.
No, bruv, listen to what I said first. What is wrong with you people? I said that after just trying to kill. What is it? Listen, when I say something, it's contextualized, meaning that if you just capture somebody and you clothe them and feed them, then you have caused an injustice against them. If somebody has just been trying to kill you, Raheem, and kill your family and capture and enslave your family unjustly, and
do you not think that some of the slave masters in the West African slave trade were attempted to be killed, or the slave capturers, were attempted to be killed by those who were trying to capture them? So therefore, again, by your logic, it means
can you repeat
Islam,
that bit?
hold on. It means
repeat that
Islam,
bit. Repeat that bit.
Those in the West African slave trade who were being caught,
yeah,
who fought for their lives, because they were caught, by your logic, it means that their payment was they were clothed and fed and worked in slavery. That means they were paid.
Hold on. If you said fought for their lives, this is a bit where I didn't get. Are you saying there was a war between two groups and they were fighting to conquer the other, or one was being conquered and fought for their lives to defend? Which are you saying?
One is trying to fight for their life and kill the other. That's what you said.
Hold on, no.
If you're about to be killed, you're justified in taking a slave as a servant because they attempted to kill you. Where there are those in the West African slave trade who would have tried to kill the person who is capturing them, and therefore in Islam that means it's justified.
No. I was talking, bruv. Listen, when I talk about me, I gave you the scenario of me and you. I didn't give the Islamic scenario. I said
please elaborate on the Islamic scenario.
Fucking you up in the chat. Read the chat. Read the questions in the chat about slavery. They are like you would not survive if somebody's.
I don't care about it. Hold on.
Women and children enemy combatants. Why do they deserve to be taken into slavery?
So as I was saying,
oh yeah, you know the rule, yo, we got Hetero Sapien.
They've already been dealt with so many times. Right. So as I was saying, Raheem Prince. Hold on. What I said, Raheem Prince, was simply this: that if it was me on my, if I didn't have no Islamic rules and so on, I'm saying after somebody has just been trying to kill, let's say, people's family and whatever else, and the way that those Arabs used to treat people they enslaved, etc., their whole way of life, right? I'm saying if I captured them, I would not be seeking to clothe them and make sure the knot isn't too tight and all these different rules.
What about the women that didn't do nothing? What about the women?
No. Yeah, so as I was saying, Raheem Prince, various different rules of what I would call kindness of your enemy combatants, which the Prophet instilled in. I personally
it's not kind to women that didn't do nothing. They were just trying to take care of their children.
Raheem Prince.
I'm saying it's not kindness.
The guy waited, and now all of a sudden you don't want him to talk.
No, but you're talking. I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you a question.
To him, we're having a conversation, so I'm responding to him.
Can you not be detailed? But can you not be detailed in your response? So, like, what about the people that are not fighting back?
I'm talking to him, so I'm going to respond to him. Then we can get back to you.
But rather than keep saying about me and him, why don't you just answer what I'm saying? Like, it take you less time.
I'm talking to him and answering him. Then if I
you've done it 8 times, but why don't you just say what happened to the women?
And you think let's do this because that's what James Jones. Go back to the police station and make your report. I don't want to hear you.
What about women and children that are not done anything? They're not enemy combatant. You keep talking about enemy
combatant. I'm talking to Raheem Prince, so don't interrupt.
But African women need love too.
Oh, you're not black, so it's irrelevant. But anyway,
how are you going to do them women dirty? We're just going to say women get taken as slaves even though they didn't throw a punch. That's deep, bro.
Raheem Prince.
Stuff for Allah, man. You're just doing the Prophet dirty out here, bro.
Yeah. Don't worry, PC James Jones.
I don't believe the Prophet. I don't believe the Prophet took ayahuasca. I don't believe he did any of the things that you say he did.
I know, PC. Don't worry about it. PC. Anyway, what's the ingredients of that pepper spray? James Jones, what's the ingredients in there? Like, we want to make something that we can wipe it out very quickly out of our eyes. We don't like pepper spray, black people.
You've never been CS gas in your face? I highly doubt that.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't like it, bruv. So we need to make something that we can just wash our face with and get rid of it.
That's why you wear that mask, innit? Because you know, say
James Jones up with his CS gas and the rest of it.
You be grabbing at 3 a.m., bruv. They just be spinning around and hitting you with that mace.
Oh, bruv, it's terrible, isn't it? James Jones, PC. How much do they pay agents these days, anyway?
Huh?
How much do they pay agents, James Jones?
Not enough, mate. Not enough. But I'll be a question, yeah, with that little caveat in it as well about the women.
So anyway, Raheem Prince, are you actually there, bro?
Women and children, Issa. Women and children. They're not fighting any wars. They just want to survive. They just want to live. They don't want to be slaves. Couldn't the Prophet have just set them up with all that zakat and jizya he was getting? Couldn't he have just set them up somewhere and gone, you know what, we killed all your husbands and that, but here, live off the land. Couldn't the Prophet have done that?
Okay. Raheem Prince, you gone, right?
Couldn't he have done that? Issa, you stop listening to me.
I'm listening, and I'm gonna answer the question of, I think it's hetero sapien.
Yeah, big guy hetero sapien.
Yeah, so he says you just have to ask him what happens to the women and children of the losing side. You know, the people who are hardly combatants, James Jones. So, Mr. Hetero Sapien, I'm going to hit you so hard that James Jones is going to run back to the station and regret being an agent for these devils. Now, how it works is this. When you live in the desert, you don't have a benefit system. So, therefore, you need to live somehow. Now, how it works is the men of that society were generally the breadwinner. After villages and certain places may have been burnt, and wells they put sand down wells so that the enemies could not continue to get water to kill and rape the Muslims. They therefore had to subdue some of the women because some of the women were also part of warfare. Some of them didn't fight and some did fight. Just like on the time in the side of the Prophet, some of the women helped, some were nursing, and so on. So, in relation to that those specifically, I think he's saying, ask women and children, you know, the people who are hardly combatants. I prefer if you said not combatants, but let's say the children for sure are not combatants. They would probably allow or how it would be done was the children would be allowed to obviously be with their mothers, and you know, the mothers would have to be controlled in some way so that they don't try to kill the Muslims or innocent people when they're in their society. So yes, obviously you have to look after these people in the best way that you can, heterosapien, in the society that you're in.
You're just taking slaves. But as far
So
as
yeah, unfortunately, that this has been done. I've seen Sunnis.
hold on,
let me finish. Sunnis in this corner of dealt with this. This is so. That's an easy point. Give me something different.
Wait, so let's bruv. That's what I'm saying. Like, you come like you're scared to answer questions. So, cool.
Hold on. You just pretended I was scared of this question, which I saw.
Yes, I'm answering your follow up, bruv.
No, hold on. No, but don't say I'm scared. Hold on. Don't say I'm scared to answer a question when I specifically.
Man, relax. You're so easily like.
Don't do it, James. Don't do it.
No, but be a man, innit? Be a man. But listen,
I am a man, and that's the point. You need to learn your place. You need to learn.
Be tough. You're tough, right? All right, cool. What I was gonna say to you is
right.
As far as we're concerned,
you got 5 minutes, so make it quick.
No, I swear, man. Actual life, I need to go to the gym as well, so I'm gonna be quick. Yeah. The enemy combatants part, they don't qualify as enemy combatants because they're women. So as far as that, from their point of view, people have come, invaded their land, yeah, irrespective of what their men have done, they've come, invaded their land, and have taken them as slaves, and they have no choice of it, even though they haven't thrown a punch or fired an arrow or wielded a sword. Yeah, we can accept that. As far as for them, it is essentially slavery because they haven't done anything wrong and they've been taken captive.
I'm not quite sure what you seem to say they're not enemy combatants, but I'm not sure where are you getting that from.
Women haven't done anything, that haven't done fuck all, and the children that are not old enough to fight, from their first person perspective, literally people have come and taken them as slaves. That's all they know.
Hold on. See, this is the problem. You keep telling. This is the problem. You say things, and then when I say you've got it wrong, you start saying I'm making it into a debate.
Go on,
hold on. You just assumed that they're not enemy combatants. Who told you that?
Go on, quickly, go.
Right. So how it works is this: you don't actually know what those women are like. You don't know if they're willing to sacrifice their children like some of these crazy people.
I just said the ones that didn't fight, bruv. Like I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm saying when they are there. In other words, when the village is burnt, right? Whatever they do, what do you do with these women?
So I'm asking you. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't be so scared to answer a straight up question.
No. You made statements. You said these women don't do nothing. All right. So what I'm saying to you is,
wait.
The women that are not wearing armor, they don't appear to be warriors.
For a whole hour and a half. Can you let me?
Calm down. The problem is, all you're trying to do. The problem is catch me out, and it's not working.
Yeah, and you're not going to answer it because you know that.
I'm answering, but be quiet. So when these women are there, they are still potential risks to those people.
Right. So that's a potential risk. They are not at that present moment enemy combatants. A woman that has not picked up a sword, a child that is not of any fighting age, is not an enemy combatant. So from their subjective, personal, experiential view of the world, they have been fucking taken as a slave. They don't know nothing about. Wait, hold on. They don't know. Hold on. They don't know nothing. Yeah, they don't know nothing about. I did this person wrong, and now this person is doing me wrong.
How do you know that? You're just making stuff up again.
So okay, do you know what syllogism is? Yeah, it's like like a deductive proposition. I'm saying based on the fact that they are not enemy combatants, what is being taken into captivity like for them?
What is an enemy combatant to you?
Somebody that has picked up a sword, somebody that is of a fighting age, somebody that has thrown a punch, somebody that has engaged in any conflict, not somebody who is in a house that. So you might say there's some women that are basically terrorists in it, that are insurgents, that are waiting for people to come and that are going to rebel. So let's remove those ones. Let's say there are also other women who didn't even want their men to go to war, that are saddened by this whole process. You're saying that some of the men were raping and killing Muslim women. So let's say the women that didn't condone the raping and killing of Muslim women, and the children that weren't of age to even understand it, they have been taken into captivity, yes or no?
Yes.
So then that's slavery for them, isn't it?
What do you do with them? That's what I'm saying. They need to be looked after.
But that's secondary to this initial point. The initial point is for them, it is slavery, is it not?
No.
But you just said it. Big up anyway, man. Have a good rest of your. I might be on later if you're on.
Yeah. Brother Malik, yeah, brother.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, bro. So hold on. Yes, we got the Holy Spirit here. And we take note with Veli abusing his power of it being his channel earlier on. when he disrespected me and he got disrespected back and he put me in the back. It shows you the injustice of the atheists and how they can never be consistent. You get me? So this anti-black, anti-Islam rhetoric from Veli, James Jones, and the various other people who are not yet properly black, we need to keep our eyes open on these people. And for those that are willing to be assisted, we need to assist them. We need to help Veli with melatonin shots if necessary. Even Ultra Funky, maybe we need to take him back to the Caribbean and send him out in the bush. Maybe even send him to go looking for, go hunting in the bush. Can somebody tell me about this damn Streamlabs? Is Streamlabs an automatic thing, or does Veli have to activate it, or is it some other frigging clown or somebody behind Streamlabs? How does Streamlabs come up? Malik, do you know?
No, I don't. But I think it's something that he probably subscribed for, and he has the control over it.
That's what I'm saying, because I keep seeing Sunni this and Sunni that. But yeah, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So, does anybody know where we can get melanotan? I think I saw somebody on, there was a documentary where this white guy was injecting himself to get darker. A white guy. So we can help our brothers Veli. So we're going to start a GoFundMe so we can blackanize Brother Veli and Ultra Funky and a few others, so that we can really turn this into the G black bloc or the black bloc or something like that, and blacken up the place. Because really, these lot are a bit confused when they keep talking to the black telek and thinking that they're going to use Sunni Bati fingerism or finger Bati, whatever you want to call it, the dirty fingers of the Sunnis against the black telek. That's not right. That's not right. We don't want Sunni sodomitism to be taken over the place. The Sunni sodomite religion must not be something that black people, engage in. If you look how this Veli, yeah, Veli, I'm calling you out, bruv. I'd never disrespect you and let you disrespect me. So you need to look and say, what did you say to disrespect me? What does it mean when people just put your bloody name? Is that a good thing or what? They just keep, yeah. GoFundMe for Ultra Funky.
Veli, I think Ultra also trying to get on the show.
Yeah, so we need some melatonin shots.
Okay, Isa Education Think is trying to get on. He says he can swim.
Yeah. So Isa, what was it? What was it that I did, and why is it that I'm confused?
Yo, Sunnis are here. Sunnis are here. Isa, Sunnis are here now.
I was waiting for like half hour earlier. Yeah, man said.
Ali.
And look, Funky straight in there like this is a joke thing, bro. Man's biased still, bro. Yeah, sorry, you were saying something, Ultra. Oh
Isa,
my God.
I was saying I just finished work, yeah, and I want to know exactly what it is, or why it is that Ultra Funky is fucking confused.
Sorry, what was confused? Is that what I said?
Yeah, I don't know. Someone in the chat said you said I'm confused.
No, I don't think I said that.
Yo, Isa, what
you said, Ali, shut up, man. So
why don't you
Isa,
show? You got no knowledge. You got nothing to add to the panel. You're going to chat about how
Ali, shut up, man. Ali, shut up.
How boring it is to have a bottle.
Yeah, you said, Isa, you said recognize. Oh, God.
That Veli in particular. Did you hear the argument between me and Veli?
Bro, I've been at work all day. I didn't hear anything.
So me and Veli had a bit of an argument earlier on, and I'm saying
wait. Over what though?
I'm getting in there, bro. I'm getting in there. One of the things he mentioned was how I talk to other people, right? Now, the problem with that is me and him have never had that type of conversation. So he can never use that as an argument against me, because it's only when those people disrespect me that I disrespect them back. So when I said, shut up, man, to him, he took that as a disrespect, then kicked me out, then start cussing and rear. Now, my point was he didn't understand how he disrespected me. Do you get me? People think that only when you tell people shut up or call them names, that's disrespect. That's not true at all. But anyway, so the point I was making...
Wait. So Veli critiqued the way that you sometimes talk to others, yeah?
Not just that. He used it as a means to undermine my character, to say I say this and I say that, and people ignore it. But my point is...
Wait. But Isa, can I just ask you a quick question? Because I would say, if you'll forgive me for being so bold, I would say that you struggle with constructive criticism, if you don't mind me saying.
Well, I would suggest that, in fact, not at all, because I totally accept constructive criticism. What I don't accept is when people use another ideology, superimpose it on me as if it's true, and then try to pretend that I'm supposed to represent another ideology because it's got the same name.
Yeah, but Issa, I'm not sure if you're being genuine at this point. The reason I'm saying that is because I think everyone knows where you stand.
No, but all right.
Everyone knows where you stand right now at this point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they do. But listen, when they say to me things like, "Did Muhammad have black slaves?"
Yeah, but he did though.
Hold on. According to who?
That is a good point. According to everyone that I've spoken to, apart from you, he did.
No.
Yeah.
According to Sunni books, yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Exactly. So I'm saying, in a debate where somebody's coming at me as though it's a fact, he's coming at me as though Sunniism has the narrative to be followed. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's my point, and I'm saying that's where the disrespect comes, because I'm saying if you continuously do that, I'm saying let me explain first, and you won't let me explain, and you say just answer the question, just answer the question, just answer the question. That's where it becomes disrespectful. Do you get my point?
Yeah.
And that was where me and Veli, you know what I mean, went off. So hopefully, Veli, you can apologize at any point in time. Yeah, you can add some change on there. In fact, you can make me for a week the controller of G Block for a week. That would be
you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Okay, Issa,
Really
my
like that,
books,
wouldn't you?
my Sunni books are more authentic than your Shia books.
Hold on, Ali, you're getting licked. Hold on. Let me do it, Ali, because we've never actually had a little debate. So, Ali, turn up your mic, please.
Yeah, my mic's up, bye.
Come closer to the mic because I can't hear you that well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, but all right, I'm struggling to hear you. But anyway, so you said your Sunni books are more authentic than Muslim books, correct?
Then your Shia books.
I don't have Shia books. I have Islamic books.
Okay, then your Islamic books. Well, let's say about what you want.
Okay, so I mean that's fine if you want to say that, Ali. The problem you're gonna have is that I deal with hadith.
I can hear someone talking in the background. What's happening?
Each hadith is authenticated by its own merits. Do you understand?
Okay.
So yeah, we can't really
So what's your hadith authenticated on?
The Quran. So there's a process in the Quran.
Yeah.
Oh God.
So my hadiths are authenticated by the Quran. I don't accept it. We don't accept hadiths which go against the Quran. We have to change the interpretation or reject them.
Hold on, say that again. You have to change the interpretation.
Yeah. Because one of the people in the chain has misinterpreted.
Hold on. From what to what do you change it to?
You have to do some ta'wil. You have to apply, like in the Quran, you do ta'wil of verses. You have to do ta'wil of the hadith.
So you're saying you change the meaning of the Quranic verse to fit your hadith?
No, we changed the hadith to fit the Quranic verse.
Really? Can you give me an example, please?
I'll tell you what. I'll actually find you an example.
Let me read you something. Do you agree in your Sunni washing for prayer, your Sunni wudu, that you wash your feet? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where it says that in the Quran?
No.
Okay. Do you know what the words wamsahu bi'usukum wa arjulakum mean?
I don't know Arabic, bro.
No, I don't know what that means.
Okay. In the Quran,
yeah,
Ali, it says to wipe your heads and your feet. So wamsahu bi'usukum wa arjulakum, which says wipe your head and your feet.
Okay, what verse is this?
The wudu
What verse is this?
I think it's 5:3, I think.
Let me get my Quran now. I can have a look at it.
It's I can't remember, but go ahead.
Ali,
Just Google it.
Is it 5:6 or anyway? Ali, what I don't get is how come you're from a Pakistani background and you can't read the Quran? Surely you were sent to the masjid to recite the Quran. Yes.
Bro, all our top scholars were not produced by madrasas. All in terms of Sunni scholarship.
Just tell me about yourself. Did you go to the? Did you go and get your head beaten? Because when I used to go to masjid, you lot used to get beat. It's so funny. Your mom used to slap you lot up when you did it wrong. Bam. Did you used to get beat in the masjid, Ali?
Bro, another one in it. So.
All right, listen, forget that for a second. Talking about beats, listen. You see, if you man are offering each other out in a live chat, you're both pathetic. None of you are going to meet up. None of you are going to lay a hand on each other. So both just grow up, and behave yourself.
Ali's my younger brother.
No, not you. I'm talking to people in the live chat. They know who I'm talking about. Yeah, listen, it's pathetic. It's actually quite sad. And
are you serious?
Okay. Yeah, no, because people are threatening each other in the live chat. It's so dumb.
I've got to see this. This is funny.
Yeah, bro, I just got the verse up. The verse says in English, "Oh, where was it? 5-6."
Wait, Alistair, just shut up, man.
Oh, you who believe, when you get up for prayer, wash your face, wash your hands.
Wash. It doesn't say wash. It says wash.
Sorry?
It says
read
wash.
Read it.
Hold on. Wash where? Read the whole verse, bro.
Let me find it now. Let me go down. You who have believed, when you rise to perform prayer, wash your faces and your forearms to their elbows, and wipe over your heads and wash your feet. And if you are in a state of janaba, then purify yourself. But if you're ill,
you said and wash your feet, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, which translation are you using?
The female Quran.
Who?
The female Quran.
Have you got the Arabic there?
No, I've only got the English.
You of all people should know that you can't even use a translation without the Arabic next to it. But anyway, let me just help you out, bruv. There's some English translation that put wash in brackets because they know it says wipe. So they put wash in brackets, right?
No, there's no wash in brackets here.
Bruv, yeah, but I'm saying, how can you even debate the point if you can't even read the Arabic to make a distinction? You don't even know which word I'm using. So, Ali, I tell you what, when you've learned how to even read Arabic, then, come back and let's discuss this issue. Until then, my bro, it's an unfortunate situation.
This is cool because Ahmed Maverick is also trying to get on the show, Valley. If we didn't get a chance,
I
Ahmed
as well, but I mean,
the Quranist.
I was supposed to go 10 minutes ago. All right, swap him for me. But what I want to do.
Yeah, that's right. You see, you run.
Why? He's not debating me. He's not debating me.
No, I meant from me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, I have to run from.
Look, Ali's gone now. It's all right. Ali's gone. Belly, if you can you put in the Maverick, please?
Yeah, Veli, while you're there, please look up some melanin shots for you and Veli. James Jones, I think we've lost.
Wait a second. Why is it you keep telling me I need melanin shots? Bro, listen, look at my camera, bro. I'm super back, bro. Come on.
No, the light's on there. I can't see. Oh. Yeah, you still need a bit more, brother. A bit more. Go back to the Caribbean and come back. Then you can.
What do you mean? How much browner can I get, man? Or else?
You look like I've got a massive hand there, like you top someone.
Bro, listen, you don't want none of this, bro. Trust me.
Look at some big chunky fists. Like, what the fuck?
But, hey, listen. People don't realize. Yeah, I'm a friendly giant online. Yeah, but all I would say to you is, I wouldn't get on the wrong side of me in it. Like, but remember, the kind of guy I am. If you kind of got me to the point where we're gonna fight, that means you've done something really, really bad. And if that's the case, then I'm gonna have to mess you up.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, yeah, but you got long nails, brother. Cut your nails, man, like a girl.
Don't take the piss, bro. My nails are short, bro. Look.
You're gonna scratch people. Like,
what do you mean they're short, bro? Don't upset me. And they're clean as well. They're short and they're clean.
Let me see out the window before I gotta go. Quick. Let me see out the window. Okay. I thought it was town centre, bro. What's going on here?
No, I'm going home. I'm near Battersea Bridge now.
I love seeing live TV, man. This is exciting.
Are you in Russia?
Oh shit! And Speaker's Corner as well. Flip it out, bro. This is good. Where you at, Speaker's Corner? Rob.
In fact, you know what? You guys can follow me home.
Afternoon.
Come on, big up, Rob.
I've got to go, man. Flipping it. I want to. I've been trying to talk to Rob for days. Oh no, I think Rob and Maverick are gonna have a bloody argument now. They're gonna be.
Yeah, they're about to start the inheritance again.
I know. You know what? They need to have a special debate on the subject, not on the 12-hour thing. They need to have a specific something about.
No, well, I was actually coming to chat to. Well, first off, to have a quick chat with
Ultra. Because
hello, Rob. Thank you. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Merry Christmas and all the
I'm
rest
good,
of
man,
it.
and
Come on.
good afternoon to everybody else on the panel.
Yo,
Because you had the discussion with on Sir Faz's channel, right? With Evolution
God.
Falls. Do you remember?
Oh my God. I won't lie to you. I do remember, unfortunately, and I will say, I kind of sussed immediately what was happening. So I just decided to be a petulant child. Because
No, but I think you kind of handled it quite well in that way, right? He's not used to people doing that, right? This guy's notorious. He's been doing this about 10 years. He runs around all over the show looking for a live stream where people don't know his script, right? And we all know that he has a script there. And you kind of handled, even though you didn't engage with the actual argument, I think the way you handled it was actually quite good, because anything that will rile that guy up is actually kind of good. He's probably the worst guy, and that's saying a lot. I've spoken to lots of people. Probably the worst guy I've ever encountered in terms of having a discussion.
yeah, no, the thing is, there was no discussion. He was like talking, would pause briefly to ask me a yes or no question, and then continue the assault. It was just like, what is this? This is insane. And I literally tried to say to him, bro, listen, don't take your argument to me. No, don't worry, Maverick. You're next, bro. I was trying to get this guy to just cater his argument to me and the reasons I'm specifically an atheist, right? But he couldn't, because he was reading from script, and then I sussed immediately, well, not immediately, I sussed like shortly after the conversation was going on what was going on, and then I just thought, do you know what, F this, let me just be a prick. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so let me fill you in so that if it happens again in future, you at least you probably had an understanding. But I took the time, right, to have a look into this, and luckily I've listened to some very smart people who are a lot more smarter than me, who have undermined the sort of premise. So he'll sort of come in, and Sir Faz let him in, because he'd come in once before. He had a massive row because this is what he does, right? So he'll have a massive row, he'll talk over people, tell you that you're being rude the moment you interrupt him after a long monologue that he goes through. He had a massive argument with the Muslims from last time on Sir Faz's channel, told them they were all a bunch of wankers, and then dropped out.
And he goes, "This is the worst." What do you say? This is the worst.
This is the worst call I've ever
had. That's complete bollocks, right? He's had conversations where he's been shouting and cursing. If you go look online, just anybody who's listening to this, go and search up Darth, like Darth Vader, Darth Dawkins, and you will get pages and pages, and you will see this guy claiming to be a Christian shouting like an absolute lunatic, telling everybody that they are crazy. You probably have not heard somebody go crazy like this that often in your entire life. I kid you not, right? So this guy's legendary. But apart from all of that, he's also a divorcee. It apparently, because this came out of his own family, he assaulted his family and stuff like that. They left him.
Oh, wow.
I know his name, but I'm not going to. It's out there.
Don't worry about his name.
But that's irrelevant, right? All of that's irrelevant. What he is a douche of the highest order. But apart from all of that, right? If he had a good argument, you'd have to acknowledge he's the world's worst douche, but he's got an argument. But essentially, what he does, he'll come into the panel as he did, right? Sit quietly, listening, because his whole thing is to challenge atheists, right? As you heard. But his whole thing is to say you do not have a foundation.
A primary and a secondary school.
Yeah. He uses his own sort of custom language, right? So like you don't have a primary. He doesn't use the word foundation, but I think the word we all understand is a primary foundation, right? For your worldview. But what he's very skillful at doing is avoiding critique of his own position. I had a couple of discussions with him on Discord at one point. He came in, and I knew, because his voice is very distinct, right? So I knew immediately who it was. And when I started to ask him questions, and I said to him, hey, you're always on the offensive side. How about playing defense? He wasn't interested. So, because obviously part of my critique or what I do is listen to how people respond. So I look for the tactics that people use. So I'm well aware of him. But he will challenge you, right?
Everybody got a type of tactics anyway.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sure. But I think... well, let's put it this way, disingenuous tactics, let's put it that way, right? Because most people, if you have a conversation, they will at least try to answer it honestly, because if they think they've got the truth, they'll try and answer it to the best of their ability. If it ever happens again, Billy, and I had to go pick up the family, but I was listening to you, and the thing to do is to critique him first, and don't get off that as long as possible. But he's quite skillful.
No,
obviously,
do you know what the funny thing is? I'll tell you the truth, Rob. I'll tell you the truth, right? I believe, in my subjective opinion, I handled him perfectly. Let me tell you why. I tried to get him to adjust his argument so he was critiquing me specifically. He couldn't. He didn't. Now, on top of that, when he was saying, "Oh, you're immature," this is da. I was agreeing with him. I was agreeing. I said, "Yeah, I'm immature. I'm imperfect, and you know." Oh, actually, I do not want you guys to know where I live because I'm gonna get a knock on the door. Boy, fuck it now. Right? Yeah, fucking. I was just like, well, you know, dude, this argument is pointless for the simple fact that the claim that you're making, I didn't make. You responded to something I didn't say. Like Rob, if I say to you, right, Rob, you're South African, however, your mum is from Congo, and then I build an argument on a false premise. It's stupid, it's fallacious, it's disingenuous, it's nonsensical, and it makes absolutely zero sense. And that's what this guy was doing.
I think I think everybody just notices that they have a better rhetoric than someone else, and they try to jump on it and pounce on. That's what I noticed about this online thing. You notice that you have more education or more points than another, and then you try to just jump on the person, and then when you find somebody else that is way better than you in truth or fact, then you lay low. It's just.
But not even that. But Malik, do you know what the wickedest thing is? He was saying things, but he wasn't saying anything. He was talking for nearly an hour, and only, if you think about it, only really asked me about 4 questions. Like, obviously, he got frustrated.
It's the same thing that happened to him and stop spamming. They was going back and forth, words, with nobody trying to come back to the topic. And
yeah,
so,
that's right.
Okay,
I
so
listened to it.
a couple of quick things though, Ultra. Through all of the monologuing and all the rest of it, I can boil his argument down in 30 seconds. His view is simply that, hey, if you're an atheist, you are denying the existence of a God. And if you do not have a God as your foundation for logic, for everything, basically, then in his view, you have a world of absurdity. That is his entire foundation.
And do you know what the funniest thing is? Do you know what the funniest thing is? I kind of clocked that's what he was saying. But I'll be honest with you, Rob. The truth is, what I realized was immediately he wasn't about having a conversation. He just wanted to bust up an atheist.
Yeah,
and it was
that's exactly it.
Yeah, but all right. I don't get me wrong. I get it. Atheists are the best of mankind. Like, we tend to be the cleverest. We tend to be the most loved and revered. And like, you want some brownie points. I get it. I mean, you want our blood. I get it. But let's just do it like human beings, right? Let's have a conversation and bust me up in a way where, like, we learning something. Don't just start your fucking argument on a false premise. You've already presupposed that your shit's real right from the off. Hang on a second. Anyway, listen. It's bullshit.
Go on then.
Bullshit. Oh, that's it, Rob. It's bullshit. That's what it is. It's bullshit. Bullshit.
If you ever come in contact with him again, try and remember this name.
Oh,
okay?
God, I hope not. Please, baby Jesus, if you're real, make me avoid this man.
Okay, but if it were ever to happen again, Ultra, just say to him the following sentence. I have my friend Jack Angstrike. Just remember the name Angstrike. Jack, as in Jack the Beanstalk. Angstrike, however you want to remember that. I've got my friend Jack Angstrike who wants to come on and have this conversation.
Shit.
You see what
shit,
his
Rob,
response
what
will
do you
be.
know? Rob, you're cold. Tell me. I want to know.
All right.
Come on.
Jack
Write it down.
Jack is a he's a high-end atheist. To compared to him, he's at a high level, right? So he's philosophically.
Wait, is he Hitchens level? Is he Hitchens level?
No, he's smarter than Hitchens in the sense that he understands philosophy better than Hitchens. Hitchens was a great rhetorician, right? But Jack Angstrike is very good on philosophy. And when you
okay.
understand the deep parts of, because what evolution falls is doing is making a philosophical argument. It's called a transcendental argument, which is purely an argument from reason. He's not using evidence. He's appealing simply to a deductive argument, which means you don't appeal to, hey, it's the probability that it's true. You're going, hey, if these premises are true, the conclusion follows with certainty. Okay, so but this guy Jack Angstreich and he have had back and forth for years, and he's basically this guy's nemesis because he's so philosophically literate, and because Darth Dawkins is never, because that's his normal name. He uses evolution falls and various. He's got like 10 other names or whatever. But as soon as you hear his voice, you'll know it. So everybody knows him as Darth Dawkins. But since they've been going at it for years, right? And one of Jack Angstreich's things is he will come on a panel the moment he sees or hears about Darth Dawkins to prevent him from talking bullshit and trying to call out atheists who don't understand the argument, right? So what Darth Dawkins' response is to anybody that's had, by the way, he's done the same with Christians, right? I know two Christians by name that I've had contact with that are actually quite philosophically literate, right? And these Christians don't agree with his position. Hey, these are all people that believe in the Christian God. They find that this argument is unsubstantiated, right? And they've told him this. But anybody that is philosophically literate, that he knows that he can't pull the wool over their eyes, they are automatically trolls. So if you ever mention that name, he will tell you that he's been trolling him for 8 years. He's got a whole band of people that troll him, etc. So he will never have a discussion with this guy.
What's his name?
He knows,
Is it put it in the back chat or the private chat, please, Rob? Jack, is it Angstreich?
Angstreich.
Yeah. Put it in the back chat for me, please, sir. I'm going to screenshot it so it's permanently on my phone, right? If I ever come across this guy again, I'll tell you the truth, right? I'll probably because what I realized is I knew how to piss him off. I knew how to piss him off, and it became easy and it was fun, right?
Yeah.
But you have to be blasé with it. You have to be blasé with it, right? And when he slings the insults, you have to say, yes, you're right. I'm immature. I'm imperfect.
You did a brilliant job,
how
I have to say. Yeah. No, you were very good with that part. You just accepted it, because he's expecting every atheist to go, no, I'm not like this. You're being like this, blah, blah, blah. And when you just accepted those premises, like there was a moment
it
of
completely
rare
threw him
silence.
off. He didn't know what to. This
Exactly.
is it. You can't always just shout back. No! How dare you say horrible things to me? Nah. Listen, I will fucking tell you all day long. I am imperfect, and if your God's real, He made me this way. Shots fired. Okay, I'm imperfect. Okay, and I accept this. I've got many fucking problems. I've got a bad knee, a bad wrist. I could do with losing a couple of pounds. Do you know what I mean? Fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've got problems. So
if you ever come across this again, it's called Christian presuppositionalism. This is the approach that's taken. And essentially what they do, instead of arguing with evidence, as most people do, evidentialism is the standard apologetic approach, right? Hey, the Bible or the Quran is true. Let me go outside of the books to show you the evidence to confirm the book's claims, right? Instead, what this method how this works, it was sort of codified in the way that's currently understood by a guy called Cornelius Van Til in the 50s and 60s. He was a philosopher, Christian one. And basically it starts with a position that if you deny the Christian God, this is the Christian God, by the way, no other God out of the 10,000, but the Christian God, then your worldview is reduced to absurdity. Now,
but that's the thing. I'm not going to lie to you, Rob. This is the thing. In my head, I was just like, I was thinking, I kind of thought to myself, wait a minute. I should have asked, does this relate to the Muslims' God and the Sikh God and the Hindu gods and the Greek gods, or is it just your God? And then as soon as he says God, my God, then doesn't that take his argument into the realms of irrationality or absurdity itself?
Well, it wouldn't
No, it doesn't, because he would, just like anybody else, he would have a way of proving his point, and somebody else would have a way of disproving his point.
Yeah. If he could show that every other worldview was incoherent, then his worldview would be the only worldview. The problem is that's a virtually impossible task, because the number of worldviews out there, either theistic or non-theistic, are so vast, and some of them nobody's ever heard of, right? So that he's up against like an impossible task there. Or the alternative, which is easier and which he's never done, and neither has any other presupposition, is just demonstrate that their worldview is the only possible one. And that's where they actually fall down. So to me, having gone through this, for at least a year or more than a year now, and looking into it quite deeply, I'm not a philosophical expert, but I have listened to them and I do understand the argument reasonably well. But the way to have the argument is to first get him to demonstrate his worldview, but he's very crafty, right? Because if you listen back to what happened there, even if you ask him a question, he'll give you a superficial answer, and he will immediately tag a question on the end so that the burden of proof goes back to you.
Rob, do you know what
Wait. Check this out.
Yeah, go on.
Check this out. I don't know who Education Think is, but they said,
bro, it's Ali. It's Ali.
Cool. They said, okay, Rob. They said you got refuted anyway. Go ahead.
All right, bro. Hey, Ali. Shut up, man. All right, listen. Ali is the dumbest motherfucker on the planet, right? I asked this guy, Ali, are you Asian? He said, no, I'm from Newcastle. You fucking moron. Jeez. Come on. Ali. Come on. Like, nothing you say going forward is valid in any... No, I can't do that.
Yeah, I'll try, but let's not scrape the bottom of the barrel, right?
All right,
we don't need to do that. It's beneath us.
Yeah,
right?
all right.
But getting back to this thing, right? So again, it's understanding the tactics are going on in an intellectually honest conversation. The other thing which you might not have heard because it didn't go on long enough is he will intentionally be uncharitable in the response. So you might say, for example, that so he will have, to some degree, there's some validity in some of his critique, right? But it's thrown in with a lot of obfuscation. I don't think I've pronounced that correctly. Uncharitability and outright dishonesty, right? But one of the things is that, hey, if we do not believe in a God, then we have some other metaphysical, or we need some other metaphysical grounding for what we claim about the world, right? We need some grounding. Otherwise, we're just free floating. So his critique is, okay, you guys don't have that, and therefore your worldview is absurd. However, in order for us to accept that, he needs to demonstrate that his worldview is correct. And the reason he needs to do that first is because he's starting with an epistemology, i.e. his way of trying to make sense of the world that we do not accept. And in order for us, and he's doing what's called an external critique, right? So he's looking at it from a Christian worldview, and he's saying, hey, you atheists, by my standards, you have an absurd worldview. But hang on a moment. Why should I care about your standards? If you do an external critique with propositions that I do not accept, you're just talking gobbledygook to me, right?
Listen, you're starting with your worldview that I don't accept. So what we need to first of all do is go fuck yourself. That's just keeping it raw.
And you also don't accept his views, so it's gonna be back and forth all day.
But don't forget, I'm not asserting my worldview is the truth and the be all and the end all, and God made the universe and all this stupid shit, and then he sent a book and all this stupid shit. Bro, listen to what I'm saying. If you expect me to believe that, you need to go fuck yourself. Like, and that's just real.
But I think if you see, and on the rare occasions, if you find there's a couple of videos where he's gone into it, and I've tried to go down there with him, but he's very skillful at getting out of it, right? He doesn't want to have a nuanced discussion on the foundation of his worldview. Because essentially, here's the thing, right? In order to justify ultimately whatever you believe about the world, there's only three positions you can take. One is you have axiomatic position, which probably I certainly take, and you would probably too, Ultra. We take an axiomatic position. There's certain things we can't keep justifying at bottom level. We have to make some assumptions, but those are not just arbitrary assumptions in the sense that we just like roll out of our bed or we throw a set of dice. There are certain assumptions that we need to get started with, and you can't justify those, because if you did, somebody say, okay, what's your justification for that? And so all that would happen is you'd go into an infinite regress. You'd keep having to justify why that thing is, why that thing is, and so on. So it's called the Munchausen trilemma, and there's three options. One is axiomatic position. The other is an infinite regress. So somebody could say, hey, well, I justify it through an infinite regress. Very few people take that approach. And the third one, which is what he takes, is a circular argument. Because if you do get to ask him his whole spiel, you get down to a position that he will say to you, and it didn't happen there, unfortunately, he will say, you might ask him, well, how do you know that God is the foundation? And he will say through special or natural revelations. Those are the exact words he uses. I kind of know the spiel pretty well off the top of my head. And then you could ask, well, okay,
What is it about natural revelation that makes it the case that you know God exists? And by the way, when he says he knows God exists, he's not making a probabilistic claim. He's making epistemically certain claim. Now, evidentialists don't do this, right? So an evidential person will say, based on the evidence, it's more likely true, or it's probably true that God exists. He doesn't go that route, because then he would have to appeal to evidence. He avoids evidence entirely, right? So he goes with a view that it is epistemically certain. In other words, he could not possibly be wrong. It is as certain as anything could be in all of philosophy, right? And so that's his starting position. So you ask him with natural revelation, what is it about natural revelation that makes it the case that you know God exists, right? And he won't really have an answer to that one. So we can eliminate natural revelation, which is just the world around us, right? And then it's special revelation. So special revelation is the Bible, because he does not claim that he's had a personal revelation from God or whatever, right? So he's not appealing to personal testimony. What he is appealing to is the Bible. And then you can ask, well, okay, based on the special revelation, how do you know with epistemic certainty that that is in fact the message from God? Because remember, you are fallible. Every writer of the Bible is fallible. And even if God is infallible and he sent you a message, you now have it through all these fallible beings in different translations, they're all doing it at different times. How is it that you can be certain that the messages in the Bible are directly from God? And that, again, at that point, he doesn't really have anything substantive to say. I've challenged him specifically on this thing of certainty, because this is like part of the key to his argument, right? Two things are the key. One is he knows it for certain. The other is that it's through the impossibility of the contrary. In other words, the Christian worldview is the only worldview that makes coherent sense. Every other worldview is reduced to absurdity. Now, he hasn't challenged every other worldview. He's made that statement. And like I said, the only two ways that he could prove that is A, to prove the Christian worldview is the only coherent worldview, or to critique every other worldview in existence and show they're all incoherent. And that's just virtually impossible, because there's tens of thousands. So we can forget that method.
Let me ask you, did you just spoke to him?
I've spoken to him probably about 6 months ago, something like that. But I've
No. I'm talking about like today, 2 hours ago.
No.
Oh, cool.
Not recently, not in the last few months, no. But I know the spiel off by heart, so it's more a case of educating other people, right? So he makes these two very fantastical claims: the impossibility of the contrary, i.e., that the Christian worldview is the only possible one, and that he knows this for certain. And both of those claims he cannot substantiate. And when you do reduce it down to, okay, how do you know the Bible is, special revelation? You'll say, because God says so. And you go, hang on a moment. So God said the Bible is special revelation. Well, how do you know that's the case? Because the Bible says so. And anybody who's paying attention knows that we're going now around.
That is circular reasoning at its finest.
But
no, it's not.
In this
it's
world,
called question and answer.
Yeah, but hang on a
second.
No,
bro, that's circular, bro.
It is entirely circular, right? But in this crazy epistemology, it suddenly becomes virtuously circular. Now, this is not accepted in any way in philosophy, right? But these guys made this up. They realized that the only thing they have is a circular argument. So instead of just accepting this as circular, they call it virtuously circular. And what he tried to do, if you listened, there was a lot of garbage that he was speaking, and he was going on and on and on. And like I say, I can summarize what he was saying. But essentially, he was saying, hey, the reason it is virtuously circular is because I'm appealing to the ultimacy of reality. So there I am allowed to have virtuously circular arguments. If it's any other circular argument, well, then that is a vicious circle. So you can have a virtuous circle. This is just stuff that they've made up, by the way. They can't justify this, but this is just his assertion, right? So he accepts that he has a quote unquote virtuously circular argument, but that's okay because it's the ultimacy of reality and it's not something else, right? So, and I don't accept any sort of circularity arguments, right? So he has an epistemology that is at foundation with a fallacy that I do not accept. And in order for me to accept his epistemology so that he can critique my worldview, I have to accept the premises that he is using. Otherwise, he does it from his own one, and I'm not going to accept that, right? So what he's doing is doing an external critique, as it's called. Like, so he's going from Christianity, I'm going to look at your worldview from the outside. But the more intellectually honest way to do it is an internal critique, where he says, okay, I'm going to take on the presuppositions of atheism and ask you what sort of atheist you are and see whether it makes coherent sense. Right? That's the way to do it, right? If I challenge Muslims or I challenge Christians, I will do an internal critique, because I could have an epistemology that's different to them. And they're going to say, well, Rob, screw you. I'm not going to accept X, Y, and Z. So your critique is invalid. And they could have a point. So I will go with what they believe and say, hey, does this make sense? He doesn't do that. But unless you know what's going on here, it's very easy to fall for it because he makes it dishonestly sound like you're playing on the same field, and you're actually not. He's playing from the spectators, and you're on the field, and he's lobbing things at you, and he's not playing by the football rules. He's playing by spectator rules, which have their own view. You can drink while you're in the spectator rule. You know, the analogy is you could do other things that are not part of the rules of football.
He's playing without VAR, man.
Yeah, and so that's why it's key to be able to critique him first, because he will make claims, right? If you pay attention to what he says, he will say, you atheists do not have a grounding for your metaphysical worldview. Like, so you don't have like a view. That is a claim. Immediately, that's a claim, right? But a lot of atheists now immediately fall into the trap of wanting to defend that. No. He's made a claim. Why do you make that claim? How do you know that that is true, right? Once you start down that route, if he was honest, he would now defend his worldview and say, hey, based on blah, 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 that's
primary source and secondary source.
But he doesn't do that, right? Most atheists fall into trying to defend the claim, hey, we have got a metaphysical, foundation for our worldview, but he does an external critique. So, and then he quite happily pats himself on the back and says, hey, from my worldview, your worldview is absurd. Well, that's fine from your worldview, but I don't accept your epistemology. You haven't demonstrated. So really, you're just farting in the wind, really. You're just making a lot of noise, and I don't accept it. And then you can go away and pat yourself on the back, but you haven't actually done anything. But then again, he's not there for an honest conversation, right? He is there, as you quite rightly said, and you can see this through all of the discussions over 8 or 9 years, is to try and make an atheist look foolish who doesn't understand what's going on. But when you come up against somebody like Jack Angstrike and many others, then it falls apart. At that point, these people know, even to a higher degree than me, how to pick this apart with a nuance. And then you will hear him say, and this is the interesting thing, then you'll hear him say, oh, you're using philosophical nomenclature. In other words, you're using philosophical language that I don't understand. But when he comes up against, like, for example, yourself or somebody else, he'll throw in all the philosophical terminology. But when he comes up against somebody who understands him better, the hypocrite will say, oh, you're using philosophical nomenclature, as if, hey, I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't accept it because you're speaking to my ear gobbledygook. But he's quite happy to do that to other people and then make it sound as if to the people who don't understand that he is incredibly knowledgeable. So that's all that's really going on there. I hope that's been interesting.
I thought you just had a conversation with him, because the way you came on the chat and start going in, I felt like maybe you cornered him or he cornered you.
No. I just have experience there, and I know what's going on because I pay attention to these things. I go, okay. When I first heard this about 2 years ago, I was like, man, this is bullshit, but I don't quite know how to respond to it, right? I didn't really understand the detail of what was going on. And it took me some time and research and listening to smart people and having a little bit of an understanding of some of those philosophical terms to immediately, well, not immediately, but after a little bit of time, see how to critique against it. Because it felt like bullshit from the beginning, the first time I ever heard it, but I just couldn't quite do a response that would have been adequate.
Like that, right, like a counter, right, I get you.
Yeah. So there is a more sophisticated guy than him that floats about on the internet that also kind of does this stuff, but he's in the same position, right? He can't demonstrate his epistemology such that I would accept it as well. And I'm not going to reject it purely because I don't like it. I would accept it if it made metaphysical sense and it had a substantial response. But if you're starting with the worldview that God is the necessary precondition, is the terms he normally uses for intelligibility, well, you're starting in a position that is exactly the opposite to me. You have to demonstrate that first. And then if you want to use your epistemology, fine, because now I've bought into it. But if I'm not buying into it, then everything you say after that is going to be based on your own worldview and not mine. And I'm entitled to say, hang on, no, I don't accept that. You haven't proven that. You made all these claims. And now you want to try and challenge me with claims that I do not accept at the outset.
No, nobody agrees to nothing.
No, but I think we do agree with certain things. So, Malik, even if people,
I understand, but I'm just saying, when people argue, it's either trying to corner each other or trying to win. I don't.
Yeah, I mean those are tactics, right? But underneath all of that, right, most of us accept that we're using some laws of logic, even if we don't know really what they are. We expect that people are going to argue rationally; they're not going to contradict themselves. That they're going to potentially be open to new evidence and to strong arguments. Most of us have that, that charitable approach that people are going to do that. So if you have a conversation and the other person says, I don't care what you say, right? As long as it makes me feel good, I'm going to believe it. Right at that point, the person has surrendered their rationality and no conversation can be had. You can have a feely conversation about who feels the best, but even that is based on some form of rationality that one is better than another. So very few people will go down the route of accepting that they're irrational. Somebody, one of the people here in Valley's chat, I can't remember who it was, kind of admitted that he was irrational. And at that point, it's game over, right? There's no conversation to be had. There he's just going with feelings and, okay, cool. But then you can't come and have a rational conversation. You're just self-defeating. But every one of us, like you and I, right, will disagree on things. But there is something underlying our discussion that we all adhere to, which is laws of logic, rationality, open to evidence, etc., etc. There's other ones, but those are some of the important ones. So we all do that.
But
right?
even in the points that you made, we will still definitely have difference of opinion.
Yeah,
If you say laws, say like when you say laws of rationality, what else did you mention? Like the three things you just mentioned, you know, it's still gonna be back and forth. It's either I agree to what you're saying when I do understand it, or just understanding it and try to pretend that you're just talking bullshit and I'm not going by that's what you think is a proof, but it's not a proof to me. It's logical to you, it's not logical to me. And at the end of the day, we just gonna be going back and forth, and nobody agrees to nothing.
Yeah, but I think in that case, Malik, we can get an outcome if we're intellectually honest. And even if we ourselves don't realize it, somebody that's smarter than us can show us that in many cases there is a dichotomy, i.e. that something is either true or it's false. There isn't an in-between, right? So in certain cases, either you are correct. Let's say, for example, the claim that a God exists. That is a dichotomy. That's what's called a true dichotomy, right? It's the case that either a God exists or it doesn't. There is no other option. Which God it is, okay, now you've got 10,000 gods you can choose from. But the claim that a God exists is a dichotomy. And so either one of those claims is true. It can't be that they're both false. It can't be that they're both true. That would be that's part of rationality, right? I think all of us would agree to that. When there's only two options, only one of them can be the case.
Yeah, they got true, they got false, and they got I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, but
I stay neutral.
But that's not that's a epistemic point. That's not an ontological point. I'm talking about the nature of being. The nature of being, either you exist or you do not exist. It's not the case that somebody can say, I don't know whether Malik exists. That would be a confusing epistemology and ontology, right? So just at the moment, we're talking ontology like the nature of whatever the real world is. But we all adhere to this, even if we don't know kind of the philosophical stuff. And like I say, I only have a basic understanding, but this is all part of these discussions. And so there are things that we agree on, even if you and I don't go, okay, let's talk through all the things we agree. You and I start having a conversation. There's certain things that are inferred or entailed in our conversation that works for all rational conversations. And so that's where we all start. But after that, of course we're going to disagree. Because you're going to make ontological claims about the world. I'm going to have ontological claims. And really, it's a case of our epistemology. When we have these conversations, it's the case of like we're trying to work out between each other, how is it that we come to know what we claim to know? Because anybody can make claims about the world, right?
Rob, let me ask you. I don't know why they just struck my head. What do you think about flat Earth and what's the other one?
Yeah, flat Earth is a terrible indictment of the education system.
Just a quick one. I think there might be people in the back chat. I don't know, but sorry. I just think that's just an outright crazy claim, right? The flat Earth makes religion look like the most scientifically strong claim, and that's the comparison I make. It's like, that is flat Earth. I don't debate that, right? That's just I'll leave that to other people to have fun and stuff like that.
Listen, Rob, we've done a whole series putting flat Earth to bed. And you still got people saying these crazy, and I'm going to say it, moronic nonsense. It's just bullshit.
Don't say that. If people got their own opinion.
Hey, guys, listen. Excuse me. You have a tendency of always putting down religions, and, it's you guys are atheists, you're allowed to do that. But why don't you give us a little bit of hope? Tell us what we could change to, so what it's going to happen, how the worm food is going to be, how us being worm food is going to be so great for society.
Read a book. Give
us a little bit of your gospel. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So
you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be worm food when I die. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
but Walter, you're going to be worm food, you moronic
Well, that's
zombie.
exactly what I'm saying. This is, I keep on saying that to the preach that,
Ultra.
baby. Preach it. We're gonna be worm food. We're here for nothing. It's all a delusion. It's all
What do
bullshit.
you mean?
Keep on preaching it,
Who
baby.
said that we're here for nothing? Walter, listen. What you need to
We
do
are
is get
here
your
for,
head
if there
out
is
of
no,
your
if there's nothing
own
but
asshole.
ultra. You cannot specifically tell me that if there is no God, if there's nothing after life, we are here for a delusion, man. We are here just
So
to
you're
feed
here
the
living
earth.
now. So what do you do every day? Are you living at the moment?
I'm living, but I know that there's
You have
life
family.
after death. I live,
You
but
have
I know there's
children.
life after death.
How do you know
children.
that?
When I see my brother, I don't just see worm food. When I look at my
Yeah,
mother,
but
I don't see just
do you
worm
have
food.
children?
No, I don't have
If
children.
you've got children and your children have children, and that's the reason, isn't it? To carry on, even if not, if you enjoy the world and the things
again,
that's in
if
it,
I give you,
that's the reason, isn't it?
if I give you the idea, give me 2 seconds, Bill. If I give you the idea that would you put your plane on a, would you put your child on a plane that you would know it's going to crash? You would say no. So you're thinking a delusion because you're putting people on this earth knowing they're just going to suffer and die.
Okay,
What's the point?
okay, but Walter,
and that's it.
Walter,
this is your atheist philosophy.
Okay, but Walter, it seems to me, that you reject that. If that is the case, right, making up something to make yourself feel better,
I don't make up.
might make
What
you
you
feel
say
better, but
I
it's not
made up is a
necessarily the
lie.
truth.
No. What you're saying is what's made up in our religion is a lie. It's all lies.
No, I'm not saying it's a lie.
Are the
I
ones
think
who
it's
are saying
mistaken.
that.
Yeah, but I'm not
However,
saying it's...
our philosophy is not based. We believe our philosophy is based on truth, and that truth is the message of Christ.
Subjective.
Okay, but Walter,
who
I'm not
resurrected on the third day.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, here we go.
Walter,
Here we go.
Hang on. But Walter, I'm not saying that it's a lie, because a lie means that I could demonstrate that you are knowingly saying something false. I'm not making that claim. I think you are mistaken. I don't know your heart. I think you believe what you believe. In order for me to call you a liar, I would have to know that you are saying something that you know to be false.
No. I'm
don't
not
make
saying
that
you called me a liar.
or anybody else.
I said you called my faith a lie.
No, I think your faith is
believe.
mistaken. I think you're you are mistaken, profoundly mistaken. But you made a point though, Walter. You said, "Hey, we're going to be worm food." If that is the case, Walter, then that's the case. I mean, you can say, "Well, hey, there's a celestial dictator, and we'll all be snuggly in heaven." You don't know that yourself anyway. You could be burning in hell, but you can make something up if that's disturbing to you. But the rest of us who don't believe in a God accept that that's what reality or truth is potentially. And if it's uncomfortable, we have to deal with it, right? We don't make up stories to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah, but again, I don't have a story.
I might as well.
I have a faith, and that faith goes back 2,000 years to one man and his apostles who went out to preach. Now you guys are going to say, "Oh, that's all lies. I'd rather be worm food." Okay, I understand. It's cool.
No, Walter, we're not going to say that.
Here and you're attacking our religion on the board, left, right, and center.
If you had the truth, Walter, why must you be so hysterical all the time?
Walter, we're not going to say that, hey, we'd rather be worm food. No, none of us would rather be worm food. If there's a reality in which we live on afterwards, we'd all like to know that. The problem is that you and your fellow theists haven't demonstrated that. It would be nice, of course, if I would actually rather be worm food than burn in hell for eternity, right? So if that's our destination, no, give me worm food every day. If there was a heaven and you knew how to get there with any level of certainty, and that heaven was a place that we could all agree was a good place, then sure, I'd prefer that. But you don't know that yourself, so even for you, it's a gamble.
Yet again, I don't know that myself. I
demonstrated
know what I know. I know what I know, which is Christ. So you're saying I don't know, but I have faith in the man who was Christ,
but now,
who was God to us.
But now you've
You
used the
say
word
he's
faith.
not real.
Faith and knowledge
You say
are
to everybody,
antithetical.
no, don't believe this guy. You guys are going out there and saying it's all a lie. I'm not saying it. You are.
Okay, but Walter, hang on a moment.
Hey, Rob,
Walter.
let me say this real quick. Rob, we as believers, we think, afterlife is gonna be some type
I'll
of
be
justice.
back in half an hour.
And then you that don't believe in afterlife, you feel people can just do injustice, kill 1 billion people, and when they die, that's it.
No, I don't, Malik. Let me first quickly speak to Walter, and then I know he's gone, but then I'll address
He
no,
just jumped out.
Yeah, I know. But to address his point, right, which is, what did he say? that he knows. So he said two things. He said, "Oh, I know this is the case," and then he threw the word faith in. Right? Faith and knowledge are antithetical, i.e., they are on opposite ends. If you know something, you don't need faith, and if you need faith, then you don't know something. So that you cannot have faith and have knowledge. That's a contradiction. So either you know it, in which case you need to demonstrate it. That's what knowledge is all about. Or you believe it on faith, which is basically, hey, I've got no good reasons and evidence. I'm just taking it to be the case, and I can't demonstrate it to you or anybody else. But you can't have it both ways. So I don't know if Walter misspoke, but he'd have to choose one of those. Either he knows it or he has faith, but he can't have both. Now, to your point, what was your question?
Not? Oh, I was saying...
Because it's a contradiction. The contradiction is the following. Huh?
Okay, what if somebody has like a whole bunch of clues, and then these clues just tell them, there's a higher being, there's a most high, although I haven't seen the most high, whatever, but I definitely have a feeling through all these clues that there should be a most high. Does that also contradict their knowledge?
No, well, now you might be able to make a claim of knowledge. You'd have to say either that you believe it or that you know it, in which case those two positions have a different level of justification. But the moment you say I have faith, what you're actually saying is, hey, I believe this and I can't give you any good reasons, because otherwise you wouldn't use the word faith. You'd say, hey, I believe it, here's my reasons, or hey, I know it, and here's my even stronger reasons. But if you say I have faith, you're essentially saying I believe it and I cannot give you any reasons. So there's three positions you guys use. And they don't work the same way. So faith is without giving reasons, doesn't have a justification, and knowledge does. So you can't have both.
Well, but some people have faith because they see out other people's knowledge, what they say. If, like, say for instance, the atheist might have faith there's no God due to arguments and whatever proofs that they have, even though they don't have the total knowledge that whoever's arguing, while those who have faith also have a faith due to their lack of knowledge of a whole bunch of clues that could come together to represent what they believe. So that's my point basically. I'm trying to say, you could have either you have a low faith without basic clues, or you have a higher faith with basic clues.
Yeah, but then but I think you're trying to make a distinction that doesn't exist, right? So if you have clues, then you'd say, hey, I believe it, and here's my reasons. If you say, hey, I have faith, then you don't have any reasons to believe it. And then if you had very strong reasons, you could say, hey, I know it, and here's my very strong reasons for knowing it. But that's why I'm saying to you, faith and knowledge are contradictory, because the one is making a very strong claim that has justification. The other one is making a claim that does not have any justification. So you cannot have both. You got to choose which one you want.
When you say
I don't know which one Walter wants.
When you say not, is it like a total? What if it's a 1% knowledge or clue?
Well, then you'd say I believe it, right? And you'd give your 1% reason. But when people say they have faith, right? The only time I ever hear theists say they have faith is when they've run out of reasons or evidence. Then they say, oh, well, I just take it on faith, which means that, hey, I don't have any good reasons and evidence anymore, but I'm going to believe it anyway, right? And that's not what traditionally what belief or knowledge entail, right? They would entail some sort of justification.
Okay, cool. So going to the question I was asking you, what happens to people that has killed 1 billion people unjustly, and it's time to take my life, poof, they die. That's it.
Yo, you're saying that. You're saying that you feel like because a person doesn't get justice dealt to them on this earth, that there has to be a God.
Yeah, there should be a way of punishing people who deal with people unjustly.
But don't you feel like that's more of a human trait than was the. You know what I'm saying that? Because obviously you're trying to think, that's not fair, and so and so, so and so. So this person needs to be punished, or
right. It's unfair for someone. Basically it's
wrong that he's done. Yeah, but wait, listen, that made that though.
You said it's made up.
Yeah, I'm saying nature don't think like like that though. Like you have to.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like it's gonna. Yeah, nature don't.
Right, right. I see what you're saying. Nature don't think that way. But I'm saying is can we like we humans part of the nature is can we get a some type of justification for someone who kills a billion people unjustly and then kills themselves? Like, okay, I'm tired of this world. You know, it's nature. Boo! I kill myself and that's it. So we turn to what they call the earth, earth warm food, and that's it.
Yeah, well, like you're saying, man, you gotta think. Yeah, there's some people that's got away with committed one crime and got caught. So it's just that. It's just that depends on
Right. So
you, man. Depends on the right. You evidence you behind the crime. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
yeah,
everyone always crime up to them. And there's people out there that ain't committed no crimes, just had things go against them. So
right. That's
it's
my
not a fair
point.
and balanced
So
world like that.
that's my point. So if some people have committed certain crime and got away with it, while some people never got away with it, do you think, according to human beings, we try to justify somebody doing something wrong? So what if we don't have nobody to justify someone that's done something wrong? Is that means they just get away with the crime and that's it? So it's part of nature just to uh, well, I don't know. I don't know. To me,
But
I
it's
don't
not.
think it's fair.
It's like, yeah, because you're trying to put justice as part of nature. But justice ain't part of nature, man. Justice is our human traits, isn't it? That we feel subjectively this is wrong, so they need to be punished for it. You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
Yeah, and Malik, it seems to me that you're of the view that, hey, if people aren't punished, that's uncomfortable. So I want to believe in a world where people will be punished, in the afterlife. If it's the case that there isn't such a thing, then that's just an uncomfortable truth that we have to live with. But I often hear, arguments like this, which is almost like it's an appeal to your emotions, right? Hey, you want a world, and so therefore it's better for you. But that's not a rational argument, right? If it's the case that we aren't punished, then we aren't punished. And I'm not going to make something up so that it makes me feel better in the hope that maybe somebody's punished at some point.
Mm-hmm. So basically,
Part of atheism might be the case that there's some uncomfortable facts about the world. And we just have to be big enough and strong enough to accept that if that's the case and we care about what's true, then that's an uncomfortable thing. But what some of us won't do is just make stuff up to make ourselves feel better.
okay, okay. So those who believe in an afterlife of an all-seeing and all-knowing or just God or Most High to put people that escape doing injustice in the world should be put to judgment, while those who don't believe in God is, we're just here, nature, we reproduce, and then whoever want to kill everybody, and then when you die, that's it.
Yeah, but that's a very simplistic view. I have a view in the world that, hey, I want to have life, a meaning in my life. I want to make the world a better place for my children, for the rest of my community, etc. So I leave the world a slightly better place than when I found it, right? So there's some sort of legacy. Somebody says, "Hey, Rob touched my life," or "I heard him speak." I in some way that's better. That's what I can do about the world. If there's no cosmic dictator, then sure, I
Right.
don't have a divine purpose, but you haven't demonstrated that a divine purpose is in fact required. And even if there is, if you look at the nature of the Abrahamic gods, that purpose seems to be a slave to a dictator that tells you what to do and will punish you if you don't.
Yeah, don't you think that's part of how laws were set up to punish those who go against the law?
Yeah, but that's how we as a humans construct do it, right? And it seems to me that the God thing is made up for the celestial version because humans like yourself are uncomfortable with people, quote unquote, getting away with it. So, hey, we'll make this thing up that, hey, there's still a punishment in the afterlife, so you can't really escape. Hey, sure. If Hitler did what he did and, quote unquote, escaped, that's just an uncomfortable truth of reality. I'm not going to make something up in my hope that, hey, I can, have something that makes me feel better.
Cool. So let's say both of us is wrong. So you think your point of view is better than those who made up a type of God or a type of Most High to do justice than the other party who says, it is what it is and we'll just accept it.
No, I care about what's true, Malik. So if it's the case that my worldview is true and it's uncomfortable, then so be it, because truth for me is more important than comfort. But for other people, comfort's more important. So it depends. If you're going to say, hey, comfort's more important, then sure. But then you care less about truth than I do, in which case it's difficult to have a conversation, right?
Yeah, it's not even with the difficulty. It's just that now I kind of understand, where two of us is coming from. Basically, let's say everybody is wrong, me and you is wrong. If me trying to do good, so I could get when I die, so I could get a judgment. I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that my thoughts is better than yours, while you're thinking your thought is better than mine. Or
why do you think your thoughts are better, though? Why do you think it's better?
Because I feel that justice is just something that needs to be implemented in both this life and afterlife. Say, for instance, if you kill people, like I said, if you kill a whole bunch of billion people, you need to be punished. And if you have the right of controlling people or buying off the law in this life, then you need to have a way of having your justice when you live this world.
Okay, so what you mean then by better is, hey, it feels better to me if there is some sort of celestial justice, and that's why my worldview is better, because it feels better to me, or because I'd really like it to be that way. Okay, but that's not a rational argument, right? All that is saying, hey, I prefer this because it feels better. And if we're going to have a rational argument, we don't go according to what our feelings are. We go according to what is true or likely true, irrespective of whether it feels good.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That what you just said, your way or your understanding is, regardless of whatever anybody does, justice in this world is just the justice in this world according to human beings, and when they die, that's it.
Yes, that would be my position, right? I don't believe in an afterlife, so obviously there can't be justice in an afterlife. And if my worldview is true, then that's just an uncomfortable truth that I have to live with. And I live with that, right? If somebody had to do something, goodness forbid, to somebody that I know or love or whatever, that would be tragic. I would hope we could bring them to justice as a prevention from them doing it to anybody else, and to tell society that we don't accept this. But if they got away with it, yes, it would be an uncomfortable thing. But I'm not going to make up something in order to allay my discomfort. I'm going to accept that's reality and deal with it to the best of my ability. And I think that's the intellectually honest position to take.
Okay. At the end of the day, let's say we both gambling and someone is on the safer side, or someone feels that they are on the safer side, while the other feels, it's no such thing as being on the safer side, or don't be on the safer side. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so if you're going to go, if you're going to go that route, then I'm also going to add to you that one of us is being intellectually honest and the other isn't. The other one is doing it because they're fearful, or they're using Pascal's wager to go, hey, if I believe and it's wrong, I've not lost anything. Hey, why don't you just believe as well? Well, you can't choose your beliefs. You're either convinced or not. And if there is a God and I pretended to believe and he's all powerful, he would know that I'm playing the fool anyway, and he would judge me even more harshly. I would suggest that if a God was just and I stood before him, if there were twin Robs, and one pretended to believe and the other was honest like me, and we both stood before God, and the one that said, hey, God, I pretended to be, that he wouldn't say that, but he'd go, hey, God, I really, really believe in you. God says, no, I know your heart. You're only pretending. And I said to God, I didn't believe because there weren't good reasons and evidence. Who do you think God would look at as more intellectually honest and potentially favor more from an intellectual honest position?
What if there's a third case that says, hey, God, I really don't know, but I think I would rather be on the safer side of believing or going by my feelings, thinking you did exist.
Yeah, but then God would ask him, do you believe what you think? Do you believe it's true? And if the person didn't believe it, they couldn't lie to God, right? As you know, God would see through that. And they would have to say, no, God, I'm just hoping for the best. In which case he might say to them, well, hey, you've just gone on hope in the sense that you're fearful that, hey, I might judge you badly. But actually, I am going to judge you badly because you didn't use your brain. You weren't intellectually honest. And hey, Rob, at least even if you didn't believe in me, you were intellectually honest and you didn't fall for the fear tactic. I would suggest if the God was a just God, he'd at least say to me, hey, yes, you didn't believe, but you were intellectually honest, and at least you get some brownie points. So you're not going to the deepest part of hell, or maybe even you can go to the lowest part of heaven, as opposed to the guy who's pretending to believe and God can see through it anyway. So Pastel's wager, from my point of view, is an intellectually dishonest position. Yeah. And also it assumes that you can just choose your beliefs because if I asked any of you guys, do you believe in Santa Claus? None of you could say with intellectual honesty that you do. You could articulate that you do, but if I were a God, if there was a God and he could see your heart and know your thoughts, then he would immediately know that you are lying, or at least pretending to believe it, in which case that would be intellectually dishonest. Now, if God doesn't care about intellectual honesty, well, then sure, then I'm going to hell. But then that's not a God worthy of worship. That's not a morally good God. And in that case, I would rather be worm food than go to hell. Or I wouldn't want to be in a universe with that sort of God anyway.
I concur. I concur. I concur.
So,
and also
Rob,
as well,
do you think that,
what's up with this God surrounding himself with fucking brain dead morons?
Sorry, what's that, Ultra or Veli?
Ultra, you there still, yeah?
Can you hear me?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Veli. I can at least.
All right. All of you man's been on me, but like I was saying, so is it, if a religious person pretends to follow, or if someone is religious because they're going to lose their family or something and they don't believe in God, what would you say about that position? What position is that?
What do you mean? So like if you're in a theocratic state and it was the case that if you didn't convert, you'd be jailed or your family would be butchered. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, or just like now, or in England, like some people can't say that they're not following a certain religion because they'll be outcasted by their family, you know.
Yeah, I think they've got reason to not say it openly to other people. But if there is a God, he would know why, etc. But I think, sure, I think that's a fair justification, right? Somebody saying, hey, I'm not going to openly say it. I know what my beliefs are and I don't believe it. But the consequences of airing that publicly would be, ostracization from my community, disowning of my family, or indeed my family or myself being threatened with violence. I can see why somebody would stay quiet. And I think they have got a reasonable justification for doing that. Their physical safety overrides the reason to publicly say it, but they know what they believe in their heart. And at least if they died and they never said it to anybody else, they would have been intellectually honest to themselves. And I could see reasons why they would want to do that. And I think that would be justifiable.
Right. So, what do you think that God would say to a person that has said that they was a believer or professed to be a believer but broke all the rules along the way?
Yeah, I guess a God would say, if it was one of the Abrahamic gods, hey, I sent you down this book, at least with some rules that seem to be somewhat straightforward. Other ones are entirely ambiguous and why didn't you follow them? Now it depends on what the rules were, right? Because if you were a believer, you could say, hang on a moment, God, is this the best you could do? Send me this ambiguous book that's repetitive, that can be interpreted in 50 different ways. Is that the best you can do, God? Come on. I'm holding you to a higher standard, God, and I think you failed the standard, in which case I want a reprieve. Because if you were a teacher
concur.
with the analogy, right, you'd have to give me a book that was crystal clear with all the information and say, okay, now you can go ahead with this test or whatever. Otherwise, you're being, in a sense, deceptive. And God, if that's the sort of God you are, okay, fine. But if you claim that you're an all good God, then obviously you wouldn't be deceptive and you would make the message clear, because at least then I've got the best shot possible. And even if then you could judge me, right, and say, well, hey, you've done this. But if there are some straightforward things in the book and they didn't do them, then obviously, by their nature, God's going to hold them accountable. I don't think that that's a moral position, because God cannot be hurt or harmed in any way. And really, ultimately, if he's giving you free will, then true free will means that there shouldn't be a punishment. Otherwise, there's always coercion to do what he tells you, only out of fear of the consequences. And really, for free will, if you were intellectually honest with that, you'd say, hey, the consequences are irrelevant. Do whatever you choose because I'm giving you true free will. It's like free will with a stick. That's not true free will.
Cool. All right.
Babe, do you want to talk to Rob? It's a South African atheist, and he's a beast. No?
Hopefully I'm not
You've
that
talked to
bad.
Belly Vision?
Not
He's
that
also
bad,
an
really.
atheist, and he's also a beast. He's the unholy father of G Block.
Unholy
talking about
father.
Ultra.
With him?
Oh, Ultra's
Big up
the
Mrs.
Don.
Ultra.
What about
Oh, look,
Malik?
bruv. You know
Malik
your
is a
mic's on mute,
Shia
Ultra.
Muslim.
Your mic's on mute, yeah? But we can still hear you talking.
Oh, fuck's sake. They can hear me. Fuck's sake.
Mute and unmute again.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
There we go. We can hear you. Yeah, yeah.
We can still hear you.
Did he want to unmute
No,
himself?
do you know what? My StreamYard is busted up, man. Oh, also, Veli, you know what?
Listen.
What, baby, 1 second. Don't move over to Google Meets. I'll tell you why, yeah. What I've noticed about platforms that use Google Meets is when you get the snowflakes that suffer from serious, seemingly incurable bouts of pussiolism, they like to mute you. And yeah, no, I think we might have to just stick it out with StreamYards. I think my phone's fucked because you see, I keep jumping out, jumping in. It keeps crashing every fucking time.
That's what I think. The StreamYard does mess up with your phone. You know, I can't lie because my business phone is a bit slow now, and I've only used it to jump on StreamYards, and before then it was moving fast. You get me? Even now, my fucking actual phone was on 100%. It's on fucking 17% now, B.
Yeah, man. But StreamYard is pissing me off, man. Like it keeps crashing my Brave browser. No, let me try it. All right, listen. Let me jump out. I'm gonna try this thing with the Samsung browser. Just give me 1 second. Yeah?
The Samsung browser works still. The Brave browser, I'm not sure. I ain't used that one still. I think Dan uses that still, so that works, man. And then I'm not sure if Dan uses his laptop or phone though when he jumps on with Brave. So yeah, man. Jeez. Let me see what the people them in the chats are saying. Chattings and then thing there. You all right? So big up man like Rustler, Mighty. Come on, big up man like Dark Magician. I'll type Santa, you changed your name, yeah? Say that and I'll type bin what? Yeah. I'll type yo, so Samaya, how'd you say that new name? Is it Ilman Nefayan? I don't know how you say that still. Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can hear you.
Oh, yo, let me jump out and jump back in because I can't hear you. If you could hear me.
All right, yeah, I can hear you still. But
yeah, I know it's not connecting to my Bluetooth, and it's very low. So add me back.
All right. Yo, you the old school ultra funky avatar you got up now, B?
Yeah, no. Do you know what it is? Because I've logged in with the Samsung browser. Like I've got none of the good stuff saved. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna give this one a try because Brave. Like I run a diagnostic on the phone, and it's saying, yeah, bro, we're gonna have to do something because Brave's crashed 200 times in the last however many. So let me just try it with fucking
Samsung.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can I just jump on for a second, just a real second? And that's just,
I wish to expose Gin and Tonic. I don't think he's a human being. I think he's shaitan sent to spoil all of our faith in a divine beings.
Listen, spoiler alert: Shaitan doesn't exist.
How do you know? Go on. I think that Gin and Tonic is proof that he exists. And you see, he's gone silent. I think he's gone silent, and I think that the truth actually binds him into silence. He is exposed. Gin and Tonic is exposed. I expose you, Gin and Tonic, as Shaitan. You've come here to destroy our faith.
No. Wait, Boti, what faith is it exactly that you belong to? Because there's loads. Which one's yours?
One of those faiths that we got.
Yeah, which one? The garbage ones, or the real ones, or the godless ones, or
they're all good. They're all good.
Nah, most of them are garbage. I've got the proof that Shaitan might be real. Yeah, look at that.
I'm gonna add Orthodox Mary now. Yeah, old type man like Dark Magician, Mighty. I'm gonna add Orthodox Mary,
bro. Look at Dark Magician. Shaitan is real.
It's gonna be crazy, you got me? And we got man, trust me. Like, boy, yeah, our panels are pakes. You got me, but boy. Like,
welcome to the G block.
Big up Issa anyway, man. Like you're saying, bruv, we're gonna have to ban you up soon, cuz you're getting away with too much bollocks, cuz.
What happened with you and Issa today? He said you had a beef with him.
Nah, he chucked it, yeah. No, because I'll tell you what happened.
Slap him up, man.
This is what happened with Issa, yeah. So, we was on the panel talking about he was on the panel talking about Sutton's pro-black and Sutton's not pro-black or whatever, yeah. And then man was saying, right, like, how do you keep talking about who's pro-black and who's not pro-black, yeah? And Prophet Muhammad had fucking black slaves. You get me?
Yeah, because he said that, and I said, yeah. According
I've said
to what
my
I'm told,
piece.
he has.
Thanks, everybody. So you have
You're
a nice
welcome,
day, all of
Bodie.
you.
Have a good day, bro. Take care, bro.
Take care,
Enjoy
Bodie.
life.
Yeah, so I replied back with what? Well, how can you be talking about how Islam's pro-black or Prophet Muhammad's pro-black when he had black slaves? Yeah, and then he's like, well, that's only in the Sunni hadith, in the Shia something.
How would you know that though?
Yeah, but wait. Yeah, let's take it slowly, Dark, bro. Yes, he said that it was in the Shia hadith or whatever, the Shia hadith or whatever. And I was saying, well, so does it say in the can you tell me somewhere in the Quran where it says that Prophet Muhammad is black? And they said, nah, it doesn't. But all the people at that time was black. And I was saying that other areas now. And then I was saying, I can't remember exactly what I was saying. Yeah, I was just saying that, bro. Obviously, you can't say that that's pro-black if the brother had black slaves as well. And then we sort of had a little bit of an argument from there still, man. But it was literally because every time someone's making a point, I'm making a point. I don't know if Issa thinks it's being disrespectful when someone's asking a question, but man, personal attack.
Yeah, I did say that to Issa Veli. I said like there's the trend where Issa will hear something he doesn't like and immediately go on the offensive, and it's like
that's not true. Hold on. Let me just
see. Look, really case in point.
Because that's a lie. That I might have missed up in it because obviously I can't quote verbatim exactly what happened in it. I could just sort of give.
Right. Now, this is why I want you lot to observe the solution I gave to all of this problem that we're having now. When Ultra Funky is saying, when I hear something I don't like, it's not that. It's when you lot are imposing on me something that you've heard is Islam
when it's not, and then you want me to answer. So continuously I said, let me explain. Veli and James kept saying, just answer the question, just answer the question, just answer the question. So I'm saying, hold on, bruv, let me talk. I'm going to explain to you that relates to them and their religion, but they didn't let me talk. And then it spiraled out of control and so on and so forth. So my point to you is, I gave the solution. I say, that is Sunni Islam, this is true Islam. And then none of these issues would come up. But you lot are hard ears.
Isa, this is the other point that I was trying to make to you, yeah, in that point, when I was saying that even if he's black, yeah, himself, and he's got other black slaves, how does that account for like a pro-black move? Ain't that something? Ain't that even if there's other moves that were pro-black, ain't that a mark against the pro-black move though?
No, this is why. Let me tell you why. Because if you're pro-black, you're first and foremost pro-justice. So within the circumstances you're in, hold on, that's you. I'm saying within the circumstance you're in, Veli. Yeah, think about
you're
it. Like
anti-slavery then.
Bruv, shut the hell up. I'm talking to Veli. Right. So in the circumstance you're in the desert, Veli. Yeah. The only, and I changed it to captives of war because some people don't want to accept that the captives of war and the way that Prophet Muhammad had what we call slavery is very different. So therefore, if we use the term slavery for what we have,
different form of slavery. Jesus, this guy.
You're fucking neo-Nazi Peckerwood.
Let him answer, yeah, because obviously man's gonna start.
All right, sorry, I'll mute.
No, but I'm jumping off quick, Veli. Veli, what I want to do? Hold on, Veli. Man, shut up, Veli. What I want to do, yeah, I want to have a debate with me and Shakara. Want to get that debate out the way, the Pan-African one. So, are you willing to have a separate stream specifically for that?
Yeah, no problem, man.
You sure? No problem. I don't want to be forced to do it on some long stream, yeah, but just, you know what I mean? But yeah, so
no problem,
Veli, I think you've admitted, yeah, you got it wrong, yeah? So I would like an apology verbally and in the chat. Yeah, because you hold on, you insulted me. Hold on. You tried to enforce, although I was polite to you, yeah? And you insulted me with what you did, right? So therefore, you started the trouble. Is that true, Veli?
No. You started the trouble, yeah, because
listen.
You just admitted it.
Really, just slap him up, man. Seriously. Just
Dark Magician Gal, you blooming instigator. You see what I mean? These Peckerwoods always want to come and try and call black people.
I'm joking, man. I'm joking.
Yeah, go on, Veli. Quick. I got to jump still.
This is how you started the trouble, is that, like I'm saying, when we're discussing and asking questions, like when people are asking questions and making statements or whatever, they're asking questions without trying to say, you Issa, you Shia piece of shit, rah, 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 and then answering the question. But you do that quite a lot, though.
No, it's true. I've even said this to you. You do.
I beg you, fam. Come on.
No, man, I'm on here. I can speak, yeah?
Veli, I've got to go. Well, I just want to say this, Veli. Please notice the difference.
Issa, let me just say this. So and so, yeah?
Your mic's gone, Veli.
Shit, my phone's ringing, man.
Maybe I should type it.
I will say this on Issa's behalf, right? So I've had many conversations about Islam with Issa, right? We don't have the same concept because I'm a Quranist and he's Shia, whatnot, right? And so if I bring something to Issa that sounds anything close to what he perceives to be Sunnism, he's gonna jump at it right quick. But if I come at it from a whole different perspective, if it's a slow conversation, I let him break down certain things, etc., whatnot, and I don't bring things in the package of Sunnism, we can talk all day and it's gravy. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone got their own way of talking and listening.
I don't think that's true. I think you're not being truthful there. I have not seen many conversations.
Hold on, real quick. Issa, have we had knockdown blowout fights before in the back?
Yes, we have. Yeah. And just remember, Dark Magicians are
but it's very hard. It is very hard to have a conversation with Issa and keep it going in a dialect.
If you're a neo-Nazi racist like you, yes. I'm saying.
I'm a Nazi racist, bro. What are you saying that for? That's crazy.
People that are accurate. All I'm saying is, when somebody tries to enforce that this is my belief, Muhammad enslaved blacks and blah blah blah, and he started the black slave.
I'm not saying that, bruv.
Not you. I'm saying this is an example of what happened today. I'm saying there's many other things. There's other people telling me your Muhammad is a rapist. He slept with a 9-year-old girl. All of that kind of thing. I continuously get this stuff. And I'm saying, when you make the distinction, it's all kind of negative stuff that's fired at me. and then you lot want me to just sit back and be calm and accept all of this garbage. And I'm saying, bruv, it's not going to happen, is it? In discussion where we're getting at the truth, it's not going to happen.
There's been times when I've had conversations with you, and I've made it clear to you that you need to stop, trying to insult me with every single retort that you're making, because it doesn't further the conversation. Like, I want to have these conversations with you. Yeah, I want to talk about this idea that you have a different version of Islam, which could possibly move the conversation forward, right? But what Veli's making is a perfectly legitimate criticism of you. Yeah, let me finish. Yeah, no, I'm being completely.
No, but he admitted he's wrong. So that man is
wait, listen. Yeah, when somebody's asking you a question, they are not trying to get at you with that. Yeah,
give an example.
They are asking you a simple question. If you have the insecurity to prefix that with every, you don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you why you're an idiot.
If I say, hold on, if I say,
just have some introspection. Let me finish what I'm saying. Yeah. Have some introspection.
Wait, Dark Magician, listen. 1 sec. If I say Dark Magician, you know that because you're from Germany, do you agree that you've got anti-black neo-Nazi blood? What have I done wrong there first?
Yeah, that's a non sequitur.
Because you're not from Germany, are you? Or are you?
No, I'm not from Germany, but even if I was, let's say that let's pretend that I was, that would still be a non sequitur.
Hold on. I agree with you. Hold on, wait a minute. Listen to what I'm saying. The very first foundational point, in other words, we can debate whether someone who's born in Germany has genetic memory of neo-Nazism. That's a debate point. But if the premise originally is wrong, then there's no debate anyway. That's my whole point. So I'm saying, when you lot come to me, when you lot come to me with something that's exclusively Sunni, right? And then you're trying to make me debate on that being a fact, then I'm saying, hold on, you're wrong in the first place. Do you not get the point, Dark Magician?
100.
No, I don't, because what you're doing is you're trying to. No,
so
because
Magician, you're saying
you should be. Wait, if you want me to answer, you've just asked. You've given me. You've given me. You've given me. All right, big up, Issa.
Anyone hear me?
Big up, respect.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
think he understands that people are talking about the prophets. So it don't matter if you're Sunni or Shia, it all applies the same to James Jones and Ultra and the rest of them. I don't think he kind of grasps that. But anyway, Ultra, can you tell me about you see the Africans that were not Muslim or Christian? Yeah, when they got into fights with each other, did they take prisoners of war?
Yes, they do.
So are we saying that every black person in Africa
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, no. Do you know what it is? Because I can't see my thing vibrating, like the sound's coming through.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, bro. I had to change browsers. Sorry, bro. Just give me a minute.
See the non-Christian and the non-Muslim Africans, did they have wars with each other and take prisoners of war?
Yes, they do. Tribal wars and all that shit.
Yes, sir. By this premise, that means that everyone in Africa was anti-black then. Because everyone in Africa, obviously because they're fighting each other, would have had black slaves.
Right. Rashford, before you go on, I have to...
First, can you answer that? Does that mean that everyone's anti-black in Africa? Everyone in India is anti-Asian? Everyone in anti-white? Because everyone that has people of their own genetic race would have taken the war from their own genetic stock.
No,
you're creating a straw man. That's what you're doing.
No. I'm saying people are trying to act like this is some exclusivity. But I'm saying that,
of course, slavery is a human thing. It's come from us from a place of power where you want to exert that power over a group of people. There is no greater power over somebody than owning them.
No, I'm not.
Doesn't matter what religion, what color you are. Slavery is wrong.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that in the context of us, we're living nice right now. We're not going to war. Yeah, we're not having to. We don't live in that time. I'm saying
slavery still exists. So
I'm in a time where there was there's modern day slavery. There's many different forms of slavery. You know that,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course.
Britain owns islands in the Caribbean right now. They own islands. You know what I'm saying? So there's many forms of different slavery. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that this concept that someone that's black owning someone black makes them anti-black. but most people that live in the same way, if they had a war with each other, they would have captured someone of the same stock. And
right.
And I think a lot of people don't know that in the 10th and 11th centuries, there was more white servitude in Saudi Arabia than anyone else. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that if we're going to go off the concept that someone black having a war with someone else that's black and capturing someone black makes them anti-black, that means that everyone on the African continent is anti-black. That's my only point. So it can't be. This can't be something exclusive to Muslims. This has to be something right across the board. Anyone black that the war with someone black and captured someone black, they would have to also be anti-black. That makes the whole African continent.
You make a good point, Raspet, but the one thing that you're forgetting here is that I would argue that if you want to be anti-slavery, you shouldn't be following any religion, because religion is largely responsible and did give justification for slavery.
I'm saying before the Romans became Christian, they was enslaving people. Before the Arabs became Muslim, they were enslaving people. But I'm saying that the system of servitude was there before the religion. The people adopted the religion. So you'd have to say it's not.
I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue that. But when you're saying to me that I have somebody called the Most High, and that person has given me some doctrine to live by, and one of those doctrines that you conveniently want to forget about is telling you how you can keep a slave, own a slave, sell a slave, and look after a slave. That's not from the Most High, and that should not be. That is not holy. That is not sacred, and that's evil. That should be in the conversation. It shouldn't be just conveniently forgot about.
No, you are taking a perspective, a wrong perspective, a wicked perspective.
Oh, okay. Explain to me why slavery is okay then.
Because if you have money or resources, and then you need people, just like Raspek said, slavery is not only through warfare. It could be a whole bunch of ways, and then it depends on how you deal with people who you have authority over. So it's either you deal with them justly.
You can have authority over people. You don't own them.
It's whatever English you want to put. Own them, authority over them, rule them. It's how you treat the people. It's either you treat them good or you treat them bad. So you could have a slave and you treat them good according to your authority, or you could treat them bad according to your authority.
Right, but you don't own them. They have their own volition. So it could be argued that we have what's called today, when we're talking about forms of slavery,
directly or indirectly,
let me just finish my point, please. It could be argued that a form of slavery today, and I would make this argument, is economic slavery. So as a socialist, as a Marxist, I say that there is economic slavery. There is a class warfare, a class struggle, and the proletariat are the underclass who have alienation of their labor. They have alienation of the products that they build for these bourgeoisie who own the means of production. That's a form of passive slavery over somebody. But that's not slavery, is it? That's not. They don't actually own me.
Dark magician. I just don't. I just don't want it. All I'm saying is that these systems existed before the religions, and if you look at the religions actually,
of course they do. It proves that religion is man-made.
1 minute. Yeah, these systems happened before the religion. That's one thing. The Romans had servitude before they became Christians. The Arabs had servitude before they became Muslims. But if you actually look at the religions, like, do you know a lot of the slave revolt for African people was by there's a lot of Muslims that led the slave revolt, and do you know the verses that was used to abolish slavery?
I think from the armistice, there were some lines in the Bible that were used. I have studied this in the past, but I can't remember.
For Muslims.
No, not for Muslims. No, I only know from the Eurocentric.
Righteousness is not turning your face towards the east or the west. Righteousness are those who believe in God. The last day, the angels and the prophet, and they give the money carefully to the relatives, the orphans, the needy, the traveling alien, the beggars, and to free the slaves. Yeah.
Right.
So what I'm saying is this was the actual verse that was used to abolish slavery by government. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't want people to get the wrong end of the stick. Like the Arabs before Islam, they had no verse like that to actually, tell them to free up people.
100. And there's multiple verses saying that the zakat is meant, a portion is meant to free the slaves.
So, and that's my only little point. Obviously, me.
There are those that your right hand possesses, correct?
Yes.
Right. So
that's not a slave. That's not a slave.
Please don't just conveniently.
In Arabic, hold on, real quick. In Arabic, no. In Arabic and Hebrew, that's not a slave, bro.
It is a slave.
No, it's not. What's the word for what's the word for slave? What's the word for slave in Arabic?
Lawful to thee thy wives of whom thou hast power over their dowers, and those slaves who thy right hand possesses out of the
now read the word in Arabic for me,
whom Allah has
now
assigned.
read the word in Arabic
the word slave is not there, but the right hand possesses is.
Right,
Prisoners
that's not a
of
slave.
war.
That's not a slave. Not a slave, brother.
You man, I'm gonna go.
Are they free to get up and go? Are they free to get up and go?
Yes.
No, they're not. They're who you're right.
Brother, you hold on, slow down.
You man, I'm gonna leave now.
I don't believe in tikia. I don't believe that it's true. I don't believe that it can be shown. But when you play these games like this, this makes me think that you're not being honest and ingenuous.
Dark magician, you man have been talking for time, fam. I've
only just come on the link. And respect, this is called the G block. Yeah, remember that.
I'm just saying.
Right? Why is it called the G block?
1 minute. The conversation's been going for time, yeah, and you man are asking questions, innit? So if you man are genuinely and sincerely asking questions, then you man should really be listening, because it's not us asking you questions. You're asking questions unless you've got a narrative that you're trying to push and you don't care about the answer. If that's the case, then don't worry. But if you're genuinely asking a question, then at least you could do...
I don't need to answer a question about this. Religion is justified. Religion justifies slavery, and it has done for many
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does.
So Dark Magician, today you said it. You've already got your answer, and you're just here to push your agenda instead of having a conversation.
Okay, I'll listen then. I'll listen.
I know your intentions now, so there's no point in us having a conversation, because you have an agenda that you want to push. You don't want to have a conversation and hear both sides and actually maybe all
right, I'll listen to the arguments. Of course, I'm open to arguments. Okay, so explain to me why it's okay for people to have those that my right hand possesses out of war.
What I was going to say is, I'm leaving now, but Orthodox more and other people, there's debates about right hand possesses. Exactly what it means. There's debate. So you believe one thing, Orthodox more believes another thing. You know what I'm saying? So you lot are having a conversation.
Right, okay, I'm open to hear apologetics. Yeah.
So you lot are having a conversation based on two completely different definitions right now. He believes it means one thing, and there's many other people that believe that, and then you believe it means one thing with whatever agenda you have, yeah. But my main thing is that when you look at the decree of righteousness within that, yeah, and the Arabs didn't have it before Islam, is that man has to free up the people. Then that's a decree of being righteous, isn't it? Also to feed the orphans, also to treat the alien traveler well. Like, these are all things that I feel like when people are having a conversation, they kind of leave out and oscillate. But my main point is that a lot of people are saying that Muslims and Christians are not pro-black because they had black servitude. But even the people that weren't Christian or Muslim, that was in wars, tribal wars, they also had black servants. So that means the continent of Africa was no one was pro-black.
You're making good points, but what I'm saying to you is it's much better to be a secular atheist if we want to deal with racism, if we want to deal with slavery in today's forms. It's better to be an atheist, secular atheist.
Well, I think secular atheists have become the most people in the last maybe 100 years, So I don't know.
That's not me saying that you can't You can't be anything else. That's not me saying that. I'm just saying it's better to be. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know how many churches or mosques you're gonna go to which are calling to enslave people. So I can't really say that Christians, Muslims, or atheists are calling for slavery right now.
But look, from my position, I'm not saying that I have, a revelation from a almighty being. Yeah.
No,
that's not my premise. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that whatever we're talking about, whether it be Islam, Christianity, secularism, atheism, whatever it is, it's all man-made. It all comes from us. We're responsible for it, and we're not responsible for it at the same time. Yeah? When you bring in the idea of a God, you're automatically saying that my ideas trump your ideas because it comes from a higher place. Yeah. But then when I scrutinize that to say, wait a minute, your God condoned slavery and gave texts that justified it. Yeah. Then we have an issue, do we not?
I just feel like you're ignoring the fact that for them, their God gave the justification to end slavery and abolish slavery.
That's the part he don't want to.
Hold up. So I guess.
So one day it's good, the next day it's not. That's not correct, is it? That we're talking about an all-powerful, all-knowing God.
Yeah. Quran 2177 was used to abolish slavery. It was the verse used to abolish slavery. So it wasn't a verse used to slavery going. It was a verse used to abolish slavery. One minute. And it was also a verse that inspired people like Malcolm X, Kunta Kinte, and them not to fight against slave masters. So
fantastic, great, brilliant. I like that. That's fantastic. That's great. But there were people.
Shout out everyone in the place.
There were people who
Hey, Ross, before you jump off right quick, let me ask you real quick before you jump.
Because of that direct justification in multiple religions that gave justification and instructions on how to keep and own slaves. People have suffered under that. So just conveniently forget about that and say, we're talking about God here. We're talking about a God, and you're trying to tell me that it's that this is a most high.
No, right? When you say how to keep it on slave, you're like, I feel like I don't know if you're ignorant of it, but it's within the historical context of the Arabs before was just mistreating.
Well, I'm being very plural.
Bro, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that, bro. What the fuck?
Mate.
You just
go back on your own blind den, man. Seriously. You're triggered, bro. You're triggered.
No, you just said something, and anytime I start talking about it, you cut me straight away.
All right, I'm sorry.
Like I let you talk, and then when I'm talking, I get 5 seconds in and you cut me. You just said that it gave the justification.
I apologize.
Let me answer you at least, and then respond, innit? You get me, cuz? All right, I'm saying that. I need to move the mic, so you've got background noise coming through. You got background noise coming through, cuz. I don't know where it is. You got some crunching or something. Yeah. My only point is that I feel like sometimes when you tell these stories, you're leaving out the historical context of the system before. Like a lot of people feel like man could have clicked their fingers and changed the whole system. The system before was a system that endorsed the abuse of servants. Like this, the system that came in now was one that said that these people have to be treated like your family. Do you know what I'm saying? So if anything, it came to give human rights. If you actually look at it, you know what I'm saying, and then advocate for the freeing. So like, it was a process of freedom. You know what I'm saying? That was where the emphasis was, and you can look through the books and you can see that that's where the emphasis is. Like it doesn't say Malik, you have to mute your mic, bro. Please, bro. Yeah, it doesn't say to be righteous you have to own slaves. It doesn't say to be righteous you have to capture slaves. It says to be righteous you have to free them. So I'm just saying that, like, if we're gonna have an honest conversation, let's just put it everything into the context, innit? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, big up everyone in the place. Big up Orthodox, Ultra. You know what I'm saying? Everyone in the place, my league.
Big up, Rascal. You said it. You said it all. You said it all. Anyway.
Yeah.
Peace on the peacemakers. I want
Big up, respect. Sorry for interrupting you, bro.
No, you're cool. Bless.
Hey, Ross, but before you jump off right quick, bro, like that debate you have with the Ethno Natty Cat was a real good debate, bro. That was a good look and whatnot. In the future, I can see you having a lot of conversations with them cats and whatnot. And And something to add to your repertoire is it cuts to the meat of a whole bunch of their bullshit. Is asking them who they consider to be the ethnic groups they consider to be indigenous to England, etc., whatnot. Because when they hit this 1946 line and whatnot, you're talking about people from India, people from Jamaica, people from Africa, etc., 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 etc. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like they got to tell if they want to get all crazy, they got to tell the French to go back to France. They got to tell the Anglo-Saxons to go back to Sweden and shit. You know what I'm saying? All that.
100%. 100%. That was my main point with him. You got to give the Aboriginals back their land, the indigenous in America, the South Africans. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And all of the white people that are living in other places, they're gonna have to come back to England as well. I don't know how you're gonna convince them.
Right.
A lot don't really want to come back, but yeah. So yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna revisit the thing with James Goddard. I feel like the best thing is that a lot of people have been asking, why is Raspet going at Tommy Robinson? Well, oh, he's just after the Muslims, and I'm so glad that it was highlighted that them man are telling black people to go home as well. They've got an issue. So even though Muslims might be their first call of response, best know where next. And I feel like James Goddard highlighted that perfectly in the debate. So I feel like that argument of why I've been going at Tommy Robinson, why I've been going at Sarah, why I've been going at these individuals, I feel like James Goddard has really highlighted that. And I feel like that's what I got out of the debate personally. And also his obsession with Islam, because I didn't bring up Islam once.
Right. Yeah. How many times did they ask if you were a Muslim? I was like, whoa.
Yeah. It's an obsession, man. I got a proper obsession with Islam, man. I need to get over it.
Yeah, but that was well done, fam, for real.
But yeah, big up everyone in the place.
Big up, Rashford.
On Isle State, they get me free up the people there. Yeah.
Take care, Respect. Take care.
Is that my sister Anita right there?
Oh, go on, man. Some man try lie upon the right hand possess thing. Them liar. I'm a liar. And they want to take slave, yeah. I'm captured, yeah.
What we were really trying to do is we couldn't abolish slavery. We were trying to make it, a little bit more, fluffier for people,
more palatable.
Yeah, we were just trying to, we weren't trying to have sex with these people or nothing like that. You know what I mean? Like we were just, we were trying to bring them into the fam, yo. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You seriously want me to believe that nonsense? What an absolute load of nonsense.
What? Well, obviously, do you know why? Yeah, it's because if it come from a man or someone, so this, that, and the other, but because it comes from some perfect God, yeah. If it comes from a perfect God, yeah, telling you that it's okay for you to have your.
Muhammad could have easily turned around and said, "I've just had a revelation from God, and God has said we're going to free all the slaves, and that's what it's going to be now. We're not going to have no slaves, no war booty, nothing like that. That's all going to be scrapped. This has been ordained by God, and we've all got to do it now." Yeah, and you said Muslims wouldn't have accepted that revelation. Of course, they would.
So if you free them and you give them their resources, and then they keep coming back against you, what would you be your judgment? How would you treat them?
Well, why does it matter whether they keep coming back against you?
So
who says they would? Surely,
who says they wouldn't?
Who says that they would?
Who says they wouldn't? Just like the first time they came against you unjustly, they could come again unjustly.
I make an argument why they wouldn't. If you bring them in, bring them into and you bring them into the tribe, and you say to them, you don't have. There's no compulsion in religion. You can be part of our tribe. We'll take care of you. Yeah, we're not going to chop off your head if you don't convert to Islam. Yeah. We're going to take care of you. We're going to show you the true face of Islam, that everybody's free to come here and you can convert as and when you realize the truth. Yeah.
Hey, that magician, ask your missus this right now, yeah? Just go and ask your missus right now, yeah? Go and ask her, yeah? Say, if Belly kills you, yeah? If Belly killed you, can I come to your house and take her and your son as my war booty, and now you're my right hand possessed just because I need to look after them now?
Of course, it's a priori. Of course, you're not going to like that. But if you've got no choice, that's the way it is. But then don't try and you know, dressed up and say, yeah, but you know, we're giving them resources and we're looking after them, and you know, really what we're doing is a kindness. You know what I mean? Come on, seriously, that's not from a God. And if it is from a God, I don't want to have nothing to do with that God. Thank you. I reserve the right to say that. That doesn't mean to say that I don't want you to have your belief and your religion. Of course, you know, have your religion, have your belief. That's completely up to you. But then you're going around saying, if you don't believe in this, there's going to be serious punishment for you and stuff like that. That's a pretext to murder. That's how you pretext murder. That's why you do have people going around killing non-believers. Atheists have to live at the expense of their life because you know,
differently. And James even said it in the chat as well. He said this is without consent. So I've not gone around and I've not even asked him. I've just licked off your head, chopped off your head, and then come to your yard and said, "You got to come in. You got to roll with me now." Innit? I'm done with you.
Everything is either taken out of context or it's just
that magic word again, context. We're talking about
it is.
There's no such thing as context when you're God. You're outside of context.
How?
You know everything because you know everything. You could give, like, it would be so easy for Muhammad to have just said, "I've had a revelation from God." Yeah, and he just said that from now on, we're going to free all the slaves. We're not going to do it, you know, a few hundred years from now. That down the line, we're going to have a verse that's going to be used to, you know, for the context of giving up slavery. Yeah, we're going to do it now, right? And not only that, but because there's no compulsion in religion, we're going to bring these people in. We're going to show them how good we are. We're going to take them in. We're not going to make them convert, and we're going to look after them. Those people would have converted willingly. That's more than likely. Yeah, but that's not what happened, is it? Slavery. Yes, I could admit that slavery.
But you're going with
under Islamic rule, but it was not abolished, and that's the difficulty that I have with Islam, is that it was not abolished, and you can't tell me that it didn't have the power to abolish it. That it took time. That's ridiculous. We're talking about a God here. Yeah, right. So are you telling me you have no issue with that whatsoever?
I don't have an issue with it as long as I deal justly with the people that's coming to attack me. I don't have to.
They're all dead, and
I have a big issue with it.
They're all dead. The only people that are left are the wives and the children. Yeah, and you're telling them that, you know, some of those people are okay to have sex slaves.
What do you mean sex slaves? Does it say go force anybody to have sex with them?
He's talking about Malakum.
All Quran 4:24. All married women are forbidden unto you, save those who have
Right. Doesn't it also say that you have to marry them or pay them dower or some way? Does it say to force people to
let them go free?
Let them go free. Yeah, you want to let them go free. If you also want to take care of them, you can take care of them.
When I say let them go free, I don't mean just let them go into the
Let me ask you a question. Yeah.
No matter how you get convinced, you will always take it out of context, and that's what you feel to admit to.
Let me show him why he's taking stuff out of context here. Firstly, the Quran says freeing a slave. The Quran says what is good, and then the Quran applies saying freeing a slave. So the Quran promotes freeing of slaves. Is that right or wrong?
I don't think that the Quran does promote freeing of slaves, because
the Quran say what is good, and doesn't the Quran say freeing a slave? Does it say that or not? Or you have not come across
Islam abolished slavery?
Listen, my question is: does the Quran promote freeing of slaves?
And I'm answering your question with a question. Did Islam?
He's already addressed it.
All right. Let me answer the question, and then you can answer your question. Then, yeah? So Islam didn't abolish slavery. It told people it's good to free slaves.
No. The Quran.
Dark magician. Hold on, real quick. Dark magician put a logical point on the floor that needs to be dealt with, right? So his point is that he feels like the Quran does not. his logical point is this: like basically, the Quran's telling you to do two things at the same time that are against each other, right? That's his position, right? That's a logical position to have when you have people who uphold different traditions, saying like you can take slaves, etc., right? So he's saying that the Quran doesn't, even though it's saying to free slaves, he's saying that it's not saying to outright abolish slavery. Do I got you right, Dark?
Yeah, exactly. And I believe in that. I believe in that. Let me tell you the type of slavery that was abolished, right? In terms of, let me tell you what's haram, what's prohibited.
That's actually what's happened in history, is it not?
I'm gonna tell you what's prohibited. You cannot go in the 21st century as a Muslim and just grab any free person and enslave him straight away and say, "Yo, you're my slave for today," or "You're my slave forever." You can't do that. That's haram, prohibited. What is allowed?
Because
But let me tell you what is allowed. What is allowed? Let's say if America and UK go into war, right? And obviously there's captives of war right now. Let's say America win against UK, and the UK are now captives of America. What people? I'm gonna ask you a question right now. Now the people who have killed your family, your people, them, while you're captives right now, what is the best solution for it? Islam says they're under your property, and now they work for you basically. You feel me? And even under that, there's conditions. In terms of how you treat them like yourself. That's what the hadith say. You treat them like yourselves. They're under your house. You don't have clothes of, you don't have different clothes. You have the same amount, you eat the same food. There's different conditions to this. You feel me? And Islam says those captives of war are under your servitude. It's
Can you have
Islamic
sex with them?
It's not close slavery, first of all. You feel me? I just told you it's prohibited to grab a free slave and enslave him. That's haram. What is allowed is captives of war. That's what we are talking about. And you're missing
Exactly,
the point.
But you have to listen to what he's
I
saying.
think
Listen
he
to what
knows.
Dark Magician is saying, though. Listen to what he's saying, though. Like so everything he's saying is based upon the definition of one term, right? Malik and Malikum. That it can be translated three different ways, right? And how it's mainly translated is that which the right hand possesses, right? So that's an ambivalent term when you look at it based on the context of how it's written. So what he's saying is like that you're allowed to take slaves and have sex with them, right? Like so that for him that's not like a voluntary situation, right?
Right.
So that's a lot.
Because if you take how law is now, yeah, the definition of rape is to vitiate one's consent or their volition
100%.
to make that consent.
You can't do
now,
that in
if we
Islam.
accept,
That's haram in Islam. One second. All right,
but you own them.
That's haram.
Yeah?
You cannot forcefully
Look,
have sex with a captive. That's haram, and you would then get.
Do you not understand what I'm saying to you?
I already told you.
Here's the issue, right? Like, so if all I have is the Quran in English or something like that, right? And I read this concept, right? Even if I have it just in Arabic or whatnot, right? And I read this concept of what he's talking about that which the right hand possesses, etc. Right? Because again, like I said, it can be translated three different ways. I'm just working with one translation right now, right? In this translation, he has a point because how do I read it? I can't have sex with him.
What does the rest of the verse say? Did you read the rest of the verse?
That's a problem for you.
I'm not.
Person who follows the Quran. I'm a person who follows the Quran and the Sunnah, both. So you can't
I'm not.
I
understand. I hear you. I hear you. But on that point, different schools of thought have different position on the Sunnah, right?
Right, exactly. And that's great for you guys to work that out between yourselves. But there's a much better way. There's a way.
I'm going to give you a different answer. I'm going to give you orthodox classical answer.
Okay, you can speak.
In terms of the Sunnah.
Hey, Dark Magician, I'm gonna let him go in, but when he's done, I would love to engage you intelligently, bro.
There's a hadith
I'm open to real dialect, honestly.
Speaking over everyone, bro. Just calm down, bro.
But you just interrupted us. We were just talking and you just interrupted us. So,
bro, you like speaking by yourself.
Okay.
Go on, speak.
I'm gonna mute.
Speak,
I don't really want to talk to this guy. He's not going to let me finish my point.
Bro, go speak, man. Innit? Go speak, man.
This is the point I was going to make. Like, so I understand that there are ways that there's a debate going on between the different schools of thought, right? Brilliant, fantastic. But there's a better way of doing things. Yeah, it's called secular democracy. Much better than Islam. Much better. Yeah.
Let me tell you why.
Works for everybody.
Secular countries have
works for everybody.
more than Christianity, Islam, and Judaism put together. You have enslaved more people than Islam, Christianity, and Judaism all put together. That's beside the point. Let me just mention my point here. There's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, which he said, "You cannot cause harm and you cannot reciprocate harm." So having forceful sex with a captive, that's you causing harm to the woman, fam. So Islam is not allowed to do that. Anyone who does that will get the punishment of the had punishment, which is rape, and that's death. That's what the guy is gonna get for doing what he did. So you trying to say that in Islam that we're allowed to forcefully have sex with
No,
a
I didn't say
captive?
that.
If you like,
That's what I mean. I didn't say that. I didn't
That's
say
what
that.
you're implying. You said
No,
sex.
no,
Sex
no,
like
exactly, innit?
you have to look. You have to explain when you say you're allowed to have sex with them. What kind of sex?
So there's
Is
a
it
verse
forceful?
that deals with taking wives, correct?
Right? Do you understand? Yeah, what vitiating means? Yeah, do you understand what that means? That means
Explain.
taking away all choice from someone. Yeah. So, for instance, in law, in the UK law, yeah, for rape, there are certain things called aggravating features. Yeah. So if you just straight up rape someone, that's just rape. Yeah. But then there are wait, let me finish. Yeah? There are aggravating features, like for instance, locking them in, tying them up, stuff like that. Yeah. Those things can go to giving you an extra length of a sentence, right? So the definition of rape is when you vitiate somebody's consent, you take away their volition to make a choice. If you own someone, yeah, and they are what your right hand possesses, you've automatically taken their consent away. It doesn't matter whether you force it, whether they say yes or no, you would still be found guilty of rape. Do you understand that? Because you've taken away their volition. Yeah, exactly. See, that's why secular democracy is better than Islam. It's better.
that's your subjective opinion, man.
Okay, all right.
Do you mind if I engage you, brother? Can I talk to Dark Bishop for a couple minutes? Is that cool? Because I was literally waiting to talk to him since Prospect was on the panel and whatnot.
And what can make you know?
Yo, Alpaca, Max fuck up,
Feeling of slaves or feeling on a day of severe hunger and orphan or near relation. Here the Quran is saying is telling you what is good, and then he's telling you freeing a slave. It's clearly saying freeing a slave. The Quran is promoting Muslims to free the slaves, right? You want to
Yo,
this point or not?
Al Shabab.
Yo, Stacks.
Yo,
your mic's fucked up, bro.
Oh, so my bad. Can you hear me?
Your mic's all crackly, brother. We can't hear you properly.
Yeah. Anyway, Valley.
Hey, Dark Mission. Let me engage you on this real quick if we can, bro. Because I acknowledge your point, right? Like, so in the way that Islam is presented to the West, etc., whatnot, everything that you're saying is 100% valid. So let me 30 seconds, like, just introduce myself. Like, so I'm a Quranist, and I don't say that like everyone should follow Islam. I don't enforce it. My
brother's
nobody, right?
my brother's a Quranist, just to let you know.
Cool, beautiful stuff. So I'm a naturalist and a theist at the same time. I'm a real unique cat on my perspective. I have full respect for atheists and whatnot. And I got full respect for the G block and whatnot, right? And like I'm saying, with the way Islam is presented in the translations, etc., what you're saying is 100% valid. Viable or whatnot. So I have no issue with your position on it, right? So my position is different based upon the translations and whatnot. So that term of that which that right hand possesses and whatnot, I'm saying my position is that it's translated wrong in the sense to where like it's giving people the concept of ownership on somebody, and that's not what it historically means or whatnot. So in my school of thought, I'm a unique Quranist in the sense to where I deal with two criterions. It says that the Torah is a criterion and that the Quran is our criterion. It also says at one point you got to judge between the two of them. And so for me, I go back to the Torah, and I if I have a question or whatnot, I go back. I see if I can confirm something and whatnot. And so there's a similar term in Hebrew, whatnot, in terms of malakum. And I mean, it's the same concept of swearing by the right hand and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So there's three different ways of looking at that term. One is how you see it and how it's presented about owning somebody, that which the right hand possesses and whatnot. Another one is that which is lawfully yours. Another one is that which is ruled by your oath. And so that lawfully yours and
I can get that. Yeah. So there are degrees upon which you can have a type of ownership or what you would class as authority over somebody.
Yes. So for instance, so the way you're looking at it, it's an involuntary authority, right? But there's also there's a way to where it can be read to where it's a voluntary oath taking or something or whatnot, or voluntary. You're there voluntarily. It's not an involuntary action, whatnot. So if people come at you saying that it means the involuntary way, I gotta rock with you on that on what you're saying. the Quran and Islam would be 100% against itself and what it's saying. It would be trying to fluff up releasing slaves over a slow period of time.
Look, I'm interested. How do you make that interpretation if you reject the hadith?
Because the Quran says that it is the best hadith, and so when I follow the instruction of the Quran, it tells me to go back to the previous scripture if I have any doubts or questions, etc., whatnot. So when I reconcile it with the previous scripture, I get what I just told you.
Right, but so how do you know that it's voluntary or involuntary? Where are you getting that interpretation from?
So again, that term, that specific term, right? Malakum, like I can find that concept, like those words translate in Hebrew. I'm West African, I'm also North African Jewish or whatnot, right? So I come from a Torah-based background and whatnot. So I was also an atheist at one point in time, and you know what? I didn't this is an interesting story. I didn't actually want to be Muslim. I actually read it took me 10 years to read a Quran a friend of mine gave me. And when I did, I noticed that it had a challenge in to disprove it and whatnot. And so I was in the disproving religions at the time. I'm not gonna go there. I'm with it, but I'm just saying, so in this process, I did linguistic comparisons and whatnot. I noticed that the translations were real funny in English and whatnot. And which is something that happens with the Bible and the Torah and all that type of stuff. So I took a real slow time trying to compare stuff, and for me, I saw something that was real interesting in the sense, like, oh, if I read it a certain way, it doesn't come out. It doesn't come out like this ownership concept that you're talking about.
Okay, so you have a grasp of Arabic.
A very small grasp of Arabic. I have a better grasp of Hebrew. But so for me, go ahead.
How do you actually? With all due respect, how do you even read the Quran? You have to have a translation, right?
Yeah, but I will go check. I'll go do linguistic study as to what it says and how it's translated and whatnot. So, because again, it's like a sister language to Hebrew. I know more about Hebrew than I know about Arabic and whatnot. So like I said, those words, as soon as I saw them, I was like for someone who knows Hebrew, whatnot, they'll look at that. Those words in Arabic, like, oh, I know those words to begin with, and so when I start looking at it in the Arabic lexicons and whatnot, I'm like, oh, they kind of use it a slightly different. Like the Hadith lexicons are different than if I look at it, compare the classical Hebrew with classical Hebrew with the classical Arabic. Go ahead.
Have you done that linguistic etymological research on the word possess?
Yeah. Malachi,
so,
yeah.
Do you want to give us something on that to explain what that means?
So it can hold on real quick. Let me give you like a Hebrew concept on it real quick, because it just means like ruled over, or the concept of it can mean possess 100%.
It can.
Okay,
yeah.
It can mean it.
All right. Yeah, 100% it can.
So you can own a person. Fine.
But the modifier would be go ahead.
In that actual verse, Quran 4:224. Yeah, all married women save those whom your right hand possesses. Yeah, so that's the verse that the debatable verse that's giving a justification for sleeping with your concubines. Yeah. So in that particular verse, which context is the word possess used in?
So again, for me, how I read that, because there's a direct correlation with the Hebrew and whatnot. It's a voluntary situation. It will be like how the concubines or the Pelagishes are in the Torah and whatnot. So hold on. I was actually just about to give a situation.
All right, cool.
So in the Quran, there's a situation to where when you're married or whatnot, you have if you're going to break up or have a divorce or whatnot, there's a 4-month separation period to where you decide what you're going to do. When you come back at the end of it, you decide if you're going to stay together or you get divorced or whatnot. And you find the same situation in the Torah where a Levite takes a concubine. She's found to be she cheats on him, etc. whatnot. He sends her to her father's house for 4 months, and then he goes back and gets her. This is the story where the woman gets chopped up into 12 pieces after she gets raped to death or whatnot. It's a very famous story in the Torah, but it's so that the concubine is she has the same, she's treated the same way as a wife or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a legal contract. It's an oath that you take, right? Like the amalekum is the modifier for the malakat, right? The amalekum is an oath taken with the right hand. So it means right hand, but it has the connotation of an oath being taken with right hand. There's a literal figurative concept with it, right? So that's what I'm saying. When I look at it from the Hebrew, I'm like, oh, Hebrew to Arabic, I'm like, oh, that makes 100% sense to me. That's why when I asked you, does it say slave there? You're like, no, it doesn't say slave there. And so I can like, so if someone says to you, it means the possession aspect.
There are verses that do use the word slave, though.
Hold on, say that one more time. I didn't hear that.
There are verses that actually use the word slave.
In terms of.
So there are for other verses in the Quran that actually use the word slave.
In relation to what, though? Help me out real quick. What are you talking about?
Giving it explanations on what you can do with slaves and what you can't.
Okay, so give me a verse that you got issue with.
And Quran 24 verse 32, and marry those among you who are single and those who are fit among your male slaves and your female slaves.
So the question is going to be, is the word there abed or is it malakat malakum?
I don't know because I don't speak.
So the word there is malakat malakum. So my position is this: that anytime
let me get that up and I'll tell you what the word is.
If it's abed, then if it's abed or abed, I'm wrong. My fault. But I'm pretty sure in that particular verse it's that one there. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Orthodox Small, wanted to ask you, have you heard of the word mukataba?
Not off the top. I probably have, not off the top of my head, bro.
It's in Islamic law. It's basically mukataba is a contract of manumission between a master and a slave, according to which the slave is required to pay a certain sum of money during a specific time period in exchange for freedom.
Yeah, that sounds like something based off of hadith.
It's based off the Quran, Surah 24, Ayah 33.
Okay, break it down for me real quick.
So if I read the whole thing, let those who find not the wherewithal for marriage keep themselves chaste until Allah gives them means out of his grace. Then he goes on to say, and if any of your slaves ask for a deed in writing to enable them to earn their freedom for a certain sum, give them such a deed if ye know any good in them. Yea, give them something yourselves out of the means which Allah has given to you.
Yeah, so if he wants to buy his own freedom, he can buy his own freedom.
Yep. So basically what you have there is a situation where somebody's owned by another person, and it's not compulsory depending on their form of Islamic jurisprudence. Dahiri, the school of Dahiri, wishes to make it compulsory, but Shafi, Maliki, Hanafi schools, it's not compulsory. But it's basically an acknowledgement that a man can own someone within Islamic law and does have the potential to allow that person manumission, so that slave can buy their freedom, but it's not compulsory. So it's acknowledging slavery is there, someone owning another person.
Yeah, that was already present. Like, so that was given in the conversations that was acknowledged that like slavery is a huge condition, right? And so, slave. Go ahead.
True. But the reason I mention it is because it's also a verse that uses the word slave, and you need context.
No, beautiful context. So my position on that would be this: is so every chance, how I read the Quran, every chance to where it encounters slavery is telling you like it in some and you can free the slave, it's telling you to do so. So that situation where you just read in the Quran is saying if a man wants to free himself, he can do so. You let him buy. You don't stop a person from purchasing their own freedom and whatnot, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. Because you made the request to Dark Magician about wanting the word slave and then needing to understand the context. That's why I decided this was a good example, because it uses the word slave and the context.
I got you.
It's quite explanatory.
No, I got you. So my question to you is this: is there a negative connotation for you about allowing a slave to purchase their freedom?
No, my negative connotation is to own any human being.
I got you. So is free is allowing a slave to buy their freedom a good thing or not a good thing?
It's a good thing, but it's not a compulsory thing.
So from what you just read, from what you just read, my position is this: if I'm a Muslim, it is compulsory for me to do so.
But what I said is it depends on the within that state of Sharia, which school is being used.
Right. So again, for me, I'm a Quranist, so I'm sticking with the Quran on that, right? Like, so from how you just read it, I don't like. So my small position is this, bro. Like with the Hadith, like people try to use the Hadith to retake control about a lot of reforms that the Quran came and did and whatnot. The Quran messed up a lot of people's money. You know what I'm saying? Just like when Jesus came through, he messed up a lot of people's money. Just like when Moses came through, he messed up a lot of people's money. You know what I'm saying? So when you mess up people's money, they try to get their money back.
And so is that the main reason why you avoid the hadiths?
No, I avoid the hadith because the Quran does not authorize them. It says that there's a particular verse that stipulates that the Quran is the best hadith, and there's another verse that stipulates that there will be a time where people use basis hadith to lead people astray from the path of Allah as an entertainment. So,
yeah, but I have a kind of an issue with that, because from the historical method, yeah, if you have somebody who is a first-hand eyewitness, their account should be admissible.
How and where?
So if like you could very well state that, you know, somebody was an eyewitness, for instance, Aisha, yeah, she was his wife. She has a hadith. How, by what? I understand that you would say, well, whatever she said, if it contradicts the Quran, we can, you know, from my point of view, we can reject that. Yeah, I get that, but that's your subjective value. Yeah, what you cannot do is completely reject her because she was an eyewitness and her account should be admissible.
Oh, interesting. So for me, my position is this: the Quran says in three specific situations, in what hadith after this will you follow, and that makes the claim that it's the greatest hadith. So I just outright reject any hadith after the Quran, bro. It just is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, go on, witness.
No. My main thing is I have no desire to challenge Orthodox more. I mean, if he wants to stick to the Quran, that's 100%. I was just in here for two things. The first thing was just providing him with a slave and mukataba, which we were able to discuss successfully. And the second thing, which I'm going to throw out there, which is basically for everyone, is that people kept on bringing up the notion that the Africans who were practicing slavery before the religions were not being pro-black. And I would say, yeah, they're not pro-black. The idea of being pro-black or Pan-Africanist is a 20th century construct. So back then, they would have been looking out for their own specific tribe. They would not have been looking out for the whole diaspora of the African continent or the Caribbean. So yeah, they weren't. Those Africans in their kingdoms, their tribal wars were not being pro-black because the concept it didn't exist as we know it.
Witness, can there be a conflict between pro-black and anti-pro-black?
Can there be a conflict? Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So what would be the justification to after the conflict?
What would be the justification for both
parties
fighting?
So if the pro-black captures or wins the anti-pro-black, what would be the justification? What would they do with the people that was conquered?
Oh, I see. You mean if there was a battle and the pro-blacks defeated the anti-pro-blacks, what would they do?
Right,
Well,
and both of them was black people.
You lock them up. That's what you do with prisoners. You lock them up. You don't need to use them as slaves. That's what we're doing now in the 21st century when there's a war.
So when you lock them up, can you make them in the way of form helping in developing, say, building roads, becoming farmers and whatnot?
Yeah, but then you'd have to start paying them.
What if you don't pay them? If there's another way of trade by, how they say trade by, basically if there was no money and you was trading something beneficial while they was trading you something beneficial.
The Romans done all this. The Romans showed that this is a great way of spreading an empire. One of the greatest things that the Romans did was when they conquered a tribe or a country or whoever it is, they incorporated the men into their armies. Let them keep their traditions and their gods and whatnot, yeah. But they, incorporated them into their armies and took them into the Roman Empire, and thereby, what's the word I'm using? They, absorbed them, and so like a kind of passive subjugation.
That's like an indirect form of slavery.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Right.
Because what you're doing there is you're taking away people's volition to self-determine themselves, and we know today that's we find that to be abhorrent, don't we? We say that you can't take away people's right to self-determine.
Well, you have to be careful though with the Roman thing. It was very complex. There were people who were
of course,
who were used as slaves. They had no rights. There were some people who were then inducted into the military, but they still didn't have the right to go back to their homeland.
It wasn't right, yeah. But what I'm saying is there are you can't just say that there's no way of getting around it. You have to make them slaves.
Yeah, true.
That's not exactly right. Like the point I was making before, if you say you've killed a whole tribe of people, a caravan of people, right?
Yep.
And the only ones that are left behind are women and children. You absolutely know that they've got no choice but to stay with you. You've taken away their right, because they're not going to survive without you.
So how have you taken away their right when you're guarding over them?
You've killed all their men.
Yeah, but the men came to attack first. If this is what I understand.
Every single time, are you telling me that Muhammad never went out and raided caravans without being? What's the word?
If you're saying raiding people's caravan, then you have to look at who did it first. I'm not gonna say he started it. It's you are entitled. If you get slapped, you can slap back or just let them go.
Yeah. So
but when you say own someone, if you say own someone, I don't believe in owning someone like you taking people as slavery, working them off of their rights. But I believe yes, you could own people if you not owning them to take away their rights.
How is that possible? Please explain that.
Just like you have slavery that's not through warfare. That could be a common. Basically, any kind of slavery is when you have a power over someone else, and then you trying to make them work for your benefit. So working for your benefit, it's either you treat them in a good way, in a just way, or you don't treat them in a just way because you have to say at the end of the day. So if I'm owning someone right now, it's like I'm employing someone. I'm not taking them into slavery because I'm not taking them into slavery because
Why did you use the word employ? If you're employing someone, that's not slavery, is it? You use the word employ.
Right, and that's why I said directly or indirectly. If you take someone, if I'm taking someone as a slave, I might take them as a slave so they could help me do certain things, but I'm not going to force them out of their will because I have the power to either take them as slaves or don't take them as slaves. So if you're my slave,
I don't think
what do you mean when you say
taking them as slaves means
oh bloody hell.
Taking them as slaves means having the resources to like they don't have, and I'm trying to get a benefit from them and pay them off in with my resources.
What?
It's not like I'm going over to use my resources over them in for them not to have an option.
What? So they came to you saying they wanted to be your slave?
Either they came to me or I go to them to make a proposal.
Well, that never happened. That never happened in Islam, did it? Yeah.
How do you mean it never happened?
Give me an example.
You're talking about context of war, and it's not like the well, when you look at Muslims, it's either you practice it the right way or you practice the wrong way. So if you're talking about self-defense, yes, if they capture people and take them as slaves, doesn't mean you have to treat them wrong. It's because they are your captives, and then you have to treat them in a just way.
No, you're missing the point, Malik. The fact that you're taking someone as a slave without their consent, it doesn't matter whether you treat them right or bad.
Okay. Without their consent, then I don't agree with that.
Okay.
But that's the whole point. That's the justification. You own them now because you possess them.
Yes, because I was in a self-defense. If someone comes to my house trying to knock me out and I knock them out, I have the right to use them to. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
No, you do not.
Because yes, I do.
No, you absolutely do not.
It's either I let them go. What if they keep coming back and it's either I kill them or I take them as like you said, slave, and then they're gonna have to pay
So
for.
you become guilty of kidnapping, bro. Like
Exactly.
Kidnapping for
so,
not kidnapping for
bro, this happens
kidnapping for self-defense.
Check it. You can look it up right now. There's so many cases in America to where people do what you just taught. People like someone tries to break into their house and they restrain the person until the cops get there.
You get
and
arrested
then they go to jail for kidnapping because they restrained the person against their will.
Happens in the UK. It's happened in the UK. There was a case where a guy was there was two guys breaking into a guy's house, yeah, and he restrained one of the guys on the front lawn, and the other guy had him arrested for assault.
Okay, if my analogy, I accept that my analogy was wrong. But if we're talking about war context and
two wrongs do not make a right. Yeah, you can't in law you can't say that you're using equity in law if you're using dishonest means like criminal means. Yeah, so a crime does not justify justice. Do you understand? Yeah.
Right.
So that's a principle in law. You can't use crime in order to get justice. Right, so you, just because somebody's coming to your, like, let's say for instance they've come to your caravan, yeah,
right,
and they've tried to take over your caravan. You've killed all the men, and now you leave the women. The best thing to do with those women is to look after them. But you say to them, they're free. They are completely free. If they want to go, they can go. Yeah, but we're not saying the word, whatever connotation it is. There's no word that any context for possess or non-possess, involuntary or voluntary. Yeah, you're free to go if you want to, but also come and stay with us and learn the beauty of Islam. There's no compulsion.
So where does it say that you have to?
Not a good way of doing things, right?
So where does it say that in Islam you have to compulse them to become your slaves?
I don't think you understand what. So when you vitiate someone's consent, you take away their capacity to make a choice. Yeah? Do you get what that means? You've taken away their capacity to make a choice.
To freedom or to keep them.
So for instance, right. What the argument I'm hearing, is that, well, we've subdued these people and now we have a justification for having a kind of involuntary possession of them.
So are they supposed to, if they let them go, it's all part of the system to let them go if they can. But what if they don't want them to go? What if they don't want them to go? What if they wanted to use them?
Then don't try to pass it off as justice then. Because it's not justice. You're taking away their free volition and their capacity to make choices. Their volition.
So if you let them go and they keep coming back, that's all you're gonna keep doing.
There's just women and children left. There's just women and children left. That's the analogy that I'm using. That's the context that I'm using. There are women and children left. What are they going to do to you? And if they do come back to you, then you just you protect yourself again. That doesn't give you the right to then say that you own them, whether it's voluntary or involuntary. That's wrong. It would have been much easier. And I'm trying to put into the context here that, there was a different time and there was a different culture and there was a different way of doing things. But it's not beyond the realms of possibility for it to be easily have been given a determination or a revelation from Muhammad to say, we're not going to do this anymore. We're going to completely abolish slavery. And we're going to build our system around this. So if we do end up with people that we have to look after, they are not going to be any kind of a possession in any way whatsoever. Isn't that not a reasonable and rational way to deal with these sorts of things? But you would get far more respect from me, as an ideology if that was what's going on. Yeah, but that's not what went on. There were justifications made for slavery to be to become much more bearable, possibly, I don't know, but that it wasn't abolished. It continued for many centuries afterwards.
Yeah, but that's why I told you it's either two sides. It's either those who take the keeping them as slaves and working them out, or it takes the people who would either free them or look after them and then free them at the end of the day, or just keep looking after them until they are capable of helping themselves.
Yeah,
So if
sure.
you're taking it, if you take it from the people if you're taking it from the people who's keeping these people and treating them bad and not letting them get their freedom, then you also have to look at the people also that would either free them after the war or keep them and help them.
Right. And you know,
just like you said, just like your point. Right.
Malik, why do you want to own a human being?
It's not owning. It's not
owning.
Hold on. When you say own, that's my. When you say own, it's like it's I could see it from two ways.
Possess.
Okay. No. I could see when you possess someone, it's either you use your authority to go capture someone or make them do something out of their will to suit your will, or you could either
break down
make
authority right quick. When you say authority, what do you mean, bro? Because you got me confused right now.
like either you have money or power or resources. That's what I mean.
When you say authority, you're talking about power bestowed by somebody.
No, I'm talking about
to do something. Like, so what power do you have by anybody to own somebody?
I'm not saying go own someone out of their will. That's why I said it's two ways of owning people. It's either you defend yourself, and then you after defending yourself, they become you become their guardian. So you own them, not out of your will, out of defending yourself. But you can also own someone by capturing these people or by going to war with basically being on the offensive. It's either you own someone on the defensive or you own someone on the offensive.
So would you be open to that being brought into law nowadays?
If there's no situation except through war where people could own people, that's the only. But when you look at you working for companies, or it's indirectly owning people.
That's not the same thing. That really isn't. Yeah, where there's no like, so when you sign a contract to become, even if it's a 0-hour contract, yeah, you're making a contract with someone. There's an offer and acceptance, right? You don't have to accept that. Yeah, we're talking about people who have not been given a contract, offered a contract. Yeah, they are simply now classed as possessions. Those that my right hand possess, part of a war booty. They don't have any volition really.
Yeah, but
it's kind of disingenuous to. So you're different to more. Yeah, you are actually believe in the hadith, don't you? You actually accept some of the hadiths, right?
I believe certain hadiths, and
so there are hadiths that explain these things, like eyewitness explanations. Yeah, so it's much more difficult for you to try and wriggle out of this. Whereas I'm much more up for discussing
Dark
this type
Magician,
of
that's
Islam.
controversial what you just said. Because Malik is a Shia, so he's not looking at the Sunni.
Even though I believe in certain hadiths and I don't believe in certain hadiths. 1 second.
Okay, all right.
Well, he's coming from the Shia hadiths. We don't know what the Shia hadiths say about slavery. We can check the Sunni hadiths like Bukhari.
Why don't we know what the Shias say?
Because the Shia criticizing or debating with Shias is not popular by default. When you debate with a Muslim, they're always Sunni. So you're always coming from the perspective of looking at the Sunni hadiths.
All right. So
yeah, even witness, even though the Sunni hadiths, I believe in certain ones. Like basically, my thing is if someone says an hadith and I compare with the Quran, if it doesn't really relate to each other, then I just disregard it. From my knowledge, I just disregard it. But my thing is, you can either own someone through defense or offensive. So I condemn owning someone in the offensive way of life, but I could understand owning someone in the defensive way of life.
Hiya, hello everybody.
Would you want to own someone defensively?
Anyone saying? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're gonna hear you, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Do
it's a yes and a no question, and it's a yes in the sense that if I have certain things on how to discipline the person and how to help how the person could help me out in certain things that I couldn't do by myself, yes, I will. And then in the no side is naturally it's just bad to own someone out of their will. So if someone keep coming and hurting me, it's either I just let them go or I restrain them and put them in some type of
That's a terrible.
Can I ask a question? Are you not talking about slavery? Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is that Malik? Who's that guy talking before a minute ago?
Yes. How you doing, Baya?
How you doing, man? Yeah, normally I agree with you. Yeah, but like, are you talking about what happens after a war though? Because there's a difference between having prisoners of war and having slaves. So what are you saying?
To my understanding, I will put them in the same context. So it depends on how you use your prisoners of war or how you use your slaves. If you want to call them slaves, fine. If you want to call them prisoners of war, fine.
But prisoners of war normally after a war are normally released back, in some way. So what happens? Because I mean, if you're being just, what you would do is that if you had a war and then you had the people left over like females and men and stuff like that, you would try reintegrating them into the society. After the war, after you've actually won, obviously you've got to be careful because these people are enemy combatants. But are you saying that you would own these people for the rest of their lives, or even after combat has ended?
No, I'm not condoning that. That's why I said, it's after the war. People still have aggression in their mind, and you could go to reformation. You could use them to build a society and whatnot. But the thing is, even after the war, if you let them go, which is a good thing, they could reinforce and then still come back. And what happens if they keep coming back and they keep coming back?
Yeah, but that logic, then you're literally saying
Look, nobody want to lose. You don't want to be on the losing side. You want to be on the protective side. So if somebody keep hitting you, definitely one day.
Yeah, but there's other ways you could do it. You could de-arm them. So you can. I mean, you're talking about females as well and children. So you're not just talking about men. So if you're capturing the men, you're going to probably capture the females as well. What do you do with the whole the whole community? Like, remember, it's not just men that are going to be captured.
Right. You look after them, like I said. It depends on.
But do you own them still?
When you say own, yes, you own them, but you look after them. It's like I said, when you're talking about the defensive owning, hold on. When you talk about defensive owning, it depends on how you treat them after the defensive.
Hold on, but
owning.
you're saying that defensive owning is still perpetual slavery, though. You're saying that defensive owning is chattel slavery still. Like you're owning them in perpetuity.
Yeah, it's either you let them go, or you keep them as captives and treat them right.
Okay, so where do you get this from? Like, so what in your sunnah, in your hadith, and how you read the Quran says all that?
1 second.
I just think that there's a much better way of doing things, and we have a Geneva Convention, we have a way of dealing with combatants, so a way of dealing with military combatants, prisoners of war.
And remember,
we've moved on from this. We've been able to figure out a better way of dealing with things, and it hasn't taken a celestial entity to give us these revelations. We have worked this out for ourselves. We don't need a celestial intervention. We can deal with these things by ourselves. We can own our own mistakes, and not give them up to another celestial entity called the devil. We can own them and say we've done things wrong. Then, we're going to move forward. We're going to do things better now.
So as an atheist, you make the argument like democracy is better, etc., and it's based off of natural rights, etc., right?
Secular democracy, meaning that the separate. So if you're going to have a state, if you agree to a social contract, you're going to live in a society that has rules.
Right,
Yeah,
Commonwealth. Yeah, got you.
Yeah, you're going to make it as fair for everybody as possible. You're going to have a what's called a positive law. Positive law
Right,
is
got you.
a law that is enacted by a legislative that again are elected by the will of the people. Yeah, which is is a democracy, and you base that upon secular ideals, which means that you have the right to manifest your religion up until a point where it starts to affect other people. Or could also affect yourself as well, right? So you have a positive, and you have a negative right, and a negative liberty. Yeah, much better way of doing things.
Yeah, and the thing is,
people could still vote in slavery if they wanted to.
Of course they could, but you know,
in fact, that happened.
Yeah, so your system has good points and it also has weaknesses.
Of course,
yeah, but witness, hold on, but witness. The problem is this here: when you're saying you're doing something in the name of God, I think we got to really question
that's my issue.
No, legitimately, that's a legitimate point.
No, but you missed Orthodox More. What Orthodox More said to Malik: if you're going down the road of saying that what you're doing is based on your God, Orthodox More then asked Malik for evidence. So that's what we're still waiting for.
Well, there is one. Hold on, Manic. So there is one thing that I know people are going to start crying in the chat. I'm not going to apologize for it, but I'm going to say it. In India, when the Islamic conquest of India happened, they had the concept of basically slaves as well. So you would have what you called right-hand possessors. Now, the right-hand possessors is one of the. I mean, I don't have a lot of issues with the Quran, if I'm being honest. I have more issues with the Sunni Hadiths. But there is one part of the Quran that I believe is very, very problematic, is the right-hand possessors. And the right-hand possessors is basically a slave, a female slave that you can have sex with. So it is condoned to have slaves within Islamic doctrine, like including Shia and Sunni.
It doesn't say to force people to have sex with them. It says
but Malik, let me ask you a question. Look,
hold on. Let me say this. There's two kinds of Muslims. They are Muslims who go by living their way, who live their way of life in the way they understand it in some type of harsh way. And then you have Muslims also. It's not even Muslims only. People in general.
All right, so Manic, sorry. Let me ask you a question then. If you just put yourself, remember, you should be looking at the world. How would you want your own family to be treated? Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Say if you was in a war, and you was not Muslim, and then the Muslim side, killed you, and then you had a daughter and a mother left over, and then those people that captured you killed you, then own, your mother and daughter. And one of the guys, that has killed you, thinks, he has the right to have sex with one of them, Would you accept that? Or would you accept that for your own family? Because I'm telling you, what you have to understand, when people are under war conditions, and they especially females, they are not consenting adults or consenting because they're under duress just for the fact that they are in a situation where they have no power, where their people are being killed. So by that logic, I'm being honest with you, if you have sex with a slave that you've killed their people, you're raping that female. Would you allow that for your own? Would you allow that for your own family?
Just like I wouldn't do it to other people, I wouldn't want nobody to do that to me. That's why I told you have two kind of human beings: the one that will be extreme and the one that will be moderate. So if I'm going by the moderate human being, I wouldn't want someone. I wouldn't go by having sex with someone just because I own them. Just because I own them, I still need to seek their consent. I don't have to force nothing.
Malik, listen.
Right.
You own. Put yourself in a situation again. Your family, you being killed, your daughter is now owned by the person that killed you. Do you think you could ever be a consenting sexual partner with somebody that killed her people? Could she ever be? Because she's always going to be somebody that's fearful of them.
We have a definition of we have a definition in law of what sexual consent means. Do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, go on.
In law, sexual consent is when we agree by choice and have the freedom and capacity to make that choice. That means that if someone cannot give their consent when they are scared or threatened, bullied, under the influence of drink or drugs, or asleep, if you said yes to something because you were scared for your life or your safety or for the life of safety of someone else that you care about, you did not consent.
Threat, duress, and
Right,
coercion.
and I agree with it. That's why I told you, basically there's no compulsion of religion, so you don't have to force someone to have sex with you.
Brother, what they're saying is this though, like, so if you own someone to start the scenario with, then they're under threat, duress, or coercion to start off with. So like they don't have they don't have any reason to believe that you're not going to do nothing to them if they say no, I'm not going to have sex.
Yes, they do. And also, if you treat them right, you feed them, clothe them, and treat them with respect. At the end of the day,
hold on, Malik.
There's two kinds of human beings.
Malik.
No, there's not.
1 minute. Let me say something. So are you saying? Are you from America, dude, Malik?
No, I'm not.
All right. So imagine the slaves of America. Yeah, you could argue that people clothed them and they fed them. Does that mean that the people that own them were allowed to have sex with them just because they fed them and clothed them? And by their own logic, they were treating them well, but they weren't. They were owning another human being, and those people were under duress. They had no freedom to make a choice. So when these men then had sex with their slaves, those women were being raped. Just by the nature of the fact
even if they consented, even if they said yes, from a rational, reasonable point of view, from a law point of view that we hold dear today, their consent was vitiated. There was no consent given because they did not have the freedom or the capacity in which to say no. So even when they said yes, the consent, like, so you could be hearing yes, and you could stand up in the court and say, she said yes. Yeah. Today, a jury would find you guilty of rape.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm reading some comments here, and I'm not my thing deluded, man.
Okay, so my thing is, if even though she says yes, and then the only way that you could be guilty is if you don't know that she's in fear. But if you know that she's in fear, and the yes doesn't come from her heart, can she love you? Hold on, can she love you out of? Can she love you out of? Okay, so that's the thing.
Malik, she could be married to you as well. She could be married to you as well.
Right.
She could say she loves you. But do you understand the concept that you can love someone, you could be married to them, but you can still be raped by your husband who loves you? Do you understand that?
Have you ever heard of Stockholm syndrome as well? Like people that start to, because something happens between
these types of, so Stockholm syndrome, they start to find
the abuser
they start to
in love with them.
I'm trying to think of the word, but they start to identify with their captor. Right. But these types of law have been well fought for and developed over years, right? So it was almost sort of, it was never seen in law that a woman who was married could never be raped by their husband, but it was almost kind of accepted without being said. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that if you were married to a man, you could never say no to him. And there's no way that a married woman could ever be raped by their husband because they love them and they're married. But of course there is. There has to be an objective value here, yeah? And if someone's consent is vitiated, yeah, you can make a very good argument for rape. Very good argument.
Okay, even though you're married to a woman, must you force a woman to have sex with you, even though both of y'all love each other? If she says no, then you have to chill.
But Malik, you're not understanding the basic premise.
I do understand. I'm going from my mother way of life, and then you're going from people who live like animals. I don't speak for people who live like animals.
Let me ask you again. If your daughter, I'm giving you a hypothetical. if you was in a war and you was not Muslim and you was killed and your daughter was captured by the enemy forces that killed you, and then one of the guys that owned her then went into a sexual relationship with her, would you be acceptable? Would you think that's an acceptable thing to do?
But I told you, as long as
No.
comfortable,
As long as she's comfortable.
As long as she likes him, they like each other. He's not trying to force her to do anything. Then it's good.
All right, so you're saying it's good. So you're saying that your daughter. Hold on, let me finish my sentence. You're in a war. You're killed. Your daughter is fearing for her life because she's alone. Yeah, you've been killed. All of her people have been killed. She is then owned by the people that killed her people. Do you think that she could ever make a consensual decision after that? Because she's going to always be fearful of you, of the people that killed her people.
What capacity does she have? She doesn't have any capacity.
Yes, she has. If the person we're talking about is not an animal,
Taking
and
her
she
capacity away.
How?
Because you own her.
Yes, on the defensive.
Yeah. So
yes.
from
even on the offensive,
if you accept the standard that's used today, her capacity has been taken away, her freedom's been taken away. Even if she says yes, it's still rape.
If she's, like I told you before, if she doesn't say it from her,
because if you give her the capacity back, if you give her the freedom back, there's every chance that she could say, I only said yes because XYZ.
Right, and there's also every chance that and there's also every chance that if she get treated properly, she could say yes because she likes the person.
So what do you mean by treated properly? You're talking about feeding and clothing them. You do understand that.
It's not only feeding and treating.
Malik,
can you imagine if we actually had that as a standard?
Malik, it doesn't matter if you give the person a house. It doesn't matter if you give them a Ferrari.
£1 million.
Even if you give them $1 million. If you
it doesn't matter. True.
If you own someone, it's unacceptable. Yeah, so it doesn't matter how well you treat them. The point is, these individuals that are captives of war are gonna be under duress, the females, because especially if you kill their people, they will always have in the back of their mind that you killed their people. They will be fearful of you.
Today, under the Geneva Convention, even if you have a captive of law, you don't own that person. And you can't do anything, you can't do whatever you want with them. You don't indirectly or directly own them. Yeah, they are captives up until a time when a treaty can be signed.
Yeah.
Malik, I just need to from you, Malik.
You can't just make it up as you go. And say, okay, I'm feeding and clothing you, so that therefore I can, I have some kind of volition over your body. You have a captive, and you have to abide by those international rules.
You were responding to our questions, Malik. I just needed to know your responses. Have they been based on your personal opinion, or is it because you believe the faith that you follow has made you come up with those responses?
Okay, it's based on the faith that I follow, and it's based on the way that I live my life according to the faith that I follow. And when I say that, I mean that you, regardless of what kind of faith that you follow, you will always have the good people who's normal, and you always have certain people who is just extreme. So I don't speak for the people who's extreme. I speak from my perspective, which is normal, and I will treat people according to my way of life that I understand that I can't be harsh.
This is probably what the slave owners said when they're owning black people.
I can't speak.
One minute. Some of them must have said to themselves, okay, we're treating our slaves good, we feed them, we clothe them, we're good people, but we're not like those other bad people that are whipping them. But they are still owning someone, and subjugating those people. Can you not understand? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're. It doesn't matter if you're clothing, you're treating them good, you're doing this. If you're owning the other person, you are wrong.
The Christians have Exodus. Yeah, just go and read Exodus. It gives you a whole explanation on how to keep and own slaves.
Well, this was why the question at the beginning about whether it's based on his own opinion or his faith.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
You got because passages for sure within the Quran that could complement what you're saying? Can
I would say yes, and I would say no. I would say yes because I believe there should be, if you Google it, there should be verses that talk about how to treat people, especially maybe wives and slaves and orphans and whatnot.
do you believe the verse that says what your right hand possesses? Do you believe that is about taking slaves? In your opinion?
Even in my opinion, even if it says right hand possess, then it's talking about on the defense. That's why I always go by the defense. I'm not going by I don't support anything that has to go with you violating people and talking about right hand. There's no such thing as violating people and then you want to talk about right hand slave. But if you're on the defense, if you capture people, that means that's what you possess, and then you have to treat them right. You don't have the right to treat them wrong. If they have blisters, you can't overwork them until they have blisters. You have to give them breaks. You have to give them breaks that is sufficient for them. They are all human. Even animals get treated. You don't overwork your animals. That now, if we're talking about human beings, which is more high class than animals, why would you want to mess up human beings?
Dude, Manic, Manic, can I say something? Yeah, I like you, but you're absolutely insane on this particular topic. Your mind is warped.
Because you're speaking from the people who's going aggressive, and I don't support that. We could be on the same page.
No.
We could be on the same page.
1 minute, Manic. In a war, whether you're aggressive or not, the women and children tend to be the people that are kind of like the people that are going to suffer the most. Now, when you're talking about captives of war, it's gonna be, you're gonna have to take into account the whole thing, that it's the men. Whether once the war's over, what do you do with these people? Do you then own them and the whole family and the females and the children and stuff like that, or do you try to find some other way to kind of deal with them and maybe send them back to where they are, dearm them, do whatever? Or, you don't have to own them.
No, you don't have that. I never said it's a must. It's something that is definite. It's you have to own them. No, if you look at the situation and you feel if you send them back to where they came from, they could fend for themselves. That's perfect. Matter of fact, that's the first thing you should be considering on doing. But if you feel that sending them back is going to be chaos and diseases and whatever, yes, you could own them and you could treat them good until they feel, how they say, they feel comfortable to going back, or they feel basically you can't own people. Like if we're talking about owning people, you can't own people, but you could, like I said, on the defensive, you could own them until they feel comfortable of doing whatever they feel like doing.
Wow.
Even in war conditions, why do you need to own them at all?
Huh?
Even in war conditions, why would you need to own them at all?
Because you need to take care of women and kids. You can't leave them to go after war. They're going to be traumatized, and it's going to be a whole bunch of shit going on.
You can offer them assistance if you really believe that.
It all comes under offering assistance, all comes under owning people, because you have the right to.
If they woke up the next day and decided to wander off, that would be none of your business. You wouldn't have to go. You wouldn't be allowed to go fetch them and bring them back because you own them.
Yeah, I know, but that's not really the right thing to do, because if you let them wander off and do whatever they want to do, they could come back when the kids grow up. It might be a whole bunch of chaos over there, and they might come back and do the same thing. But if you treat them right, show them a better way of life,
they may not.
If you let them go, yes, they might. You're right. They may and they might not.
It's insane.
So hold on. So you said
keeping a slave. Then your motive is to do good. Your motive for keeping a slave is so that they can't reform in the future.
Yeah, I was just to say that your
that's part of it. It's not the ultimate. It's just part of it.
Manic. Your motive for then keeping a slave is to somehow subjugate those people to the point that they can't harm you again.
It's not. Well, if you say subjugate, I would say reform. Because
no, you can't. Hold on,
my thing is, if you keep coming at me with those words, those harsh words of those people who's gonna use treat them harshly. I wouldn't speak for the people who do harsh things. I would go by something that is normal and is best.
Hold on. How can you reform someone if you're never going to release them?
Nobody said they were never. Don't use the word never. I said up until.
Hold on, let me finish. So when you're reforming people, like if you look after World War II, yeah, they had millions of Nazi soldiers that were indoctrinated in Nazi ideology. They released them, back. Yeah, they haven't come back to do anything. Now there is ways to do it, without having to own the people and literally own their descendants. I mean, we don't know. I mean, you capture someone in war and then you feel you can own them. You might own that person and their descendants for 1,000 years.
No, I never said that.
I'm saying it could happen.
Yes, it could. You could ask the harsh people about that. When you ask me, like I said, the first best thing.
Oh, you're a good master. You're a good master.
No. The first best thing, like I said, is to let them go. Just like Jupiter said, let them go and let them, since we're talking about women and children who barely harm people.
Yeah, but Malik,
the first thing is to let them go. But the next best thing is to keep them until the old trauma and everything is over.
So
that's where the ownership kicks in.
What is the difference between you and the Americans that own slaves?
The difference is I can't speak for them. I can only speak for people who wouldn't go on offensive and trying to act like they.
No, but they could. I mean, forget about whether someone is offensive or defensive. What is the difference between them owning their slaves for their children are slaves, and your particular way of slavery? Because there's always this argument that I know everyone's going to say, it took you 10 minutes not to say finger speck. I'm saying finger speck. He also agrees with this kind of like the Islamic way of slavery is some kind of just way of slavery. Now, you are saying, what is the difference between your way of slavery and what the Americans were doing? And don't talk about offensive and defensive, because you're both still owning people and their descendants. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is I can't really go deep in how Americans have acted, but the difference is I wouldn't own people for generation and generation. It depends on.
But they did though.
Yeah, but that's them. That's what I'm saying. That's them.
I'm talking about the Islamic tribes. Yeah, they did own them in perpetuity. They did.
Yes, just like we have ISIS and we have people like me who's non-ISIS. So you can't tell me to speak for on behalf of those who ideology is the ISIS, because I can only speak from.
But what we can say is that if we're talking about a God who gave a revelation that what to do with slaves, why didn't he say, do not own these people in perpetuity and in time set them free?
It says, but you're saying by your words, and you're not going to put words into the mouth of the Creator.
I'm just asking, why didn't he say that?
He already made a point.
It would be very easy for him to have said that, right? And then you could have then said, well, there's a good that's a good comparison there, Raj. But actually, Allah did give this prescription. It is analogous to the cottonfield slavery, the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, because a lot of the justifications for that was that these slave masters were saying, we are giving these people board and bed and looking after them, and so we were giving them a better life than they would have had if we hadn't have took them into slavery.
All right, like I told you before,
it's terrible.
Yes.
It's terrible.
Like I told you before, it already after war, it's always gonna be captives, right? That's the first thing. And after captives, it's either to let them go. Oh, hold on. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, what is it? So after the war, you have kids and women and children running around. So you still just going to let them run around.
There's war going on right now. Like in the early 2000s, America invaded Iraq. What captives did they take? What sex slaves did they take?
I'm gonna go very soon to watch the soccer game, Champions League. But
Oh,
yeah,
Oh
cool, man.
no! Don't call
Malik,
it soccer. How
no,
dare you?
Malik.
How
Listen,
dare
bruv.
you?
Listen, Malik.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, 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 yes.
I do like speaking with you. I think you're
Yeah, I think you're a
very,
good guy, but you're a bit
great. You're
crazy
a
on this.
great guy. You are.
The,
You are
the
a great
thing
guy.
is, the thing is, to be honest with you, I wouldn't speak for like I said, I don't speak for every Muslim. I only come from.
Sure.
You have to
Yeah.
remember that you have harsh people who interpret whatever they interpret and go by whatever teachers had taught them, and then you also have people who comes from understanding what the text means or take it from a normal perspective and go by, which is what I go by.
Malik,
Just like
Malik,
I
Malik,
said,
Malik,
just like
Malik,
I
Malik,
said, we
Malik.
hold on. We are on the same page when you talk about the first thing to do, which is also in the Quran or the Sharia or the, basically the Quran. That when you if after war, you know, it's either you let them go or you help them, and helping them is like directly or indirectly owning these people. But
But
it's not. I don't follow
Malik.
owning people for generations, forever, or having sex with people out of their will. All this
Yeah,
forceful
but how
thing.
But
I don't go with that. Just
yeah.
like Raj, I don't. You know me. I don't condemn nothing.
yeah,
I
but
respect your faith. I
you're making
respect
the CS
Dark
look bad.
Magician.
You're making the CS look bad, man. Veli's
No, I
loving this.
wouldn't. I
Like
wouldn't because the
he's
book
saying,
doesn't
look at
say the book. No, even your book doesn't say own people. So no, even the Christians know that if they would interpret their scriptures right, it doesn't say own people forever. It doesn't say treat people wrongly. None of
no,
the
but
religious text says it.
even if you
It's
own
always people.
but even if you
Yeah,
own one generation, it's
yeah.
wrong. You do
I
understand
know.
that.
I know.
You do understand owning people is wrong. It's not complicated.
Yes, owning people, like I said, it's wrong, but it depends on what kind of context you're talking about owning people. And
No
I
depending.
believe, like,
There's no depending on
okay.
it.
Me,
It's one
I
our
believe
own
in
thing to do.
if I'm on the defense and people would attack me, if I capture them, it's even worse for me. It's worse for me to kill them. So if I don't want to kill them, which I have the choice to, it's better for me to first of all try to see if I can free them. If freedom is not going to work at that spot, I could try to
Hold on.
reform
Whoa.
them. We could
Where
benefit
do you
from
get the
each
choice
other.
to kill him, bro? Where do you get the choice to kill him, real quick? If you
To
kill
kill
one,
them?
if you kill one innocent person, as if you killed the whole of mankind. So
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about during defense, war defense. If people comes to attack me, people would die. People would.
So check this out. Like
Yeah, yeah.
even in the hadith, there's this there's this concept of like, so if my man's weapon is down, right? If I'm in a situation, if I got you, like, okay, like I'm taking you into possession, right? What you're saying, right?
Right.
I can't kill him, bro, because they're in a situation to where they can't defend themselves.
Can I just ask a question that seems to be sort of like springing up in my mind? How many men go on an attack? How many warriors go on an attack and take their wife and children with them? The only time you'd come across the wife and children would be when you're attacking them.
Are you talking about tribals, certain cultures, or whatever? I don't know.
You're saying that it's only justified in warfare.
Good point. That's a good point, Jupiter.
But the only time that the women and children would be around would be if you was attacking them, not if you were defending yourself.
But there were times like in India, and I have to mention the Sikhs here because the Sikhs, our females used to get captured, and we got the saying "12 baje Sikhs pagal on there," which means at 12 o'clock the Sikhs go mad because they used to try and go capture their females back. So women did used to get captured by Islamic conquerors and be used as concubines. And that was during the war, because sometimes you'd have to, you know, like when you're kind of like, sometimes it happens that the females come along as well, or you know, somebody attacks a village or something like that. So there will be females sometimes, not all the time.
Village, then they're not on the defense. He's saying,
Yeah. I mean, but we know those, Jupiter, that this thing about defense and offensive is bullshit. A lot of the conquering, especially of India, was always the offensive. Most of the times it was on the offensive, not the defensive.
Raj,
I basically
kingdom was fighting against Durrani. What did the Sikhs do to the Afghans?
Who? When?
When the Sikh kingdom was fighting against the Durrani kingdom, the Afghans.
Oh, we battered their ass, no doubt about it, man.
What did you do to the remaining Afghans?
I know. Well, we didn't. I know we didn't enslave them. From my understanding, we had we was ruling over like 85% of Muslim population, and we conquered up to Afghanistan. I haven't heard of stories of slavery and stuff like that. Did the Sikhs go in and chop a few heads off? Yeah, damn right they did. I mean, that's what war happens. But I don't hear any stories of like what this is about, slavery and stuff like that.
What did you do to those who were left after you won your battles?
I'll have to look into it. I mean, I don't know exactly what happened, but I haven't heard of any stories of like sex slavery or owning people. That's one thing I know. What do they do with them? I think they probably released them back and de-armed them, and just basically either integrated them back into the system.
Thank goodness we have the Geneva Convention now, right, guys? Yeah.
But war isn't pretty, man. That's one thing we have to realize. But what happens after the war?
But it is necessary sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But after the war, what do you do with the people that you was once fighting with? And I hope I'm going to look at. That's a very good question, Witness, because
go and read the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, go on.
The Afghans weren't using the Geneva Convention when they fought the Sikhs, though. So.
No, but I'm saying, like, today, from mainly from a West perspective, we have like an international and non-international armed treaty conflict, which is the Geneva Convention, which has like many articles that deal with these types of situations, what you should and shouldn't be doing with people.
Were the Americans following the Geneva Convention when they were Iranian?
Exactly. I was about to go. No, but that doesn't make it right.
But the Geneva Convention didn't have them arrested or locked up for what they did it?
I think I'm not sure what kind of teeth the Geneva Convention actually has. So the way that some of the Americans and the British forces were treating captives is absolutely abhorrent, and we don't want that at all. People. But that's yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, I was gonna say certain laws might be deceitful because you have people who will say, okay, it's not cool to have nuclear weapons, while they have the whole world as a nuclear weapon. So don't fall for a whole bunch. Yeah. So certain laws might be like, okay, we're not gonna do this, but at the end of the day, trust me, it's just takia.
But when you have a positive law set up by secular society, you can question it. We can question it. We can have it repealed. When you have a law given to you by God, you can't repeal that law.
How well? When you see laws given by God, it tells you from a hierarchy of what's best to do. Which is,
and we've just discovered that the law that you're abiding by is not the correct way in which to behave.
Well, if you're talking about certain people, certain tribes, certain ideology, I agree with you. But if you also look at other people according to their tribes and ideology,
it's not a matter of subjective opinion. You don't own people. You're not allowed to have sex in any context, whether it's defensive or offensive. You just don't do that. That's
I
not
know, but I already told you, you can't force no one to have sex with them. If they say no, either you're married to them, either you love them, either you hate them, either
it was explained to you. And we explained to you that if you own somebody, you have vitiated their consent.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Absolutely.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, any court of law would find that. Any court of law.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to force the person. Like I told you, if the person is not comfortable, once there is a percentage of the person not comfortable, then you don't have the right to do it.
You're never going to.
Yeah, but Malik. Yeah, in the days of slavery in America, I bet the slave owners probably thought the slaves that they were having sex with were comfortable. I mean, they're not gonna. No, but what I'm saying, they're not gonna start shouting and screaming when they're in fear for their life because they're owned by that person. You don't understand the power that you would have over someone if you're owning them.
They're vulnerable. You're taking advantage.
Very vulnerable.
And children.
We've given Malik
no. What you're saying is
we've allowed the narration of Islam to be set up as if it was like this fluffy way of looking after people when they become captives. That's not exactly what is. And James, as in the chat, has pointed that out. There is many Islamic sources that show that this way of treating people afterwards is be less than exemplary. Right, so we've given you like a really good fair whack of the stick.
Oh my god! Sorry, it's my dog. Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah, look at that young Yazidi woman that did a video last year. They were just raping the women. They were just raping them, thinking. And in warfare, there's a especially in tribal warfare or that kind of mindset, they see rape as a way of getting their own back as well, and it's wrong.
All right, I've got to go, guys, but yeah, I'd just like to say, like, big up to everybody, and it's not right to own anybody, okay? Not in any context. All right, good night.
Yes, it.
Big up, bro, man. Peace.
All right, peace out. I could barely hear you guys because I just had a phone call and disconnected my Bluetooth. I gotta watch the game. I'm out. But
okay.
James, jump on, bro. You know you
All
want
right.
to.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night. So Raj, what brought you here this evening? Raj? Is Raj still there?
Guess not. His icon's there.
Maybe he's gone as well.
Raj, can you hear Jupiter or no?
I am here. I'm just around my sister's for the next couple of days. So my dog was barking. My sister's dog was barking, so I have to just mute up. How's it going, people?
We're all right. Well, what made you turn up tonight? What's your gossip?
No. What it is, yeah, I'm going to be on these streams a lot, people, because I'm away for 10 days around my sister's house. I've been there for 2 days already, so I got 8 days. So I'm bored. So I hope everyone would like to hear my voice, because I will be around. So if you do a live stream, Jupiter, call me, man. Tell me. I'll come.
Doing a full stream until
you're going to hear a lot from me this week.
Poppy, man. What you mean?
No, I'm saying I'm around my sisters for a couple of days, so I'll be around.
Okay.
Do some good topics. Not just black topics. Do some topics that I.
Are you feeling better after the other day? Because the other day I could see you were visibly upset. And
I don't know. Veli's gonna try and like bloody censor me now. Like he won't let me talk.
What's
about
that? Yeah, like,
because
obviously, unless if you're gonna fucking start bawling about respect, yeah, I'm just gonna dash it off with it, like
all right, let's not talk about that.
We won't talk about it, but he did turn up to my temple and start chatting shit about me being a paedophile and a rape apologist. And so, if that's true, I've looked into it. I think he might be bullshitting to kind of piss me off. So I've actually had, because my nephew goes to that temple a lot, so I've asked him to kind of look around and ask people. So if he has done that, it's gonna go. The shit's gonna hit the fan if it's true. I'll tell you that straight now. But so far, yeah, I'm not that visibly upset. Look, the thing is, yeah, like once you turn up to someone's religious place, you're stepping across a line. Do you understand? And that's gonna piss me off. I don't care who it is. Yeah, you're gonna piss me off if you turn up to my temple and start talking about me to people that know my mother, know my brother, know my father, and stuff like that, and start saying that I condone rape and paedophilia. So yeah, of course I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah, I just think it's all going too far because I think you actually like respect, really.
Well,
yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, it's like let's just talk about something else, man. You know what? It's like, bruv, every channel you go on, bruv, it's the same subject, cuz.
Yeah,
I've heard. You know what? Yeah, listen, you had a long conversation about something else. Yeah, nothing to do with respect, and there was not even nothing to do with even a rasta in the conversation. I jump on the panel, and then it's respect.
I've heard you've had some kind of dictator censorship done to you, and
nah, I'm just it's boring, isn't it? Like the same thing. If anyone jumps on and keeps saying Jupiter, listen. If someone jumps on and keeps saying Jupiter done this, Jupiter done that every fucking 2 seconds, yeah, I'm gonna say, bruv, it's long.
Allow it, because you're just saying the same shit.
Yeah,
every fucking second.
what about the Benny Carl
If you
show?
jump on and say, Rasper every 2 seconds, yeah, but differently on Veli Mikhail, if the two people are on the panel, they can have it out, mate, and I ain't gonna say nothing, innit? He's not gonna do what he's doing, innit?
I'll wait for that day. That way, I'm doing I'm going to be jumping on other people's streams.
What do you reckon of the coronavirus? Do you think we're all going to die, Rod?
Deport the Chinese. I'm only joking. No, I'm only joking. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Sorry to all my Chinese brethren. I do look at Chinese a bit suspiciously now. When I see them, I'm kind of like, okay, let's quarantine. No, I'm only joking. No, I don't know. I mean, is there there was actually a
Orthodox Mo, I'm going to debate you soon. You're a deviated sect and you're going to get exposed. You're going to get exposed, Orthodox Mo.
You there?
Damn, I'm pissing people off already, huh?
You're deviated.
Are you a Shia? Are you a Shia?
Hey, before it gets crazy, real quick, I think we should send Raj to Israel and Palestine to have a peace talk real quick. Because anybody who can bring Sia and Raspek together, having to make peace.
You're right. And random exposure, and Raspek and that together as well. So yeah, I've done something that I didn't think about. Oh, but do you know my local surgery? No, not my local surgery, but surgery in my area.
Hey, Jupiter, your camera's on, man.
They temporarily closed down for a couple of hours because they thought that coronavirus here. Did you know that?
Where? At your temple?
No, not my temple, you nutcase. At a doctor's surgery in Redbridge.